Chapter 1. Is this a zombie apocalypse? Hiss. It hurts. And it stinks. When Qingling awoke, she found herself utterly bewildered. Where am I? Before she could gather her thoughts, a sudden gust of wind swept past her from behind. Startled, she instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly evading an attack. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld a figure standing where she had just awakened. The person appeared pallid, with balding eyes that were marred by dark veins. Half of their face was smeared with dark crimson blood, and their pale yellow work vest was stained with dark splotches of gore. Goodness, is this a zombie apocalypse? Qingling thought, her mind nearly freezing at the sight. Could this possibly be another dream? Roar! The failed attack only incited the zombie's fury, and it lunged at her with a menacing growl. Everything around her served as a stark reminder that this was no mere dream, it was her grim reality. Terror gripped her as the bloodied mouth drew closer. Just then, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and the zombie froze mid-lunge, collapsing at her feet. Momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, she glanced down at the lifeless creature before her, trembling with residual fear. Realizing someone had saved her, she quickly looked up to meet a pair of piercing eyes that swiftly assessed her. He had a buzz cut, thick brows, and striking dark eyes, his bronze skin glistening against his black t-shirt and pants. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? Captain, why is there a person here? Hodong, having finally managed to shut the door against the relentless pounding of zombies outside, rushed over to find his captain standing before a fallen zombie and a woman. Qingling, her expression unreadable, swiftly rose from the ground and took 2 cautious steps back. Thank you for your timely assistance. Having absorbed a myriad of fragmented memories, she began to grasp her current predicament. She had awakened as another Qingling, a phenomenon likely spurred by the nightmare she had endured and the multitude of novels she had devoured. It was clear she had. Soul transcended as for the original owner of this body. She presumed they had perished. Upon reviewing her memories, she discovered this body had gone several days without sustenance and had ventured into a supermarket today out of sheer desperation. Inevitably, she encountered zombies and, by a stroke of luck, managed to reach the storeroom while being pursued. However, her fortune was short-lived. She had yet to consume a morsel of warm food before a zombie had bitten her. Goodness, bitten by a zombie! Ah, but her skin is rather fair. Jinjibe observed her movements, his gaze sharpening. Upon noticing the absence of wounds where she had touched, he relaxed slightly. Gura's sudden growl from her stomach shattered the tense silence between them. Clutching her belly, Qingling glanced at Jinjibe. Qingling. Jinjibe suddenly called her by name. Surprised, she searched her memory yet found no recollection of him. I am Jinjibe. In no wonder, I didn't recognize him. He was an acquaintance of the original owner, a neighbor they had not seen for a decade. Weren't you in the military? What are you doing here? She promptly responded after sifting through her thoughts. I've returned from service. Her stomach growled once more. Embarrassed, Qingling quickly dismissed her wandering thoughts and smiled sheepishly. I haven't eaten in days. May I look for some food first? After receiving his nod of approval, she retreated a couple of steps and hurriedly departed, her speed betraying her supposed hunger. After a lengthy detour, the smile on her face finally faded. It was only upon acquiring a fire axe that her heart settled. Her caution was not unwarranted in this apocalyptic world. The true terror lay not with the zombies, but rather with humanity itself. Confirming the absence of others nearby, she instinctively maintained her vigilance and turned to leave in the opposite direction from Jinjibe and his group. Unexpectedly, after a brief delay, she stumbled upon Jinjibe and his companions, and Qingling hesitated for a moment, then chose to bypass them and continued gathering supplies. Before long, both her bags were brimming with goods, and with them slung over her shoulders, she felt somewhat fortified against the zombie's claw. With her supplies secured, she contemplated her escape from this place. The exit connecting to the supermarket had been sealed by Hodong, and even if it weren't, the tumultuous sounds from outside indicated a horde of zombies awaited, rendering that route impassable. What should she do? As she wrestled with her thoughts, a sudden sound of footsteps caught her attention. Just as she prepared to hide, she noticed Jinjibe and his 2 companions emerging from around a corner. The moment they laid eyes on her, they seemed momentarily taken aback. Wow, that's a nice bag. Hodong finally broke the silence after a couple of seconds. Upon seeing the genuine delight in his eyes, Qingling relaxed her grip on the fire axe slightly. "There are more supplies over there, feel free to take what you need," she offered, noticing they had not collected much. Ho Dong smiled, initially unenthusiastic about the prospect, but he caught a glance from the captain. His expression momentarily faltered before he pulled along the still confused Lu Yin, uttering a quick thanks, before they vanished behind the shelves. Qingling felt an inkling of unease, but couldn't quite place it. Memories of the original owner resurfaced, revealing that she indeed had a home in City A. Yet, noticing her hesitation and reluctance, Jin Jibei regarded her with curiosity. Qingling, inheriting the original owner's memories, couldn't help but scoff at his inquiry. Bang crash! Just as she was about to speak, a thunderous noise erupted, followed by the sound of objects scattering across the warehouse floor. Chapter 2. Special Abilities? The zombies have breached, Ho Dong stated gravely, delivering grim news. What? As if to affirm his words, the unmistakable growls of zombies echoed, accompanied by the clattering of more objects, suggesting that there were indeed multiple intruders. Unluckily, they found themselves in the heart of the warehouse, with the exit to the supermarket now blocked by zombies, and the location of any alternative exits remained unknown. Wasn't the door barricaded? How did they suddenly get in? There are too many zombies outside. It's a miracle that door held for as long as it did. What do we do now? Where can we find another way out? Frustrated, Qingling failed to notice Jin Jibei's scrutinizing gaze lingering on her fire axe for a moment. Let's move backward. There should be a supply entrance at the back, Jin Jibei suggested, stepping forward. Qingling hesitated for a moment, but then followed. Alone, she would likely struggle to navigate through the throngs of zombies. It was wiser to stick with them for now. Following closely behind Jin Jibei, she made her way to the rear of the warehouse, lamenting the supplies she couldn't carry as she passed by, oblivious to the peculiar gaps scattered throughout. Lost in her thoughts for just a second, she failed to notice Jin Jibei had halted, colliding directly with a wall of flesh. "Are you all right?" Jin Jibei reacted swiftly, grabbing her arm to steady her. In that instant, a flurry of images flashed before her eyes. In a daze, she saw them successfully reaching the back of the warehouse, where they discovered a sealed supply exit. Unfortunately, it was a rolling shutter door that emitted sound when opened or closed, and it moved at a painfully slow pace. By the time Jin Jibei and his companions located the button to open the door, the zombies had caught up to them. They barely managed to hold out until the door opened, only to find that the zombies outside were equally relentless, caught in a pincer movement, with two hands unable to withstand the onslaught of four fists. Lu Yin sacrificed himself to shield Jin Jibei and the others as they retreated. Ultimately, the two remaining individuals discovered a lounge leading outside and fled the supermarket in a disheveled state. Jin Jibei was oblivious to her momentary daze, as the sudden appearance of zombies was the reason he halted. The three of them instinctively surrounded Qingling, with Ho Dong facing the direction from which they had come, while Jin Jibei and Lu Yin dealt with the approaching zombies. "Let's move," Jin Jibei exclaimed, grabbing Qingling and urging her to flee. "What's wrong?" "The zombies are closing in on us." Looking up deeply into the furrowed brow of Jin Jibei, Qingling inhaled sharply. "Do you trust me? I know where another exit is." When the four of them reached the back of the warehouse and spotted the closed rolling shutter door, a sense of relief washed over Qingling. This way. Having foreseen the events to come, she directly halted their rush toward the rolling shutter, guiding them instead to a small door on the side. Jin Jibei boldly led the way, cautiously opening the small door. Inside, a zombie, alerted by the noise, lunged at them with a growl, but was swiftly decapitated. Once safety was confirmed, the four of them wasted no time entering through the small door. The moment the door closed, a zombie emerged from behind a nearby shelf. Remaining vigilant, they opened door after door, dispatching the last zombie in the corridor leading outside the supermarket, and finally pushed open the last door, greeted by a brilliant sunlight. This moment, 500 meters away from the supermarket, a man resembling Jin Jibei sat impatiently in the driver's seat of a black Hummer. He glanced at the supermarket, his eyes landing on the zombies wandering outside, a look of disdain crossing his face. Lowering his gaze to check the time on his wrist, he looked up again to see several figures swiftly approaching. Could it be zombies? For a fleeting moment of panic, he dismissed the thought, and started the vehicle. The roar of the engine attracted the surrounding zombies, simultaneously exposing Qingling and her companions. Compared to the vehicle, the scent of fresh flesh drove the zombies into a frenzy, and more began to converge upon them. Damn it, forget everything else. We need to fight our way through. If those zombies catch up, we're done for. As he spoke, Ho Dong raised his hand and severed a zombie's head with a force that left Qingling in a Be careful, Jean Jibe said, turning his head to her before stepping forward to confront the oncoming zombies. Qingling was momentarily taken aback by his action, quickly realizing that she was being protected. Curiously, she glanced at his back, but the surge of zombies soon consumed her attention, leaving no room for distraction. Faced with the undead, Qingling felt not fear, but exhilaration. Heaven knows how many zombies she had slain in her dreams. One zombie, its abdomen torn open with intestines hanging, roared and lunged at her first. Focusing intently, she watched the zombie's flailing arms. With a swift motion, she struck down its reaching hand before swiftly delivering a fatal blow to its skull. For every zombie that fell, another took its place, but gradually Qingling became adept with the fire axe. Initially, she had to sever a zombie's hand to deliver a killing strike. Now, with a mere swing, she could decapitate one. The pace of her improvement caught Jean Jibe's eye repeatedly. Before long, they fought their way to the vicinity of the vehicle, and upon seeing the Hummer surrounded by zombies, the expressions of the three others shifted dramatically. Unlike Qingling, who remained composed, Liu Yin, unaware of the driver's identity as the brother of his captain, began to vent his frustration. Qingling furrowed her brow. The familiar name compelled her to glance at the Hummer, but all she could see was its roof. Before she could ponder further, Jean Jibe's voice broke through. "Monkey Stone, hold the rear, will take care of the zombies in front." With that, he cast a glance at Qingling. "Stay behind me. If any slip through, can you finish them off?" Qingling nodded in affirmation, stepping back to observe the zombies on either side of Jean Jibe, remaining vigilant while resting. As the engine noise attracted the outermost zombies, they were the first to notice the group. Before they could pounce, Jean Jibe swiftly dispatched 3 zombies in one powerful motion. Chapter 3. What a chaotic scene. With all his strength, he swiftly eradicated the zombies surrounding the car door, revealing the black door behind. Qingling was engaged in combat, dispatching a zombie that had attempted a sneak attack from the side. Just as her axe cleaved into the creature's skull, she felt a sudden tug from behind, and before she could react, she found herself thrown into the back seat of the Hummer. "Hey, my axe!" For a brief moment, she was bewildered, only to see Ho Dong stepping into the vehicle, bringing along the fire axe she had been concerned about. As they settled into their seats, Liu Yin joined them, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. She opened her mouth to mention that Jean Jibe was still outside, but Ho Dong leaned into the trunk, retrieving a black box filled with various parts. With deft fingers, he assembled a gun, which he then handed to Liu Yin. "Captain, get in." Liu Yin took the weapon, rolled down the window, and shouted outside to Jean Jibe, beginning to cover him with gunfire. The gunshots echoed like amplified firecrackers, signaling to the zombies that it was time to feast. Indeed, the horde became increasingly agitated, while Jean Jibe managed to climb into the passenger seat under Liu Yan's protection. As the door closed behind him, an impatient voice rang out. "What took you so long? If you don't hurry, I'm leaving." "Sure to, cover me." "Yillin, once you see the path clear ahead, drive quickly." Jean Jibe ignored him, taking the gun from Ho Dong and, without hesitation, opened the window. He eliminated the zombies next to the passenger seat and, with Liu Yan's cover, climbed onto the roof of the vehicle. The sound of gunfire erupted outside, and the zombies in front of the vehicle fell one after another, quickly revealing a large expanse of open ground. Drive, hurry up," Ho Dong urged, slapping the back of the driver's seat. By the time they successfully broke free from the zombie siege, half an hour had already elapsed. From the driver's seat, Jean Yillin shot Ho Dong a disdainful glance. "You all are too slow. You said half an hour, and look how much time has passed. What if Xiaoro is in danger? Can you afford a delay?" As he spoke, he glanced into the rearview mirror at Qingling, his brow furrowing deeper. "Shut up." Liu Yin kicked the driver's seat in irritation. "If it weren't for Miss Mo, we wouldn't have made it out of that supermarket. If we had perished inside, you wouldn't fare any better. so spare us the melodrama. You. Enough. Keep your comments to a minimum. Jean Jibei shot a sharp look at Jean Yilin. The road conditions were far from ideal, causing the vehicle to jolt. For those accustomed to military vehicles like Jean Jibei, it was hardly a bother. But Mo Qingling was less adaptable. Realizing something, she turned to Jean Yilin at the wheel and said, "Mr. Jean, could you please drive a bit slower? Miss Mo is feeling carsick." How pretentious, Jean Yilin sneered, a mocking smile crossing his face, yet he did not reduce the speed. "Jean Jibei, who do you think you are? This is my car. Stop wasting breath and get out." Although the speed decreased, Mo Qingling did not feel much improvement. "Pull over." After an unspecified duration, Jean Jibei suddenly spoke. "Why?" Jean Yilin was displeased with the abrupt halt and had no intention of complying. "I said pull over." With a fierce gaze, Jean Yilin felt a shiver run down his spine and reluctantly conceded, pulling over to the side of the road. As soon as the vehicle stopped, Mo Qingling hurriedly opened the door and rushed to the side, retching until nothing remained in her stomach, after which she felt considerably better. She swallowed some saline solution and mentally noted Jean Yilin down for his negligence. "Are you all right?" Jean Jibei asked her with concern. "I'm fine now." Mo Qingling waved her hand dismissively. After a 10-minute rest to hydrate and refuel, they continued their journey under Jean Yilin's impatient urging. "Are we heading to City now?" Having regained some composure, Mo Qingling turned to inquire about their destination to Jean Jibei, so she could mentally prepare herself. "First, we need to pick up Xiaoro." Fearing that Jean Jibei might forget his promise, Jean Yilin interjected hastily. Mo Qingling shot him an exasperated glance, struggling to reconcile the image of such a domineering man with the fact that he appeared to be love-struck. Jean Jibei, slightly annoyed by his cousin's interruption, replied, "We may need to drop my brother off first to pick someone up." Nodding, Mo Qingling chose not to press further. They drove in silence toward the city center of S, with Mo Qingling gazing out the window, taking in the wrecked vehicles, fallen bodies, pools of dark red blood, and the grotesque, wandering zombies, each scene sending jolts of adrenaline through her. Along the way, they encountered several small groups of zombies, largely tourists from commercial streets. Jean Jibei's driving skills were exceptional, effortlessly leaving them behind. After taking a longer route and driving for over an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, an upscale villa community. As the car came to a stop in front of one of the villas, a strange feeling washed over her. "Xiaoro," Jean Yilin suddenly exclaimed, drawing Mo Qingling's attention. Raising her gaze, she saw him smiling gently at a woman standing in a white dress by the villa's floor-to-ceiling window. As their eyes met, the woman's expression shifted to one of shock. Mo Qingling scrutinized her attire and demeanor, feeling an inexplicable pang of discomfort. Suddenly, a man appeared behind her, seemingly oblivious to the outside. He wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered something in her ear. "Wow." Mo Qingling turned to look at Jean Yilin, whose face was now darker than ink. What a chaotic scene. Chapter 4. Transformed into a bystander in a story Chen Yuchuan. Jean Yilin ground out through clenched teeth, striding toward the villa with determination. "Chen Yuchuan?" Mo Qingling paused, as if grasping something important, and without a moment to waste on the unfolding drama. She made her way to the driver's seat. "Do you know the name of the woman your brother likes?" Jean Jibei was momentarily taken aback by her question, taking a while to dig the answer from his memory. "I believe it's in Xiaoro." A jolt of realization struck Mo Qingling, as if a thread in her mind had snapped. Wasn't that the name of the female protagonist in the only piece of fan fiction she had read? The male leads, Jean Yilin and Chen Yuchuan, fit perfectly. Turning her gaze back, she saw Jean Yilin being blocked by two bodyguards at the villa entrance. His fury directed at Chen Yuchuan despite the barriers. "Why can't I be here?" Chen Yuchuan scoffed, then tenderly stroked Xiaoro's hair, uttering words that only fueled Jean Yilin's rage. "I'm here, of course, to protect Xiaoro." Xiaoro looked shyly at Chen Yuchuan, her expression reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction towards Jean Yilin, who had arrived late. "Yilin Ji, could you please calm down? If it weren't for Yuchuan Ji arriving in time, I might have been hurt by those hideous creatures." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, eliciting a sympathetic response from both men. Xiaoro, don't cry. It's all my fault for not being there when you needed me. It's entirely on me, Jean Yilin hurriedly reassured her. I do not hold you accountable. I merely wish to prevent any quarrel between you and Brother Yuchuan because of me. Could you refrain from arguing? Even though Jean Yilin is reluctant to coexist peacefully with Chen Yuchuan, he finds himself nodding helplessly under the onslaught of Enshiro's tears. Chen Yuchuan shrugs indifferently, demonstrating magnanimity by not holding a grudge against him, which brings a smile back to Enshiro's face. Observing the entire exchange, Qingling finds herself at a loss for words to describe her emotions at this moment. Are you not going to intervene? He is nearly being misled. Casting a glance at Jean Yilin, who is bustling around in Shiro, Qingling feels a twinge of sympathy for Jean Jibei, having such a cousin. Hearing her words, Jean Jibei pauses in his actions. Do you think I have any control over him? He has already witnessed how tolerant Jean Yilin is towards Shiro. If things do not go smoothly, how long might it take? Difficult to say. Along the way, they might encounter zombies or humans. Encountering zombies is manageable, but humans introduce infinite possibilities. Qingling comprehends the implications immediately. Zombies can be dispatched without hesitation since they lack independent thought and are solely driven by hunger. Humans, however, are far more complex. Even in peaceful times, the lines between good and evil are blurred, let alone in this apocalyptic era where order has collapsed. Lifting her gaze to see Enshiro surrounded by two men, it is evident that even this seemingly innocent protagonist has blood on her hands, hinting at the thrilling nature of the outside world. It is quite late today. Shall we rest here for the night and set out tomorrow? Jean Jibei furrows his brow, clearly hesitating. Well, just as he hesitates, Jean Yilin suddenly interjects, seemingly with something to say. Xiaoro mentioned there will be heavy rain soon, allowing you to stay here for the night. Jean Jibei silently glances at the darkening sky. Thank you for your kindness, but we can also spend the night in another vacant villa. Do not be so dismissive. Had Xiaoro not spoken up, who would willingly share their abode with you? Rejected. Jean Yilin's face twists in a displeased grimace, as if he wishes to devour the other party whole. Do not force me to slap you outside, Jean Jibei warns, silencing him instantly. After a moment, he finally manages to squeeze out, I have matters to discuss with you. It is more convenient to stay together. Pausing, he adds softly, consider it a plea. This dialogue utterly astonishes Qingling, who is nearby. As the vehicle enters the garage and they gather their supplies before proceeding to the villa's living room, they discover it has begun to rain heavily outside. The large droplets pelt down, striking the floor-to-ceiling windows as if attempting to shatter the glass. Hello, I am Enshiro, a good friend of Yilin. You can call me Xiaoro. Upon stepping into the living room, a saccharine voice resonates, sending chills down Qingling's spine. Looking up, she sees Enshiro, sporting a pretentious smile, seated on the sofa beside a stiff-faced Jean Yilin. Jean Jibei. Jean Jibei glances at him, granting him the courtesy of speaking first. You may be Yilin's brother. Thus, you are my brother too. May I call you Jibei Gidge? Before anyone else can introduce themselves, Enshiro excitedly interjects. That will not do. Unfortunately, Jean Jibei is a rational person who does not fall for her charms, replying curtly, just call me by my name. Gidge. One might think a hen is laying eggs. Enshiro's smile falters abruptly, taken aback by his blatant disregard. Aside from the two men beside her, the rest struggle to stifle their laughter. What have I done to earn Brother Jibei's disdain? Enshiro lowers her head, a touch of sadness in her voice. Xiaoro, you are doing wonderfully. It is his issue. This fellow treats everyone like this. It is not your fault. Do not pay him any mind. How could anyone dislike our gentle and kind Xiaoro? Do not be sad. Since they lack appreciation, I shall help you toss them out. If they are not seen, you shall not be saddened. Witnessing her distress, the two men immediately feel a pang of sympathy, rushing forward to console her with kind words until her smile returns. The sight of two men comforting one woman is a rare occurrence, prompting Qingling to gaze a little longer with curiosity. Suddenly meeting Enshiro's eyes send a shiver down her spine, as if a cold-blooded creature has locked onto its prey. Chapter 5. Trapped in the downpour in the dead of night, Qingling is awakened by a tremendous clap of thunder. Once alert, She perceives the noise as if the heavens are crashing down. A bit anxious, she steps out of her room and encounters Jin Jibei exiting the adjacent room. Are you afraid of thunder? In the darkness, his gaze precisely locks onto Mo Qingling. Not at all. I merely woke up due to the commotion. She shakes her head, considering if the noise outside might provoke a zombie frenzy. The downpour will mask our scent, and with this thunder, we are currently very safe. After a pause, Jin Jibei adds, however, there's a new problem. The villa has lost power. This is indeed unwelcome news. The villa relies on natural gas. Without electricity, they cannot prepare any warm meals. Is it a power outage? Mo Qingling suggests, only to receive a negative response. In her dream, she witnessed the rain persisting for an extended period, leaving them trapped within the villa. Fortunately, the heavy rain concealed their presence, and the noise disrupted the nearby zombies, allowing them to remain momentarily safe inside. However, due to water accumulation in the city, many areas are flooded, complicating their search for supplies. And food scarcity becomes a pressing issue. Ultimately, Jin Jibei risks venturing out with Ho Dong and others to procure resources. The scene freezes on their silhouettes, braving the storm. Mo Qingling awakens with a grim expression, realizing this is no dream. Her abilities are likely warning her. Rising from her bed, she pulls back the curtain, revealing that the rain continues to pour, seemingly even more intensely, accompanied by a thick fog. The white mist hangs like a heavy veil, obscuring the view ahead. Just as in her dream, movement is impossible. After a light meal, Mo Qingling descends to the second floor and enters the living room, where she unexpectedly encounters the Jean brothers, who sit on the sofa with displeased expressions. Hesitating to approach, she is met with Jean Yillin's glare, who stands abruptly and retreats upstairs. Mo Qingling walks over, tactfully avoiding inquiries into their discontent. We cannot leave today, Jean Yillin states. They wish to accompany us to City A. The two speak simultaneously. Mo Qingling is taken aback, turning to Jin Jibei, and inexplicably asks, is it his own request or Inshiro's suggestion? Realizing he might not know, she quickly changes her question. Have you agreed? His silence conveyed the answer to her. The atmosphere was uncomfortably quiet, and Mo Qingling recalled the way Inshiro had looked at her yesterday, feeling slightly disgruntled, yet choosing to suppress it. We may have to remain here for quite some time. The power is out, and a torrential rain is pouring outside. We cannot simply consume our resources. I wonder if we might gather some essential supplies nearby. Jin Jibei paused in silence before suddenly asking, how did you know there was a lounge connected to the storage room yesterday? She had not anticipated such a sudden inquiry. After contemplating, she decided to disclose her extraordinary ability. I saw it, she explained succinctly to Jin Jibei. Is this a precognitive ability? Jin Jibei gazed at her in astonishment and surprise. Well, if you interpret it that way, it works. Then, as if realizing something, she turned to Jin Jibei. You are aware of abilities? Suddenly recalling that the original storyline seemed to involve special powers, she mused. The original female protagonist's ability was allure? Do you possess an ability as well? What is it? Mo Qingling found herself filled with excitement. Space. The exhilaration on her face abruptly froze, and after a long pause, she finally spoke. That's excellent. This means we can store a greater quantity of supplies. She offered a rather dry consolation, then consciously refrained from pursuing the topic further. Jin Jibei understood that she had misunderstood, yet he had no intention of clarifying. The space he occupies seems somewhat distinct from an ordinary one, though he has yet to grasp its nature. Indeed, I dreamt last night that this rain will persist for at least a week. As she spoke, Mo Qingling scratched her head. My abilities are limited. I cannot foresee events far into the future, so I am uncertain about the exact duration of the rainfall. No matter, that is already quite impressive. We cannot predict what may occur along the journey, so it is wise to be prepared. While discussing the daily arrangements, Inshiro descended from the second floor, accompanied by Chen Yuchuan. It was surprising that Jin Yilin was not by her side. Perhaps Jin Jibei had said something that preoccupied him, diverting his attention from courting Inshiro. Good morning, Brother Jibei, Inshiro exclaimed, her eyes gleaming upon spotting Jin Jibei. Is she enamored with Jin Jibei? Mo Qingling teased him with a glance, only to find him wearing a stern expression, seemingly oblivious to Inshiro's greeting as he intently studied a map he had procured from somewhere. Stealing a glance at Inshiro, she noticed that the latter was unfazed by the cold reception, her smile unwavering. Xiao, Chun Yuchuan, who stood behind her, was about to speak but was interrupted. It's fine, Brother Yuchuan. Brother Jibei simply prefers silence, and I understand. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuchuan silently acknowledged her words, even affectionately ruffling Inshiro's hair. Mo Qingling was momentarily taken aback. Was that all it took to appease him? Disregarding the unfolding drama between the two, Jean Jibei finished studying the map and began discussing routes and plans with Mo Qingling. When asked for her input, she candidly expressed her thoughts. The primary concern remains securing supplies. As the rain continues, temperatures are likely to drop. While it is relatively easy to find materials for warmth, we lack the means to start a fire, which poses a problem for meals. It is conceivable to chop nearby furniture for firewood, but resources are ultimately finite. What then? Once it is all consumed? What do you mean? Jean Jibei pondered, posing the question after a moment of contemplation. We certainly need to collect essential supplies. If possible, should we venture outside the villa area? She glanced at him again before continuing. It would be ideal to find gas canisters. If that proves difficult, we can also fell trees to gather wood. Chapter 6. Raiding the villa area. Having read the original work, Mo Qingling was aware that this winter would be exceptionally cold. Thus, stockpiling warm supplies was undoubtedly a prudent measure. After hearing her remarks, Jean Jibei merely contemplated the map without expressing agreement or dissent. Brother Jibei, what are you discussing? Inshiro persisted, feigning innocence as she approached him. Jean Jibei stiffened before swiftly jumping up and distancing himself from Inshiro, the entire exchange lasting less than a second. Mo Qingling turned in surprise to the man beside her and then back to Inshiro, who remained unchanged in posture, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Ahem, we are deliberating where to gather supplies. Oh, does Brother Jibei lack supplies? I have some here, Xiao can share. Inshiro did not even glance at Mo Qingling. Her gaze fixated on Jean Jibei, her eyes practically pleading. The smile that had previously adorned Chun Yuchuan's face faded upon hearing her words, his brows knitting together. No need. We will find our own supplies. Thank you. Miss Jean Jibei politely yet coolly declined Inshiro's offer. Before she could respond further, he took the somewhat bewildered Mo Qingling and headed upstairs. Is she perceiving me as a rival? Mo Qingling furrowed her brow, beginning to understand. On the second floor, there is a small reception room where Jean Jibei had her sit before turning to find Ho Dong and the others, briefly explaining the situation before assigning tasks. The four were divided into two groups. Ho Dong and Lu Yan would ensure their safety while gathering wood in the villa area, while Jean Jibei and Mo Qingling would explore other villas to collect various useful supplies. After receiving their tasks, Ho Dong and his group went off to prepare. Are you not concerned about sending them out to gather wood in the rain? Could it be dangerous? After they departed, Mo Qingling raised her concern. The monkey possesses water-based abilities, and sure too has strength-type abilities. They are more suited for this task than we are. Understanding dawned upon Mo Qingling, and she chose not to press the matter further. After changing into athletic wear and grabbing her fire axe, she found the second floor deserted. Thinking to wait for them downstairs, she made her way down the stairs. Brother Yuchuan. As she reached halfway down, a teasing voice called from below. Mo Qingling halted abruptly, her face alternating between shades of blue and red. Could they not be mindful of their surroundings? Did they not feel any embarrassment in a public space like the living room? Xiao, do you fancy Jean Jibei? I thought. Brother Yuchuan, what do you think? Xiao's favorite will always be you. Mo Qingling, having overheard their conversation, felt her ears and spirit sullied. Are you planning to eavesdrop for much longer? A voice startled her from behind. Turning around, she found it was Jean Jibei, who had seemingly descended without her noticing and was now standing right behind her. Feeling caught, Mo Qingling grew awkwardly silent, trailing behind him as they descended the stairs and exited through the back door. Outside the villa, Jean Jibei glanced at the fire axe in her hand, then found a secluded corner and produced a Tang Dao from his space for her. In an instant, all embarrassment from earlier was forgotten. My goodness, where did you procure such a fine weapon? You're giving this to me? She drew the blade, marveling at its sharp edge, hardly able to believe that such a magnificent sword was hers. Is this truly for me? Qingling asked, unable to contain her excitement as she examined the weapon. Take it. I have plenty. To reassure her, Jin Jibei retrieved another Tang Dao of similar design from his space. Qingling's mouth twitched in disbelief, further questioning where he might have acquired these weapons. My good brother, from this day forward, I shall stick with you. She playfully patted Jin Jibei's shoulder, oblivious to the focused glint in his eyes. Having acquired the Tang Dao, Qingling felt considerably more at ease. And Shiro resided in a row house positioned near the front. A path lined with houses led down to a river behind mountains. She found it perplexing why the developers chose to construct villas in such a location. However, one advantage was that the river at the end of the road mitigated the risk of being flanked by zombies. They began their search in the adjacent villa, confirming the absence of zombies before commencing their scavenging. Food and supplies were a given, and they even intended to convert sofas, cabinets, and beds into firewood. In less than half an hour, when they departed, the villa behind them had been stripped to its bare shell. Had it not been for the lack of utility, Qingling would have even considered removing the wall panels or flooring. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they completed their search of the final villa. Though the villa area appeared expansive, there were only a limited number of structures, counting barely a dozen villas in total. The occupancy rate is rather low, possibly because at the onset of this apocalyptic scenario, the mere sound of commotion sent people fleeing. Only a few homes were occupied by zombies, yet judging by their attire, they appeared to be akin to hired domestic workers. Under these relatively safe circumstances, a considerable amount of supplies had been gathered. Among them, one house had proven particularly advantageous. It was unclear what illicit activities the owner had been engaged in, but the residents concealed a significant cache of controlled knives and firearms. Had it not been for Qingling's keen eye that discovered the entrance to the basement, they might have overlooked it entirely. After completing their final stop, both individuals felt fatigued and decided to rest before venturing towards the earlier buildings. Just as they sat down to sip some water, a sudden gunshot echoed from afar. Jin Jibei sprang to his feet, attempting to discern the direction from which the sound originated. Moments later, 2 more gunshots rang out from the southwest, precisely towards the direction of the villa's entrance. With a swift command to follow, he dashed towards the exterior of the villa. Without hesitation, Qingling quickly stood and hurriedly exited the villa. After running for 5 minutes in the direction of the gunfire, they were met with a chorus of zombie growls. Jin Jibei halted abruptly. Zombies? Despite the cacophony of rain pelting against their raincoats, the unmistakable sounds of zombies were impossible to ignore. Not merely one, but several. His expression turned grave, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 7. Rescuing a teammate silently and swiftly. They advanced to a green belt behind, which they spotted a horde of zombies encircling 2 vehicles, with Ho Dong and his companions perched atop them. The surrounding area was littered with fallen trees, suggesting that their tree-cutting activity had inadvertently attracted the zombies. How could there be so many? Qingling gasped at the sight of the vast number of undead, encircling the vehicles in concentric rings, merging with the distant mist, creating an illusion of an endless swarm. The mere thought of such a scene sent chills down her spine. A plan was imperative to extricate them from this encirclement. Jin Jibei, not pausing to ponder the origins of these zombies, was consumed by thoughts of how to rescue his 2 brothers from the throng. As the number of zombies increased, Ho Dong and his companion began to show signs of fatigue. The gunfire only heightened the zombies' frenzy, pressing in to drag the occupants from their perch atop the vehicles. The cars swayed perilously, threatening to topple into the swarm below, which caused Qingling considerable distress. Fixated on the situation, she suddenly noticed the scattered trees on the ground. She urgently tugged at Jin Jibei. Can you gather those trees into space? We could rush in, and you can quickly stack the trees to block the zombies over there. It will make it easier to deal with a confined area. In truth, Mo Qingling initially contemplated simply shooting the zombies, but she sensed that such a suggestion might not garner approval. Hence, she proposed a more convoluted approach. Jin Jibei pondered the feasibility of her plan in silence before consenting. You stay here and follow my lead. Only go out when I instruct you to. Without waiting for Mo Qingling's agreement, he sprinted out. I am not one of your subordinates. Why should I heed your commands? She muttered under her breath, though her gaze remained fixed on his movements. Before the zombies could take notice, Jin Jibei utilized the spatial abilities to hurl trees, crushing a portion of the undead while simultaneously separating half of the zombies behind the vehicles. Captain, upon seeing him, Ho Dong was filled with exhilaration. They had grappled with the idea of perishing among the horde, but just as despair threatened to consume them, Jin Jibei arrived. There was no time for pleasantries. The zombies had detected Jin Jibei and were now surging towards him, claws bared. Observing the plan unfold successfully, Mo Qingling disregarded his orders, drawing her tang sword and leaping from the bushes, swiftly dispatching 2 nearby zombies with a couple of precise strikes. The sharpness of her blade momentarily stunned her foes. Watch out! A shout accompanied the whistle of an arrow, and as she looked up, an arrow flew past her ear, striking a zombie just inches away, which promptly fell backward. Mo Qingling broke into a cold sweat, chastising herself for being distracted at such a critical moment. It was as if she was tempting fate. Thank you, big brother, she called out, remaining vigilant against the surrounding zombies while expressing her gratitude to Jin Jibei, who had come to her aid once again. Engrossed in her struggle against the undead, she failed to notice the effect her words had on Ho Dong and Lu Yin, who stumbled slightly in surprise at her declaration. After regaining their footing, they exchanged sympathetic glances towards Jin Jibei's back. With the addition of Mo Qingling, the zombies in their vicinity were rapidly cleared. As Ho Dong and his companion descended from the vehicle, they observed the zombies futilely attempting to breach the makeshift wooden barricade, feeling a sense of exasperation. Captain, there are too many zombies. What should we do? After dispatching the last zombie, Jin Jibei surveyed the situation, noting that the wooden barrier was slowly being pushed forward by the relentless horde. The most alarming aspect was that the zombies had spontaneously formed a wall, and if they delayed even 10 more minutes, the undead would surely breach their defenses. Retreat. No sooner had he spoken than a zombie toppled the topmost tree, which brought down a few more zombies in its wake. Jin Jibei swiftly eliminated the fallen threats with his crossbow and led the charge back towards the villa. However, they barely made it a few steps when 2 vehicles emerged from the mist ahead, pulling up beside them, followed by a rapid succession of gunfire. Countless bullets whizzed past them, striking the wooden wall while also hitting the zombies behind, creating a cacophony of gunfire and zombie wails that was as chaotic as a festival celebration. Yet none among them felt the joy of festivity, especially for Jin Jibei, whose countenance darkened upon recognizing that the gunmen were the bodyguards from Inshiro's villa. Are you all right, Brother Jibei? Inshiro leaned out from the rear window of a black Hummer, her face etched with concern. I'm fine, thank you, Jin Jibei replied, casting a deep glance her way. Meeting his sharp, inquisitive gaze, Inshiro maintained her composure. There is no need for formality, Brother Jibei. If you require anything, just let me know. I will ensure your needs are met. Such words could easily be misconstrued, particularly by Mo Qingling, who was well versed in the original narrative. Jin Jibei remained silent, seemingly impervious to her remarks, as he turned to begin clearing the aftermath of the recent skirmish. After he left, Inshiro finally locked eyes with Mo Qingling, a flicker of disdain flashing in her gaze before she raised the car window. She glanced down at herself. Her raincoat had been washed clean of blood by the rain, yet the downpour was so heavy that even with the raincoat, her head and face were inevitably soaked. Compared to the immaculate Inshiro seated inside the car, it was only natural for her to feel a sense of disdain. Mo Qingling shrugged, unfazed by Inshiro's attitude, and followed Jin Jibei to clean up the battlefield. They efficiently disposed of the corpses of the zombies, while Jin Jibei stored the felled trees into his space. Upon returning to the villa, Inshiro busied herself around Jin Jibei, eagerly offering towels and hot water, undeterred by multiple rejections. It was noteworthy that despite the power outage, Chen Yuchuan had somehow managed to restore electricity, showcasing his resourcefulness. As she tidied herself up, Mo Qingling suddenly heard a commotion emanating from the second floor's reception area. Bewildered, she thought, surely Inchioro, who had just been fawning over Jin Jibei, wouldn't be engaging in some public display with someone else? Just then, an angry roar pierced the air. Jin Jibei, who do you think you are? Stopping in her tracks, she recognized the voice as Jin Yilin's. Was he clashing with Jin Jibei again? Chapter 8. Wealth and danger. You should consider it a blessing that Xiaoro asked you to escort her to City A. Don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for Xiaoro, you all might have perished outside. Yet here you are, not only ungrateful, but also slandering her. What has she done to offend you? Mo Qingling stepped outside the reception area, her lips twitching in disbelief. What do you see in that woman? Jin Jibei inquired, somewhat perplexed. What do you know? You people are unworthy to recognize Xiaoro's virtues. Who is there? Mo Qingling could no longer contain her laughter, which was fortuitously overheard by Jin Yilin. Apologies, I was just passing by and recalled something amusing, she said, upon recognizing her. Jin Yilin's expression darkened as he fixed her with a steely glare. Feeling the hostility emanating from him, Mo Qingling met his gaze, raising an eyebrow in defiance. She was not intimidated by him. Despite her seemingly fragile appearance, the original owner had trained in various self-defense techniques from a young age. While she might not be able to contend with a professional like Jin Jibei, she could certainly hold her own against a corporate tyrant who spent most of his time in an office. Moreover, Mo Qingling's skills extended beyond mere self-defense. Yilin, Jin Jibei warned, his tone laced with admonition. Mo Qingling sensed the tension, and Jin Yilin's demeanor left Jin Jibei feeling both disappointed and angry. Manage your woman, Jin Yilin remarked dismissively before striding away. Is he out his mind? Mo Qingling questioned Jin Jibei, observing Yilin's retreating figure in disbelief. Ignore him. If he causes you trouble, come to me, Jin Jibei instructed. Mo Qingling chose not to respond. Should Jin Yilin dare to confront her, she would not hesitate to remedy his misguided romantic notions. I just overheard him mention escorting Inchioro to city. Wasn't it supposed to be a joint trip? At this mention, Jin Jibei's mood soured. Initially, Jin Yilin had indeed suggested escorting Inchioro to City A, but at that time, they were unaware that Chen Yuchuan and his group possessed firearms. They had assumed Inchioro was simply concerned for her safety. Jin Yilin chasing after Inchioro could not possibly mean he was oblivious to the weapons they carried. The escort was akin to traveling together. Jin Jibei refrained from elaborating further to Mo Qingling and instead pondered whether to distance himself from Inchioro and her entourage. Lost in thought, Jin Jibei failed to notice a frail figure lurking at the corner of the staircase. As twilight descended, only their villa remained illuminated amidst the darkness of the residential area. Mo Qingling stood by the living room window, gazing into the pitch-black night, while Jin Jibei and his companions occupied the sofa, with Ho Dong recounting the day's encounters with zombies. Upon discovering zombies near their vehicle, they had intended to eliminate them, only to find themselves unexpectedly surrounded by a horde that emerged from a mist. In a bid to evade the zombies, they had no choice but to climb atop the vehicle. How could there be so many zombies in that area? Even if the villa district were fully occupied, it shouldn't amount to such a number, Mo Qingling remarked, still puzzled after listening to the account. This villa district comprised only a dozen houses. Even if each housed 8 individuals, that would amount to just over 100 people. Yet, the zombies that had besieged Ho Dong and his group numbered 2 to 300. Surely not all could be from the villa district. They're from across the river. Jin Jibei interjected suddenly. Really? This villa district was originally situated on a mountain and had been developed to ensure comfort and convenience for its residents. Across the river lay a bustling commercial street, and the developers had even constructed a dock, with boats running back and forth at all hours. The location where Ho Dong's group had encountered trouble was right by the dock. So, you mean those zombies were visitors from the commercial street? It's possible that when the outbreak occurred, those visitors fled onto the boats in a desperate bid for survival, only too. During an outbreak, survival was paramount. Few considered how the zombie virus was transmitted. It was quite normal for someone who had been bitten or scratched to mingle among the crowd. How tragic! Ho Dong lamented heavily. Indeed tragic, Mo Qingling echoed. Imagine 200 to 300 people on that boat, believing they had escaped to safety, only to find themselves plunged into another hell. The despair must have been overwhelming. The atmosphere turned somber and sorrowful. Mo Qingling empathized with the heavy expressions on their faces. After all, their profession afforded them the ability to connect with the plight of ordinary people, unlike her own perspective. She mused that becoming a zombie might not be so bad, considering the constant fear and anxiety that survivors face daily, not to mention the struggle for scarce resources. You just mentioned the commercial street? Not accustomed to the bleak atmosphere. Mo Qingling seized the opportunity to change the subject. What are you implying? Jin Jibei furrowed his brow. Isn't it obvious? The commercial street is brimming with supplies, and it's just across the way. How could we let such an opportunity slip by? There could be countless zombies over there. Are you out of your mind? Ho Dong gazed at Mo Qingling incredulously. Fortune favors the bold, Mo Qingling replied. Turning to Jin Jibei. Once the rain subsides or stops, we'll head to City A, and we'll have to pass that commercial street. By then, we can strategize about collecting supplies from within. It's likely to be more fruitful than waiting until after we leave, when many resources may be spoiled by the rain, and the number of zombies will remain unchanged. In comparison, it will be wiser to seize the moment now. Do you have a plan, Captain? Liu Yan asked, surprised as he looked at Jin Jibei. Those familiar with him understood that his inquiry implied agreement with Mo Qingling's suggestion. She would only offer her ideas. Devising a plan was beyond her expertise. Jin Jibei found himself somewhat exasperated by her assertive demeanor. I have a map. Shall we discuss it first? Monta Qingling responded, grateful for the invitation. The following morning, after a night of strategizing, Jin Jibei was preparing to set off when he unexpectedly encountered the original female protagonist, Enshiro. Brother Jibei, are you heading out? Enshiro inquired, glancing at him and then casting a sidelong look at Mo Qingling. Mo Qingling found the situation somewhat amusing, sensing a peculiar dynamic between the two, akin to a cat and mouse game. Given such dreadful weather, why would Brother Jibei venture out? If it's for supplies, I have some here, Enshiro said with her typical innocent expression. No, thank you, Jin Jibei replied curtly. Her rejection left Enshiro visibly dejected. I wonder if Brother Jibei harbors some misunderstanding about me. My relationship with Yilin is purely platonic. If you find my goodwill burdensome, I could send my bodyguard to assist you in procuring supplies, she offered. Mo Qingling was left speechless. The protagonist's audacity was remarkable. There's no need, missin. I am indifferent to your relationship with Jean Yilin, and I consider you a stranger. Therefore, I cannot accept your supplies, nor those procured by your bodyguard. With that, he took Mo Qingling by the arm and, nodding Enshiro, bypassed her to leave. Enshiro stood alone for a considerable time, until Jean Yilin arrived. Little Ro, what are you doing here? He asked, noticing her sorrowful expression. I'm fine. I just worried that Brother Jibei might be in danger collecting supplies in this weather. I didn't mean to look down on him, she explained. Upon hearing this, Jean Yilin's expression darkened, and Shiro's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, but she quickly masked it with concern. But will Grandma like me? Of course. Our little Ro is so kind-hearted. Grandma will undoubtedly adore you. She favors good-natured girls, he reassured her. Really? She murmured, lowering her gaze as if contemplating deeply. The rain combined with the fog made driving ill-advised, so they decided to take a boat across the river. Upon reaching the dock, they indeed found a small passenger boat moored askew. After ensuring the area was clear of any lurking zombies, the four set off across the water. You can even operate a boat? Mo Qingling was surprised to discover Jin Jibei's skills, speculating about his military background. That's nothing. Our captain can do everything except give birth. Ho Dong chimed in with a grin. Can he assist with childbirth then? Ho Dong was momentarily at a loss, glancing at Jin Jibei for help. Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not proficient in everything. As they navigated through the mist, the opposite shore came into view. The river isn't very wide. Mo Qingling remarked in awe. Straight ahead is the quickest route. Even driving would take over 10 minutes, Jean Jibei noted. In mere moments, the situation on the opposite bank became vividly clear. Numerous human forms lay scattered, rain-soaked remnants of limbs and organs, and countless zombies prowled the area, shattering the previously light-hearted atmosphere. There are quite a few zombies, Jean Jibei observed, realizing that their numbers exceeded their expectations. He maneuvered the boat away from the dock, anchoring it at a narrow platform 500 meters away. Be cautious as we disembark, he instructed. The four jumped onto the platform in succession, the sound of rain masking their movements, and with a building obstructing their view, they successfully landed without incident. Taking a narrow path, they swiftly dispatched the zombies they encountered. Upon exiting the alley, they found themselves in the center of a commercial street, surprisingly devoid of the undead. Something feels off. Remain vigilant, Jean Jibei cautioned, frowning at the mall ahead. Should we go in? Qingling asked. With a clear objective, they rushed toward the mall, avoiding entanglements with zombies. Upon entering, the eerie silence and dimness sent chills down their spines. Jean Jibei signaled for silence, his gaze fixed within the mall. After 2 minutes of stillness, not a single zombie appeared. We will move as one. Do not separate. Monkey, stay alert. For safety, he opted not to split into 2 teams for gathering supplies. The first floor was filled with luxury goods, interspersed with beverage shops. They did not discriminate, entering every store, and Jean Jibei collected all visible items into a space. The second and third floors housed clothing and daily necessities, while the fourth floor comprised restaurants and the fifth a cinema. They abandoned the fifth floor and cleared the fourth, only to discover a supermarket on the basement level. Shall we go? The four hesitated at the staircase, eyeing Qingling, who was illuminating the sign with a flashlight, debating whether to venture downstairs. Having encountered no zombies on the fourth floor, they feared that all might be congregated in the supermarket below. The danger of an underground supermarket surpassed that of an independent one above. Escape routes would be limited. What do you all think? Jean Jibei surveyed the trio, seeking their opinions. With the resources on the fourth floor, we have sufficient supplies for our journey to City A. There's no need to risk the basement. Ho Dong voiced his dissent first. What about you, Shirtu? I'll follow the captain's lead. When Jean Jibei turned to Qingling, she too expressed her opposition. Wait. Help. Please save us. Initially, it was just one voice calling out, but upon hearing it, Jean Jibei halted, recognizing a glimmer of hope as more cries for help soon followed. Help me. I have money. Can I offer you 10,000? No, how about 20,000? Please, save my child, I implore you. Help! Help! The crescendo of voices intensified, drawing the attention of several zombies. Damn, zombies are closing in. In the second-floor dining area of a nearby Chinese restaurant, several people disregarded the rain, leaning out to wave and plead for assistance. The first floor's entrance was secured, and at least 30 to 40 zombies had already surrounded it. Should we help? Qingling turned to Jean Jibei. Numerous zombies, drawn by the commotion, were converging on their position, and the density of the undead was rapidly increasing. If they hesitated, they too would be encircled. Ho Dong and the others looked to Jean Jibei, awaiting his decision. After a brief moment of contemplation, just as Jean Jibei was about to speak, a loud crash echoed nearby. Crash! The sound of shattering porcelain rang out, startling both the humans and the zombies. Instantly, several zombies were attracted to the noise, shifting their focus toward them. Are they throwing things at us? Ho Dong asked, his face pale as he glanced at the crowd across from them. The very people who had been pleading for help now hurled ceramic dishes in their direction. Can't you see? They're using us as bait to lure the zombies. Qingling remarked calmly, as if she had anticipated such a scenario. We never said we wouldn't help them. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on ourselves. Just look. She pointed outside, urging them to glimpse through the gaps among the multitude of zombies, where the wooden door of the restaurant on the first floor had cracked open. In a fleeting moment, a shadow surged forth from within, heedless of them, making a dash toward the end of the road. Alas, Qingling did not specify what was regrettable. Yet they all understood that the individual stood no chance of survival. Indeed, it wasn't too long before a chilling scream echoed throughout the entire commercial street. The patrons in the restaurant across the way visibly witnessed the unfolding horror, their terror rendering them as skittish as quails. And the door to the first floor was hastily shut once more. In less than a minute of silence, they resumed their pleas for help towards the four of them. But now, Qingling and her companions were preoccupied with their own plight. The horde of zombies had swelled, coalescing into a veritable tide, surging towards them. Let us not concern ourselves with them. We must depart. As long as they remain silent, they are temporarily safe. After slaying zombies for a while, Qingling began to feel overwhelmed and urged Jin Jibei to leave. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent, still wanting to hold on a little longer. The cries for help from the other side had ceased, leaving Qingling numbly swinging her weapon against the zombies, uncertain of how many she had slain. Yet the undead seemed to multiply rather than diminish. "Captain, we can't hold out any longer," Ho Dong suddenly spoke. Jin Jibei stole a glance, realizing the dire situation. Gritting his teeth, he commanded retreat. Qingling sighed in relief as the four began to change direction, fighting their way back. Don't go, save us. Whoa, I don't want to die. Please save me." Upon noticing their departure, the cries resumed, ignoring the desperate pleas from the other side. They recognized that it was they who were in greater need of salvation. The zombies congested the alley, obscuring the path they had taken. Realizing the futility of their situation, Jin Jibei focused intently on discerning their way. "Stay close to me." At last he spotted a landmark, directing the others to follow him as they fought their way toward it. "Hurry, run over and jump on the boat." Jin Jibei urged them to evacuate swiftly. Ho Dong was the first to dash forward, followed by Qingling, Lu Yin, and finally Jin Jibei. The pursuing zombies, as they crossed the small bridge, tumbled into the river like dumplings, pushed in by their companions. The four seized the opportunity to board the boat, and, as they pulled away from the bank, they could still see the relentless zombies plunging into the water after them. The scene was somewhat staggering, yet Qingling felt a twinge of worry. Zombies could not drown. What if a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse and floated across to the other side? "We must relocate quickly. The villa is not suitable for prolonged stay." Jin Jibei had evidently contemplated this issue. Uncertain of the other's willingness to move, Qingling shot him a knowing glance. The atmosphere grew tense with silence as they turned their gaze toward the distance, where the zombies, now obscured by rain and mist, seemed like a mere figment of the imagination. As the four disembarked, carrying some inconspicuous supplies, they discovered their vehicle had vanished from shore. "How strange! Where's our car? I distinctly parked it here," Ho Dong exclaimed, puzzled and anxious. "Are you sure it was parked here?" Lu Yin questioned, bearing an expression of skepticism. "Absolutely. How could I misremember? It was indeed here. Then how could it be gone?" "I don't know." During their exchange, Qingling noticed that the two vehicles where Ho Dong and the others had stood yesterday were also missing, prompting her to halt their conversation. "Not only is our car missing, but so are yesterday's vehicles. Could it be that the people from the villa have taken them?" "Impossible, I have the keys." "How could they drive them away? Why is everyone soaked?" And Shiro's expression faltered. Then she casually inquired, "Really? Where did you park it that it could disappear?" "Right near where we were killing zombies yesterday." Qingling sensed something was amiss. She turned to Shiro. "How did Jin Yilin deal with those two cars yesterday?" "I don't know. I heard they were pushed into the river." And Shiro blinked. Brother Yilin should recognize Brother Jibei's car. Perhaps he moved elsewhere? "What?" Ho Dong nearly leaped up. "Is he out of his mind? If he pushed our car into the river, I swear I'll push him in two to clear his head." "Calm down." Jin Jibei called out to the increasingly agitated Ho Dong. "We don't have all the facts. Let's not jump to conclusions." He spoke one way, yet his expression conveyed quite the opposite. Moreover, Qingling had caught sight of the significant smile at the corner of Enshiro's lips. Chapter 11. The departure. Yilin brother did not mean it. Please do not blame him. Enshiro had just lowered her head, feigning innocence as she spoke to Jin Yilin, when a loud voice interrupted. "What are you doing?" As everyone lifted their heads, Jin Yilin had already dashed to her side, shielding her protectively while eyeing the others with suspicion. "What grievances do you have against Xiao that you must bully her? If there's an issue, come at me." "Who bullied her?" Ho Dong, already fuming, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Jin Yilin's words. "Let me ask you, Where is the vehicle we left at the dock? What did you do with it? What vehicle? Qingling furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his gaze. Stop pretending. Xiao said you pushed it into the river. So tell me, did you or did you not? Even if I did, it's my responsibility. What does it matter to pick on a vulnerable woman like Xiao? Before Hodong could continue his argument, he was halted by Jin Jibei. So you really did push the car into the river? He stared intently at Qingling, the pressure palpable. Upon hearing this question, Qingling fell silent. Qingling observed the flicker of hesitation on his face, realizing he likely was not privy to the specifics. Remembering the smile she had seen on Inchiro's face earlier, it seemed this woman was behind the mischief. After a moment of silence, Jin Jibei suddenly chuckled. We are leaving here tomorrow. Do you wish to accompany us? Make your own decision. But without a vehicle, how will you leave? Inchiro's remark drew his attention. Later that evening, Qingling heard a knock on her door, and upon opening it, found Jin Jibei standing there. What brings you here? She asked, puzzled, expecting him to have something to discuss. Have you eaten? His unusual awkwardness amused Qingling and piqued her curiosity. Not yet, why? Today, supplies were gathered together. And you have a share as well. If you don't mind, would you like to eat together from now on? After a moment's contemplation, she agreed. However, after tasting the culinary skills of the three men, she regretted her decision. How have you survived? She inquired, struggling to comprehend the pig slop that filled her bowl. She had assumed that even if the presentation was lacking, it would at least be edible. Clearly, she had overestimated their skills. Hey, as long as it doesn't kill us, we're fine. We're rough. We don't fuss over such things. Lu Yin chuckled shyly, voicing the sentiments of the other two. With a resigned glance at them, she accepted her fate and shoved the food into her mouth. I'll let it slide today, but starting tomorrow, I'll be the one cooking. The next morning, as Qingling descended the stairs, she found Jin Jibei waiting for her in the living room. Together, they entered the kitchen, where she requested flour and directed him to assist her in making dumplings. Upon realizing her intentions, Jin Jibei took over the task of kneading the dough and prepared the filling for her to season. While they busied themselves, Qingling suddenly appeared in the kitchen. I need to speak with you. He frowned as he entered, his expression one of disdain, and he intended to turn and leave while addressing Jin Jibei. However, his gaze caught Qingling's, and understanding his intent, she immediately considered setting down her work to provide the two brothers some privacy. Unexpectedly, Jin Jibei grasped her wrist, insisting, "Don't mind him. It's probably nothing important." Qingling was infuriated. His face flushed as he took a deep breath to quell his temper. We've agreed to leave with you. And Xiao even generously offered an extra vehicle. Anticipating gratitude from Jin Jibei in response, he was taken aback when Jin Jibei outright declined. No thanks. We have our own vehicle. Where did you get a vehicle? Qingling asked, astonished. That is not your concern. We simply have one. Suit yourself. Just don't hold us back. With that, Qingling turned and stormed off, his frustration palpable. Do we really have a vehicle? Qingling finally inquired of Jin Jibei once they were alone. Yes, last night I went out with Monkey and got one. Satisfied with that answer, Qingling refrained from further questioning. As long as they had a vehicle, the source was of no consequence to her. Having prepared the dough, she deftly formed each dumpling while Jin Jibei organized them into the steamer. Once the first two batches were ready, Hodong and the others were drawn in by the aroma. After the four of them had filled their stomachs, Qingling contemplated their impending move and the uncertainty of when they might settle down again, thus preparing more dumplings. When the final batch was done, Jin Jibei stored them in a makeshift container and carried them out of the kitchen. In the living room, Inchiro and her two sycophants were directing the bodyguards to load their belongings into the vehicle. Upon seeing Jin Jibei and Qingling emerge from the kitchen, a flicker of discontent crossed her gaze. Xiao, are you hungry? Would you like a snack? Chen Yuchuan immediately inquired upon hearing her mention hunger. No, thank you, Yuchuan brother. We've been eating dry rations for days. I'm a bit tired of it. She then cast a covert glance at Jin Jibei. Her words clearly indicated her desire for the dumplings they had made. It's just a few dumplings. Surely you wouldn't be so stingy as to deny Xiao a taste? Qingling glared at Jin Jibei, hoping to persuade him to share some dumplings with Inshiro. Qingling raised an eyebrow. It wasn't tea, as if they were out of food. Why should they specifically give her some? Besides, they had gathered their own supplies and could share as they pleased. Oh, so you want dumplings? It's rare to have someone appreciate my cooking. Since Missin desires them, let us give her a few. With that, Qingling turned to Jin Jibei, confident he would cooperate. To her surprise, he nodded and handed over the container to Jin Yilin. Upon hearing that the dumplings were made by Qingling, Inshiro's expression soured. Chapter 12. Leaving the villa in the end, Inshiro did not get to eat the dumplings. While Qingling was steaming them, Ho Dong and the others had already loaded their luggage into the vehicle. Inshiro's belongings were minimal. She had brought them down to the living room sofa earlier. When Jin Jibei took her to the garage, they discovered a black minivan that they had inexplicably acquired. This vehicle is excellent. It has ample space, Qingling remarked. Before she could finish her sentence, Inshiro's voice chimed in from behind them. Jibei brother, let us take our car instead. That one doesn't look very sturdy. Turning around, they spotted Inshiro's convoy, at the very least a convoy of jeeps, making their minivan appear significantly less robust in comparison. Inshiro's expression froze, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Feeling the awkward tension, Chen Yuchuan lowered his head and spoke to her. If they're unwilling, let us just get in our car and prepare to leave. All right then. With that encouragement, she gracefully stepped down, throwing a parting comment to Jin Jibei. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. Finally managing to send her off, Qingling turned to Ho Dong and inquired, why the sudden hostility towards her? Ho Dong shrugged. Do not be deceived by her seemingly kind demeanor. She harbors malevolent intentions. Do you think Jin Yilin could maneuver that car alone? It relies on those bodyguards, who certainly wouldn't heed Jin Yilin's orders, leaving her as the only option. Even if it wasn't her directly, she is undoubtedly connected. Qingling remained silent, glancing at Jin Jibei, who wore a composed expression, clearly in agreement with Ho Dong's assessment. It was evident that none of them were fools. Meanwhile, Inshiro and the others had already started the vehicle. The group exchanged glances and shrugged. The road conditions outside were far from ideal. The rain poured relentlessly, reducing visibility to a minimum, making it perilous to drive faster than 40 miles per hour. Seated in the passenger seat of the SUV, Qingling was reflecting on the comfort of the vehicle when a sudden hard brake nearly sent her flying. She looked up to see a zombie pressing against the window of the car ahead, evidently startled by its unexpected appearance. Another zombie? Where did it come from? She scrutinized the creature, but could not decipher the situation. More were emerging from the fog, approaching their direction. With a stern expression, Jin Jibei gazed outside. Following his line of sight, she indeed discerned distorted, wavering figures shrouded in mist. Goodness, why are there so many? Jin Jibei accelerated, crashing through the zombies that dared to cross their path, the thunderous collisions prompting grimaces from the passengers. Surely these zombies didn't emerge from the river? Qingling thought as they exited the villa's gates. Realization struck her. It was quite possible. Fortunately, we left early, otherwise we would have been surrounded again, Ho Dong remarked, relief evident on his face. In the rearview mirror, she observed the silhouettes in the fog multiplying. If their assumptions held true, they were indeed fortunate to have departed early. Being encircled by zombies was hardly a pleasant experience. Having left the villa, they encountered no further mishaps on the road. After 5 minutes, they successfully reached the bridge leading to the opposite shore. The exit opened onto a pedestrian street. Qingling wondered whether the zombies from yesterday still lingered in the Central Mall. If they did, it would afford them some degree of safety. About 10 minutes into their drive, Jin Jibei suddenly spoke up, prompting an atmosphere of tension within the vehicle. Despite their awareness of the dangers inside, some individuals remained undeterred by fear. Just after descending the bridge, gunshots rang out, likely fired by those in the car ahead. Instantly, the countenances of all in the vehicle darkened. Have they lost their minds? Why are they firing guns here? Are they out of their wits? Lu Yin erupted in frustration. In the next moment, the vehicle ahead gradually came to a halt, forcing their car to stop as well. Moments later, Inshiro approached, accompanied by her 2 sycophants. Brother Jibei, Just beyond here is the mall. How about we go gather some supplies? Not a chance. Qingling could not restrain herself from rolling her eyes. They had already scavenged most of the mall yesterday, leaving only the basement supermarket and the shops on the pedestrian street. However, those locations were not easily cleared, and the zombies lurking there would pose a significant threat, even with firearms in their possession. Missin, we visited here yesterday, and the number of zombies inside is exceedingly high. Furthermore, with the shots just fired, we have likely alerted them. I advise we leave swiftly. Jean Jibei patiently offered his counsel. Brother Jibei is right. We have guns, so what is there to fear? Dealing with these filthy creatures is simple if we are armed. And Shiro declared, her arrogance unabated. Witnessing her foolishness, Qingling could not suppress a derisive laugh. Do you think Sister Qingling disagrees with Little Ro? And Shiro blinked innocently at her, feigning ignorance. The term sister sent chills down Qingling's spine, prompting her to shudder. Do not call me sister. Age is not determined by mere years. I'm only 20. And Shiro's smile faltered, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes at Qingling's bluntness. I merely saw Brother Jibei working so hard to gather supplies, thinking it would be convenient for Little Ro to assist. I did not expect Sister Qingling to have such a strong aversion to her. Once again, Qingling rolled her eyes, losing all desire to engage with the woman. She turned her face away, pretending not to hear. As she opened her mouth to speak, a fresh barrage of gunfire erupted. Chapter 13. A temporary stay at the hotel, truly insane. They have been warned about the multitude of zombies inside, yet they remain intent on shooting them. Surely they do not plan to rush in to gather supplies? It appears you may be correct. Qingling shot him a look, urging him to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Realizing the foolishness of those ahead, the two passengers in the back covered their eyes in despair. The gunfire intensified. Despite the rain's masking sound, it attracted a significant number of zombies, turning their SUV into a target for the relentless creatures. As the zombies grew in number, Shiro and her companions remained unfazed. Jean Jibei, unable to tolerate their inaction, started the vehicle and maneuvered around the convoy. As they passed by Jean Jibei lowered his window, sternly advising, if you value your life, leave now. The zombies are coming. Without awaiting a response, he drove off, leaving them to their fate. Their speed was not particularly swift, and it was unclear how Jean had communicated with Inshiru. Before long, the convoy was joined by the others. Observing their arrival, Jean Jibei began to accelerate, aiming to distance themselves from the pursuing zombies. Were they daft, still firing their weapons, as if the zombies were unaware of their whereabouts? The two individuals in the back seat remained fixated on the situation behind them, and upon witnessing Inshiru's apparent carelessness, Hodong and Lu Yin were exasperated. Let us disregard them for now. Our priority is to shake off those zombies. Jean Jibei glanced at the rearview mirror, paying little attention to the reckless antics of the group behind, and significantly increased their speed. During their time at the villa, he had diligently studied maps, and now his efforts were bearing fruit. Despite the limited visibility, he navigated without error while maintaining an adequate velocity. The vehicles trailing them lacked such expertise. In their attempt to keep pace, they were compelled to focus solely on the road, leaving little room to contend with the zombies. Under Jean Jibei's guidance, the zombies were soon left far behind, and after navigating several turns, they halted in front of a hotel. A hotel? Qingling cast a glance at Jean Jibei, puzzled by his choice of such a location. Let us rest here for a while. It would be wise to wait until the zombies outside disperse before we proceed. He had not given it much thought initially. He simply felt that this hotel was a suitable place to rest. However, he would soon come to regret this decision. Shiro and the others had no strong objections to settling here and even cooperatively parked their vehicle at the hotel entrance. Should the zombies arrive, they would be able to escape swiftly. Upon entering the hotel, they were greeted by the sight of an overturned sofa, shattered vases, and water from the incessant rain flooding in. The once neat and clean lobby now lay in disarray. Perhaps hearing their commotion, two zombies staggered out from the emergency exit. Dressed in uniforms, they appeared to be hotel staff. Jean Jibei swiftly dispatched them with his crossbow. He left the cleanup of these two zombies to Lin and the others while he retrieved the room keys from the front desk and took his companions upstairs to investigate. The second floor was the banquet hall, and it was easy to ascertain whether any zombies lingered there. They focused on several lounges, finding only a few bottles of liquor among the otherwise empty spaces. Without hesitation, they collected the alcohol into their storage and proceeded upstairs. The third and fourth floors housed the guest rooms, and as they methodically checked each room, they encountered 5 zombies. Among them were 3 that unmistakably formed a family, a pair of adults accompanied by a child. It seemed the child had been the first to turn, as he remained unscathed, while the adults bore the telltale signs of having been bitten, evoking a sense of sorrow among Qingling and her companions. The 5th floor contained the kitchen and dining area, revealing the rationale behind the hotel's division of floors. This arrangement, however, proved advantageous for them. They located the storeroom and gathered half of the supplies, also discovering some gas canisters, all of which were stored away. Should we not leave anything for them? Qingling inquired, referencing Xiao and her group. Would they even care about these meager supplies? They likely wouldn't find them worthwhile. Ho Dong replied with a chuckle. During their time at the villa, he had witnessed the lavish meals Xiao and her companions indulged in, steaks and fine wines. He found it hard to believe none of them possessed spatial abilities, especially since such items were challenging to preserve. And he had not seen them load anything onto their vehicle before departing. Let us head downstairs. Once he confirmed their safety, Jin Jibei signaled for them to descend and regroup with Jeannie Lin. Upon reaching the first floor, they were met with a cacophony of noise. Curiosity piqued. They approached, only to find a throng of people had unexpectedly gathered. Qingling and her companions were momentarily bewildered. Isn't that the group who sought our help yesterday? Ho Dong murmured in confusion. Just then, one of the women in the crowd charged towards them, hurling accusations. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my husband wouldn't have died. She advanced with the intent to strike. Realizing she could not overpower the 3 men, she fixed her gaze on Qingling, ready to lash out. Before she could act, a strong hand seized her raised arm, and the scene shifted to reveal a broad silhouette. What do you intend to do? Jin Jibei asked, furrowing his brow as he restrained the woman. His imposing presence instilled fear in her, causing her to falter. It's because of you. If you hadn't turned a blind eye, my husband wouldn't have risked going outside, only to be devoured by zombies. Woe is me. My husband is dead. What am I to do now? She broke down in tears. Her words triggered a memory. They had witnessed a man fleeing from a Chinese restaurant the previous day. While they had not seen what transpired afterward, the anguished cries suggested he had met a grim fate. How dare you accuse us of inaction? It was one of you who shouted loudly, attracting the zombies, and then threw dishes at us, hoping to use us as bait to escape. Montauk Qingling retotet fieseti. She had little patience for their moralistic shaming. It was not as if they had refused to help. Given their revolting behavior, any desire to assist had evaporated. In truth, you should not blame us. Rather, you must hold yourselves accountable. It was your loud cries that summoned the zombies, and had you not done so, you would have escaped unscathed, and your husband would still be alive. Upon hearing her words, the woman abruptly turned her gaze towards her group. Simultaneously, many in the crowd glared at Qingling, but she remained unfazed, as she had simply stated the truth. If they wished to shift blame, they would have to consider whether she would accept it. Don't listen to her nonsense. It was your inaction that led to our losses. Someone from the crowd interjected, and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Everyone, please calm down, and Xiao interjected, sensing the tension escalating. I understand that losing loved ones is immensely painful, but we have all witnessed the dire situation outside. We have fought hard to survive. We must not waste their sacrifices. Let us not continue this quarrel. She then turned to Jin Jibei and his companions. Brother Jibei and the others are incredibly capable. I assure you, they did not intentionally neglect your plight. Given the multitude of zombies outside, they could not manage alone. It is not their fault, so let us not hold this against them any longer. Her sanctimonious address left Qingling feeling quite nauseated. She had lost interest in the conversation and simply patted Jin Jibei on the shoulder, saying nothing as she turned to ascend the stairs. After a lengthy period of exertion, she was famished and needed to prepare a meal. Whatever transpired downstairs was not her concern. Once she had finished cooking for the four of them on the fifth floor, and Xiao-Ro's group burst in, drawn by the aroma of the food. Their eyes lit up with greed, and without regard for Xiao-Ro or anyone else, they rushed towards Qingling, eager to seize her freshly prepared dishes. Jinji and the others, entering just in time, witnessed the scene. As they were about to reprimand the intruders, they saw Qingling produce a kitchen knife from seemingly nowhere, flinging it with precision so that it embedded itself in the table, perilously close to one greedy hand. The crowd gasped, fear creeping into their expressions. If you wish to eat, you must fend for yourselves. Do not expect to take what is not yours. Qingling said with a smile that did not reach her eyes, before forcefully retrieving the knife. The group had not anticipated her to be such a formidable presence and were left speechless, turning away to prepare their own food. Ignoring their scramble, Qingling called Jinji over to join her for a meal, disregarding Xiao-Ro and her entourage entirely. Surprisingly, Xiao-Ro did not seem inclined to provoke conflict. Instead, she instructed Qin to send bodyguards to procure food. Once seated, Hodong eagerly began to share his thoughts. Earlier, we drew all the zombies away from the pedestrian street with gunfire. Those people likely seized the opportunity to escape when the zombies were distracted, unwittingly finding their way here. Upon seeing our vehicle at the hotel entrance, they called for help, which Xiao-Ro heard. And then they were allowed in? Qingling asked, her expression conveying her incredulity. A glance from Hodong confirmed her suspicions. I never expected Xiao-Ro to be such a bleeding heart, she remarked, eliciting a non-committal grunt from Jinji. Before she could inquire further, a commotion erupted. Following the noise, they saw the group quarreling over the supplies in the storeroom, the chaos escalating to physical confrontations, accompanied by cries and insults that created a headache for everyone present. Meanwhile, Xiao-Ro and her companions remained detached, observing with cold indifference. Fortunately, they had managed to secure half of the supplies upon their arrival. Otherwise, they would have been completely depleted. Would they really have to bow down to Xiao-Ro? Enough of the bickering. Whoever dares to continue will be thrown out. As it became evident that the supplies were nearly exhausted, Qingling stepped forward, his voice laced with impatience and authority. The others, wary of their strength, gradually fell silent. Qingling was quite pleased with this outcome and cast a triumphant glance at Jinji, who, regrettably, did not spare him a single glance in return. During their meal, a commotion erupted nearby, and upon closer inspection, it became clear that the dispute revolved around housing issues. Qingling surmised that they likely wished to take advantage of Xiao-Ro, yet were apprehensive of her two devoted admirers, refraining from voicing their intentions for fear of rejection. Casting a discreet glance at Xiao-Ro, who remained blissfully unaware while being attended to by the two, she swallowed the last morsel of her dish and rose to follow Jinji and the others out of the restaurant. Upon uttering this remark, the other two showed little reaction, but Qingling gazed at him in surprise. You have all seen that the commercial street is just adjacent. Even if we have acquired the largest shopping mall, there are still ample resources available there. Given the torrential rain, it won't be long before flooding occurs. Rather than letting it go to waste, it would be prudent for us to gather what we can. It was unexpected for Qingling to hear such words from him. Yet upon reflection, it seemed somewhat comprehensible. However, the overwhelming number of zombies posed a dire challenge, with only the four of us, alongside those on the upper floor. She left her thoughts unspoken, uncertain if Jinji possessed a saintly heart. The thought of their arduous battle against the zombies, only for those upstairs to opportunistically reap the rewards, infuriated her. Jinji cast a glance her way, as if perceiving her thoughts. The sheer multitude of zombies meant that not everyone possessed the courage to seize the moment. With a slight curl of his lips, he conveyed his understanding. Yet she chose to remain silent, affording him respect and allowing others an opportunity to contribute. Let's tend to our own affairs. As long as others refrain from causing trouble, we shall not provoke any, he advised to Hodong and Lu Yan. After the meeting, the four of them sought refuge in a room near the safety exit on the third floor. Mo Qingling and Jin Jibei instinctively selected a position close to the main door, allowing them a view of the situation below upon opening the window. Although the fog currently obscured their sight, one could never predict when it might disperse. It remained uncertain whether the hotel's soundproofing was exceptionally effective or if Inshiro and her group had collectively chosen to stay on the fourth floor, for they heard no sounds from others until sleep overtook them. In the dead of night, when Jin Jibei came to rouse her for night watch, she discovered that Inshiro and her group had relocated to the third floor, leaving their bodyguards and companions on the fourth. As she pondered this, illuminated by the faint glow of the campfire, she stole a glance at Jin Jibei's profile. They say that beauty appears more enchanting in the light. The same holds true for handsome men. He belongs to the type of tough man, with a face that grows increasingly appealing the more one looks at it. Chapter 15. Moral coercion. Just as she lay down on the bed, she heard some commotion outside. She paid it no mind, assuming that Inshiro would handle it. However, the noise not only persisted, but grew louder. Eventually, the uproar reached a volume that roused her from the brink of slumber. Irritated, she threw off the covers and stormed out to discover the source of the disturbance. Upon stepping outside, she saw the group from yesterday, surrounding Jin Jibei, chattering away. A glance revealed Ho Dong and his companions standing nearby. The gas is out upstairs. I wonder what they're thinking. Coming down to demand an explanation from the captain, she mused. Monta Qingling was puzzled. Why would they seek Jin Jibei about the gas when he wasn't the owner of the hotel? It was as if Ho Dong could read her thoughts. They claim we arrived first and suggest we must have hidden the gas, which is why there's this uproar. Setting aside how one could even conceal gas, it baffled her that they would resort to such accusations. Isn't at first come, first served? She retorted. Ho Dong shrugged, clearly finding the situation both absurd and frustrating. Mo Qingling observed the group pressing Jin Jibei, aggressive and not allowing him to speak, and felt something amiss. Could it be that these people were being used as pawns? She muttered, inadvertently catching Ho Dong's keen ears. What do you mean? He inquired. What else could it mean? Look at how they praised Inshiro yesterday. If there were a problem upstairs, they would have sought her out first. Not us. Mo Qingling rolled her eyes. What she did not voice was that her actions from the previous day had indeed left an impression. Even if they had initially sought trouble, they would think twice. Yet now, seeing their self-righteous demeanor, she found their claims of acting without support utterly unconvincing. Moreover, with the gas out upstairs, Inshiro and her group were equally affected. How could they not be anxious? While she had no intention of asking Jin Jibei to go find gas, she could certainly direct others to do so. Ho Dong and Liu Yin exchanged glances. They were not fools and quickly grasped the underlying issue, but without evidence, they could not speak openly. In any case, let us rescue the captain first. We can discuss this calmly afterward. With that, the two stepped forward to part the crowd. Their intervention quickly restored order, granting Jin Jibei an opportunity to speak. When we used the gas upstairs yesterday, there was still half left. If used sparingly, it should have lasted you at least a week. As for why it ran out overnight, I am not privy to that information. A voice from the crowd attempted to refute him, but with a mere glance from Jin Jibei, the words lodged in the person's throat, unspoken. You seek an explanation from me, and my explanation is this. I'm not responsible for your predicament. There is no need to cling to me. A laugh escaped Mo Qingling at his unexpected retort, while the crowd fell silent in astonishment. She glanced at Inshiro's closed door, wondering if she had heard his words. Surely they would sting her. You must have hidden it. No matter how you deny it, it's futile. Besides, you are all in cahoots. What do you mean you're not responsible for our rescue? You young and able-bodied ones should lend a hand to us elders. Someone quickly responded, disregarding Jin Jibei's words and attempting to impose moral pressure. Mo Qingling could no longer tolerate it. She stepped forward and yanked the speaker from the crowd. What elder? Are you really that old? She demanded, forcing him to face the onlookers. You're not even 70, with hands and feet. Can't you figure things out for yourself? She berated. What, do you think you can morally coerce us? Open your eyes and see what kind of world it has become. Do you believe we are your parents, ready to indulge you? Have some shame. With a dismissive shove, she pushed him back into the crowd, brushing her hands off in disdain. Who told you we were on the same side as the ones who rescued you yesterday? Just so you know, we are not as morally upright. If you provoke me, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Observing some still unwilling to relent. Qingling impatiently pulled the middle-aged man out again, twisting his arm. Consider this a small lesson. If anyone doubts it, feel free to come and stir up trouble. Her boldness left the crowd startled, causing them to step back. Let me reiterate, accommodating you here is already a limit. It is best to behave. Those who cannot comply should leave. Jin Jibei regarded her with a deep gaze, shaking his head. It's fine. Just as she lay back down, a knock sounded at the door. What now? She fumed, striking the bed in annoyance, and stormed to the door, opening it with an unfriendly expression. Seeing Jin Jibei outside surprised her, though she had suspected his arrival. However, she still asked, "Is there anything else? Can't you tell?" "I'm somewhat irked," he replied, his tone reflecting his irritation. After a moment of silence, he said nothing more, simply instructing her to rest well before departing, leaving Qingling bewildered. "Captain, where is Miss Mo? She is a bit fatigued, so I didn't summon her." They exchanged glances, contemplating teasing remarks, but hesitating, resorting instead to conveying their thoughts through their eyes. Aware of their subtle exchanges, Jin Jibei did not intervene, recognizing that excessive explanations could lead to further misunderstandings. Chapter 16. A lesson when she awakened. The night had fallen, leaving Qingling bewildered. She had not anticipated sleeping the entire day. As she exited her room in search of food, she encountered Inshiro, who appeared radiant, her demeanor imbued with a hint of allure that left no doubt as to her activities. Displeased, Qingling paused, intending to let her pass. But Inshiro halted as well. "Sister Mo, you truly have a carefree heart. Even at a time like this, you managed to sleep until now." With no one else around, Inshiro dropped her pretense, her current demeanor starkly contrasting her usual self. Qingling wished her two sycophants could witness this transformation. Uninterested in engaging, Qingling prepared to leave when Inshiro's voice called after her. "Sister Mo, as fellow women, I advise you not to covet what does not belong to you. No matter how hard you strive, it is futile if it isn't yours." This was clearly a hint to not pursue Jin Jibei. Ignoring her disdainful expression, Qingling brusquely brushed past her. She stormed up to the fifth-floor dining area, only to remember that there were no supplies or gas available upstairs. Turning to leave, she was suddenly blocked by 5 men. The group, saved by Shiro, upon seeing Qingling alone, instantly harbored sinister intentions. "What do you want?" Qingling regarded the 5 men obstructing her path with an amused expression. "What do you think? You've been so bold. Now that you're alone, let us see how you fare against us." The leading middle-aged man was the very one who attempted to morally intimidate Jin Jibei yesterday, only to be reprimanded by her. Upon seeing him, Qingling understood all too well. He had come for her. "What? You several grown men dare to bully a mere girl like me? Aren't you bored enough to go out and slay some zombies?" She scoffed, nearly condemning their incompetence. Her words transformed the expressions of the 5 men, particularly the leader, whose gaze turned more ferocious, as if he wished to strike her down. "Stop wasting time with her, just attack," he exclaimed, producing a kitchen knife from who knows where, swinging it menacingly in her direction. Yet, Qingling, unfazed by the intimidating figures armed with various weapons, bore no trace of the panic they anticipated. Instead, a peculiar smile graced her lips. The leader, meeting her gaze, felt a jolt of doubt seep into his confidence. As the knife descended, Qingling deftly sidestepped, seizing a piece of cutlery from the table to deliver a sharp blow to his head. A dull thud echoed as the man faltered, nearly collapsing. The rush of wind from behind alerted her to another attacker wielding a large iron spoon from the kitchen, aiming for her head. Without hesitation, she grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the table and thrust them forcefully into his armpit. It was only when all 5 men lay writhing on the ground in pain that she ceased her assault. Hearing the commotion, others rushed up from downstairs, and upon entering, they froze at the sight of Qingling standing amidst the groaning men. Clearly, they must have been relatives of the men, their faces etched with concern as they rushed to check on them, leaving no time to confront Mo Qingling. What is this? Why are you attacking people? They clamored, aghast. My goodness, you've injured them so badly, they're bleeding. They lamented, accusing her of being cold-hearted, having neglected to help earlier, and now seeking retribution as they finally escaped. Amidst the murmurs of discontent regarding Mo Qingling's actions, no one stopped to ponder why she had struck first. And Qiu, overhearing the chatter, could not suppress a smirk of schadenfreude. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she was cut off by Jing Jibei's inquiry. "Are you all right?" he asked, stepping closer to Mo Qingling. She shook her head, glancing at the incapacitated men. "I thought you would be upstairs, so I came looking for something to eat, only to stumble upon these lunatics who blocked my way and sought to teach me a lesson." She rolled her eyes, exasperated. In such dire times, why waste energy on infighting? Shouldn't we focus on honing our skills to slay more zombies? Upon hearing her mention zombies, the previously irate crowd fell silent. Had they truly wished to hunt the undead, they would not have been hiding in the Chinese restaurant, nor would they have entertained the notion of using Jing Jibei and his companions as bait to lure zombies for their escape. Unfortunately, the overwhelming number of zombies had thwarted their plans, leaving them to watch as Jing Jibei and his group fled, their bitterness palpable. Now, those seeking trouble with Mo Qingling were motivated not only by the opportunity presented by her isolation, but also by lingering resentment over the earlier incident. Even if they struck first, Sister Qingling shouldn't have retaliated so fiercely. Look at them now, incapacitated and unable to fight zombies. And Qiu seized the moment, unwilling to remain silent. Her blatant favoritism emboldened the group, who then began to vocally accuse Mo Qingling. "If you let someone swing a knife at you, and you still defend them, I would respect you as a man." Mo Qingling's words shifted the expression on Qiu's face. She could indeed act that way, yet she refused to acknowledge it, for she had no desire for Mo Qingling's respect. After silencing the White Lotus with her retort, Mo Qingling felt a measure of relief. Meanwhile, Jing Jibei's gaze turned icy as he observed the 5 men on the ground, contemplating the implications of their earlier confrontation. If you're truly bored, there are hordes of zombies waiting outside for you. Perhaps fearing he might cast the men out to face the zombies, no one dared to contradict him, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene. "We are not your parents, who can rescue you time and again. Relying on others is futile. It is better to depend on yourselves, lest you become mere shields for someone else." Mo Qingling cast a meaningful glance at the discontented crowd, a cold smile playing on her lips as she chose not to elaborate further. Chapter 17. The mechanical cat, unbeknownst to her, her words struck a chord, and many in the crowd exchanged wary glances. Mo Qingling remained oblivious, yet she surmised that some among them were capable of such treachery. Otherwise, how could they have escaped the restaurant? Moreover, she noted the dwindling numbers. Where had those who had vanished gone? In this harsh world, only the ruthless would survive. Compassion would ultimately lead to one's downfall. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted her thoughts, and she looked up to see a bodyguard from Qiu's side rushing in. "There are a lot of zombies coming from outside." His announcement shattered the previously calm atmosphere. How could zombies appear so suddenly? The crowd erupted in panic. When will this end? Why hasn't anyone come to rescue us? The newcomers, having been let in by Qiu, lost all semblance of composure, lamenting loudly without a single thought to confront the impending zombie threat. Mo Qingling cast a disapproving glance at the chaos, turning to Jing Jibei. "We should go down and take a look. If there aren't too many zombies, we might as well clear them out." Had today's events not unfolded, she would have sought his counsel regarding the elimination of zombies outside. After all, if they remained holed up, it was only a matter of time before the zombies, drawn by their scent, would come knocking. In truth, Mo Qingling merely needed a weapon. The others' arms were safely stored in Jing Jibei's space for their convenience during combat. However, she preferred not to trouble him, opting instead to carry her own. "What is this?" Mo Qingling inquired, surprised as she accepted something being handed to her. Upon opening it, she found a couple of slightly deformed buns inside, the warmth of the container indicating they were freshly made. "This is your breakfast. Eat something to fill your stomach. If we get busy later, you might not have the chance to eat." and we can't have you starving. He did not speak, and Mo Qingling nearly forgot that she had gone almost an entire day without food. Now that it was brought up, her stomach audibly protested, as if echoing the sentiment. It was all the fault of those fools upstairs. Had it not been for them, she would not be in this predicament. After few complaints, she unapologetically picked up a bun and devoured half of it in one bite. Take your time, don't choke, Jean Jibe cautioned, watching her reckless eating with a hint of concern. As he spoke, he retrieved a bottle of milk from his space, thoughtfully inserting a straw for her. However, he underestimated Mo Qingling. In mere moments, the last bite of the bun vanished into her stomach, and she seized the milk from his hand, draining it completely. Thank you. Your space is truly convenient, making you feel like a robotic cat. What robotic cat? Mo Qingling glanced up at him, momentarily puzzled, unsure how to explain the reference. Thinking this world might not be familiar with the animated series. Just as she was struggling for words, Ho Dong appeared at the door, evidently there to urge them along, which provided her with a timely reprieve. Not lingering on the previous topic, the four armed themselves and descended to the first floor. The hotel entrance was obstructed by vehicles, keeping the zombies at bay, yet through the gaps between the cars and beneath them, numerous zombies could be seen lurking outside. And Shio Ro's two devoted followers, along with various bodyguards, utilized the openings to eliminate the zombies beyond. Observing their calm demeanor, Mo Qingling felt her earlier anxiety dissipate. She had feared being overwhelmed by a horde of zombies, realizing that two fists could not contend with many. Is this many zombies? Lu Yin muttered, bemused. They cannot use guns and are forced to kill like this, so naturally, it seems like there are more, Ho Dong explained with a smile. Those accustomed to the convenience of firearms now found themselves laboriously combating the undead, hence their perception of an overwhelming number. A derisive chuckle concluded the conversation. Having overheard their exchange, Mo Qingling glanced at Jean Jibe. It seemed these two harbored grievances towards Shio Ro's group due to the car situation, and she wondered if Jean Jibe shared their sentiments. What's wrong? Nothing. What are your thoughts? Mo Qingling gestured toward the entrance. We need to clear this area quickly. Otherwise, the commotion will attract more zombies, and fighting them in the dark will not favor us. This was a valid point. It was already too dark to see outside, compounded by the rain, obscuring their awareness of the number of zombies present. Moreover, zombies did not tire. If they did not act swiftly, they risked being exhausted throughout the night. Would it be faster to climb atop the cars and use crossbows? Mo Qingling looked apprehensively at the gap between the car roofs and the hotel entrance. Although the zombies ahead had fallen, those behind would inevitably advance, forming a wall of corpses that could not simply be dealt with from the gaps. Besides, with hundreds of zombies pressing forward, the cars would eventually be pushed aside. That is possible, but we have limited crossbow bolts. Using knives is also feasible, though one must be cautious of being grabbed by the zombies. Upon hearing Jean Jibe's words, she decided against using the crossbow. With a tang knife in hand, the crossbow felt superfluous. She was not afraid of being caught. She had experience. She could simply sever a hand before targeting the head, ensuring no fabric would touch her. As she climbed onto their van, zombies impatiently reached out to grab her. Mo Qingling swiftly drew her tang knife and struck down those darkened hands. Impressive. Ho Dong was just about to climb onto the adjacent car when he witnessed her actions, surprised by her effectiveness. Inspired, he followed her lead, severing the hands of the zombies in front before focusing on those behind. The ones in front, lacking hands, could not bite him, serving as an excellent shield. Climbing up will still lead to being grabbed by the zombies. Have they lost their minds? Jean Yilin looked at them disdainfully from below. Unable to see how they dealt with the zombies, he assumed they were merely showing off, feeling a mix of amusement and dissatisfaction. Who wouldn't he want to escape when faced with zombies? Only his meddlesome cousin would recklessly charge ahead, which struck him as foolish. As he thought this, a mocking smile appeared on Jean Yilin's face. Chapter 18. Zombie Memories. Chen Yuchuan observed Jean Yilin's demeanor, questioning whether the Jean family had no capable heirs, as it seemed illogical to select someone so dim-witted as a successor. However, this was of no concern to him. His strained relationship with Jean Jibe could be advantageous, as he was the only one aware of Shio Ro's intentions. Glancing at the oblivious Qingling, he regarded him as a fool, equally inept in his own way. A smirk crossed his lips, recognizing he could exploit the relationship between the two brothers to monopolize in Qiu. Meanwhile, Qingling and the others were oblivious to the fact that these two were preoccupied with trivial matters during such a life-threatening situation. Had they known, they would have surely reprimanded them. The four on the car roof exerted considerable effort to slay the zombies, while several bodyguards handled any stragglers that managed to slip through. By the time Qiu descended to assess the situation, they had nearly eliminated the gathering of zombies outside. "Xiao, why did you come down?" The first to notice her was Chen Yuquan. He approached her, cautioning, "It's chaotic here. You should have stayed upstairs. Be careful not to get hurt." Having just finished clearing the surrounding zombies, Qingling caught sight of this scene. One could not deny that Chen Yuquan, the quintessential devoted follower, seemed to have a radar for Qiu's movements, always the first to react. Qingling, arriving a moment too late, also moved closer, noting that the zombies here were nearly all dispatched. "Don't worry, Xiao. We have people keeping watch tonight." Qingling, having just leaped down from the car roof, rolled her eyes at his words. As if he was the one who killed the zombies, she thought, finding his eagerness to take credit rather irksome. "I thought it was getting late, so I came down to see if I could help," and Qiu said with a sweet smile, her eyes curving into crescents. "Of course, Brother Yuquan and Brother Yilin deserve credit too. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do." Upon hearing her words, their expressions brightened. Qingling turned at the sound beside her and noticed Jin descending from the top of the car as well. She hurried over to tease him. "They were just praising you." Jin paid her no mind, leading Ho Dong and the others outside through the gap in the hotel to check for any lingering zombies among the fallen. And Qiu, who had been observing him since they descended, nearly lost her smile at his indifference. He was the first man she had encountered who was so impervious to flattery. It only fueled her competitive spirit. Initially, she had not intended to pursue him, but now her resolve had shifted. However, the woman beside him was quite bothersome, and Qiu cast a glance at Qingling, who had followed Jin outside, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features. Armed with a flashlight, she cleared away the zombies on the ground, simultaneously addressing any that had managed to slip through. To be honest, this was no task for an ordinary person. The appearance of zombies has never been particularly appealing, and combined with the current weather, some of these corpses have begun to exhibit a pallid and swollen state, rendering them even more difficult to behold. However, despite feeling a degree of physiological discomfort, Qingling refrained from voicing her desire to withdraw. She understood the necessity of acclimatization. For what would she do when confronted with even more terrifying zombies in the future? Commencing the cleanup at the zombies positioned before the caretaker vehicle, her hand inadvertently brushed against the severed arm of one of the corpses, and in an instant, a brilliant light flashed before her eyes, flooding her mind with a multitude of images. Frames of memory exploded within her consciousness as if a film had been set to fast forward. She witnessed the onset of the apocalypse, a bustling pedestrian street, suddenly erupting with screams as people fled in panic, some collapsing while others rose anew. The scenes transitioned rapidly to the interior of a mall, where the chaos was far more acute than outside, with blood splattering everywhere and a throng of terrified individuals. Ultimately, the images culminated as the crowd tumbled down to the basement level, abruptly cutting off. "What is wrong with this zombie?" Upon regaining her senses, she heard the voice of Jin Jibei. Lifting her gaze, she found him standing beside her, his brow furrowed in concern as he scrutinized her. Qingling pressed her lips together, contemplating a response, yet she recognized that this was not an appropriate moment for conversation, so she merely shook her head. "It's nothing. Let us tidy up here first." After hearing her words, Jin refrained from further inquiries, instead watching her for a couple of seconds before uttering a reminder to take care of herself and then turning back to his own tasks. The four of them, along with a few bodyguards, toiled for over an hour to clear the zombies from the entrance of the hotel. They piled the corpses 5 meters away from the hotel, forming a makeshift wall of the dead, which could at least provide some semblance of protection and a chance for discovery. They were determined not to have a repeat of that night, where the zombies were only noticed upon reaching the door. Once their task was completed, They declined Chihiro's invitation and proceeded to a banquet hall on the second floor. Jinjibe retrieved a portable stove and a pot, along with some ingredients from his storage space. After a brief inquiry and finding no objections, he tossed the ingredients into the pot, creating a haphazard stew. Having labored throughout the night, they were both weary and famished, and the prospect of food was more than welcome. No one was inclined to be picky. Even Qingling, absorbed in the vivid images that had just surfaced in her mind, did not take the initiative to assist with the cooking. However, the advantage of a stew was its rapid cooking time. Within 20 minutes, a rather unremarkable dish was ready. Each person eagerly focused on filling their stomachs, and whether it was due to their ravenous hunger or the sight of their companions devouring the food, Qingling found the taste surprisingly agreeable. With their meal concluded, it was time to summarize. Qingling looked up in slight astonishment at Jinjibe, only to notice Ho Dong and Lu Yin sitting upright with seriousness, each taking turns to speak. Upon listening closely, she realized they were indeed summarizing the recent encounter with the zombies, articulating both the strengths and weaknesses of their actions in a succinct manner. This left her momentarily bewildered, and once the two had finished speaking, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Glancing at Jinjibe, she found her mind a blank slate, struggling to formulate a summary akin to theirs. Yet she had something to contribute. Taking a deep breath, she turned her gaze toward Jinjibe. I believe my ability may extend beyond mere precognition. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Jinjibe and the others turned their attention to her, and before they could inquire further, Qingling recounted the events that had transpired recently. If it is truly precognition, how can I explain what I witnessed? It has already occurred and cannot happen again. The pedestrian street has become a haven for zombies, not to mention the supermarket on the first basement level. In the midst of her thoughts, Qingling suddenly recalled the plot of the original story. Chihiro and her companions had encountered a mutated zombie during their initial escape. It was this very creature that bestowed Chun Yuchuan with his powers. Now that she pondered, it seemed the book indicated they had encountered this zombie in an underground supermarket. Perhaps it was indeed the one from the basement level of the mall? If that were the case, could she glean any insight into the current state of that supermarket? When they had visited the mall, there hadn't been a single zombie in sight, setting aside the mystery of why the zombies had fled. It was perplexing that their considerable noise had not attracted any from the basement supermarket. They had caught glimpses of the situation, but what transpired afterward remained unknown. Captain, do you intend to? Ho Dong asked, somewhat taken aback as he glanced at Jinjibe. Jinjibe nodded, clearly resolute in his intention not to overlook the supermarket. I wonder if my ability could allow me to perceive the current situation within the supermarket through precognition. A thought struck Qingling. She had indeed been able to foresee certain forthcoming events, and through Jinjibe, she could ascertain the conditions within the supermarket. Is your body capable of handling it? Jinjibe asked, his brow slightly furrowed with concern. The exertion of abilities was immensely draining, even under the dim light. He had noticed her complexion pale momentarily, and now asking her to utilize her power again seemed too much to bear. If it's not urgent, perhaps we could try again tomorrow morning? Considering her own condition, she refrained from pushing herself. Very well, Jinjibe quickly agreed. They were unlikely to embark on their journey in the dead of night. It would be far more prudent to rest well and rejuvenate their spirits for the following day to execute their plans. After a soothing bath, Qingling lay in bed. Yet sleep eluded her. The book described how Chihiro and her companions encountered far fewer zombies after leaving the villa area and traversing the pedestrian street. The onset of the apocalypse had taken everyone by surprise, and Chihiro had not prepared any supplies. Thus, as they passed a shopping mall, she thought to gather some provisions. Unexpectedly, upon entering the supermarket, they not only discovered mutated zombies, but also an entire warehouse of supplies. Supplies. Qingling abruptly sat up in bed, her heart racing with excitement. Upon waking, she had felt dazed and disoriented, unaware that Jinjibe possessed a spatial ability, which had caused her to miss out on that warehouse of resources. The thought of it made her pound her chest in regret. Now, the realization that another warehouse of supplies awaited her nearby was utterly irresistible. No matter what, She was determined to secure the mutated zombie cores and the supplies. She dismissed any notion of this being the female lead's prerogative. She cared not for titles like female lead. It was a matter of who arrived first and who possessed the capability to seize it. She firmly believed that her skills could thwart Inchiro's plans. With renewed confidence, she lay back down, envisioning the substantial haul of supplies awaiting her. She drifted into a deep sleep, awakening the next morning to descend to the banquet hall on the second floor. Wary of potential conflicts with others, Qingling decided that the four of them should eat separately on the second floor. Qingling had naively inquired whether their solitary meal would incite envy among the others. Upon reflection, she realized that not sharing their meal might provoke even greater envy. Fortunately, Inchiro and her ostentatious display served as a distraction, ensuring that others would not pay too much attention to them. During the day, they spoke of inconsequential matters, but as evening fell, Qingling found herself thinking of Inchiro, only to encounter her blocking Qingling at the entrance of the banquet hall. It was perplexing how fate seemed to conspire against her. As she contemplated slipping away, Qingling's keen awareness caught her gaze, and she noticed a hint of desperation in his eyes. Qingling felt torn, questioning whether she should assist him once more, given that the female lead had already held a grudge against her multiple times. Before she could resolve her inner conflict, Inchiro, noticing Qingling's subtle movement, followed his line of sight. Resigned to the fact that being resented was not a new experience, she decided to perform a good deed and help him again. Convincing herself, she approached them with calm composure. "What a coincidence, you're here early. Have you eaten yet?" Her words betrayed an awkwardness. Upon seeing her, Inchiro's expression shifted, her anger barely contained. Yet, with Qingling present, she forced herself to suppress her fury, rendering her unable to engage in conversation with Qingling. "Not yet. We were waiting for you to prepare breakfast." As she approached, Qingling visibly relaxed. "Does Brother Jibei truly despise Xiaoro?" Hearing his words, Inchiro turned to Qingling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her tone tinged with grievance. Qingling was bewildered, her gaze questioning Qingling. Unfortunately, in this situation, he could not provide her with any explanations, as everyone understood the unnecessary complications that had arisen from allowing those people inside. Realizing that remaining in this heated atmosphere would yield no positive outcome, and not wishing to become the subject of ridicule for Qingling, Inchiro refrained from saying anything further and simply turned to leave. "What a captivating allure," Qingling remarked, giving Qingling a thumbs up once they were alone. "But you must be cautious. If your cousin learns that the person he fancies has developed feelings for you, do you think he will blame you or her?" Anyone associated with Inchiro was likely to be unhinged, and Qingling, with his romantic fixation, had likely been thoroughly brainwashed. Given his apparent lack of fondness for Qingling, he might resort to even more erratic behavior. Shrugging, Qingling chose to remain silent. She felt compelled to warn him a few times, not solely due to his prior acts of salvation, but also because she had no intention of meddling in the affairs of the female lead. Considering her current abilities, facing the men surrounding the female lead would be akin to throwing eggs against a wall. Fortunately, in this apocalypse, her extreme self-preservation instincts could come into play, rendering her not entirely helpless. Chapter 20. Spectacle breakfast consisted primarily of steamed buns for convenience, as Qingling had prepared a considerable quantity, fearing that they would spoil if left out too long. After the meal, the time for serious matters had arrived. Qingling and Qingling sat side by side, hand in hand on the table. Qingling closed her eyes, her expression shifting from tranquility to anguish, with beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Huadong and Lu Yin gathered around them, intrigued. Before Qingling could speak, she suddenly declared, "They're coming." In the next moment, a knock echoed through the banquet hall as the doors swung open, revealing Inchiro and her two devoted followers standing outside. "Do you need something?" Huadong inquired, frowning. "I'm looking for Qingling." Qingling surveyed the room, his gaze locking onto Qingling. Qingling, having regained her composure, turned to Qingling, raising an eyebrow as if to say, "See, I told you they'd come looking for trouble." A hint of helplessness flickered in Jin Jibei's eyes as he stood up. Is there something you want? Our supplies are running low, and we wish to venture to the nearby pedestrian street to gather more. Would you like to join us? Hu Dong and the others exchanged glances, astonished by the coincidence, and even suspecting that they had been eavesdropped upon. As they contemplated the situation, their eyes shifted to Mo Qingling, who had just experienced a vision. Jin Jibei, initially inclined to decline, instinctively looked at her. Seeing this interaction, and Shiro's expression darkened, unaware of her misunderstanding. Only Mo Qingling understood their intent. They were inquiring whether she had seen anything that would suggest agreeing to Shiro's request to accompany them. Realizing what they were implying, she paused, knowing from her vision that Shiro and her group would indeed be traveling together. Moreover, she recognized that this female lead would not relent until she achieved her objectives. Even if they refused to accompany her, she would still go alone. Their inquiry was likely a result of Shiro's efforts to negotiate. Recalling the narrative from the book, particularly concerning the mutated zombies Shiro and her group would encounter, she subtly nodded at Jin Jibei. When do you plan to go, and what about the others here? Jin Jibei did not immediately agree, but posed two questions first. If possible, we can leave right away. As for the people here, I will leave 2 bodyguards behind. As long as those upstairs behave, there should be no significant issues. Chen Yuchuan, surprisingly, interjected, and the knowing glance he exchanged with Shiro spoke volumes. After a brief moment of silence, Jin Jibei nodded in agreement to the proposal of gathering supplies together. Seeing his consent, the 3 of them ceased their chatter, leaving a simple instruction to wait on the first floor before departing. Why agree to let them join us? After they left, Jin Jibei turned to Mo Qingling. Even if we declined, would they not still go? Mo Qingling smiled. Moreover, in the vision I just had, they were part of our group. What did you see? Why did your expression change after you looked at her? Hu Dong asked eagerly. They were indeed curious about what Mo Qingling had seen that caused such a solemn expression. It must have been something perilous. The supermarket was teeming with zombies, and if they wished to enter, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Mo Qingling wore a serious countenance. However, there was an alternative exit, the warehouse located in the underground parking lot at the back of the mall, though I was uncertain about the condition of that parking area. Her abilities were limited, and she had failed to foresee their escape route. All she could ascertain was that the mutated zombie was indeed inside, lurking near the warehouse entrance. Were it not for its transformation into a zombie, one might have believed it retained human consciousness, lying in wait like a predator. So now, should we still proceed to the supermarket? Ho Dong glanced at Jin Jibei. It was not solely the issue of zombies that concerned them. The addition of Shiro and her companions was equally troubling. It wasn't merely a matter of distributing resources. The real concern lay in their distrust of those 3 individuals. If they were ambushed midway, it could prove fatal. Let us go, Jin Jibei decided after a moment of contemplation. Shiro and her group had already exhausted their supplies, and the resources of those upstairs would not last much longer. If they did not seek out supplies while still having food and water, their fate was all too predictable. The principle of bearing the consequences for one's wealth was a truth well understood by all. As the 4 descended to the first floor, they discovered that the group rescued by Shiro was surrounding them. What is the meaning of this? Luyan asked, puzzled. Rebellion. It seems, Mo Qingling chuckled lightly. Those people were terrified of death. How could they possibly remain docile in the hotel? Knowing that Shiro and her group intended to leave, they likely felt abandoned. And even the presence of a bodyguard would be of little help. It was clear to anyone with eyes who was in charge. They were merely bodyguards. In this world, losing one's life had become commonplace, and losing a few subordinates was even more so. Listen to me. Shiro raised her voice. We're going to gather supplies. Not to abandon this place. How can we trust your words? If you truly leave, what will happen to us? Exactly. It sounds good in theory, but only you know the reality. No one was inclined to heed Shiro's words, unwilling to allow them to depart, which made it difficult for her to maintain her facade of benevolence. What will we do if they leave? There are so many zombies outside. Someone voiced their thoughts aloud. Only 2 of them. Who do they think they're fooling? You people are truly ungrateful. Allowing 2 to stay is already a favor to Shiro. If it were up to me, I would leave none behind. Without arms and legs, do you think you can just wait for death when faced with zombies? Or will you stir up trouble because you lack supplies? We aren't your parents, responsible for your sustenance and emotions. When this group had previously approached Jean Jibei to act unruly, Jean Yilin had merely watched from the sidelines. Now, it was Mo Qingling's turn to observe the unfolding drama with amusement, especially since the leading role was played by Nshiro. I don't care. You saved me, so you must be responsible for me. Chapter 21. Departure to the supermarket for the first time, Mo Qingling found herself in agreement with Jean Yilin. Though his words were coarse, they contained a kernel of truth. If one were to keep a dog, it would at least wag its tail. The expressions on the faces of that group, rendered speechless by Jean Yilin's retort, were far from pleasant, and some even displayed resentment. Mo Qingling noted all of this, but had no intention of offering a warning. They would have to resolve their own misdeeds. Sharo, let us ignore them and leave, Jean Yilin said, taking Nshiro by the arm to depart. At this, Chen Yuchuan smacked Jean Yilin's hand away. Don't overstep. Will it really be all right if we just walk away? The two were on the verge of confrontation, while Nshiro surprisingly still cared about the well-being of that group. Mo Qingling sighed in disbelief. Was the female lead truly a saint or merely pretending? Let us head to the car. We don't know how long we'll have to wait here. With the excitement fading, she signaled Jean Jibei and the others to wait in the van. As the four boarded the vehicle, they failed to notice that Nshiro's earlier worry had vanished, replaced by a calm expression as she watched their retreating figures. Sharo, Chen Yuchuan murmured, following her gaze as the four entered the van. Don't think too much. If you have any worries, let me handle them. He spoke meaningfully, lightly brushing her face with the back of his hand. Her heart fluttered under his gaze, and Nshiro managed to smile, too apprehensive to inquire further, simply nodding in agreement. With bodyguards present, even if that group wished to intervene, they could do nothing but watch as Nshiro's party departed. Outside, the rain had lessened somewhat, and the fog had dissipated considerably. If visibility had previously been limited to a mere 5 meters, it was now at least 50. When will this weather improve? Ho Dong voiced his irritation as he gazed out at the rain. Didn't Miss Mo say that the rain wouldn't stop anytime soon? Lu Yin replied casually. Calling her Miss Mo sounds odd. It's better to just use her name. TSK, in this weather, it's hardly ideal for dispatching zombies. Ho Dong continued to complain. Mo Qingling silently listened, pondering that it was indeed not an opportune time to confront zombies. Once the rain ceased and snow began to fall, things would only become more challenging. However, she dared not voice this thought aloud, as she was aware from the original plot that snow would follow the rain, though she remained uncertain when the rain would relent. As they exited the Hotel S Street, they abruptly found themselves amidst a horde of zombies, swarming towards them. Goodness, so many corpses. The vehicle careened as Ho Dong exclaimed in shock. The van, though superior to ordinary cars, would still sustain damage if they continued like this. Shall we head straight for the mall? Mo Qingling asked Jean Jibei, who was focused on driving, estimating that the number of zombies there was likely diminished. The noise they generated had attracted the zombies outside, encircling both vehicles. Behind them, Ho Dong and Lu Yin brandished their tang swords, opening a narrow gap in the window to extend their blades, using the vehicle's momentum to sever the heads of the zombies. She had not anticipated such a method. We thought of it on the spur of the moment. As they spoke, the zombies had separated them from Nshiro's vehicle. Monta Qingling promptly alerted Jin Jibai. It's fine. Their vehicle is modified. We can charge through without issue. Jin Jibei had once inspected Chen Yuchuan's vehicle, crafted from the finest materials, virtually indestructible. Coupled with their firearms, they were unlikely to encounter serious trouble. Reassured by his words, Mo Qingling fell silent. After all, with Nshiro protagonist aura, she was unlikely to perish. Others, however, were not as fortunate. Yet, she was not a benevolent figure. She felt no compulsion to save others. Gazing at the zombies outside the window, she realized that not only humans needed salvation in this world. Once they escaped the throng of zombies, Nshiro and her group were nowhere to be seen, but Mo Qingling was unperturbed. They would inevitably cross paths eventually. According to their plan, they would first go to the supermarket, circumventing the main entrance of the mall and heading toward the underground parking lot entrance. Rainwater cascaded down the slope, and Mo Qingling observed as Jin Jibei collided with the barrier at the parking lot's entrance, her concern evident as she addressed him. This rain has persisted for days, and with the parking lot being underground, I wonder about the drainage system below. If it floods, we could be in a predicament. We should descend and assess the situation. We've come this far, but my primary fear is an overwhelming number of zombies. As she spoke, the vehicle descended the slope, its headlights illuminating the darkened pathway that wound into the basement level. Suddenly, with a jarring crash, a zombie lunged at them from the side, colliding with the front of the car. Mo Qingling gasped, relieved that Jin Jibei, the steadfast driver, maintained control. The sound echoed starkly in the vast parking area, amplified by the splashing of water, which drew forth more zombies from the shadows. There are so many of them, Ho Dong murmured as he peered out the window, witnessing a relentless tide of zombies advancing toward them. The scene decidedly terrifying. Let us locate the warehouse entrance. We can find another vehicle later. This one cannot escape. Jin Jibei calmly instructed, unfazed by the oncoming horde. Mo Qingling, resting her hand on his arm, pointed in a certain direction after a brief moment of contemplation. Sometimes, foresight does not yield accurate predictions. Prior to their departure, she had anticipated entering the supermarket through the underground parking lot. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, they opted for this path, significantly altering her initial visions. Having just acted as a medium to re-foresee the situation, she did find the warehouse entrance, but also glimpsed some unsettling images. With those fleeting images in mind, she wore a serious expression as the vehicle approached the warehouse door. The door isn't opening. Let us disembark. As the four exited the vehicle, zombies surged forward. Mo Qingling swiftly drew her Tang sword and decapitated one of the approaching undead. Be cautious, she whispered, scanning the area, when she suddenly noticed a truck parked nearby. A thought forming in her mind. That truck, can you store in your space? Glancing at the truck and then back at Mo Qingling, Jin Jibei replied, certainly. Then please do so, she tentatively suggested. Almost immediately, Jin Jibei brandished his sword, dispatching zombies as he swiftly approached the truck. Mo Qingling kept her gaze fixed on him, anxious for his safety and fearful that he might overestimate his abilities to store the vehicle. Yet her worries were unfounded. In no time, the large truck vanished right before their eyes. I have spotted the door mechanism outside the warehouse, but I suspect it lacks power and 1T function. There must be another entrance, though its location remains uncertain, which complicates matters. Additionally, Ho Dong's words trailed off as he gestured around them. The zombies were slowly encircling them, prompting a frown from Jin Jibei. We must fight our way out, otherwise we will soon be trapped. The three did not speak, but instead grasped their weapons, swinging at the encroaching zombies. As they fought, they also maneuvered, and Mo Qingling caught sight of a half-lit green passageway at the end of a corridor, a spark of realization igniting within her. I know where we can go. Follow me. With that, she changed direction and charged toward it. Jin Jibei, momentarily taken aback by her sudden declaration and actions, quickly dispatched a nearby zombie before hastening to lead the way. You guide us. I will clear the path ahead. With someone paving the way, she found herself expending less energy as the throng of zombies became increasingly dense. Before long, they reached the sign marking the green passageway, and indeed, not far ahead was a staircase. During their previous scavenging in the mall, Mo Qingling had observed that the underground supermarket was only accessible via escalators or elevators, and this staircase likely led to the supermarket. She speculated that the staircase leading to the parking area must be in another direction. Though she held this theory, she lacked certainty and turned to Jin Jibei. Are we heading to the staircase? I'm uncertain if it leads to the supermarket. No worries if it doesn't. We can always enter through the main entrance of the supermarket, he reassured her. Just hurry and ensure we aren't intercepted. Ho Dong expressed his concern over Inchiro and the others potentially reaching the supermarket first. Though the distribution of supplies had not been explicitly stated, they too possessed space abilities, which meant that whoever arrived first would have ample opportunity to secure more resources. Having reached a consensus, The four entered the staircase in succession, shutting the door behind them as the zombies pounded against it. The stairwell was dimly lit. Fortunately, Jinjibe had a flashlight in his space, which illuminated bloody drag marks leading downward. Fearing the presence of zombies above, Jinjibe cautiously ascended the stairs, only to find themselves confronted by a heavy aluminum alloy door blocking their path. Qingling, who had not held much hope, felt her spirits lift in that instant. This should be the secure passage to the warehouse. How do you know? Her words drew the attention of the others, with Ho Dong instinctively asking. If it were part of the supermarket's internal green passage, there would be no need for such a door. Which customer could possibly push it open? Indeed, who would install a heavy door on an emergency exit for customers? It seems designed to prevent escape, she mused, recognizing that such a door was only necessary for a warehouse, serving a purpose while seldom utilized. But how do we open it now? Liu Yin inquired, growing impatient. Patience. Observe the marks here. It's possible that zombies have escaped from inside, indicating that this door should be ajar. As Jinjibe spoke, he grasped the doorknob and pulled, revealing a narrow crack through which a sliver of light shone. The group exchanged glances, refraining from rushing inside. As Jinjibe maintained his position while Ho Dong and Liu Yin swiftly darted to the opposite side, they produced a small mirror from somewhere, utilizing it to peer through the gap. After a moment of observation, Ho Dong shook his head at Jinjibe. He exchanged a glance with Ho Dong and Liu Yin, and the two nodded while gripping their knives. In the next moment, he abruptly swung the door open, and Ho Dong and Liu Yin swiftly entered. They were safe. Within mere seconds, Liu Yan's voice pierced the silence, prompting Qingling and Jinjibe to step through the door. Upon entering, the dense array of shelves unmistakably confirmed their location, a warehouse. The fluorescent lights illuminated the silver shelves, causing a slight discomfort to their eyes, yet igniting a spark of excitement within the four. Good heavens, there's so much! Ho Dong exclaimed in a hushed tone. Qingling nodded in agreement, noting that this warehouse was significantly larger than the one she had awoken in, estimating it to be at least twice the size. You had me fetch the truck with this in mind? Jinjibe inquired, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Absolutely. While it's just us, we should gather as much as we can. I have a feeling your brother and the others will arrive soon. It's very likely that Inshiro and her group are just upstairs in the supermarket. Finding this warehouse is only a matter of time. When that happens, splitting it will surely be a source of frustration. Besides, the mutated zombie is still here, and I have no intention of letting Inshiro benefit from it. Regardless of her protagonist's advantages, it's a matter of skill. Whoever obtains it first will claim it. Something in her words seemed to strike a chord with Jinjibe, who without further ado summoned the truck, advising them to exercise caution before venturing deeper into the warehouse. Qingling intended to follow him, but was stopped by Ho Dong. The captain is quite capable. If you go, he might have to divert his attention to protect you. It's better for you to help us keep watch here. Stone and I can work more efficiently. After contemplating, Qingling conceded, opting to stay behind and bide her time. What do you mean by zombies coming in? Qingling was momentarily taken aback. Before she could inquire further, the distinctive sounds of zombies echoed from the front, causing the expressions of everyone to shift uneasily, except for Qingling, who felt a twinge of excitement. The fact that the protagonist had attracted zombies indicated that the mutated one was among them. Her opportunity had arrived. Chapter 23, Mutated Zombie. Damn it. They truly have lost their minds, Ho Dong muttered angrily. Forget about that. Let us get this truck into the space. The parking lot is crawling with zombies, and we have no retreat. It's better to work together to carve out an escape. Jinjibe, without a second thought, stored the truck in the space, appearing at ease, which prompted Qingling to glance at him in surprise. She recalled the storyline in the book, where the most powerful space ability user had a space of only about 90 square meters. Yet, his space not only accommodated a truck, but also contained a considerable amount of supplies. Most astonishing was his effortless control over the truck, a feat beyond the average person's capability. Before she could ponder further, Inshiro and her group burst forth from behind the shelves, pursued by a zombie that moved with the swiftness of a human. Qingling gasped in shock, then joyfully realized this was the very mutated zombie she had been anticipating. This zombie can't be mutated, can it? Liu Yin questioned immediately, his voice loud enough to attract the zombie's attention. Damn it, Ho Dong cursed, his irritation flaring. If the timing weren't so dire, I would have given Inshiro an earful for causing this ruckus. The zombie, having altered its course towards them, sent a wave of dread through him. Meanwhile, Inshiro and her group fared little better, as a tide of zombies surged forth behind them, eager to bite at their heels. The scene devolved into chaos, yet Qingling displayed an unusual fervor, rushing to confront the mutated zombie head-on. Seeing her reckless bravery, Jin Jibei broke into a cold sweat and hastened to assist her in battling the mutated zombie. Are you out of your mind? He shouted at her during a brief pause in the melee. I'm not as weak as you think, Qingling retorted, her focus unwavering as she engaged the mutated zombie. Sensing her disregard, the mutated zombie let out an enraged roar and charged at her. Ignoring Jin Jibei, she met the zombie's assault with a flurry of strikes, creating an inexplicable vacuum around her within a meter's radius. Externally, the mutated zombie bore a striking resemblance to ordinary zombies, but displayed far greater agility. Perhaps this was a manifestation of its abilities. However, based on the storyline, this mutated zombie had only recently awakened and remained unaware of its powers, which was why Inshiro had easily acquired its crystal core. With this thought, her excitement intensified, and her attacks became more ferocious, causing the mutated zombie to falter and even contemplate retreating. Qingling, however, would not allow it to escape. She swiftly blocked its path, forcing it into a corner. Her unreserved combat style astonished Jin Jibei, who was both impressed by her prowess and intrigued by the mutated zombie's uniqueness. Captain, could it be that Qingling's skills are now on par with yours? Ho Dong remarked in surprise as he sidled up to Jin Jibei. The corners of Ho Dong's mouth twitched, yet he refrained from further comment, turning to relay his thoughts to Liu Yin, who nodded in silent agreement before positioning themselves close to Qingling, forming a protective circle around her. On the other side, Inshiro noticed the shift in dynamics. Initially pleased that the mutated zombie had fixated on Qingling, she soon found herself incensed by Jin Jibei's protective stance over her, her eyes reddening with jealousy. Unbeknownst to her, the protagonist's envy had been ignited. Meanwhile, Qingling felt increasingly vexed by the relentless pursuit of the mutated zombie. This creature was not only swift, but also possessed remarkable strength and stamina, showing no signs of fatigue, and it was impervious to blades. Numerous attempts with her tang knife had left only shallow cuts, and she found herself fixated on its head. It seemed to anticipate her intentions, fiercely guarding against attacks aimed above its chest, resulting in a stalemate that lasted for several agonizing minutes. Captain, should we assist her? Liu Yin queried, concerned for Qingling's well-being as the standoff stretched on. Let us observe for now, Jin Jibei replied, seemingly unfazed by the situation. He believed Qingling was thriving in the confrontation. Even he could see that she was in good spirits, prompting him to scold Liu Yin for his unnecessary worry. As she focused intently on the zombie, Qingling overheard their conversation, feeling a warmth spread through her. With renewed determination, she set her sights on the mutated zombie, fueled by the desire to prove herself to her teammates. The mutated zombie, agitated by her relentless grip, found itself cornered, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, oblivious to the surrounding chaos. Suddenly, Qingling spotted a flaw in its defenses and seized the opportunity, delivering a swift strike that connected with the mutated zombie's neck. The tang knife embedded itself deeply, nearly severing its head. Yet, despite the blow, the creature was not vanquished. It shook its head violently, pursuing Qingling with renewed vigor. That didn't go as planned. I didn't have the strength to finish it off, Qingling admitted, retreating to Jin Jibei's side, a hint of frustration in her voice. Do you need my assistance? Jin Jibei inquired, glancing at her. You distract it, and I'll ensure its head comes off. She accepted his offer, acknowledging her own fatigue. In comparison to zombies, humanity indeed appears significantly weaker, particularly in terms of physical strength. Without uttering a word, Jin Jibei brandished his tang knife and charged at the mutated zombie. Perhaps the mutated creature sensed the change in opponents, or perhaps Jin Jibei's formidable prowess intimidated it. For the zombie attempted to flee. Mo Qingling, her gaze fixed upon it, was incensed to see it trying to escape and quickly advanced to assist Jin Jibei in confronting it. The two gradually developed a tacit understanding, overwhelming the mutated zombie with their coordinated attacks. As it staggered, Mo Qingling seized the opportunity, channeling all her strength to deliver a decisive blow to its head. In an instant, the zombie's head was severed, rolling away in a gruesome display, its features so mangled that it was unrecognizable. Chapter 24. The crystal core secured a piercing scream erupted, startling the breathless Mo Qingling, who nearly lost her composure. Turning her head, she was confronted by the sight of the severed head of the mutated zombie rolling to the feet of Inshiro. Unprepared for such a jolt, she instinctively looked down to meet a pair of bulging, pale eyes, nearly succumbing to fright. Mo Qingling, witnessing the fate of the already deceased mutated zombie, found it absurd that it could still pose a threat to the protagonist. Without taking a moment to catch her breath, she swiftly approached and snatched up the head before Chen Yuchuan could act. "Apologies, I didn't realize you were here. The situation is urgent. I must take this for disposal." Fearing they might attempt to claim it, Mo Qingling turned and departed without delay. "Hey!" And Shiro opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but noticed Mo Qingling quicken her pace. "Is everything all right, Xiaoyu?" Jin Yilin rushed over, interrupting her words. A sense of foreboding washed over Inshiro, as if something intangible had begun to drift away with Mo Qingling's departure, leaving her uneasy. "You would understand." Mo Qingling shot him a glance, responding dismissively. Under Jin Jibei's watchful gaze, she raised her tang knife and, with a motion reminiscent of slicing a watermelon, cleaved the mutated zombie's head in two. A splatter of dark crimson liquid erupted forth, catching Ho Dong and Lu Yin off guard, causing them to instinctively retch. "Isn't your constitution a bit fragile for someone who supposedly served in the military?" They glanced at Jin Jibei, who remained unfazed, nodding in approval. This is how it should be, unlike them. Ignoring their remarks, Mo Qingling bent down to retrieve an object from the pool of dark liquid, disregarding any filth, and tossed it into her pocket. "Sister, how can you have such a morbid taste? Did this zombie kill your father or something, leaving it in such a state?" As Ho Dong and Lu Yin recovered, they began to mock her previous outrageous actions. "You only just realized I have a penchant for the macabre?" Mo Qingling laughed heartily, her spirits lifted by the acquisition of the crystal core, jesting with them. "You should get used to this. Otherwise, you'll be shocked by everything you encounter in the future, making it seem like you've never seen the world." "What? Do you have something even more gruesome?" Ho Dong's complexion soured. "You'll find out soon enough." Mo Qingling replied with a smile. Most of the zombies inside the supermarket had been dealt with, but Inshiro's scream had attracted the attention of zombies from the parking lot, who were now battering against the emergency exit. "What should we do? Are we still going that way? What about our car?" Mo Qingling inquired of Jin Jibei. "The zombies here have been mostly cleared. There shouldn't be many left in the supermarket. We can exit from above, and as for the car, there are plenty outside. Now is not the time to challenge an unknown number of zombies. That would be an unwise decision." Brother Jibei, after discussing their escape route, before they could approach Inshiro, she had already sought them out. "You really scared me earlier. I thought Mo elder sister had an issue with me. But I believe Mo elder sister is such a good person and wouldn't do that on purpose." With the warehouse resembling a scene from a major crime drama and the incessant banging at the emergency exit mingled with the howls of the undead, all thoughts turned to escaping rather than anything else. "I did it on purpose." Mo Qingling rolled her eyes, unable to resist retorting. And Shiro, taken aback by Mo Qingling's sudden defiance, blinked back tears and lowered her head in silence. The sight of her innocent demeanor tugged at the heartstrings of certain individuals. "What are you doing bullying Xiaoyu?" Jin Yilin stepped forward, protectively pulling Inshiro behind him, glaring at Mo Qingling. "Fool!" Mo Qingling returned the eye roll, accompanied by a friendly jab. "You, enough." He was about to say more when Jin Jibei interrupted. "The zombies are about to break in. If you don't think of a way to leave and instead squabble here, Do you wish to court death? Though directed at Qingling, it was clear it was also meant for Inshiro. Upon glancing at her, it was evident her face had paled, likely not anticipating Jean Jibei's blatant disregard for her feelings. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. And Shiro resorted to her usual tactics, leaving Qingling speechless. Xiaoyu, you have nothing to apologize for. It isn't your fault. Only Qingling fell for her act. As Chun Yuchuan approached, Qingling silently added, and this fool. Jean Jibei, perhaps exasperated or simply at a loss for words like Qingling, turned and walked away, not wishing to utter another word. Ignoring the theatrics behind him, Ho Dong and the others followed in his wake, with Qingling casting one last, scrutinizing glance at Inshiro before departing. Should we gather more supplies? Midway, Qingling surveyed the scattered resources and posed a question to Jean Jibei. The items, once neatly arranged on the shelves, had been toppled to the ground due to Inshiro's actions, leading to the loss of some fragile materials. However, there was a silver lining. Now strewn across the floor and mixed together, it was difficult to ascertain what had been lost, prompting Qingling's sudden idea. Upon hearing her suggestion, Jean Jibei paused to regard her, contemplating before nodding. You all gather what you can. I'll keep watch. Qingling smiled and turned to face the rear. They were not far from Inshiro, yet not close either. She observed Inshiro directing the bodyguards in organizing supplies, and the spatial ability user did not reveal her powers. It was likely that, like them, she was stealthily stowing supplies away in her space while appearing to assist in the task at hand. Clearly, the protagonist group remained quite wary of them. It was probable that Inshiro's claim of lacking supplies was merely a fabricated excuse. Chapter 25. Inshiro's malice, perhaps noticing their sudden halt. Inshiro glanced around a couple of times before approaching them with her entourage. Upon hearing her words, Ho Dong and Liu Yin ceased their activities, stood up, and looked over, confirming that Inshiro was indeed drawing closer. They silently repositioned themselves to shield Jean Jibei, who was still busy stashing supplies away in his spatial pocket. You all are too. Qingling watched their movements, bemused and exasperated. She had not anticipated their remarkable tacit understanding, especially in such a moment, when they still refused to concede. Brother Jibei, Inshiro called out even before reaching them. Is there something you need? Turning around, Jean Jibei found himself standing behind her, wearing an expression of displeasure as he regarded Inshiro. It was understandable. He had been diligently gathering supplies, only to be interrupted, resulting in a considerable loss of resources. Who could be pleased under such circumstances? Brother Jibei, are you collecting supplies? Do you need my assistance? It was baffling that she, who was also in need of supplies, would come to offer help. Was her mind not functioning properly? No, thank you. We have nearly finished. Jean Jibei promptly declined without a moment's thought. Inshiro attempted to say something further, but she was interrupted by Chun Yuchuan's arrival. Brother Yuchuan, Brother Yilin. What is Xiao discussing with them? Chun Yuchuan remained as gentle as ever. What is there to discuss with them? We should leave quickly. The zombies are approaching. Jean Yilin interjected sharply. He was indeed familiar with Jean Jibei, knowing full well that he had not treated Inshiro kindly. So it was unnecessary to listen to ascertain that there were no kind words involved. You Xiao intend to assist us in gathering supplies? How is it that you have collected them so swiftly? Qingling did not wish to comply with his intentions and directly stated her purpose. Upon hearing her words, Chun Yuchuan's jaw tightened imperceptibly as he cast a glance at the somewhat anxious Inshiro, yet he remained silent. Who moves like you? As slow as a snail. Jean Yilin, still oblivious to the situation, launched into ridicule. Qingling smiled, unsure whether to deem him naive or foolish. Enough. The zombies are approaching. We must hurry. Jean Jibei glanced at the direction of the emergency exit, interrupting his continued retorts. At that moment, the door to the emergency exit was already shaking precariously from the zombies' relentless assault. If they continued to speak, the door would surely give way. Without further ado, Qingling turned to leave with Jean Jibei, but just as she pivoted, a loud crash resounded. The emergency exit door collapsed, and the zombies from the parking lot surged in. Inshiro, in a fit of panic, inexplicably lunged not at Chen Yuchuan or Jin Yilin, but at Mo Qingling. Sensing something amiss behind her, she turned with caution, nearly kicking Enchiro away. Had her keen eyesight not caught sight of Enchiro before she kicked, she might have sent her flying into the horde of zombies. If that had happened, it was likely that the two sycophants would not allow her to leave the supermarket alive. What vexed her further was that Enchiro clung to her like an octopus, leaving her bewildered as to what mischief this woman was up to. "What are you doing? Why are you clinging to me? Your brothers are over there." Attempting to pull her off, Enchiro stubbornly clung on, exerting unexpected strength, leaving Mo Qingling exceedingly irritated. "The zombies are coming. Let us exit first." "Miss Mo, please take care of Xiaoro," Chen Yuchuan interjected, sounding remarkably like Enchiro's supporter. Regardless of whether Enchiro had a grip on her, Mo Qingling turned and sprinted into the depths of the supermarket. Soon enough, Enchiro experienced the sensation of having her brain kicked by a donkey, as Mo Qingling paid no heed to her well-being. Without a moment's pause, she dashed ahead, dragging Enchiro along as if she were mere refuse. The zombies trailing behind were not particularly fast, yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming, especially for those who had just emerged from a fierce battle. Uncharacteristically, they all chose silence, running together in unison, avoiding confrontation with the undead. Jin Jibei and Ho Dong were the first to crash into the supermarket, followed closely by Lu Yin and Mo Qingling, with Enchiro in tow. Zombies! A few zombies appeared from nowhere, startling Enchiro. She screamed and in a panic pushed Mo Qingling forward. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. When Mo Qingling was yanked, she felt an unusual calm, even a sense of inevitability. Thus, when she was thrust forward, she was already prepared. Swiftly drawing her Tang Dao, she swung it forcefully at the approaching zombies, decapitating the one that had been snarling just moments before. As silence fell, Mo Qingling coldly regarded the fallen zombies before turning to the now cowering Enchiro, who had taken refuge in Jin Yilin's embrace. "It's fine, let us go." It was not that she did not wish to confront Enchiro. Rather, this was not a suitable environment for it. There might still be straggling zombies ahead, and a horde pursuing them from behind. If they lagged even a moment longer, they might meet their end here. With their lives on the line, there was no room to seek trouble with her, and Mo Qingling was not one to lose sight of priorities. Perhaps disheartened by her lack of reaction, Enchiro, realizing her miscalculation, ceased to cling to her, which improved Mo Qingling's mood considerably. After a few strides, Jin Jibei, having stayed close to her, confirmed her safety and leaned in to whisper, his voice barely audible to her ears. Unbeknownst to him, this was precisely what she had been hoping for, as she had been contemplating how to persuade him to separate from Enchiro and her group. Their presence diminished the value of the supplies collected, and she had to remain on guard against that woman's antics, which was exceedingly frustrating. Now that Jin Jibei had broached the subject, she had no reason to decline. Chapter 26. Separation. Brother Yilin, I didn't mean to. Enchiro nestled in Jin Yilin's embrace, offering a meek defense. "I understand, Xiaoro. It was merely your fear." Jin Yilin comforted her with a gentle pat on the back. Montauk Qingling rendered speechless. Found it absurd that Jin Yilin was forgiving her when she herself had yet to speak. Choosing not to engage them further, she simply turned and walked away. Enchiro's earlier actions had irked Ho Dong and the others, and seeing Mo Qingling depart, they followed without hesitation. Unfortunately, it seemed she had not yet learned her lesson, as she stubbornly approached Jin Jibei, fully aware of his desire to ignore her. Jin Jibei did not even glance her way, turning instead to follow Mo Qingling, which infuriated her further. The supermarket appeared to possess its own power supply, as the mall above had lost electricity, yet the lower levels remained lit. Mo Qingling surveyed the vast expanse of the supermarket filled with goods, all of which were supplies that could not be taken, and inwardly chastised Enchiro profusely. Encountering this female lead was a stroke of misfortune. She had hoped to bask in the glow of the protagonist's aura, only to discover that it, like its owner, was miserly. Where's everyone? She halted, carefully scanning her surroundings, and indeed, there were no signs of life. What happened? Jin Jibei also paused, Where are Shiro and the others? Weren't they just behind us? He had just witnessed the conclusion and naturally knew where Shiro and the others had gone. Qingling, undoubtedly her most devoted admirer, could hardly tolerate the way Qingling and her companions treated Shiro. With a blend of coaxing and deception, he whisked Shiro away, preventing her from accompanying Qingling. Reluctant though she was, she could not withstand the firmness of the two men. Ultimately, she had no choice but to follow them down a different path, albeit with a heavy heart. Fortunately, she no longer had to devise a way to escape them. Qingling did not delve deeply into Shiro's whereabouts. Since they were no longer present, we might as well gather these supplies, she suggested, casting a glance at Jinjibei, silently inquiring for his opinion. He would undoubtedly agree. As they exited the supermarket, he paid no heed to the merchandise, simply storing the shelves into his space, planning to organize it later when time permitted. They ascended to the first floor of the underground mall without incident, only to find that mutated zombies had been vanquished and numerous undead had infiltrated the ground level. Qingling observed the many corpses scattered across the floor, indicating that Shiro and the others had likely departed long ago. As for supplies, their earlier dismissal seemed genuine. They were evidently not as deprived as they had claimed. The sky outside had darkened considerably since their arrival. The four of them burst from the mall, only to be met with a torrential downpour that drenched them instantly. The rain was relentless. Standing in the downpour, their communication relied solely on shouting. Lu Yin, exasperated, wiped the rain from his face, though it proved futile. The quartet navigated through the streets and eventually arrived at a familiar milk tea shop. Unlike others with glass doors, this establishment intriguingly featured a roll-up door. It feels like ages since I last savored milk tea, Qingling remarked, unable to suppress her sentiment as they shut the door behind them. Jinjibei shot her a glance and retrieved the wood he had previously gathered from the villa, starting a fire on the ground. He then produced some change of clothes from his space, along with food and water to replenish their energy, setting aside a cup of milk tea from a certain brand. The shop also boasted a second floor, and the three men tacitly ceded it to Qingling. Once she had changed into dry clothing and returned downstairs, Jinjibei unexpectedly handed her a cup of hot milk tea. Momentarily taken aback, she looked at him, warmth blossoming in her heart as she expressed her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." "Oh, I want milk tea too," Ho Dong teased with a mischievous grin upon seeing this. "I think you just want to eat something," Lu Yin jabbed, nudging him, and the two shared a laugh. Qingling, feeling slightly embarrassed, lowered her head and took a sip of the milk tea, which was so sweet it nearly overwhelmed her throat. After a brief commotion, the four gathered around the fire, where Qingling prepared hot pot on a makeshift rack. The aroma soon wafted throughout the milk tea shop, and Lu Yin sighed contentedly as he slurped a mouthful of broth. Since the apocalypse began, their meals had been sporadic. Although with Jinjibei's spatial abilities, they were never in want. Men typically did not fuss over the quality of their food. They merely sought to fill their stomachs. However, with Qingling at the helm of the kitchen, their dining experience had undoubtedly improved. The memories of their past hardships brought a bittersweet pang to Lu Yin as he emptied his bowl of hot soup. "Should we stay here for now?" Qingling inquired casually, picking vegetables from the pot. "Given the downpour outside and our lack of transportation, it seems prudent to remain here for the time being," Jinjibei replied. "I think there might be a pig farm nearby." Ho Dong interjected suddenly. Qingling's eyes lit up at this revelation. "What? There's a pig farm nearby? Seriously, who would raise pigs in a place like this?" Lu Yin was bewildered. "Isn't this area newly developed? Look at the commercial street and those villas. Raising pigs here seems absurd. I recall that this area was once suburban, with many farms producing agricultural goods before it was developed. It's only halfway through that process," Ho Dong explained, showing his familiarity with the region, having frequented it for business before the apocalypse. "Really? Should we go take a look?" Qingling could hardly contain her excitement, turning to Jinjibei. "A pig farm? Imagine how many pigs might still be there. If they are, we could be in for a windfall." "Wait, can you all actually slaughter pigs?" Lu Yin interjected abruptly, dousing her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. You can't?" Mo Qingling shot a glance at them. Who could? Luyan shrugged helplessly. He could kill zombies, but had never slaughtered a pig. The two were hardly comparable. One was edible, the other was not. Suddenly, Mo Qingling turned to Jin Jibei. You must know how to do it, right? Under her scrutinizing gaze, Jin Jibei nearly blurted out that he did, but he too had never slaughtered a pig. He couldn't lie about such a thing. It would be awkward if he were to fail later. Seeing him shake his head, Mo Qingling felt a twinge of disappointment, recalling his earlier boast that he could do anything except give birth. Upon hearing this, the three men couldn't help but chuckle. You can send the captain to take down zombies without issue, but slaughtering pigs is no simple task. One wrong move, and you could hit something you shouldn't. Realizing he had inadvertently caused this, Hodong quickly defended Jin Jibei. What do you mean by hitting something you shouldn't? Mo Qingling asked, puzzled. If you stab the stomach and the undigested food spills out, would you still want to eat the pig? He elaborated, automatically visualizing that scenario. Mo Qingling's face paled. With our pigs, we can't just discard them, can we? As she spoke, she tilted her head to listen to the rain outside, which had intensified even further. It seemed likely that many places would soon be flooded. After a moment, she bit her lip and turned to Jin Jibei. As for my abilities, perhaps they aren't as formidable as I thought. Today's events diverged entirely from my predictions. From the moment we entered the supermarket, everything unfolded contrary to my foresight. However, the mutated zombie crystal core now in her possession lifted her spirits considerably. We can tackle the pig issue later. What is wrong with your abilities? Jin Jibei inquired, a hint of concern etched on his face. This morning, I made a prediction before we left, but what just happened deviated significantly from my foresight. Mo Qingling confessed, her lips pursed. Isn't that quite normal? Hodong interjected, confused. You foresaw danger upon our entry from above, prompting us to change our approach and enter through the parking lot instead. Things are never set in stone. There's no need to dwell on it. Jin Jibei reassured her, realizing she was troubled over her abilities rather than any actual anomaly. Montauk Qingling pondered, finding his reasoning valid, and a shy smile crossed her face. By the way, you mentioned that many areas might be flooded after the rain. Does that suggest it will cease soon? Hodong suddenly had a realization, excitement lacing his voice. That seems plausible, she affirmed before adding, winter is approaching, and I suspect it will be quite cold. Have you gathered any materials for warmth? How cold could it possibly get? Luyan scoffed. I estimate it will snow. Mo Qingling smiled at him. This was not mere conjecture. Based on the plot of the original story, it indeed snowed for an extended period, claiming the lives of many unprepared humans. What? Snow? You must be joking, Luyan exclaimed, astonished. His reaction was understandable. They were situated quite far south, where winter temperatures had never dipped below freezing, let alone experienced snowfall. Jin Jibei and the others hailed from City A, having grown up in the north, so they were neither apprehensive nor particularly thrilled by the prospect of snow. They simply found it astonishing to hear that a city unaccustomed to snowfall might soon experience it. Don't you believe me? Just look at how much the temperature has dropped. Mo Qingling raised an eyebrow, encouraging him to check the thermometer on the wall of the milk tea shop. Without even needing to look, he knew it was likely low, since the rain began. His attire had transitioned from short sleeves to a sweatshirt, and he was still shivering. Let us head to the clothing store tomorrow to find winter attire. If we can't find anything suitable, we can always visit a factory. We must gather some supplies. Jin Jibei did not doubt Mo Qingling's words and promptly placed the matter of collecting winter supplies on the agenda. Could you conveniently share how much supplies you have in your space? Mo Qingling suddenly felt curious about his storage. The question left him perplexed. He had gathered so many items that he was unsure of the exact quantity. Well, as long as it's ample, we won't starve, he concluded. Later, Mo Qingling was assigned to rest on the second floor, completely excluded from the night watch. After her protests yielded no results, she resigned herself to the situation. The second floor had a bathroom, where Mo Qingling cleaned the crystal nucleus of the mutated zombie, scrutinizing it under the faint light of a candle. The transparent, diamond-shaped crystal, no larger than half a finger, emitted a soft glow in the candlelight. How is this supposed to be used? Montauk Qingling Mum Ulet. It was her own fault for not paying closer attention while reading. After acquiring the crystal nucleus, the storyline revolved around Inshiro and Shin Yuchuan's romantic entanglements. She found such content rather tedious and had skipped over it, inadvertently missing the method of utilizing the crystal. However, adhering to her usual approach to novels, she figured she could experiment and discover its function. The first thought that crossed her mind was to consume the crystal. Yet the realization that it had been extracted from a zombie's brain made her stomach churn at the idea. Though she wasn't truly hungry and could eat anything, after much hesitation, she abandoned that method. Another idea struck her: to hold the crystal tightly in her hand and channel her powers to see if she could absorb it. If absorption proved impossible, perhaps she might glimpse the memories of that mutated zombie. Without further ado, Qingling placed the crystal in her palm and activated her abilities, only to lose consciousness the very next moment. As she fell into a deep sleep, Qingling experienced intense discomfort, alternating between chills and fever, her dreams spiraling out of control. Initially, she relived her childhood memories in the original world, followed by a slow replay of the book she had read, culminating in the original owner's memories from childhood to adulthood. In the end, she could no longer distinguish between dreams and reality, trapped in a nebulous state. While she found herself in this peculiar comfort, reality became a chaotic mess around her. "Captain, what should we do? If she continues to burn with fever, will she become a fool?" Lu Yin glanced at Qingling, whose face was flushed and drenched in cold sweat, turning to the stern-faced Jin Jibei for guidance. The monkey had already gone to fetch medicine, hoping to find something useful. Jin Jibei rubbed his temples. "Sure to. Please boil some hot water." "Understood, Captain," Lu Yin replied before swiftly descending the stairs. Jin Jibei looked at Qingling, whose brows had begun to relax, feeling a surge of frustration coupled with guilt. "If only I had considered more, prepared a raincoat for her when we left the supermarket, perhaps she wouldn't be suffering from this high fever." Yet, reflecting on this now was futile. She was already in this state, and the priority was to find a way to awaken her. Chapter 28. Space? A deadly weapon? I thought about how, in the future, when headaches or fever strike, I might not find any medicine, so I packed everything I could. This remark caught Jin Jibei's attention as he descended the stairs, recalling that they had gathered a substantial amount of supplies, yet lacked any medicine. "First, let's administer some medicine to Qingling. Once her condition stabilizes, we must venture out to procure some pharmaceuticals." "Who will stay behind?" Ho Dong inquired. "How about I remain?" Lu Yin suggested suddenly. His voice drew the attention of two individuals. It was not that no one remained. I possessed merely brute strength, and my presence might not prove beneficial. Therefore, it was prudent to stay here and watch over Qingling. Should the zombies approach, I could at least provide some defense. Jin Jibei contemplated this and acknowledged the soundness of the reasoning. Ho Dong was more agile and astute than he, and his ability to coordinate was superior. Moreover, given Qingling's unstable condition, it was imperative to have someone with Lu Yan's formidable abilities to withstand a zombie assault. Let us proceed swiftly. Sure to. Ensure you keep a watchful eye here and do not overextend yourself. I understand, Captain. After administering a fever-reducing medication to Qingling, her complexion improved, and her breathing became considerably more stable. One could only wonder whom to thank. The medication had not only spared her from dire consequences, but also alleviated her fever. Ho Dong hesitated, wanting to speak, but only exhaled in relief upon seeing she was safe. The captain truly seems to be a victim of his own concern, as he administered every possible remedy to Qingling without a second thought, leaving him utterly astonished. After observing her throughout the night, he found solace in the fact that her fever had subsided, yet she remained unconscious. With no other option, Jin Jibei instructed Lu Yin before heading out with Ho Dong to gather medicinal supplies. Not long after their departure, Qingling awakened, momentarily bewildered by the sight of a relieved Lu Yin. "You've finally awakened. What has happened to me?" she inquired, her confusion evident. Upon realizing that neither Jin Jibei nor Ho Dong was present, she curiously asked, "Where are they?" The captain and Ho Dong went to collect medicine. "You awoke just as they left," Lu Yin replied. Just the two of them? Mo Qingling frowned slightly. Yes. Is the rain still pouring heavily outside? Surely. It must have lessened by now. Lu Yin, unusually verbose, continued, and Mo Qingling refrained from interrupting as she accepted the warm water he offered, sipping it carefully. Suddenly, she spat it out in shock, staring at him in disbelief. Is that true? Taken aback by her reaction, Lu Yin appeared somewhat anxious. Are you not afraid of inadvertently causing my demise? Mo Qingling exclaimed, overwhelmed yet relieved by her own survival. Finding herself momentarily speechless, she reflected on her situation. Although the fever was merely a common reaction triggered by her powers, she regretted not having informed them beforehand. Thankfully, she was still alive. Otherwise, it would have been her life at stake. Well, I suppose it's fortunate that I am resilient. If the zombies did not claim my life, my teammates might have done so with their misguided remedies. With a sigh, Mo Qingling resigned herself to the situation, as long as she was alive. She deemed it a past concern. Though she did not expect Lu Yin to understand, he was her only option for answers. Perhaps they encountered some trouble. Do not worry. Despite the captain's singular spatial ability, he is still quite formidable, especially with Ho Dong by his side. They will be fine. His unwavering confidence provided her with a modicum of reassurance. To divert her anxious thoughts, she shifted her focus to her powers. After absorbing the mutated zombie's core, she had yet to fully explore the changes in her abilities. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sensation washed over her, and she paused. Spatial? She muttered. Lu Yin glanced at her in confusion, unsure of her sudden utterance. Upon further contemplation of her abilities, she realized she had awakened a second power, space. A wave of frustration struck her as she pondered why she could not have awakened a more offensive ability. Irritated, she glared at the cup in her hand, which then inexplicably compressed before her eyes, transforming into a solid metal disc. Astonished, she stared at the cup, now flattened, struggling to comprehend the phenomenon. Suppressing an involuntary gasp, Mo Qingling felt an overwhelming exhilaration that left her at a loss for words. She marveled at the solid steel rod she now held, exhilarated beyond expression. The protagonist's golden finger will undoubtedly shine brightly. I have awakened a formidable weapon. The domain of space was vastly superior to mere storage capabilities. That night, excitement kept her awake, significantly alleviating her worries for Jin Jibei and the others. Upon awakening the next day, she found it rather late. Lu Yin assumed she was merely recovering from her illness and thought little of it. Unable to contain herself, Mo Qingling sought to persuade Lu Yin to venture out in search of Jin Jibei, hoping to test her new powers on the zombies. But the captain instructed us to remain here. What if we miss them? Lu Yin expressed his concerns, though he was also contemplating his options. Mo Qingling opened her mouth to respond when suddenly, a commotion echoed from downstairs. Chapter 29. Departure from the milk tea shop, exchanging glances. Lu Yin gestured for silence before cautiously descending the stairs. Mo Qingling, feeling anxious, waited impatiently, sensing an eternity pass without Lu Yin's return, and ultimately decided to don her clothes, taking her tang knife as she ventured downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor and spotting Jin Jibei and the others, she sighed in relief. However, as she descended, she quickly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Are you injured? Mo Qingling finally noticed his pale complexion. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Jin Jibei replied with a faint smile. If it weren't for me, the captain wouldn't have been hurt, Ho Dong added, guilt evident in his tone. Don't say that. So, what exactly transpired? Mo Qingling inquired, eager to learn the details. We went to a nearby pharmacy to collect supplies, but it was not straightforward. Others had already arrived before us. To gather more, the captain and I ventured further. While passing by a hospital, we had intended to enter, but someone inside inadvertently attracted zombies and led them to us before fleeing. Ironically, it resulted in us acquiring a wealth of medical supplies. Though they did not elaborate on how they were injured, Mo Qingling grasped the implication. They had been betrayed by someone. Besides that, we also located the pig farm. There is a slaughterhouse nearby, suggesting more than just pigs are present. Jin Jibei interjected, capturing her attention. Really? Mo Qingling exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "How is your recovery? If you're well enough, we should depart immediately. Are you in such a hurry?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "I am fine now, but what about your injuries?" Noticing the white bandage peeking from Jean Jibei's shirt, Qingling hesitated. "I'm all right. It merely appears worse than it is," he assured her nonchalantly, though his pallor undermined his claim. "The rain has been relentless, causing water to accumulate. If we delay, we might find ourselves trapped here. It is better to leave sooner." "Has it really become that severe in just 2 days?" Qingling replied incredulously. "Sister, you should see how ferociously it rains outside. It's the kind of downpour that could crush a person," Hodong remarked, exasperated. Qingling laughed sheepishly, realizing she had been oblivious to the weather during her 2-day confinement. "In that case, let's gather our things and leave. By the way, have you resolved the issue with transportation?" Suddenly recalling their need for a vehicle, she casually inquired, assuming they had secured one. "We already have a vehicle," Hodong chimed in. "Huh, I have a modified Land Rover in my space. I just found a suitable moment to retrieve it," Jean Jibei explained. "Goodness, you kept this from me for so long," she exclaimed, feeling foolish for worrying about them while they had a backup plan all along. Ultimately, they departed in the cargo truck they had obtained from the supermarket parking lot. Mindful of their mission to the pig farm and the necessity for discretion, uncertain if they might encounter other survivors. After emptying the milk tea shop's inventory, Qingling finally grasped the gravity of Hodong's earlier statement. The curtain of rain resembled someone pouring water from the heavens. One could easily mistake it for a waterfall rather than mere rain. I drew in a sharp breath and glanced at Jean Jibei, who was seated in the driver's seat, and remarked, "Can you still drive under these conditions?" The windshield wipers were practically smoking, offering only fleeting glimpses of the road ahead. In the days before the apocalypse, such weather would have undoubtedly been deemed unsuitable for driving. However, given the circumstances, the absence of both people and vehicles rendered the prospect of an accident rather moot. His words indeed reminded her that out there, as long as you don't crash, you can drive freely. After all, outside is nothing but zombies. If you hit one, it's over. With that thought in mind, Qingling refrained from further disturbing the driver, though she acknowledged the logic in his words. The feeling of uncertainty still loomed ominously, causing her a flicker of fear that made her grasp the door handle for reassurance. The journey was tumultuous, with the vehicle colliding against various objects, producing dull thuds, and as she gazed at the blurred scenery outside, she marveled at how Jean Jibei managed to navigate. Turning to observe his calm demeanor, she found an odd comfort in it. Truly, how extraordinary. After what seemed like an eternity, Qingling felt discomfort settling in her rear. And just as she was about to inquire about their arrival time, the car finally slowed down. "Are we almost there? It's right ahead." As she spoke, she noticed the vehicle entering a wrought iron gate and then proceeding into a large factory, with the torrential rain no longer obstructing her view. The interior of the factory quickly came into focus. Various slaughtering tools, stained with what appeared to be old, dried blood, lay scattered about. "Is this a slaughterhouse?" "Yes. There's a pig farm not too far from here, and some chickens and ducks nearby." As Jean Jibei parked the car, the four of them disembarked, curiosity guiding their gazes. "This slaughterhouse seems semi-automated." After observing for a while, Lu Yin began to discern its workings. "How do you know?" Qingling asked him. "There used to be a slaughterhouse near my home. I was curious as a child and played there. The machinery inside is quite similar." "So, does that mean we can slaughter pigs without issue?" Qingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Theoretically, without electricity, the machines wouldn't function. It was like a bucket of cold water, though it was somewhat expected. The commercial district had already lost power. It was unreasonable to think this place would still be operational. We should check for a generator, if we can find one. We could utilize it to slaughter the pigs while this heavy rain persists." Suddenly, Qingling had an idea. It's common for commercial properties to be equipped with generators. Perhaps we might find one. Chapter 30. Gas station Jean Jibei also considered this and soon located a generator. Unfortunately, the fuel supply was running low, and there was little left in the slaughterhouse. There's not enough fuel, It likely won't be sufficient to finish the slaughtering. What should we do? Mo Qingling was uncertain whether to consider them fortunate or unfortunate. Just as they were about to take action, another problem arose. There's a gas station 5 kilometers away. Ho Dong pondered for a moment, and indeed knew the location of the nearest station. So who stays here? Lu Yin looked at them. Let us all go together. Mo Qingling opposed the idea of splitting up. She glanced at Jin Jibei's chest, concerned that further injuries would complicate matters. After a moment of thought, Jin Jibei agreed with her suggestion. Given the unpredictable weather outside, it would be wiser to let Ho Dong drive. 5 kilometers isn't far, even with weather disturbances. They would arrive in no more than 20 minutes. Upon reaching the gas station, everyone became vigilant. There were no zombies in sight, which was peculiar. Even if no one had come to refuel before the apocalypse, there should have been staff present, right? It was too clean, not a single trace of blood, making it feel surreal, as if the apocalypse had merely been a dream. Something's off. Everyone stay cautious. Ho Dong peered around, his expression grave as he cautioned the others. We'll just take some fuel. Don't wander too far. Mo Qingling glanced at the convenience store and the nearby buildings, a sense of unease settling in her heart. Ho Dong remained in the vehicle while Lu Yin, being strong, filled the fuel containers, with Mo Qingling and Jin Jibei on watch. Perhaps the atmosphere was too tense. But Lu Yin worked swiftly, filling barrel after barrel. Just as he prepared to stop, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from the convenience store and adjacent buildings, surrounding them. A quick glance revealed they were all young men, numbering around 10 to 20, armed with various weapons. Who are you and what do you want? Jin Jibei stepped forward to confront them. This gas station is ours. If you want fuel, you must trade for supplies. The man disregarded Jin Jibei's inquiry and stated their intention outright. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingling and Jin Jibei exchanged glances. How much do you require in supplies? The group did not expect such a straightforward response and fell silent for a moment before replying. 1 liter of fuel for 5 jin of rice. That's exorbitant, Lu Yin exclaimed. Think it's too expensive? If you do, then don't take our fuel. It's not as if you're the only ones with access to fuel. Besides, this gas station was public property, so how can you claim it as yours? Furthermore, when we arrived, you didn't show yourselves until we began pumping fuel. Isn't that akin to extortion? Lu Yin's frustration boiled over, and he expressed his dissatisfaction bluntly. So what? It was public property before, but it is ours now. We cleared the nearby zombies, and this is our stronghold. What is wrong with that? The opposing group seemed unfazed by his anger, displaying a cold indifference. Either buy the fuel with supplies or leave, or stay. Observing their numbers and the fierce demeanor of each man, it was clear they were not cowards. They had all faced zombies before. Mo Qingling wished to avoid conflict. Yet if she agreed to their terms immediately, it might draw unwanted attention. She also wanted to see if they would engage in treachery themselves. In truth, 1 liter of fuel for 5 jin of rice was not overly expensive. After all, fuel is a non-renewable resource, and in these times, no one would be collecting or transporting it. Likewise, food is a vital commodity, and until the official bases stabilize, all supplies are in high demand. What should we do? She whispered to Jin Jibei. Since the supplies were in his space, she felt hesitant to make decisions without his consent. What if he had other intentions? How can we ensure that if we provide you with supplies, you will indeed give us the fuel to let us leave? If you don't trust us, feel free to leave, but we've already drawn the fuel. You owe us some compensation for the loss. 10 jin of rice will suffice, though other supplies can be used as a substitute. He cast a glance at the leader of the opposing group, pondered for a moment, and then said, We do not possess an abundance of supplies. How about we exchange some oil for now? Once we acquire more resources, we can exchange the remainder. What do you think? After a brief contemplation, the other party acquiesced. Jin Jibei approached the rear of the truck, feigning the retrieval of supplies, while actually producing 20 pounds of rice from his spatial storage. As he observed the other party loading 4 liters of oil for them, he handed over the rice. All right, you may leave now. Should you require more oil next time, do bring sufficient supplies, he added. To his surprise, they truly allowed them to depart. Mo Qingling cast an astonished glance at the leader, who continued, By the way, do not think about seeking other gas stations. the nearest one is 10 kilometers away, and it harbors a rather troublesome zombie. Of course, if you wish to seek your own demise, I cannot stop you. With that, the leader gestured, and the crowd parted, granting them passage. Thank you for the warning, Jean Jibei replied, his expression momentarily faltering as he nodded in gratitude. Regardless of the circumstances, the other party's advisory was a gesture of goodwill, and a word of thanks was indeed appropriate. They quickly boarded the truck and successfully drove away from the gas station. Qingling glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing that the group was still watching them leave, and turned to Jean Jibei. Do you think what he said was true? She inquired. Jean Jibei shook his head. Whether true or false, it is merely a statement to me. Wouldn't it have been more efficient for them to detain us directly if they intended to deceive? That is a valid point. They even deliberately let us go. What could be their motive? Qingling pondered, nodding in agreement. He is not as foolish as you think, Jean Jibei chuckled. Who are you calling foolish? Qingling shot him a glare. Chapter 31. The slaughterhouse at the pig farm. Upon disembarking, the sound of grunting pigs immediately dispelled the gloom from their recent robbery. Heavens! So many pigs! Qingling exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the multitude of white figures. It felt as if money had fallen from the sky, instantly making them wealthy. Indeed, there are quite a few, but how do we catch them? Ho Dong's words doused her excitement like a bucket of cold water. Looking hesitantly at the pigs, who were now startled by the sudden presence of humans, she found herself at a loss. We can simply kill them, Jean Jibei interjected unexpectedly. How do we kill them? All eyes turned toward him. Unable to suppress a smirk at their gaze, Jean Jibei replied, just a quick slice to the neck, right? Honestly, have you never eaten pork or seen a pig run? It's quite normal to not know how to handle a pig. But not knowing how to kill one is rather amusing. Realization dawned on the group as they had overlooked such a straightforward method. But what about the blood? I was hoping to save it for blood sausage, Qingling murmured, misunderstanding the situation. Blood sausage? Lu Yin queried, his curiosity piqued. However, before Qingling could clarify, he continued, isn't that simple? With that, he somehow produced a large stainless steel basin and carried it toward the pig pen, perhaps sensing his intent. The pigs in the pen began to scatter as he drew nearer. Lu Yin casually selected a lucky pig, disregarding its shrill cries, and seized its hind legs, lifting it with ease. Under Qingling's astonished gaze, he effortlessly placed the pig on a nearby table, positioned the basin beneath its neck, then pinned the struggling creature down with one hand while swiftly plunging a military knife into its throat with the other. With a pitiful squeal, blood gushed forth into the basin. The pig's cries gradually diminished, and for a moment, Qingling felt that the remaining pigs in the pen were trembling in fear. Impressive, my friend. You truly resemble a butcher, she remarked, eliciting laughter from those around her. I say sure to, why not just kill all the pigs? Ho Dong shouted at Lu Yin. That's certainly an option. After disposing of the now silent pig, Lu Yin scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. All right, since we know how to kill them now, sure to will handle catching the pigs while we swiftly bleed them out. We must act quickly, or else the smell of blood may attract zombies. Interrupting their jovial banter, Jean Jibei's expression turned serious as he organized their tasks. While the blood of a single pig may not pose a significant threat, completing the slaughter of all the pigs before the rain outside could mask the scent was essential, especially since zombies are particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. Under his direction, they methodically slaughtered the pigs, collecting blood in basin after basin, while Qingling transitioned from initial excitement to concern. With this much pig's blood, how many blood sausages will I need to stuff? Fortunately, blood sausages can be preserved, and they could store them in Jean Jibei's spatial compartment, allowing for variety in their meals and serving as a hearty sustenance. As they continued, despite their brisk pace, the commotion inevitably attracted a few zombies, though thankfully not in large numbers. Volunteering to deal with the zombies, Qingling dispatched them efficiently. By the time she finished, the pigs had all been slaughtered, and Jean Jibei was packing the last pig and its blood into his spatial storage. What a pity! If it weren't so noisy, we could have kept a few for breeding, Ho Dong lamented. After completing their tasks at the pig farm, Jean Jibei intended to scout the surrounding area for any additional opportunities. With Ho Dong at the wheel, they aimlessly navigated through the heavy rain. If only we could find some ducks. I could use some duck delicacies to nibble on during idle moments, Qingling sighed, gazing out the window. You know how to prepare duck delicacies? Jean Jibei asked, somewhat astonished. Qingling's expression faltered momentarily as her mind raced to recall whether the original owner had any culinary skills with duck. Captain, it's perfectly normal for a girl to know how to cook and manage her own life, Ho Dong chimed in, coming to her aid. Upon hearing his words, both Jean Jibei and Qingling experienced a moment of clarity. Regardless of whether the original owner could cook, it was entirely reasonable for Jean Jibei, having not seen her for years, to be unaware of her abilities. With that thought, she relaxed and assured Jean Jibei, I possess many skills, just watch, and refrained from speaking. With that, he fell silent, no longer questioning her. It would be troublesome if his inquiries caused Qingling to falter. Anything else is fine, but cooking is non-negotiable. At that moment, they found themselves pondering where to locate ducks, as there were no nearby ponds, and duck farms were generally uncommon. Lu Yan, feeling particularly hungry, shared in her frustration over the lack of ducks. Duck farms typically require ponds. I remember a place we could check, but I can't guarantee there will be any, Ho Dong recalled, racking his brain for a location from memory. Let's go there quickly, even if there are no ducks. There might be something else, Lu Yan encouraged, patting Ho Dong on the shoulder to hasten his pace. Ho Dong shot him an exasperated glance. If you're so eager, you can take the wheel. Just look at this visibility. I want to go fast too, but if we crash, I wonder how you'll handle it. Safety first. Do not be hasty. Jean Jibei wholeheartedly agreed. The vehicle traversed the road at a measured pace, occasionally encountering a few zombies, though their numbers gradually dwindled. By the time they reached their destination, over half an hour had passed. How did they arrive here? Were the zombies are scarce? It seemed to be a mountainous area before the apocalypse. Through the curtain of rain, Qingling could still discern a nearby mountain, shrouded by some lowly structures that, prior to the end of days, would have been seldom visited. As they spoke, Ho Dong had already driven closer to those humble buildings, several small bungalows. Hearing the commotion, two zombies staggered out from behind the houses, their attire indicative of villagers. The atmosphere in the vehicle immediately darkened upon sighting the two zombies. Silence enveloped them as they were at a loss for words. Chapter 32. The bounty of chickens, ducks, and geese after dispatching the two zombies. They did not neglect their remains. Ho Dong solemnly cremated them, honoring the bond formed during their earlier assistance. Once this was accomplished, Jean Jibei and the others began to explore the area, discovering that it not only housed ducks, but also a considerable number of chickens and geese. Due to the weather, apart from a few large geese and ducks, many had taken refuge inside the two bungalows. Perhaps used to human presence, the poultry showed little fear upon seeing them, continuing their pecking and drinking, some even curiously approaching. Qingling harbored no pity. She promptly captured them, resulting in a lively commotion of flapping wings and squawking. Among the three bungalows, two were designated for raising livestock, while one served as temporary accommodations for the villagers, remaining quite tidy within. The four of them tidied up a bit and lit a fire as darkness fell outside. They prepared a chicken and a goose, and with some accompaniment sourced from Jean Jibei, Qingling skillfully concocted a dish of spicy chicken and a pot of stewed goose. Before long, the enticing aroma filled the entire room, causing Ho Dong and Lu Yan, who were busy tending to the ducks, to salivate uncontrollably. One could not deny the culinary prowess of a woman. This delectable fragrance was utterly irresistible, Lu Yan remarked with a silly grin aimed at Ho Dong, who said only women possess culinary skills. You, being so unambitious, can whip up a meal that could tempt anyone. Who knows if you'll be fortunate enough to marry a wife as skilled in the kitchen. Ho Dong rolled his eyes, delivering a blunt retort. In this world, I can no longer even consider marriage, Lu Yan stated, leaving Ho Dong momentarily speechless. A man who couldn't even touch a girl before the apocalypse could still dream of marrying one after? The thought seemed more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Leaving Ho Dong uncertain whether to console him or join in his lament, ultimately choosing silence and feigning ignorance. The zombies outside have all been dealt with. Yet here you are, contemplating marriage. Mo Qingling was rendered speechless by their conversation. Isn't that just idle talk? Lu Yin chuckled awkwardly. Life is too long. One ought to eat and drink when necessary, allowing feelings to unfold naturally. Mo Qingling did not seek to dishearten him. In a world where humanity is tested, discussing romance seems rather fanciful. Nevertheless, some possess a childlike heart. Perhaps they might be fortunate enough to encounter someone who would reciprocate their sincerity. She thought of Inshiro, the protagonist, whose aura of prominence elicits envy from many. The men surrounding her were all capable and formidable. It was uncertain how much genuine affection they held for her. While the atmosphere here was warm and filled with abundance, Inshiro's situation was far less comfortable. What kind of demands do they think they can make? Jean Yilin furrowed his brow in irritation. Xiao had already shown them great kindness by allowing their entry, and they ought not to take advantage of her goodwill. The bodyguard paused, casting a glance at him. If those individuals were reasonable, they would not be bothering them now. It's easy to say. Why not let him handle the negotiation himself? Silently grumbling, yet outwardly cautious, he merely acknowledged Jean Yilin with a nod before turning to leave. Brother Yilin, please don't be angry. It's all my fault. And Shiro tugged at Jean Yilin's sleeve, her gaze cast downward in a display of remorse. It is not your fault, Xiao. They simply failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. Chen Yuchuan consoled from behind her, raising his eyes to glance at the intruders with evident disdain. They were rather fanciful in their hopes of waiting for official personnel to rescue them. The chaos outside was overwhelming, compounded by inclement weather. The authorities were preoccupied with their own troubles, leaving little room for rescue operations. Even if assistance were to arrive, it would likely only extend to nearby areas. Those farther away would either have to rely on their own resilience to venture forth or resign themselves to their fate. However, before Inshiro could articulate her thoughts, she was interrupted by Jean Yilin. Xiao, let's not be foolish. We must focus on our own survival. We still need to reach City A. Do you intend to bring them along? He cast a disapproving glance in her direction. That is out of the question. Just look at them. Do they seem like the kind to seek resources? Our supplies are specifically allocated for you. If you suggest sharing with them, I cannot agree. Chen Yuchuan chimed in. Is sharing not an option? And Shiro implored him with her eyes. It is not, despite feeling a pang of compassion. Chen Yuchuan remained resolute in his refusal. He spoke sweetly, claiming that the supplies he procured were for Inshiro. Yet the reality was that they too required sustenance. Thus, it was only natural for them to secure provisions for their own. If she reused those resources to support the useless, he would firmly oppose it, as would Jean Yilin. Furthermore, he lacked the benevolence to save others. How he wished for his elder brother, Ji Bei, to be present. His prowess would surely allow him to acquire food for them. And Shiro, for reasons unknown, suddenly mentioned Jean Bei. The two men furrowed their brows simultaneously, with Jean Yilin unable to contain himself, warning her not to be deceived by him. For he was the epitome of cold-heartedness and would never care for the lives of others. How can you say such things, Brother Yilin? Ji Bei was a soldier. He wouldn't act as you suggest. And Shiro looked up at him, surprised. Oh, just look at what those people say. When they sought his help, did he not deny them? Jean Yilin scoffed, gesturing towards the group nearby. And Shiro was about to retort when Chen Yuchuan interrupted her. He is no longer with us. Shiro should stop dwelling on him. Are we truly inferior to him? Of course not. And Shiro nervously countered. Then why does Shiro keep thinking about Jean Bei? Chen Yuchuan's tone was gentle, yet there was a sickly intensity in his gaze as he leaned closer to her, whispering softly. And Shiro stiffened, momentarily a loss for words, especially as she hadn't anticipated Chen Yuchuan's sudden change in demeanor. Jean Yilin, standing opposite them, frowned at Chen Yuchuan, puzzled by his abrupt shift in energy and somewhat displeased by his proximity to Inshiro. Unbeknownst to him, Inshiro was already so anxious that cold sweat trickled down her back as her mind raced to find a way to placate this disturbed individual. Chapter 33. A comparative analysis. Before she could devise a plan, chaos erupted once more, this time escalating to physical confrontations. Disturbed by the ruckus, Chen Yuchuan expressed his discontent with an impatient click of his tongue, turning to observe the commotion. The 5 men who had previously encircled Mo Qingling on the 5th floor were now leading the charge against Chen Yuchuan's bodyguards. It was unfathomable who had emboldened them to act so brazenly, provoking not only Mo Qingling, but now daring to assault Enshiro's people. "What are you doing?" Chen Yuchuan bellowed in frustration. In the heated atmosphere, his voice went unnoticed, barely acknowledged. As he realized his words fell on deaf ears, his irritation reached a boiling point, and a pathological smile crept onto his face. Observing his clearly erratic behavior, Enshiro attempted to step forward to say something, but Jin Yilin swiftly pulled her back. "Do not speak, ignore them." As Enshiro was drawn away, Chen Yuchuan turned, drawing a gun from a waist of a nearby bodyguard and firing a shot into the ceiling. The loud bang silenced the raucous crowd. As the scene froze, every gaze turned towards Chen Yuchuan, who aimed his weapon at them. "What do you intend to do?" "Murder is against the law." "Against the law?" Chen Yuchuan chuckled, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. "I cannot decide whether to call you naive or foolish. In this dire time, do you believe things remain as they once were?" After his laughter subsided, he coldly shattered their illusions. "Indeed, the useless are merely useless." With that, he signaled to his bodyguard and turned to find Enshiro, intending to take her away. Brother Yuchuan and Shiro began, but he silenced her with a gesture. "Shiro, I'm not in a good mood right now. Do not provoke my ire." Though he spoke with a smile, Enshiro's face paled at his words. She dared not respond, merely offering him a forced smile, tinged with pity as she glanced toward the chaotic group. Having barely descended from the car, they were soon back inside, as Jin Yilin silently followed suit, while the hotel's bodyguards orderly exited the establishment. The individuals who had been intimidated by Chen Yuchuan's gun were now in a panic. "Are we to be left here to die?" "No, you must stay." "What will we do if you leave?" The crowd, now frantic, clung to the bodyguards, unwilling to let them depart. The once arrogant middle-aged woman now threatened to break down in tears, throwing a tantrum to prevent them from leaving. The bodyguards, already weary of dealing with such antics, were reluctant to engage further, having received their orders. Those with strength began to shove her aside, hastily exiting the hotel and boarding their vehicle. Realizing the situation, the disoriented crowd rushed after them, either attempting to stop them from leaving or wishing to join them. Within moments, aside from those in the vehicle, the first floor of the hotel was devoid of the chaotic group. Observing the entire ordeal, Chen Yuchuan scoffed mockingly. "Let us go." With that command, the car departed the hotel in an orderly fashion. Mo Qingling remained unaware that Enshiro and her group had abandoned the hotel, continuing her meal while discussing them. "If you ask me, they are foolish. Saving a person requires discernment. Look at those they chose to save. Is that truly saving? It's more akin to rescuing ancestors." Ho Dong chimed in with a witty remark he had long wanted to voice. "Saving lives is one thing, but providing a safe place is sufficient. Why bother with food and drink? That's just foolish. You can only talk about it here. You didn't voice your thoughts back at the hotel." Lu Yin retorted dismissively. He choked slightly, cast a glance at Jin Jibei, and whispered, "I was just thinking, isn't it better not to say anything if it might not be well received?" Perhaps it was due to the relationship between Jin Yilin and Jin Jibei that they found it difficult to express their thoughts. Otherwise, with Jin Yilin's infatuated nature, it was likely to stir up trouble, and Jin Jibei's expression would certainly grow sour. After observing the silent Jin Jibei, Mo Qingling smiled and remarked, regardless of the outcome, "We have already made our escape. Since we are no longer with them, we have fewer worries." Indeed, after parting ways, they had seemingly flourished, gathering quite a bounty. When they were within Enshiro, they had to maintain appearances and tread carefully. They had worked hard to seize that supermarket, only to find it lacking in the end. The thought still left a bitter taste. Although Jin Jibei had also collected a good deal, they could have claimed the entire supermarket stock had they ventured forth alone. Life stretches ahead, and there will undoubtedly be more treasures to uncover. For now, the priority was to find a place to rest until the rain subsided, allowing them to set off for City. Mo Qingling felt the weight of her words and added, "But we must choose wisely. We wouldn't want to run into Enshiro and her group again. That would indeed be disastrous." "Surely not. They are likely still holed up in the hotel. In this weather, only a fool would venture outside." Dong responded with a look of dread. He shuddered at the thought of encountering Inshiro again and what future days might hold. That is hard to say. You mentioned they are fools. What if they truly do act foolishly and wander about in this weather? Qingling's words left him feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. Thankfully, he had already eaten his fill. Otherwise, he might have wasted the meat. Enough with the scare tactics. If we do run into them, we will have to lead them again, so it's best to be mentally prepared, Jin Jibei interjected, bringing their conversation to a halt after finishing his meal. Confronting Dong with an uncomfortable truth. Life is truly difficult, he murmured, sighing in frustration, prompting a curious glance from Liu Yin. Then why not become a zombie? In jest, he quickly snatched a large chicken leg from Dong's bowl. Hey, Stinky Rock, give me back my chicken leg. Chapter 34. Inshiro arrives at the gas station. Do you have any gasoline stored? Qingling suddenly inquired of Jin Jibei while in the vehicle. Before the apocalypse, he had managed to procure some gasoline through connections, and for the moment, they were not lacking. However, it would undoubtedly fall short in the future. Should we go back to that gas station from yesterday to exchange supplies? Her suggestion rendered Jin Jibei silent. He had not intended to return. Yet recognizing that the team was not solely his domain, he realized he needed to consult his companions. He had not anticipated Qingling would bring it up so abruptly. What do you all think? After a brief pause in the vehicle, Dong spoke first. We could go back for another visit and gather some information. Last time didn't T leave a good impression? What if we walk into a trap this time? Qingling furrowed her brow, feeling hesitant. She preferred to explore other gas stations instead and check if the zombies they had discussed were indeed mutated. The gas station 10 kilometers away is rather far, and we are unaware of the current situation. It would be unwise to proceed recklessly. Liu Yin voiced his dissent regarding going to another gas station. With no unified decision reached among the four, Jin Jibei pondered their thoughts. Let us first handle the poultry and then reassess. We don't know how long the fuel we have will last for power supply. If necessary, we may have to make another trip. After some contemplation, the others had no objections and agreed to follow his lead. Once safety was confirmed, they began their tasks. After understanding the function of each machine, their operations became significantly more efficient, with everyone diligently fulfilling their roles. Meanwhile, Inshiro and her group arrived near the gas station not far from Qingling and the others. Brother Yuchuan, let us take a break. I'm sore all over from sitting in the car, Inshiro complained, suppressing her irritation as she pouted at Chen Yuchuan. Be good, Xiaoyu. There's nowhere to rest around here. Let us find a place once we get past the front, Chen Yuchuan replied nonchalantly. Boss, there's a gas station ahead that seems to have no zombies. Just then, the radio crackled with the voice of a bodyguard from the front vehicle. Oh, Chen Yuchuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. No zombies? Brother Yuchuan, can we go there to rest? And Shiro, not thinking much of it, felt relieved to finally have a place to rest. After a night of travel, she could hardly endure it any longer. No bed could compare to the comfort of sleep. Despite Chen Yuchuan's efforts to make her comfortable, it still fell short of her expectations. Whether it was being spoiled or simply a matter of feeling uncomfortable, she just wanted to get out of the car and breathe some fresh air. Xiaoyu is feeling unwell. Let us take a break. A gas station without zombies is just a brief stop, and we can leave shortly after, Jin Yilin remarked, noticing Chen Yuchuan's hesitation and expressing his dissatisfaction. Can't you see Xiaoyu is already feeling unwell? What are you still contemplating? It's just a gas station without zombies. Even if there is an ambush, we outnumber them and are armed. Are we mere decorations? Chen Yuchuan shot him a cold glare before solemnly commanding his subordinates to head toward the gas station. As the convoy entered the gas station, the hidden observers quickly received the news. Like when Jin Jibei's group had arrived, they did not immediately reveal themselves but opted to hide and watch first. Once Inshiro's group confirmed there was no danger, they exited the vehicle, finally able to stretch their limbs. Unable to resist, she let out a lazy yawn. Turning to meet Chen Yuchuan's gaze, she instinctively flashed a sweet smile, which instantly improved his previously sour mood. Brother Yuchuan, are you no longer angry? Seeing the hint of a smile on his face, Inshiro felt a flutter in her heart and quietly inquired, just a tiny bit less angry. If you want me to completely forgive you, Xiaoyu needs to think of other ways to win me over. And Shiro instantly understood his implication, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she shot him a playful glare. How annoying. I won't talk to you anymore. With that, she turned and dashed into the convenience store. Once out of his sight, her expression returned to normal, and she heaved a sigh of relief. It was good to be back to normal. Otherwise, she would have been on edge. Indeed, it was not easy to handle such a neurotic individual. Yet, the thought that this very neurotic person had a soft spot for her and obeyed her like a loyal dog filled her with a sense of pride, and a smile crept onto her face. Just then, Qingling entered to find her, and noticing her sudden change in mood, he assumed she was in good spirits. Xiaoyu, are you hungry? Do you want me to cook something for you? His sudden appearance startled her, but as she processed his words, she quickly responded. It's not appropriate to cook here, right? Her gaze flicked to the instant noodles on the shelf. How about we just eat some instant noodles? There are some here. We can make do with that. Upon hearing her suggestion of instant noodles, Qingling frowned disapprovingly. How can Xiaoyu eat such junk food? It's all right, Brother Yilin. I haven't had instant noodles in a long time, and now that I see them, I'm really craving that taste. Just let me have them. Do not say it. Indeed, and Shiro has developed quite an appetite. It has been ages since she last savored instant noodles, and upon seeing them, she suddenly craved them. Unable to resist her charming demeanor, Qingling reluctantly agreed to prepare a bowl of noodles for her. The water boiled swiftly, and soon a steaming bowl of instant noodles was presented to Shiro. As she lifted the lid, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, igniting her appetite. Chen Yuchuan, noticing Qingling serving Shiro, could hardly contain his displeasure, yet upon witnessing the joy illuminating in Shiro's face, he chose to remain silent. Why does this instant noodle taste so lackluster? After taking a bite, Shiro cast a disappointed glance at her bowl. The flavor was the same as ever. Yet for some inexplicable reason, it felt utterly bland upon her palate. I told you, you wouldn't enjoy it, Qingling said, gazing at her with a look of fondness. He then pushed the bowl away and presented her with a box of exquisite dishes instead. If it's unappetizing, don't force yourself. Have this instead. Chapter 35. Fuel exchange in a convenience store, and Shiro and her companions were merrily indulging in their food, oblivious to the fact that someone in the shadows had been observing them intently. The sight of them wasting the store's supplies ignited a fury within the hidden observer. Initially, he contemplated holding back, but soon his restraint shattered. Thus, while Shiro and her friends were enjoying their meal, a group suddenly emerged, surrounding them and leaving her utterly stunned. Brother Yilin, she exclaimed in alarm, calling out to Qingling in a panic. Chen Yuchuan, standing beside her, felt his previously clear gaze darken at her words. This is our territory. You not only took our supplies without permission, but wasted them as well. That is intolerable, proclaimed a man who appeared slightly younger than the rest. Just because you claim it is your territory, does that make it so? In this world, whoever possesses true strength dictates the terms. If you're dissatisfied, you must simply endure, the leader of the group retorted coldly. And who exactly possesses true strength to dictate such terms? Chen Yuchuan inquired, shifting his gaze to the man and speaking slowly. If that is the case, must we then remain silent in our dissatisfaction? As he finished speaking, the bodyguards simultaneously drew their weapons, aiming them at the opposing group. The latter, likely encountering firearms for the first time, became visibly unsettled, caught off guard by the fierce confrontation. Only the leader, being pointed at, remained composed, as if the weapon aimed at him were merely a toy. Meanwhile, in another part of the scene, Qingling and her companions were cleaning up nearly 100 pigs and chickens, preparing to exchange them for fuel at a gas station. How much fuel can one pig fetch? Qingling wondered aloud, casting a curious glance at the pigs in the truck. A pig weighs quite a bit. A 300 or 400-pound pig could have fetched nearly 10,000 before the apocalypse, and now its worth would only have increased. However, she was uncertain if that group would demand an exorbitant price. We will only know once we arrive. If they are unreasonable, we shall seek another gas station, he replied. Qingling regarded him and chose to remain silent. To her, his intention of exchanging pigs for fuel seemed altruistic. Who would refuse meat, after all? They had other supplies to trade. Yet, Since Ho Dong and the others did not object, she felt it was not her place to voice concerns. Does it seem to you that the rain has lessened? Qingling gazed outside, sensing a change, and hesitantly spoke. Really? Lu Yin turned to look outside, a spark of excitement in his eyes. It does seem to have lightened. Perhaps it will cease soon? If it doesn't stop soon, I might sprout mushrooms. The water outside is nearly up to my knees. I certainly do not wish to suffer from rheumatism at such a young age. Ho Dong joked with a grin. If it does cease, I hope you can still find joy. Qingling murmured quietly, observing their banter. What did you say? Jin Jibei turned to her, a hint of confusion in his expression, as if he had caught a fragment of her words. I said nothing, she replied, glancing away. By the way, don't you think the weather is getting a bit colder? Isn't that normal? November is just around the corner, Ho Dong said nonchalantly. That is not the case in City A. It is rather unusual, she countered. Well, it isn't that strange, is it? Perhaps the torrential rain is causing the temperature to drop more rapidly than usual, Jin Jibei calmly analyzed. Qingling pouted, remaining silent as she contemplated how to persuade them to find a place to wait out the first snowfall after they finished exchanging fuel. Before she could solidify her thoughts, they arrived at the gas station. Are there others here? Ho Dong spotted several extra vehicles from distance. Let us drive closer, Jin Jibei suggested, oblivious to the situation, thinking there were merely other survivors exchanging fuel. However, once they entered the gas station, they recognized those vehicles. Moreover, the tense standoff unfolding before the convenience store came into view. TSK, they just want to leave, will they? Upon seeing Inshiro, Qingling couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter. Suddenly, a truck pulled in, heightening the already tense atmosphere as both sides assumed it belonged to the other. What are you doing? Ho Dong rolled down his window, bewildered as he assessed the state of affairs. Yet upon noticing Chun Yuchuan and his bodyguards brandishing firearms, his expression darkened, though he maintained a calm facade. Recognizing Ho Dong, Chun Yuchuan pondered for a moment before lowering his weapon, prompting his bodyguards to do the same. The most delighted among them was Inshiro, for she spotted Jin Jibei in the vehicle. Moments later, they disembarked from the truck, and Inshiro's face lit up with joy. Just as she was about to greet him, she caught sight of Qingling trailing behind him. Her smile faltered, replaced by a flicker of resentment in her eyes. What a twist of fate, Lu Yin remarked, observing the tension. What are you talking about? Sure to. Ho Dong chuckled, teasing him. The leader of the opposing group glanced between them and Chun Yuchuan, realizing they were not allies, thus allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. Are you here to exchange for fuel today? The leader, evidently recognizing Jin Jibei, inquired. Indeed. It seems rather inconvenient for you, Jin Jibei replied, casting a glance at Jin Yilin as they engaged in small talk with the leader. Of little consequence, the leader dismissed, seemingly disregarding Chun Yuchuan and his group. He turned to signal his team to fetch tools to assist Jin Jibei with the fuel exchange. How much are you looking to acquire today? How much can a pig fetch? What? The leader paused, taken aback, staring at him in astonishment. Inshiro and her companions overheard his words, equally astonished, likely not anticipating someone would propose exchanging a pig for what was originally free fuel. Brother Jibei, Inshiro hurriedly began to warn him against being deceived, but was halted by Jin Yilin. Sharo, leave him be. He may mistake kindness for foolishness. However, while they were embroiled in their discussion, Jin Jibei paid them no heed. He turned and led the leader to the back of the truck, flinging open the cargo door to reveal a freshly slaughtered pig, proudly displayed before them. Chapter 36. Inquiring for news, you truly brought a pig, didn't you? The leader smacked his lips in disbelief, astonished by the sight. Indeed, this pig, presented in front of him, was more alluring than any fair-skinned, long-legged beauty. Heaven knows how long it has been since he last savored fresh meat. It is not that it is unavailable in their area, but in these times of scarcity, who can afford to indulge as they once did? Upon hearing him mention a journey to City A, the leader cast a glance his way, perhaps conjuring some thoughts in his mind. Given your appearance, you hardly seem inclined to seek refuge with the authorities. One with your capabilities could thrive anywhere. Why the insistence on going to City A? Perhaps he had come to understand, for the leader's demeanor softened considerably, even hinting at a desire to persuade him otherwise. The journey to City A is no short trek, and while it used to be swift via the expressway, this current world is hardly conducive to long travels. With a shake of his head, he remarked, "I understand, but my family remains in City A. I cannot refrain from going." His reasoning was impeccable, leaving the leader with no grounds for further persuasion, merely shaking his head in resignation. "Since you demonstrate such sincerity, I shall impart what I know and, incidentally, offer you a discount on the gasoline." He signaled for someone to carry away the entire pig, then instructed others to assist in filling the gasoline. With Jean Jibei's boldness in exchanging an entire pig, the onlookers regarded him with gleaming eyes. They not only found suitable containers for the gasoline, but also filled them swiftly and to the brim. The leader, perceiving his earnestness, ultimately granted him 1,500 liters of gasoline, a price remarkably lower than the pre-apocalyptic average. Qingling exchanged a glance with him, surprised by his generosity. In the world before the apocalypse, such business practices could indeed foster customer loyalty. Yet in these dire times, how could he not end up losing his last pair of trousers? She hesitated, casting a hesitant look in his direction, but he seemed to sense their unspoken concerns, dismissively waving his hand. On the other hand, Inshiro felt a pang of anxiety upon witnessing Jean Jibei genuinely trading an entire pig for gasoline. It wasn't that she particularly valued the pig or the gasoline. Rather, she believed he had lost his senses, trading for something that clearly did not belong to them. Such folly was incomprehensible. Would her brother Jibei truly be deceived? Unable to directly caution him, she turned her thoughts towards Jean Yilin. This gas station was not privately owned. Now they were claiming it as theirs, demanding goods in exchange. Wasn't that akin to robbery? Unfortunately, her plan backfired. If it had been anyone else, her words might have prompted Jean Yilin to intervene. However, with Jean Yilin as the subject, he would relish the idea of his brother being swindled and would have no inclination to warn or even obstruct the transaction. TSK, Xiaoro, just let it be. It's better that he gets duped. Besides, even if we spoke up, he might not heed our words. He spoke the truth. Once Jean Jibei made a decision, he would not easily alter it, and Jean Yilin was powerless to change his mind. Aware of this, Jean Yilin would not willingly subject himself to embarrassment. Thus he outright refused the hot potato thrown at him by Inshiro. However, without supplies, brother Jibei would go hungry. Inshiro was taken aback by his unwillingness and instantly felt displeasure. It would be best if he starved. Though she dared not express her disdain, she harbored resentment in her heart, further believing that Jean Yilin was useless. Not only could he not manage his own brother, but he also lacked the capabilities of Jean Jibei. Truly, comparison breeds contempt. How had she never noticed his ineptitude before? Chun Yuchuan, who had listened to the entire exchange, quietly smirked, suddenly finding Jean Yilin somewhat more agreeable. As he looked over at the two engaged in cheerful conversation, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Seeing that they would not be interrupted anytime soon, he suggested to Xiaoro, "Let us go inside and eat. We must not let ourselves go hungry." Ultimately, it was Chun Yuchuan who persuaded her to enter the convenience store to continue their meal. Once inside, the leader who had been conversing with Jean Jibei abruptly halted, casting a disdainful glance at their departing figures, accompanied by a derisive snort. Observing his reaction, Jean Jibei fell silent for a moment before stating, "They not only wield firearms, but also lack the sense of propriety. Confronting them yields no favorable outcomes." The leader flashed a toothy grin and retorted, "Do not underestimate me. My young friend, I am no pushover either." As he gazed into the distance, he added, "Only those with a modicum of skill dare to brazenly occupy this territory. Those who survive are not to be trifled with." In light of his words, Jean Jibei remained silent for a brief moment before shifting the conversation. "The highway to City A is impassable. Where should we go instead?" The leader, aware of their destination, explained that the highway was blocked. During the onset of the apocalypse, many had frantically chosen the highway as a means of escape. Some had turned into corpses on the freeway, leading to numerous accidents and a sight too grim to behold, not to mention the congestion it caused. Furthermore, the toll booths had become the true bottleneck, as some never even made it onto the highway before succumbing to transformation. exacerbating the chaos at the already congested toll stations. He had once visited the scene where the toll booth was congested with vehicles, rendering any attempt to navigate through a futile endeavor. Even the thought of slaying zombies seemed trivial compared to the headache of maneuvering the cars. He contemplated taking a back route. He knew the way, yet struggled to articulate it. The leader had resided in this area for decades, having engaged in various occupations throughout his life. From driving trucks to taxis and delivering express parcels, he had thoroughly acquainted himself with the city's every street and alley. While others were at a loss on how to escape, he possessed a clear understanding of the situation, making it evident that Qingling had made a fortuitous choice in seeking his guidance. However, the perils of the journey were significant, and he urged them to consider their decision carefully, for venturing out was not as simple as it seemed. Pondering something, the leader rubbed his lips and squinted his eyes, speaking in a measured tone. Observing his gesture, Qingling pretended to reach into his pocket, but in reality, he discreetly retrieved a pack of open cigarettes from his concealed stash. When he presented it to the leader, the man's eyes visibly brightened, not just his eyes, but his entire countenance radiated with delight. "So, you smoke as well, young brother?" he remarked, his gaze fixated on the cigarettes, embodying the image of a seasoned smoker. "I don't smoke. This was just something I picked up while handling business. I figured you might enjoy it, so I brought it out as a token of gratitude for sharing your knowledge." His words were somewhat flawed, and given that Huazi had already been opened, the leader naturally harbored no suspicions. Laughing, he declined a couple of times before joyfully accepting, extracting a cigarette and placing it between his lips, then rummaging through his pocket for a cheap plastic lighter to ignite it. Chapter 37. A temporary respite at the convenience store. "This cigarette is just right," he remarked, taking several puffs with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Qingling strolled by, overhearing his comment, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle, with a gas station like this, do you really fear running out of cigarettes?" But it's different. This gas station belongs to all of us. I cannot let my personal desires disrupt the order. If I were to do so, chaos would inevitably ensue." "Uncle, your awareness is commendable," Qingling responded, somewhat surprised that he could articulate such thoughts. "Do not jest with me, young lady," he waved his hand. "It's merely a matter of empathy. If one considers others' perspectives, the right course of action becomes apparent. Not everyone possesses such insight as you do." Qingling cast a pointed glance towards the convenience store. The leader, being astute, followed her gaze and smiled faintly. Navigating human interactions is indeed an intricate art. Excessive honesty can invite exploitation, while cunning may garner disdain. Observe the current state of the world. No matter what kind of person you become, a favorable outcome is not guaranteed. It is best to remain true to oneself and relish the present. "Uncle, that's quite philosophical," Qingling said, giving him a thumbs up. "Who doesn't he understand these principles? The challenge lies in who can truly comprehend them. Some individuals are so narrow-minded, fixated on asserting their pride. What can be done about that? Enough of this banter. Since I see a good rapport with you, I don't mind sharing the route out of the city. However, it's getting late today, so if you don't mind, you may stay here for the night, and I shall personally guide you out tomorrow." He referred to the convenience store behind them. No matter how well they got along, he would never bring a stranger to his home. When they intended to enter the store to rest after their conversation, they found Inshiro and her companions with distressed expressions standing inside. A glance revealed that the store's supplies had been completely cleared out. It was astonishing how they managed to provoke Chun Yuchuan to endure such humiliation. He couldn't help but feel a deep admiration. "What are you doing here?" Qingling frowned and questioned Qingling and the others as they entered, somewhat displeased. "This isn't your house. We can enter if we wish without needing to inform you," Qingling retorted, seizing the opportunity to confront him, having long found him intolerable. "You, Brother Yilin, don't be upset. The place is so spacious. Let some room be for Brother Jibei." The omnipresence of Inshiro's affairs was truly irksome to Qingling, who turned her gaze away to avoid looking at them. Meanwhile, Jibei had grown weary of his cousin's incessant chatter and walked directly to the corner opposite the entrance to tidy up. Being ignored only exacerbated Inshiro's agitation. Hearing Qingling's continuous nagging, She snapped back in frustration. All right, Brother Yilin, stop talking. They are already here. Are we supposed to chase them away? Besides, they are right. This isn't our place. Whether it's them or anyone else, they can come in if they wish. Suddenly being blamed left Jean Yilin momentarily speechless, looking at Inshiro with disbelief, as if she had betrayed him, which amused Chen Yuchuan watching from the side. Upon hearing his words, Inshiro's expression softened considerably, a smile gracing her face. Deep down, she mused that Chen Yuchuan truly understood her intentions, validating the time she spent trying to win over this peculiar individual. The convenience store was not vast, yet the commotion from their side reached Qingling's ears. Keep it down. If someone hears you, it could reflect poorly on you. How could it possibly fall on me? He scoffed, casting a glance at Jean Jibei. If blame is to be assigned, it should be to the captain. Well, you do sound rather harsh on your captain. Qingling laughed heartily, relishing in Jean Jibei's discomfort. Ha! Captain, see how irresistible your charm is? You must feel quite pleased, no? Lu Yin chimed in, joining in on the jest. Let it go if you like. You can have it. Please, Captain, if you offer, they wouldn't even look my way. Lu Yin waved his hands dismissively, fully aware of his own standing. However, truth be told, Inshiro was indeed quite capable, making those two fellows dance to her tune, as Hodong gestured towards Chen Yuchuan and Jean Yilin. What do you mean by dance? They're simply being kind. Qingling disagreed vehemently. Inshiro isn't playing with these two. She genuinely cares for them, unable to let go of either, and there are more than just them. At this point, she suddenly recalled the third male lead from the original text. According to the plot, they would soon encounter him after leaving this place. Yet, since they were not departing together, she wondered if she would still have the fortune to meet this supposedly most enigmatic male lead. At that moment, she remained oblivious to the implications of encountering Inshiro, believing they could still part ways with her the following day. In reality, fixated on Jean Jibei, she would never allow them to escape again. While they continued to tease Jean Jibei, Inshiro was already persuading Chen Yuchuan to accompany them the next day. If Qingling were to discover this, she would surely scold her relentlessly. Nonetheless, she was blissfully unaware, merrily planning to roast 2 chickens for dinner. I can handle roasting the chicken. I'll assist. Upon learning of her intention, Hodong eagerly stepped forward to take over her duties. You can? Qingling regarded him with skepticism. The monkey can, but perhaps you'll need to oversee the timing and seasoning. Jean Jibei chimed in from the side. Fine, you handle that. I'll prepare the duck goods. We can eat them tomorrow. She realized she had no time to deal with the duck goods, so she seized the opportunity to get it done, lest they find themselves without food along the way. When will the blood sausage be ready? Lu Yin still had that on his mind. Qingling slapped her forehead, nearly forgetting about it. However, upon surveying her surroundings, she felt it would be difficult to prepare here and decided to postpone it until they were out of the city. Little did she know, plans often fail to keep pace with changes. Chapter 38. A horde of zombies? Nightfall descended swiftly, and Qingling's roasted chickens turned out quite successful. However, 2 roasted chickens were insufficient for 4 people, so she prepared a pot of chicken oil noodles. While the 4 of them feasted, their mouths glistening with grease, and Shiro was salivating from the sidelines. The aroma of the roasted chicken, bold and captivating, wafted throughout the convenience store long before it was even fully cooked. Watching them eat while glancing at her somewhat tough steak, she felt a pang of grievance. Why aren't you eating, Xiaoyu? Is today a steak unappetizing? Jean Yilin asked, noticing her absent-mindedly pushing her steak around rather than eating it. A tinge of concern in his voice. Noticing his gaze, Jean Yilin looked up to see Jean Jibei indulging in the roasted chicken, causing his expression to darken. Xiaoyu wants to eat roasted chicken? Chen Yuchuan also glanced over and gently inquired. No, it's just that it smells so good. I was wondering how they made it, and if I could ask for the recipe so that we could try it too. And Shiro shyly rephrased her thoughts. There is nothing difficult about it. I'll ask for you, Jean Yilin replied without a second thought, rising to head towards Jean Jibei. Chen Yuchuan shot him a look, his eyes sparkling with disbelief, as if to say he was utterly foolish. How could he miss such an obvious hint? It was beyond comprehension how he had become the heir of the Jean family. Before Jean Yilin could reach the other side, a figure suddenly burst through the door, startling him into halting his steps. He remained oblivious to the need for concealment, simply staring blankly. Fortunately, he was a living person. Had he been a mere zombie, he would likely have been the first to be bitten. Upon entering, the man cast a fleeting glance in his direction before striding purposefully towards Jean Jibei and the others. My leader has sent me to inform you that a multitude of zombies is approaching. Would you be willing to relocate to our safe haven? A multitude? The four of them immediately set aside their bowls and chopsticks, regarding the young man with grave expressions. Indeed, our team has scouted ahead and discovered a significant number of zombies, at least several hundred, making their way towards this location. You cannot possibly fend off such a horde here. So I was instructed to inquire about your intentions. The man glanced back at him, pondering that their leader had mentioned these individuals could be taken along if they were willing, but he chose silence, fixedly observing Jean Jibei instead. We will gather our belongings. After exchanging glances, the four of them nodded, and Jean Jibei courteously addressed the young man. He was perceptive enough to nod in acknowledgement before turning to stand at the entrance of the convenience store, waiting. How had the zombies suddenly appeared in such numbers? Was this a horde? Qingling furrowed her brows, rising to busy herself with packing up their belongings. Uncertain of the situation, she decided it was best to leave first. Jean Jibei frowned deeply, gazing into the dark outside the convenience store, his mood inexplicably irritable. They had yet to finish packing when Jean Yilin, accompanied by Nshiro and others, reached the door first. What were we waiting for? Lead the way, he urged, momentarily forgetting the slight he had given the young man who had come to notify them. Who are you? The young man had long harbored disdain for them, sizing Jean Yilin up with a dismissive glance. What do you mean? Jean Yilin's face darkened, ready to explode in anger. Brother Yilin. And Nshiro quickly interjected, fearing he would make matters worse. Who do you think you are? I'm not here just to call you, and you think you can order me around? Before Nshiro could finish her soothing words, the young man continued to mock him. You. Jean Yilin's anger flared, pointing at him indignantly. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? The young man rolled his eyes. I don't care who you are. Once you enter our territory, you better keep your tail between your legs. He glanced back at Chen Yuchuan, recalling how he had once pointed a gun at their leader, curling his lip in disdain. And don't think we're scared just because you have guns. In this day and age, if you lack skills, you wouldn't dare to roam outside. If you think you can fire a gun and walk out of here, go ahead and try. Just then, Qingling and her companions approached, having overheard the exchange. They exchanged glances, sensing that the young man was not merely boasting. He seemed to possess considerable strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to speak so boldly. Jean Yilin, doubting his own existence, felt frustrated, while Chen Yuchuan concealed a faint smile, lost in thought. Are you all set? The young man suddenly raised his head, noticing Jean Jibei and the others. Let's hurry then. We might not make it in time. With that, he turned and exited the convenience store, not sparing a glance back at Jean Yilin and the others. Qingling, reveling in the drama, felt a surge of delight. As she passed Nshiro, her lips curled into a smirk that could rival an AK-47. Gosh, it's so cold. Just as her joy peaked, she was abruptly hit by a wave of cold air upon stepping out of the convenience store. Regaining her composure, Qingling looked up at the gas station outside. Although nothing was visible, she could hear the rain easing. Realizing this, her heart sank. Had it only been a few days, and now it was beginning to snow? What's wrong? Seeing her gaze fixed outside, Jean Jibei inquired with concern. Could it be that zombies can sense temperature? Ho Dong, standing nearby, asked somewhat shocked. Zombies do not sense temperature. However, mutated zombies are not foolish. Without flesh and blood, they lack energy. In the narrative, just before the first snow arrives, mutated zombies gather ordinary zombies to attack small bases, seeking to store energy before the cold front hits. Of course, zombies do not perish without flesh. It is merely instinct that drives them to do so. You can think of it as instinct, Qingling explained. Upon hearing this, Jean Jibei's gaze darkened, and he turned his attention to Qingling. Having left the convenience store, the group merged into the darkness, their faces hidden, only silhouettes visible, which cleverly concealed his sight. Zombies are transformed humans, and the essence of humanity is animalistic. Is it not the instinct of animals to seek sustenance? Lu Yin articulated the implications of her words. Realizing they had become prey for the zombies, an uneasy tension enveloped the group, casting a pall over the atmosphere. Chapter 39. Relocation under the guidance of the young man. They drove their vehicle to a location where they usually kept watch. He indicated that the vehicle could not proceed further, to which Qingling and her companions had no objections, as the truck was not their primary mode of transport. However, Inshiro and the others were reluctant to abandon the vehicle. The young man was unsympathetic, stating plainly that the truck would only be temporarily stored there, and if they were unwilling to leave it, they should not follow him. Ultimately, they had no choice but to acquiesce with gritted teeth. As they followed the young man partway, the temperature noticeably dropped, and Inshiro, caught off guard by the sudden chill, shivered in her single dress, while Chen Yuchuan and Jin Yilin fared somewhat better. Yet both were still quite cold and wished to stop to add layers. But the leader ahead had no intention of waiting. In the pitch darkness, they dared not halt, fearing they would be left behind. Thus, they had no choice but to support Inshiro as they continued onward, and in the obscurity, Qingling found their awkward posture amusing, admiring their swift pace. This weather is absurd. Ho Dong hugged himself tightly, trudging behind Jin Jibei, his endurance wavering against the biting cold. Tell me about it. I can't even feel my face, Lu Yin chimed in beside him. Take care of your face. Don't let it freeze. It's already a mess. If you freeze it, you'll spend the rest of your life looking like a zombie. You have a way with words, he retorted, and their playful banter added a touch of levity to the somber mood. We're almost there. The young man's words injected a dose of hope into the group. Yet, after just a few more steps, he halted, prompting everyone to stop as well. They looked up to find themselves at the foot of a mountain. We just need to cross this mountain. The revelation hit them like a bucket of cold water, leaving them in disbelief. Why do we have to climb a mountain? And Shiro exclaimed, somewhat distraught. The young man ignored her, turning to Jin Jibei. Let us take a break. It's cold, and it will be even colder up the mountain. If you have extra clothes, put them on. His words felt like a blessing to Inshiro and the others. All right, Jin Jibei nodded, leading the others to find a nearby spot to replenish their energy. The hot water that Qingling had stored in her thermos was a welcome relief, warming her instantly. Additionally, the marinated duck she had prepared was convenient. Each person took a large duck leg, and Ho Dong and Lu Yin nodded enthusiastically as they ate. The atmosphere here is imbued with a sense of bliss, reminiscent of a leisurely vacation rather than a desperate escape. In stark contrast, Inshiro is still shivering, adding layers to fend off the cold. She can hardly afford to worry about the potential exposure of their spatial ability users. The biting chill is almost unbearable. As night falls, their presence goes unnoticed, yet even the spatial ability user among them is caught off guard by the circumstances. Their supplies consist solely of clothing and some raw food, leaving little else to draw upon, despite donning a thick coat that offers some warmth. The relentless cold wind throughout their journey, coupled with a dinner of steak, has dissipated any residual heat within her. Thus, when she realizes that, even with extra clothing, she remains cold, receiving a cold water bottle from Jin Yilin triggers an outburst of frustration within her. Meanwhile, Qingling and the others are contentedly replenishing their energy when they suddenly hear the commotion nearby, prompting them to pause and listen intently. After a moment, they discern that it is merely Inshiro's complaints, leading them to return to their meal of duck leg with a hint of exasperation. Perhaps our Jia is the most considerate, Huadong remarked, patting his stomach in flattery towards Qingling. Yet, he privately mused that her contributions were not as significant as they seemed. Had she not been privy to the plot, she might not have prepared these supplies at all, potentially faring worse than Inshiro. Thus, they owe her gratitude for her awareness of the storyline, even if much has diverged from the original narrative. What's the fuss? Huadong said, casting a glance towards Jin Jibei, muttering softly, regardless, if I don't call her sister, I'll just use another term. What did you say? Monta Qingling inquired, unable to catch his mumbling. Nothing. Huadong laughed it off, deflecting the question. He had not noticed that Jin Jibei had shifted his gaze towards him at some point. After a brief respite of 10 minutes, The young man anxiously urged them to set off promptly. Was it not too soon to leave after such a short break? And Xiao grumbled in dissatisfaction. She had just been clamoring for Chen Yuchuan and Jin Yilin to procure her some hot water, and now, before she had even sipped a drop, they were expected to depart. How could she be pleased? Such inconsiderate behavior. And Xiao's expression fluctuated between frustration and discontent, but ultimately, she could only mutter her grievances and resolve to follow along. Shortly after they ascended the mountain, a cacophony of zombie howls pierced the air. The group halted in alarm. Their pace was not particularly swift, and they had yet to reach the halfway mark, but they could faintly discern some distant shapes. The darkness enveloped them, devoid of any illumination, leaving only an expanse of obscurity. The ability to hear the zombies' cries indicated a significant presence. Jin Jibei's sudden utterance conveyed the gravity of the situation. It was clear they were atop a mountain, and considering the distance, one could only imagine the volume required for those below to hear them. The clarity of the zombie howls underscored a multitude of implications. Those who had previously harbored doubts now felt a chill of apprehension trickling down their spines, silently grateful for their timely relocation. Otherwise, regardless of whether the zombies would pass by the gas station, a careless slumber during the night could lead to an unforeseen encounter with one or two, leaving them unable to react. At this moment, even Xiao refrained from voicing her complaints. She bit her lower lip, gripping Jin Yilin's sleeve tightly, mistaking her silence for fear. Jin Yilin wrapped his arms around her, offering continuous words of comfort. Behind them, Chen Yuchuan gazed into the abyss of darkness below, lost in thought, seemingly devoid of any desire to vie for attention from Jin Yilin. The young guide, sensing their distraction, urged them onward, warning against any potential unrest along the way. Chapter 40. A prison-like village? Upon reaching the mountain's summit, Qingling felt the rain had ceased, yet the sky continued to weep softly. She instinctively looked up towards the beam of the guide's flashlight, surprised to see white flakes swirling in the light. Snow? The transformation from rain to snow within such a brief span bewildered her. No wonder the chill was so palpable. "Let us descend quickly," the guide remarked, seemingly bemused, but soon beckoned them to continue. Contrary to her expectations that the descent would be prolonged, they found themselves at the mountain's base in mere minutes. A stark contrast to the half-hour it took to ascend. Clearly, the path down had been meticulously crafted, proving far more navigable than the ascent. As they reached the foot of the mountain, a structure reminiscent of a prison loomed ahead, encircled by towering walls that concealed the interior from view. The main gate stood directly opposite them, flanked by walls that bore sentinels, and through the dim light of the entrance, they could vaguely discern figures moving within. "What is this place?" Qingling murmured, a sense of trepidation washing over her. Just looking at it instilled a fear of stepping inside. It might be a den of wolves. The guide, oblivious to her unspoken concerns, earnestly offered an explanation. "Your leader certainly possesses foresight to construct walls here instead of retreating to a larger base. Whether to commend their confidence or question their survival instincts remains unclear. A few zombies are manageable, but how long could such walls withstand a larger horde?" Before long, the gate creaked open, revealing a scene illuminated by a flickering bonfire at its center, surrounded by rows of self-built homes. Though night had fallen, the inhabitants were restless, likely alerted to the impending arrival of zombies. Their curiosity piqued as they observed Qingling and her companions. "Do they not sleep?" Qingling wondered aloud, surveying the surroundings. As they stepped inside the walls, it became evident that the imposing structure was merely a fade. The interior resembled an ordinary village. Who could possibly rest when zombies are imminent? Preparation is essential for survival, she mused, acknowledging the truth in her own statement. No one was so formidable as to remain undisturbed by the threat of the undead. As they traversed the area, a figure hurried past them, arms laden with firearms, drawing Qingling's attention. "You have guns?" she asked, momentarily startled. The guide chuckled. "Just guns, plenty of them." The response left in Xiao and the others speechless. While Qingling and Jin Jibei exchanged glances, their concern deepening. Where could ordinary people procure such an arsenal? It appeared that each individual could wield a weapon. Choosing not to voice further inquiries, they silently followed the guide to a modestly designed Chinese-style dwelling. The boss is inside. I want to accompany you further. You should enter. He has likely been awaiting your arrival, he stated before swiftly departing. Why did he leave so abruptly? And Shiro remarked, her tone laced with disbelief as she watched him retreat. Without waiting for others, she stepped towards the house. She must be freezing. Hodong quipped once they were all inside, unable to resist a jab. I saw her pale face illuminated by the fire. I feared she might faint, considering her disposition. Mo Qingling felt a twinge of pity, but given Ichiro's previous attempts to undermine her, that sympathy was scant. Indeed, the snow brings a biting chill, she conceded. Let us proceed inside and hear what the elder has to say. We've come this far. Pondering further is futile, and we cannot flee now. Are we truly concerned about ambushes within? The four entered the dwelling, immediately struck by the opulent decor. The exterior hinted at something extraordinary, but the interior was adorned entirely with exquisite mahogany furniture, reminiscent of wealth from a bygone era. Their astonishment was met with a welcoming smile from an elder seated comfortably on a mahogany sofa, brewing tea. I anticipated your arrival. Do come and warm yourselves with some hot tea. Ignoring the awkward stance of Ichiro and her companions, the elder's demeanor seemed far more inviting toward Mo Qingling and her group. The sight of Ichiro's suppressed frustration only added to Mo Qingling's delight. By the way, I've yet to learn how to address you properly. I can't keep calling you elder forever, she ventured, her regard for him rising as she noted how he irked Ichiro. Haha, my surname is Wang. You may call me Uncle Wang, he replied, his smile brighter than during their previous encounters. Uncle Wang, were you once wealthy? Mo Qingling inquired, feeling the firm sofa beneath her, akin to touching gold. I wouldn't classify myself as wealthy. I've merely toiled for much of my life to amass this modest fortune. Mo Qingling felt a pang of envy. If this was merely modest, her own aspirations seemed insurmountable. Your wealth is my lifelong aspiration, she exclaimed, her tone light-hearted but tinged with sincerity. Engaging in jovial conversation, Mo Qingling remained blissfully unaware of Jin Jibei's piercing gaze directed at her as she sought his advice on achieving prosperity. You young lady, even in these apocalyptic times, are still contemplating wealth? Surviving is the priority, Uncle Wang chuckled, shaking his head lightly. His words rang true. In a post-apocalyptic world devoid of resources, lacking wealth would render one no better than a laborer. If only I had been wealthy before the apocalypse, perhaps I could have procured some firearms, thus avoiding the constant threat of zombies. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Wang? At her remark, both Uncle Wang and Jin Jibei exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Uncle Wang's smile remained, yet the intensity in his gaze deepened. Chapter 41. Finding shelter? Is something amiss? Did I speak out of turn, Uncle Wang? Monta Qingling questioned innocently. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Uncle Wang scrutinized her for a moment before responding with a measured smile. Indeed. Girls should refrain from wielding knives or guns. Having a gallant protector by their side is far more advantageous, he teased, casting a knowing glance at Jin Jibei. And Shiro, overhearing the implication, seethed in silence, her frustration building as she noted Jin Jibei's lack of rebuttal. However, she was astute enough to recognize that confronting Uncle Wang could prove perilous. In this domain, she was outmatched and had no grounds to assert herself. Thus, she must endure and refrain from provoking Uncle Wang, who already harbors a bias against them. Otherwise, it would spell trouble. Are you implying that we look down upon our young ladies? Mo Qingling felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with Uncle Wang's words. This sentiment seemed to suggest that she should rely on men, but what merit is there in such dependence? Throughout her life, she has grasped a fundamental truth. One can only rely on oneself. Even relatives can be unreliable, let alone men. Moreover, they're merely strangers thrown together. Who can truly know what lies within another's heart? The methods women employ to win over men are limited, and most foolish among them is to depend solely on beauty. Throughout history, countless beauties have faded, their allure waning, and their fates serve as cautionary tales. Mo Qingling, no matter her circumstances, would never stoop to such depths. That would be akin to digging her own grave. Speaking of which, one cannot help but mention the original protagonist, and Chioro, who embodies such traits. Yet, she possesses the halo of a main character, ensuring her fate is not so dire. With this thought in mind, Mo Qingling could not resist casting a glance at her, only to lock eyes with her in that moment. You, girl, are quite slow-witted and utterly oblivious. Uncle Wang shook his head in exasperation, casting a sympathetic glance at Jinjibei. He did not exhibit his feelings overtly, yet it seemed as though he were in a lamentable state. Unbeknownst to him, Uncle Wang, having once traversed a similar path, felt compelled to extend a hand of opportunity, inviting him to stay at his home. As for Inshiro and her companions, regrettably, there was insufficient space in his abode. They would have to make do at another's residence. Although described as making do, the houses throughout the village were quite commendable. While other homes might not possess the wealth of Uncle Wang's, with its exquisite rosewood furnishings, their furniture was nonetheless of high quality, not significantly lacking. However, for Inshiro, who was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever she went, such a situation was intolerable. Why should she endure such neglect? It felt as if she had been bested by Mo Qingling, driving her into a frenzy. Yet, no matter how frantic she became, she could do nothing as Jin Yilin had already taken her away. He and Xin Yuchuan were quite adept at reading facial expressions. Upon noticing that Uncle Wang had issued an eviction order, they could hardly persist in their presence, let alone audaciously request to stay. Thus, Inshiro's well-laid plans were thwarted, leaving her unable to engage in a close conversation with Jin Jibei to clarify the earlier incident at the supermarket. Once the unwelcome individuals departed, Uncle Wang promptly assigned them their accommodations. His excuse was hardly valid. The house simply lacked sufficient rooms. Accommodating the four of them filled the space to its utmost capacity, leaving no room for an additional occupant. While he claimed to create opportunities, the best he could do was arrange the two individuals' rooms adjacent to one another, leaving them to navigate the rest on their own. Unaware of his intentions, the two merely perceived this arrangement as perfectly ordinary. After all, it was just a neighboring room, not a shared one. What was there to fret about? Even if it were a shared room, Mo Qingling would remain unperturbed. Though she might not possess Jin Jibei's exceptional prowess, she was confident that she could hold her own against him. As Mo Qingling finished preparing herself, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, she found the housekeeper from Uncle Wang's residence, who had come to inform them that dinner awaited downstairs to warm their spirits. She marveled at Uncle Wang's thoughtfulness, were it not for the looming threat of zombies. She might have thought the apocalypse a mere figment of her imagination, as the urgency of the situation felt almost non-existent. Just as she contemplated descending to see for herself, Jin Jibei happened to open the door next door, and their gazes met. "Are you also heading downstairs for a late-night snack?" Mo Qingling ventured to break the silence. Upon hearing the words late-night snack, Jin Jibei paused momentarily. "Do you have to eat?" he asked, looking at her with a hint of exasperation. "Why not? I don't intend to partake in Uncle Wang's offerings. Can't we prepare something ourselves?" Mo Qingling replied, casting him a curious glance. "They are not here to seek refuge. Engaging in such a manner of taking without giving is simply irksome." Jin Jibei found himself momentarily speechless, as he had not considered that they could manage on their own. He glanced at her awkwardly, unsure of what to say. "Let us hurry along. I'm quite hungry myself. My appetite has been remarkably robust lately, and I find myself famished at the slightest provocation. I never imagined I could still eat after encountering such grotesque creatures as zombies." While beckoning Jin Jibei to follow, she light-heartedly critiqued herself, which significantly eased the tension between them. "Perhaps it is simply that your physical activity has increased, leading to a heightened sense of hunger," he remarked, observing her with a hint of amusement, offering her a way out of the awkwardness. Mo Qingling cast him a glance, but refrained from responding. Who doesn't he understand this principle? I was merely attempting to lighten the mood. Yet it seems he took it to heart, she thought. As they descended the stairs, Ho Dong and Lu Yin were already waiting below, fervently assuring the nanny that they did not require supper. Uncle Wang seemed to have disappeared, leaving the nanny in a predicament as she complied with their wishes. Auntie, we have brought our own ingredients. May we borrow your kitchen? Qingling approached the nanny, timely rescuing both parties. What do you need? I can assist you. The nanny offered, her demeanor still kind, as she had yet to fully grasp the harsh realities of the apocalypse. No need, Annie. Our tastes differ quite a bit, and we are accustomed to preparing our own meals. It would be rather inconvenient for you if you are not familiar with our preferences, she gently declined, leaving the nanny momentarily speechless, unsure how to argue against such reasoning. Very well, just call me if you need anything. The nanny finally relented, agreeing to lend them the kitchen without imposing. In Chapter 42, Staying to Help, Qingling opted for a modest meal, boiling a pot of noodles for the four of them to share. As they ate, she approached and was taken aback to find them already consuming noodles, feeling a mix of confusion and irritation. Uncle Wong, it's not that the nanny refused to cook for us. We simply desired this dish. She quickly interjected to halt the proceedings. What is so great about noodles? Surely they cannot compare to meat? Uncle Wong countered, evidently less easily swayed than the nanny. I made the noodles myself. Would you care to try? Besides, we have more than enough meat to spare. Qingling replied with a cheerful grin. Uncle Wong, upon hearing her words, seemed to contemplate her reasoning, falling into a thoughtful silence. When she inquired further, a shadow of concern crossed his features. Oh dear, our team ventured out to assess the situation with the zombies and discovered they have changed direction, heading towards us. Qingling and the others exchanged startled glances, only to realize that this revelation was, regrettably, to be expected. The crowd here is quite dense, and with the rain having ceased for a while, snow has begun to fall outside, accompanied by a gust of wind. To put it bluntly, it is only natural for zombies to be drawn by the scent of humans. I find this place relatively secure, especially with the outer walls, which should provide some protection against the zombies. However, Uncle Wong, do you have enough manpower to deal with them? I fear that relying solely on the walls is futile. Once the zombies realize there are people inside, it is only a matter of time before they breach the defenses. While there are people here, the number of zombies is overwhelming. Uncle Wong sighed. How many are we talking about? Jean Jibei inquired. There are likely several thousand, Uncle Wong replied, his brow furrowing at the thought. Including the elderly, the weak, and the infirm, we barely number over 100. Facing off against thousands of zombies, even firearms would be of little help. 100 may seem considerable, but when you subtract the elderly, children, and pregnant women, only a handful are truly capable of fighting. That's splendid, Uncle Wong exclaimed with unrestrained joy. To be honest, I initially intended to ask you to stay and assist us, but upon hearing you mention your family in City A, I hesitated to bring it up. Well, considering how much you've helped us, how could we simply walk away? If it weren't for your timely warning in the middle of the night, we would probably be in the bellies of zombies by now, she chuckled. Regardless, you've been one of my best clients, contributing significantly. I, Old Wong, am not some unscrupulous merchant. I merely offer a word of caution, nothing more. The issue is you even had someone guide us here, providing us with shelter and sustenance. I feel quite embarrassed, she admitted. We're all helping one another. There's no need for embarrassment, Uncle Wong replied with a smile. Now, please enjoy your meal while I arrange for some suitable weapons. As he spoke, he glanced at Qingling. You know how to handle a gun, right? Yes, absolutely. She nodded fervently. In times like these, anyone claiming ignorance would be a fool. However, she was uncertain if the original character possessed such skills. She, on the other hand, truly knew how to shoot. Do not inquire how she learned. Those years tormented by nightmares drove her to seek solace in various self-defense training venues, among which shooting ranges became her daily refuge. That settles it, Uncle Wong said, patting his slightly protruding belly. Now, what about those people over there? Do you think they would be willing to help? He referred to Inshiro and her group. Well, Montauk Qingling hesitated. Based on her understanding of the original protagonist, she doubted they would be inclined to assist Uncle Wong, especially since he had previously offended her. To be honest, our relationship with them isn't particularly cordial. There are even some conflicts. Whether they would be willing to help remains uncertain. She glanced at Jean Jibei, contemplating that if he were to speak, Inshiro might agree, but she would never voice that suggestion. Let me inquire, Uncle Wong said, acknowledging the underlying tensions. If they refused to help, then so be it. Once Uncle Wong departed, they resumed their meal. Several thousand zombies? That is quite excessive, Ho Dong remarked, astonished. It may be even more than that. Just consider the noise generated by gunfire. It would undoubtedly attract zombies from several miles around, continuously drawing in more of them. The reality would exceed my estimates, Qingling mused, shivering at the thought. Goodness, do we have enough ammunition? We won't end up resorting to hand-to-hand combat, will we? What? Are you suggesting you would subsidize their efforts? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Absolutely not. I would prefer to engage in close-quarters combat than use our supplies to support them. Ho Dong promptly rejected the notion. The ammunition they possessed was not abundant, while it appeared plentiful when divided among individuals. Such resources were not long-lasting and could easily be depleted with a moment's carelessness. Should he invest his own ammunition into the mix, the next time they encountered danger alone, they would truly be at a loss. I believe it prudent to prepare for a melee with a horde of zombies, Lu Yin remarked thoughtfully. Fortunately, the weather had turned cold, allowing them to wear more layers, making it harder for zombies to grasp flesh. Qingling expressed her relief, bundled up like a bear. The zombies had slightly longer claws than an average person. At most, they would shred her down jacket, but capturing her would require considerable effort. You know, I can't believe I hadn't thought of that, Ho Dong said, surprised as he looked at her. Just moments ago, I was lamenting about having to grapple with zombies while dressed so heavily, but your words have broadened my perspective. Now I almost wish to venture out and confront them. Are you not a bit unhinged? Lu Yin shot him a disdainful glance. You're the one who is unhinged, Ho Dong retorted, rolling his eyes. You want to engage with zombies without a hint of madness? You used to scold me for such thoughts. Now the shoe is on the other foot, and you've become that fool you once derided. Chapter 43. Almost kicked out, can my nature truly be equated with yours? Ho Dong was at a loss for words. Enough. If you don't eat soon, the noodles will congeal, Qingling interjected, halting their banter, for the noodles were indeed on the verge of solidifying. Curiosity piqued. She stepped outside to see Inshiro and others gathered in a clearing, surrounded by a crowd. What's going on? Montak Qingling mum ulet, catching the attention of a nearby ant. Upon noticing her unfamiliar face, the ant appeared puzzled, but soon donned a warm expression upon realizing she had just exited from Uncle Wong's home. It seems the zombies are approaching, and, thinking everyone should contribute, Old Wong sent someone to inquire if they would assist in combating the undead. However, they refused without a second thought, prompting Old Wong to send someone to ask them to leave, and to everyone's surprise, they were quite unwilling to go. After a brief description of the events, Qingling could hardly contain her laughter. Uncle Wong is truly clever. His message is unmistakable. If you're unwilling to help, then leave. He is not giving them an ounce of face. How dare you drive us away? Inshiro shouted in indignation. It seems Old Wong has quite a hold over them, delegating even the smallest matters. Curiously, Qingling inquired of the ant, who that young man was in relation to Uncle Wong. You mean little Hoosie? He is Old Wong's only nephew, and he means the world to him. Does Uncle Wong not have children? Qingling's question had barely escaped her lips when the ant's expression changed, pulling her closer to whisper. That topic is a taboo. Do not bring up his wife and children in front of Old Wong. What happened? Qingling sensed a deeper story and wished to pry further. Best not to ask. It's wise to remain ignorant of certain matters. All I can tell you is that Old Wong's wife and children perished outside, and the specifics are beyond my knowledge. Thank you for the information, Annie. Realizing she could glean no further details, Qingling ceased her inquiries. No wonder she felt something was amiss. Now it dawned on her that Uncle Wong's household was eerily silent. A man of his age could not possibly lack a wife and children, yet aside from Uncle Wong, there was only a caretaker present, which felt rather peculiar. Now understanding that Uncle Wong's wife and children were no longer alive, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. You're driving us away simply because we refuse to slay the zombies? And Shiro was still arguing with little Hoosie. With so many zombies outside, sending us away now is akin to condemning us to death. TSK. Little Hoosie clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. If you die, what concern is it of ours? Besides, if you remain here while we confront the zombies ahead, why should we care? Your audacity is astounding, and your double standards are appalling. Huh, thinking you can enjoy the comforts of my home without contributing? You'd best leave this instant, lest you soil my space. And Shiro, who was residing with an elderly lady, found her sharp tongue intolerable, and she rushed out to berate her. You're bullying us too much. The wrath of a rural elder is not to be underestimated, and Shiro, unable to bear her demeanor and tone, nearly burst into tears. It's merely a horde of zombies. You're making too much of a fuss over it. Qingling comforted Shiro, furrowing his brow as he looked at little Huzi. Making a fuss? Little Huzi was nearly laughing in disbelief. If you think thousands of zombies are merely a trifle, then by all means, go out and face them. Why linger here? Thousands? Qingling was stunned. Is this some sort of jest? He initially believed there were at most 100, but to his astonishment, the number reached several thousand. He even suspected that Xiao Huzi exaggerated the figures to mock him. What, are you afraid? Xiao Huzi sneered, casting a glance his way. I have no time for jokes. The zombies are approaching. Are you leaving or not? If you choose to stay, do not blame us for being ungracious. As he spoke, those behind him began to stir restlessly. And Shiro had never encountered such a situation before, and feeling frightened and helpless, she instinctively retreated into Qingling's embrace, her gaze darting around anxiously. Upon spotting Qingling, her eyes suddenly lit up. She broke free from Qingling and pointed at her, exclaiming, "Why don't you drive her away? Why must you chase us instead? Are you not opposing us?" Xiao Huzi followed the direction of her hand and met Qingling's gaze before turning back. Do you think everyone is like you? They're willing to help, which is why the boss has kept them around. Upon hearing this, Shiro's expression stiffened, especially when she noticed Jinjibei standing behind Qingling, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Biting her lip in frustration, she silently resented Qingling. Ever since her arrival, nothing had gone smoothly for her. Even her usual charm had faltered in the presence of Jinjibei, all because of Qingling, which infuriated her to no end. If Qingling were aware that Inchiro attributed all her misfortunes to her, she would surely laugh heartily. We didn't realize there were so many zombies. If we are willing to help eliminate them, can we temporarily stay here? Chen Yuchuan, either shocked by the sheer number of zombies or seeking a practical solution, stepped forward to ease the tension. That is acceptable. Xiao Huzi assessed him with a scrutinizing glance before adding, but you must bring your own weapons. They possessed firearms, and Little Tiger was aware of it. He was present that day, contemplating how to deceive them. After some reflection, he acquiesced. Fortunately, they were oblivious to the fact that Qingling and her companions were equipped with weapons provided by Uncle Wong. Otherwise, such preferential treatment would have certainly provoked Inchiro first. However, they remained unaware for the moment, granting them a temporary peace. The arrival of zombies was imminent, and without proper rest, they would lack the energy to fight, especially since they had already endured nearly half a night without sleep and were feeling quite fatigued. Unable to bear seeing Qingling in such comfort, and Shiro, noticing that Chun Yuchuan had dealt with Little Tiger, contemplated causing trouble for Qingling. As she saw someone about to leave, she intended to pursue them, but Chen Yuchuan called out to her directly. "Shiro, brother Yuchuan." With no choice but to halt her antics, she turned to face him. "It's getting late. Let us retire for the night." Though these words were quite ordinary, they took on an entirely different connotation in her ears. Chen Yuchuan noticed her slightly flushed cheeks, realizing her overthinking, yet he refrained from offering an explanation, merely smiling as he led her inside. Chapter 44. The Zombie Assault. After a mere 4 hours of shallow sleep, Qingling was roused by the cacophony outside. Swiftly, she got up, washed, and dressed. By the time she descended the stairs, Jinjibei, along with Uncle Wong, were already seated in the living room. "You're all up. Why didn't you call for me?" Qingling inquired, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be the last one awake. "We just came down ourselves," Jinjibei interjected, providing her with a reprieve and drawing the attention of the other three. "By the way, what is with all the noise outside? Have the zombies arrived?" Qingling asked, feeling somewhat awkward. "Indeed, the zombies have come. They're currently at the front gate. Don't rush to assist just yet. Have something to eat first. Then we'll check the situation, Uncle Wong advised, encouraging them to have breakfast before taking action. Let's have a quick bite. Then we'll head over to assess the situation, Qingling said, casting an inquiring glance at Jin Jibei. By the way, I've managed to procure a few firearms for you. They're not the best, so please don't be picky, Uncle Wong added, dragging a cardboard box from the side. Upon opening it, they discovered 4 submachine guns and a plethora of ammunition inside. The sheer magnitude of this generosity left the 4 of them momentarily stunned. Uncle Wong, where on earth did you acquire these? Before the apocalypse. Just possessing one could have landed you in prison for life, Qingling exclaimed. Just a lucky stroke of fate. These life-saving items were obtained at great personal risk. Uncle Wong chuckled, deflecting further inquiries. I've already arranged for your meals. They're in the kitchen. You could just go and eat, he continued, fearing they might decline again. Consider it a working lunch. Just some simple home-cooked dishes. Upon hearing this, Qingling and the others no longer hesitated. When they reached the kitchen, they found indeed simple, ordinary meals which relieved their minds. After they finished eating, the gunfire outside had intensified, sounding as though it were a celebratory barrage. Thinking of the upcoming New Year, Ho Dong remarked on whether this could be considered an early celebration. Looking up, they noticed fine snow still falling from the sky, blanketing the world outside in a silvery coat due to the night storm. It seemed Uncle Wong had sent people to clear the snow early in the morning, while they barely noticed it underfoot. The roofs of the houses were already accumulating a considerable layer. The most pressing concern remained the zombies outside. Everything else could wait. As they neared the wall, Jin Jibei's expression grew increasingly grave. The sounds of the zombies were alarmingly loud, overpowering even the gunfire, indicating just how many there were. Upon reaching the wall, they found everyone already engaged in frantic activity, with no one available to attend to them. After casually asking someone how to ascend the wall, the 4 climbed up. The wall was barely wide enough for 4 people, lined with various supply crates and ammunition boxes. Those proficient with firearms were stationed atop the wall, shooting at the zombies below. They didn't even need to find the best position. Simply standing allowed them to see a dense throng of zombies, stretching for at least 500 meters. Good heavens, have these zombies gone mad? Ho Dong's face blanched. If you were starved for 10 or 15 days, you'd go mad at the sight of food too, especially since they've never been full, Qingling replied, casting him a sidelong glance. Before Ho Dong could retort, Uncle Wong, having learned of their arrival, rushed over. You're here. Come help over here, he said, exchanging brief pleasantries before beckoning them over. In such a dire moment, there was no need for formalities. They hurried to grab their weapons. Uncle Wong, we're here to help. We didn't expect there to be so many zombies. He lamented, visibly distressed. The sheer number of zombies exceeded his expectations, and their assault was particularly fierce. Initially, he thought that with the speed of the zombies, his team of several young men would suffice, but the situation had proven far more dire. With Qingling and her group's arrival, he hoped to fill the gaps in their ranks and catch a breath. However, Qingling was taken aback to find Uncle Wong had placed them near Inshiro, who was seated behind Jin Yilin, attended by 2 bodyguards. She inhaled deeply, silently lamenting how comparisons could be so disheartening, choosing a spot as far from her as possible. She thought, we're here to fight zombies. What if that girl tries to undermine me from behind? Better to keep my distance. Inshiro's eyes lit up upon seeing Jin Jibei. She was about to greet him with a smile when she noticed him following Qingling instead. Her smile faltered, gradually morphing into an expression tinged with resentment. Why did you come over here? Qingling, oblivious to Inshiro's glare, was momentarily perplexed to see Jin Jibei trailing her. There was no space over there, Jin Jibei replied, his face betraying no emotion. What? Qingling paused, her disbelief evident as she looked up, only to meet Inshiro's piercing gaze, leaving her feeling bewildered. How strange. What have I done to provoke this lunatic? She muttered to herself in confusion. What's wrong? Jin Jibei inquired, noticing her puzzled expression. Nothing. Let us focus on the zombies, she said, shaking her head and dismissing her earlier concerns. At that moment, the zombies took precedence. The sight of the densely packed horde below was enough to induce anxiety even in those without a fear of crowds. Did Uncle Wong have a contingency plan in mind? Otherwise, they would have to press on regardless of the odds. Logically, there should be one, but asking about escape routes before we even engage might leave a poor impression, Ho Dong teased her. Such concerns are trivial. I fear for my life far more. Mo Qingling retorted, rolling her eyes. She was not so magnanimous. She was genuinely afraid of dying, which was precisely why she had taken the time to learn various self-defense techniques due to her frequent nightmares. Unexpectedly finding herself in a world devoid of an apocalypse, she marveled at the absurdity of her situation, feeling a mix of incredulity and reason. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, irritation gnawed at her, and seeing the horde of zombies below only heightened her frustration. She raised her weapon and began shooting indiscriminately. Initially perplexed, Jin Jibei suppressed his doubts upon observing her fighting style, subsequently shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 45. Ambush. The sky loomed dark and heavy, mirroring the collective mood of the group. After relentlessly battling hordes of zombies for what felt like an eternity, their numbers showed no sign of dwindling. Those with keen eyesight could even discern more zombies continuously streaming in. As time wore on, this ordeal became not only a test of physical endurance, but also a significant psychological challenge. Fortunately, Uncle Wong proved to be an exceptional leader, attentive to the needs of each individual. As time gradually passed, it was only when someone called him down for a meal that Mo Qingling realized it was already noon. Raising her gaze to the still overcast sky, she noted the absence of sunlight, with snow falling even more heavily. Yet, despite the snowfall, the zombies remained undeterred. Glancing again at the frenzied zombies below the wall, a frown creased her brow. Surely, there must be some convenient food to stave off hunger. This place was far from lacking in personnel. Originally, their defenses were rather flimsy, with the zombie wall nearly reaching halfway up the perimeter when they first arrived. Now that they had managed to push the zombies back, reducing their firepower would render their earlier efforts futile. "We have some," came a voice. The boss specifically ordered food to be prepared for you. The speaker handed her a bag filled with rice balls. Mo Qingling felt the weight in her hand and looked down to see 6 fist-sized rice balls, still steaming, nestled in a transparent plastic bag. "Does this have meat?" She wondered aloud, pulling one out and taking a bite, revealing the savory filling within. "They've really gone all out," Lu Yin remarked from beside her. The meat inside was nothing other than pork, yet the quantity was substantial, nearly transforming the rice ball into a meatball. Given the number of people contending with the zombies, it was likely that the pork saved for the gasoline exchange would be consumed by the end of the day. After hastily devouring a few bites, Mo Qingling and the others resumed their fight against the zombies. In stark contrast to their strenuous efforts, Enshiro found herself in a much more relaxed position. Yet, the chaos surrounding her, the frenzied crowd, the jarring gunfire, and the increasingly pungent stench of decay only served to heighten her agitation. "Yiding, is there anything I can assist you with?" she inquired idly, her gaze landing on Mo Qingling, suddenly inspired with an idea. "Xiaoro." Jin Yilin glanced at her, a hint of disapproval in his eyes. "You don't know how to use a gun. The recoil could be too much for you, and these zombies are rather grotesque. I fear they might frighten you, but everyone else can, so why not teach me?" She persisted, casting a meaningful glance toward Mo Qingling. Jin Yilin, realizing the implications, understood her sense of imbalance. He caught sight of Jin Jibei nearby and felt an inexplicable pang of breathlessness. "Come over and give it a try. If it doesn't work, we 1T force it, all right?" Seeing the pleading expression on Enshiro's face, he relented. With his consent, Enshiro gleefully dashed to his side, her eyes meeting Chun Yuchuan's. Her smile faltered momentarily. "Brother Yuchuan, be careful," she warned, but he responded with a nonchalant admonition that left her momentarily bewildered. In the past, he would have been jealous if she sought assistance from others. Yet today he seemed unusually generous. With a hint of hesitation, she considered speaking to him, but Jin Yilin called her over. After a moment's pause, she approached him, and he handed her a small, lightweight gun, beginning to instruct her on how to aim and shoot. He taught with great seriousness, yet Enshiro was distracted. frequently casting glances at Mo Qingling in the distance. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Mo Qingling was momentarily stunned as she was deftly dispatching zombies. Just as she spotted an unusually fierce one attempting to charge through the wall of corpses, she shifted her position and delivered a headshot. However, immediately after she eliminated the zombie, a bullet landed where she had been standing. Who was behind this treachery? The fear of death ignited her rage. Regardless of the original owner's demeanor, she erupted into a torrent of curses. Looking up, she saw Inchiro clutching a gun, leaning against Qingling. Her expression a mixture of fear and innocence. Just as she managed to calm herself and realized the trajectory indicated it was Inchiro's shot, her anger surged anew. Snatching the shell from the ground, she strode purposefully towards Inchiro. "What are you doing?" Qingling interposed, frowning at Mo Qingling. Ignoring him, she seized the gun from Inchiro's hands, opened the magazine, and inspected the bullets. The evidence was irrefutable. This girl intended to kill her. With a mocking laugh, she discarded the weapon, yanked Inchiro towards her, and kicked Qingling aside. In an instant, Inchiro found herself pinned to the ground, and before anyone could react, a gun was pressed against her temple. "What are you doing?" Qingling exclaimed. "Mo Qingling, don't act impulsively," came Jin Jibei's warning. The air filled with gasps as Mo Qingling locked eyes with Inchiro, seeing a glimmer of mockery reflected in her frightened gaze. Did she truly believe that with so many witnesses present, she would not dare to pull the trigger? Without uttering a word, Mo Qingling shifted the gun slightly, and in the next moment, gunfire erupted. Bullets whizzed past Inchiro's ears, striking the ground, and the shell casing struck her face. "Ah!" she screamed, the proximity of the gunfire causing her eardrums to throb painfully, overshadowing the sting of the shell casing. The terror of death enveloped her. It was then that Inchiro truly comprehended fear. She had thought Mo Qingling would refrain from shooting, unaware that she was unconcerned with such considerations. Although Mo Qingling did not kill her, she delivered a jarring blow nonetheless. When the gunfire ceased, Inchiro was left with a ringing in her ears, the surrounding sounds fading into an incomprehensible haze, heightening her panic. Just as she felt tears welling up, a sudden slap struck her face, leaving her dazed. The scene was bizarre. Behind them were zombies and a cacophony of gunfire, yet this small corner was eerily silent. None had anticipated that Mo Qingling would strike so fiercely. Chapter 46. The fight the two women clashed, and Mo Qingling, growing impatient, stood up with a scoff. Seizing the opportunity, Qingling rushed to Inchiro's side, enveloping her in his familiar embrace. Only then did she feel safe enough to cry. "You've gone too far," Qingling glared at Mo Qingling. "This is too far? There are worse things. Care to find out?" She retorted disdainfully, casting a glance at the two of them before turning her attention back to the brawl. Seizing the moment, she stepped in to take Jin Jibei's place, confronting Chen Yuchuan. Jin Jibei, watching her handle Chen Yuchuan with ease, felt a measure of relief. "Captain, shall we let them fight?" Hodong inquired of Jin Jibei. "It's fine. Let her vent her frustrations," he replied. This comment infuriated Qingling further. What did it mean to let her vent? Inchiro had already been beaten to such a state, and yet there was no sign of satisfaction. "Jin Jibei, your subordinate has caused us trouble. Will you not offer us an explanation? Even if we fired first, it was a misunderstanding. It was Inchiro's first time with a gun. Mistakes are inevitable. Not only has she not harmed her, but she also injured Inchiro. Do you have nothing to say about it?" "What is there to say?" Hodong rolled his eyes. "If you can't handle a gun, don't use one. If you need to learn, do it in private, not in a situation like this." "Exactly. Can't you think a little? We haven't even started. If someone gets hurt, do you think you can leave this village?" Even Liu Yin understood this logic. There was no reason Qingling should not grasp it. In the midst of their conversation, Mo Qingling swiftly overpowered Chen Yuchuan, pinning him to the ground. The bodyguards, witnessing their boss being laid low, instantly lost their composure, converging towards Mo Qingling. Mo Qingling pressed her foot against Chen Yuchuan's chest, applying pressure, which elicited a grunt from him, halting the bodyguards in their tracks. "Pathetic. You wish to play the hero?" She mocked, looking down at him with a smirk. He glared at her with a cold, resentful expression, reminiscent of a vengeful serpent waiting for its moment to strike. Did Mo Qingling fear him? If this were the pre-apocalyptic world governed by the rule of law, perhaps she would have hesitated, but in this dystopia, she was a fugitive with no one to seek her out. As the tension hung thick in the air, Uncle Wong, having caught wind of the commotion, sprinted over. What is happening here? Haven't you enough zombies to deal with, that you're turning on each other? He scolded, initially intending to reprimand them all, but upon realizing they weren't his people, he altered his approach. Who are you calling your people? If they were truly ours, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Ho Dong interjected sarcastically. Exactly. Those who shoot from the shadows, such allies we cannot afford, Lu Yin chimed in, his disdain for Inchiro and her group reaching new heights. He cast a cold glance at them, his tone dropping several degrees. If you feel tired of living, you may leap from here to your demise. No one will stop you. However, while you may be weary of life, others are not. I have long suspected that you would not abide by the rules, and thus, you should never have been allowed to remain. After uttering these words, Uncle Wong seemed disinclined to engage further, turning his attention to Mo Qingling. Child, the zombies here are rather troublesome. You all hold the fort while I deal with them. What do you think? Although Uncle Wong was not present, he was aware of who exerted the most effort. After they had managed to fend off the zombies, it was unexpected for Inchiro to stir the pot. Now, the zombies below were continuously attempting to climb up. If not addressed promptly, it would become a significant issue. Thus, he chose to side with Mo Qingling. After all, it was Inchiro who was in the wrong. Jean Yilin did not anticipate such a retort, jotting down another name in his mental notebook. What can I do? If you possess the ability to slay zombies, would I still treat you this way? Uncle Wong furrowed his brow, then pointed at Inchiro in Jean Yilin's arms. Take this girl away. If you refuse to help, you are merely a hindrance here. As he spoke, he turned and noticed Chen Yuchuan at Mo Qingling's feet. Words stuck in his throat. He remained silent for a while. Alas! Someone come and take them away. Do not linger here any longer. He sighed and called out loudly. Soon, several individuals arrived, guns drawn, urging Inchiro and the others to vacate the walls. Chen Yuchuan's face was dark as thunder. His bodyguards instinctively took 5 paces back. The remaining few exchanged glances and pushed 2 unfortunate souls forward to assist him. As expected upon rising, he shrugged off the kind-hearted bodyguards with such force that it seemed they were Mo Qingling herself. His eyes were filled with malice, as if he were contemplating how to flay her alive. Jean Jibei could hardly bear to witness her reckless behavior and pulled her aside, effectively blocking Chen Yuchuan's gaze. With a few individuals taken away by Uncle Wong's men, the crowd thinned, providing some relief, allowing them to turn without seeing those they despised. My goodness, we must quickly deal with the zombies. They've begun to ascend again. Mo Qingling peered over, realizing that the zombie speed was not to be underestimated. In this brief moment, the wall of corpses had risen considerably high. You are still fixated on slaying zombies? Wasn't it rather enjoyable to strike someone just now? Jean Jibei glanced at her, his look suggesting she felt guilty. I have longed to confront her. She intentionally tried to push me in the supermarket last time, and this time too. I refused to believe it was unintentional. She acted with purpose, and thankfully, I survived. She expressed, and surprisingly, Jean Jibei refrained from countering, likely recognizing that Inchiro had indeed targeted her. From now on, keep your distance from her. That is something you should tell her. I did not provoke her. Mo Qingling rolled her eyes and turned to face the zombies. Chapter 47. Anxious at night, in order to see the zombies, Uncle Wong remembered to use gasoline. Though it was a waste, it was far better than stumbling around in the dark. Despite the snowfall, the addition of gasoline and the dense gathering of zombies only intensified the flames. After nearly a day of battling zombies, Mo Qingling's arms had grown numb. This can't possibly last all night. Ho Dong observed the relentless stream of zombies below, his face pale. Fight on, what else can you do? Lu Yin replied, his energy waning. The prolonged focus was exhausting. Even an Iron Man would struggle under such intensity. If they had not finished by dawn, they might need to consider retreating. At that moment, Jean Jibei suddenly turned to Mo Qingling and spoke. She was taken aback. Why was he addressing her? Could she decide whether or not to retreat? Upon seeing the look in his eyes, she quickly understood his intent. He was suggesting she speak with Uncle Wong. Wait, were you not quite chummy with that old man? Why is it now my responsibility to approach him? She pondered, recalling that it had always been Jean Jibei communicating with Uncle Wong before. Perhaps it is because you are too chatty. Ho Dong teased from the side. Well, I merely spoke a few kind words. Qingling rubbed her nose. Very well, I shall gauge the atmosphere. A retreat requires a plan. She was utterly exhausted and welcomed the opportunity to rest, having no reason to decline. When she finally found Uncle Wong, who was in disarray on the other side of the wall, she realized their situation was dire. Jean Jibei and his companions, being professionals, could withstand such intensity, and they seldom wasted bullets while fighting zombies. However, Uncle Wong's subordinates were mostly ordinary individuals who had only recently received some basic training. The younger men in their 20s or 30s could manage, but those over 40 were struggling. Furthermore, their lack of systematic training in firearm handling and shooting accuracy rendered their attempts to fight zombies rather unsteady. Indeed, the wall of corpses was nearly halfway up, and their faces were etched with distress as they gritted their teeth and continued to fight. Uncle Wong, she called out during a lull in the chaos, observing the scene. You came over. Did something happen over there? Uncle Wong, seeing her, felt a pang of concern and hurried forward to inquire. Nothing. I merely wish to discuss the overwhelming number of zombies. We can hold out until morning at most, but if the zombies remain this numerous, perhaps we should consider evacuating. Qingling spoke seriously without any unnecessary words. Seeing his hesitation, it was evident he was conflicted. After all, the area behind them was home to many people. While young individuals could be persuaded to leave, what about the elders? The elderly often preferred to return to their roots, and convincing them to depart would require considerable effort. Time was of the essence, and without his oversight, she feared chaos might ensue. Yet, if he did not persuade them, who else could? Uncle Wong, time waits for no one. It would be wise to prepare early. Qingling, noticing his silence, encouraged him further. I understand your concerns. Retreat is possible. There is a small road behind the village that leads directly to a city, your intended destination. However, we face a dilemma. We have too many people, and evacuation will not be simple. His words left Qingling in a difficult position. With a village comprising dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals, evacuation was far from simple. Moreover, the zombies lurked menacingly nearby, ready to exploit any sign of weakness. In this predicament, she found herself devoid of any viable solutions. Perhaps I should have Jean Jibei come over to discuss the matter with you? After some contemplation, she decided to involve Jean Jibei in the problem-solving process. At that moment, she felt incapable of organizing others. Specialized tasks ought to be entrusted to those with expertise. Upon returning to their side of the wall, Qingling succinctly conveyed Uncle Wong's concerns. Hearing her words, Jean Jibei offered no further comments, merely instructing Ho Dong and the others briefly before turning to seek out Uncle Wong. He was gone for nearly 3 hours, during which Qingling noticed some of the village's young people had been summoned, along with Ho Dong and Lu Yen. How are your discussions progressing? Qingling seized a moment to inquire. I have assigned Monkey and Shirtu to take over Uncle Wong's role in directing the fight against the zombies, while Uncle Wong persuades the elderly and children in the village to evacuate first. As he spoke, he swiftly delegated tasks to the young villagers before continuing. Half of the personnel on the wall have been called to assist with the evacuation, thus intensifying our pressure. We must brace ourselves. Can you handle it? Observing his concerned demeanor, Qingling resolutely nodded, assuring him, I am fine. Jean Jibei gazed at her intently, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet refraining, ultimately turning away to remind her to exercise caution. The gunfire persisted, albeit less intense than before. Gradually, Qingling began to grasp the implications of his statement regarding the mounting pressure. With half their manpower reassigned, they were compelled to disperse and face the onslaught individually. What once required one person to manage 5 meters of zombies now necessitated confronting 10. The burden had more than doubled, and the sheer number of zombies was enough to send chills down her spine. Even though she had grown somewhat desensitized from the killing, The overwhelming pressure kept her nerves taut, leaving no room for distraction. If she felt this way, it was easy to imagine the plight of others. After enduring over an hour of combat, some began to crack, shouting and firing wildly, disregarding commands. Jin Jibei appeared to have anticipated such chaos, calmly directing those nearby to allow others a respite as he stepped in to take the place of one of the overwhelmed fighters. He bears the responsibility of 2, if not 3 individuals, and the weight of that burden is readily apparent. Yet he remains composed, displaying no signs of distress. As everyone else took turns to rest, only he and Qingling steadfastly remained at the forefront, unwavering in their dedication. "Are you all right? Would you like to take a break?" Jin Jibei appeared at her side, gently patting his shoulder with concern. He remained silent until he asked, causing Qingling to halt her actions, a wave of fatigue washing over her body feeling as heavy as lead. Chapter 48, Retreat. "I can hold on a little longer." Qingling sighed softly, speaking with a languid cadence. It was not that she was trying to be strong. Although she was indeed weary, she felt capable of enduring a bit more. She understood her own body well enough to know when to push her limits. "You should take a break," Jin Jibei suggested, observing her condition and pressing his lips together. "Really, I'm fine." She waved her hand dismissively, glancing up at the sky. "Is it almost dawn?" Jin Jibei raised his hand to check the time. "Not quite. There's still 2 hours left." Upon hearing this, Qingling fell silent, never having felt 2 hours stretch so interminably. "You should rest," she insisted. "You ought to rest. You are far more fatigued than I am." Qingling turned to him, noticing the tension in his entire being. His exhaustion was evident, particularly on his face, though the darkness obscured the worst of it. If the injuries he bore remained unhealed and he continued to exhaust himself, she feared he might collapse, leaving her to deal with the aftermath. Her sharp tongue rendered him speechless. Without giving him a chance to respond, she pushed him aside, instructing him to rest elsewhere and not obstruct her path. Reluctantly, he retreated to the wall behind her, watching her silhouette as his taut nerves began to relax. However, this relaxation brought a dull pain to his chest, prompting him to instinctively place a hand over it, only to realize his body was unusually warm. Alarmed, he rummaged through his belongings for fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medication, tossing a few tablets into his mouth. "See? You're exhausted, but still trying to act tough," he muttered under his breath as she continued to focus on fending off the zombies. As time passed, the sky began to lighten. Jin Jibei suddenly jolted awake, startled by the pale light on the horizon. He glanced at the time and realized he had slept for an hour. He quickly approached Qingling. "I dozed off. You should take a break now." His tone carried a hint of regret, which made her chuckle. "If you hadn't woken up, I would have had to come over and kick you," she joked, lightening the mood. "All right," Jin Jibei said, saying little more as he took over her position. Urging her to rest promptly, she accepted without hesitation, moving to his former spot. After catching her breath, she reached into her backpack for water and gulped it down. Wincing at the cold, having held on for so long, she had reached her limit, feeling both exhausted and drowsy. With no food available, she hoped to catch a brief sleep, her eyelids gradually drooping. Noticing her slumbering form, Jin Jibei paused momentarily before moving beside her, retrieving a military coat from his supplies and draping it over her shoulders. He also pulled the large umbrella closer, shielding her from the snow. Qingling was awakened by commotion, her eyes fluttering open to see Jin Jibei speaking with Uncle Wang, the latter appearing anxious while Jin Jibei frowned deeply. As she attempted to rise, she noticed the military coat draped over her, momentarily taken aback. Shaking off the snow, she approached them. "What is going on? You're awake. There's food over there. Go eat something," Jin Jibei directed, pointing to a white thermal box nearby. "Quickly eat. We need to retreat," Uncle Wang urged, his urgency evident. She didn't move to eat, but glanced at the base of the wall, her scalp prickling in alarm. A dense pile of zombie corpses had accumulated at the wall's foot, many covered in thick snow, likely hiding more beneath. However, the good news was the continuous flow of zombies had ceased. Victory was within reach. Why the rush to leave? There seemed to be fewer zombies, Qingling inquired, puzzled. Those fools led the zombies up the side path. To avoid being surrounded, we must leave while the numbers are still manageable, Uncle Wong explained. Momentarily bewildered, Mo Qingling wondered who these fools were, suspecting they couldn't be Inshiro and her group. As if reading her thoughts, Uncle Wong clarified that it was indeed Inshiro and her companions who had attracted the zombies. Originally, the plan was for the elderly and children to leave first, and the side path had been devoid of zombies, allowing the initial group to exit smoothly. Uncle Wong, dissatisfied with Inshiro and harboring grievances, had little expectation of them assisting at the wall, directing them to leave quickly instead. If it weren't for his concern for the village folk, he might have lost his temper and shot them. Now, with zombies approaching the side path and half the people still at the wall, they could not afford to be surrounded. Immediately, he abandoned thoughts of Inshiro's group, rushing to the wall to inform Jinjibe of the situation, urging him to help organize the retreat. Forget eating, we can do that on the road. We need to leave now, Mo Qingling thought, her face paling as she regretted not eliminating Inshiro earlier. She dashed to inform Ho Dong and Lu Yin, while those atop the wall began to withdraw in succession. Below, the zombies seemed to sense the imminent departure, howling and surging towards the wall. Uncle Wong had arranged for vehicles to be stationed below, and the young man, realizing it was time to leave, hurriedly ascended to the cars. One vehicle filled quickly without needing to be called. It sped off towards the side path. Before long, only Mo Qingling, Jinjibe, Uncle Wong, and Xiao Huzi remained. Do you have a car? I can squeeze you all in, Uncle Wong observed, noting that only one vehicle was left. Fortunately, his vehicle was spacious enough to accommodate them. At such a time, they couldn't worry about overloading. Survival was paramount. All right, let us get out first. We can find another vehicle once we're safe, Jinjibe agreed, realizing it was impractical to conjure a vehicle out of thin air in front of Uncle Wong. As the zombies roared and battered the main gate, the group hurriedly boarded the vehicle. Just as they settled in, the gate crashed down, and the zombies poured in like a tidal wave. Chapter 49. Shall we go to Cydia together? Xiao Huzi floored the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forward towards the side path. The pursuing zombies, relentless, followed them, unwilling to abandon their prey despite their temporary inability to catch up. As they drove onto the side path, they noticed the number of zombies increasing, prompting Xiao Huzi to slam the gas pedal and plow through them. Zombies were flung aside, but their sheer numbers obscured the road ahead. Xiao Hu, keep going straight. Don't veer off course, Uncle Wong instructed, well versed in the route even with his eyes closed. However, Xiao Huzi, being younger and more accustomed to main roads, needed reassurance to steady his nerves. Uncle, are my mom and the others safe? Xiao Huzi asked suddenly. They're safe, Uncle Wong replied, casting a glance at him. Don't overthink it. If something happens to you, how will your mother cope? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Huzi pressed his lips together, choosing not to elaborate further. It is evident that he harbors immense pressure within. Confronted by such a multitude of zombies, he has likely contemplated a mutual demise with them. However, deep down, he is tethered by a lingering concern, his mother, hence his fleeting inquiry. Regrettably, Uncle Wong perceives his thoughts with keen insight and shatters his illusions without hesitation. His father passed away early, and aside from him, his mother had only Uncle Wong as her kin. If anything were to happen to the two of them, she would undoubtedly be unable to carry on. Thus, the resolute determination that Xiao Huzi had initially formed dissipated entirely after Uncle Wong pointed him out, leading him to a profound realization. He resolved to survive and escape. Mo Qingling, seated behind, found herself at a loss for words. She discerned Xiao Huzi's thoughts and couldn't help but reflect that had she known of his fragile emotional fortitude, it might have been wiser to allow them to drive. Neither Ho Dong nor Lu Yin would have indulged in such lamentations. They would have simply charged ahead, unbeknownst to Xiao Huzi, who remained unaware of the disdain directed towards him. He steadied his nerves under Uncle Wong's reassurance and guidance, swiftly breaching the zombie defense line. Was there not a single zombie beyond? Xiao Huzi felt a tinge of worry. Perhaps there were, yet the place they had once sought refuge was assuredly safe. This referred to the spot where they had previously concealed themselves while observing others, the very location Xiao Huzi had chosen a park. Where are the villagers? He inquired. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huzi fell silent, as he understood that he was inquiring about news of his mother. Upon disembarking, they discovered a chaotic scene, a cacophony of noise. And fortunately, they had not attracted any zombies. Boss, Hilanya took a portion of the people and fled. He said staying here is tantamount to waiting for death. It is better to escape and seek a way out. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang's expression darkened. That scoundrel Hilanya, Xiao Huzi muttered in contempt. Enough. How many people are left? Uncle Wang was too preoccupied to scold. His primary concern was the number of survivors still capable of action. Here, they're mostly elderly and children, and his words faltered, but anyone with eyes could discern the dire situation. The remaining labor force was comprised of those unwilling to abandon their families. A rough estimate revealed around 30 to 40 individuals, with only about 10 able-bodied men. Considering Mo Qingling and her companions alongside Uncle Wang and Xiao Huzi, it seemed feasible to protect the elderly, weak, and women. However, Mo Qingling and her group intended to head to City A, making a prolonged stay impossible. Among the crowd, Mo Qingling spotted Inshiro and her group, which struck her as odd. Why had she not joined them? Not only did she notice them, but Uncle Wang did as well. What are they doing here? A flicker of disdain crossed his face. Recalling that they had brought zombies and obstructed the escape route, he felt a surge of irritation. He sensed that their presence would inevitably lead to further complications. If more zombies were attracted, it could spell disaster. They refused to leave, claiming they were waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Uncle Wang was perplexed. Just as Inshiro approached, Brother Jibei, when shall we depart for City A? The snow is becoming increasingly heavy. If we don't leave soon, we may be unable to. He cast a glance at Uncle Wang and then at Inshiro, inquiring, Do you intend to accompany us to City A? Uncle Wang paused momentarily before responding, I need to discuss this with him. As it stands, if Mo Qingling and the others depart, the plight of the elderly, the weak, and the women will become increasingly perilous. However, it is equally unfeasible to keep them here, and persuading the elderly to journey to City A is a daunting task. Thus, Uncle Wang found himself in a state of deep conflict. After discussing future plans with the villagers, Jin Jibei turned his gaze towards Inshiro. You possess the ability to protect yourselves. There is no need for you to accompany us. Moreover, our interactions have not been harmonious, making it unsuitable for us to travel together. His words were laden with implication. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern their meaning. I am aware that my actions were reckless, nearly causing harm to Sister Mo, yet it was not intentional. Moreover, Sister Mo, and Shiro, feeling aggrieved, gingerly touched her bruised cheek. Jin Jibei did not direct his gaze towards her, but instead lifted his eyes to observe the visibly distressed Jin Yilin. In such a moment, it was remarkable that he could restrain himself from pulling Inshiro away. It was perplexing to ponder what she had communicated to them that necessitated her clinging to Jin Jibei. You truly possess an astonishing audacity. Mo Qingling was utterly exasperated by this woman, expressing her annoyance with a curt remark before stepping forward. Perhaps the lesson she imparted to Inshiro had been too severe, for upon her approach, Inshiro instinctively recoiled in fear, casting a pitiful glance towards Jin Jibei. Do not look at him. Your flirtatious glances are wasted on someone blind to them, and yet you continue to gaze incessantly, utterly devoid of shame. Noticing her gaze linger on Jin Jibei once more, Mo Qingling felt an inexplicable irritation rising within her and promptly reprimanded her. How many times must I reiterate, elder sister, that I am younger than you? If one must serve tea, must one also refer to others as older brother or sister? Do you not find it repugnant? Furthermore, I hold you in disdain and have no intention of accompanying you. If you possess the capability, persuade him to join your company. If not, then graciously accept your defeat and leave. Will you? Mo Qingling's voice was not muted, and the surrounding onlookers heard her clearly. And Shiro's face shifted from pale to flushed as she experienced a level of embarrassment she had never encountered before. She looked up at Mo Qingling, her teeth clenched in resentment, yet unable to express her ire, feeling utterly stifled. Chapter 50. Return to the village after deliberation. Uncle Wang and the others ultimately resolved not to leave. However, before Jin Jibei and his companions departed the city, they hoped to enlist their aid in retrieving the village's grain. I understand this task is fraught with difficulty, yet I still beseech your assistance, Uncle Wang implored, his expression a mix of concern and hope as he regarded Jin Jibei and his team. Naturally, Inshiro and her group were excluded from this discussion, as their ill intentions were well known, and there was a clear desire to prevent them from jeopardizing the mission. Without grain, whether they chose to stay or depart, their situation would remain dire, akin to awaiting death. Given the current weather conditions, it would likely prove challenging to procure supplies. Thus, the retrieval of the village's grain was imperative. What are your thoughts? Jin Jibei refrained from hasty agreement, instead turning to his three companions for their input. They exchanged glances, and both Ho Dong and Lu Yin expressed their willingness to follow Jin Jibei's choice. I thought you would refuse, Jin Jibei privately remarked to her after their conversation. Why would you think that? Mo Qingling replied, somewhat surprised. Do I appear so cold-blooded? Not cold-blooded, merely disinclined to meddle in others' affairs. He pondered, ultimately settling on this description for her. I would prefer you to say I dislike trouble rather than claim I am indifferent to others' matters. She rolled her eyes and added, and who enjoys meddling in others' business? You? He fell silent for a moment, and then Mo Qingling suddenly realized that perhaps, just perhaps, he indeed had a penchant for meddling in others' affairs. To assist someone is to see it through to the end, to accompany the Buddha to the West. She sighed, contemplating the dire consequences if they failed to lend a hand, leaving Uncle Wang and his companions to face peril. How would the elderly, the weak, and the women survive? With these thoughts, she lowered her head, concealing the emotions in her eyes. She simply did not wish to be blamed for their demise. How could it be your fault? Jin Jibei furrowed his brows, gazing at her in confusion, unable to comprehend her meaning. She did not wait for him to inquire further and turned towards Uncle Wang, leaving him behind. Uncle, girl, what is it? Uncle Wang responded with a hint of anxiety upon seeing her approach. I wanted to ask if there are any remaining ammunition. Knowing she was not about to change her mind, Uncle Wang's countenance did not brighten, for her question struck a nerve. They had just discovered while counting supplies that the air had taken away a significant portion of their resources, particularly their weapons. Thankfully, due to the fierce battles with the zombies and their hasty retreat, most of the vital supplies remained in the village. There are a few, but not many, Uncle Wang admitted, though he refrained from elaborating on the reasons. Mo Qingling feared that if he brought too many people, their actions would be hampered, leading to chaotic circumstances. The ideal scenario would be for just the four of them to go. Jin Jibei would have ample space to carry whatever supplies they could gather. However, revealing the details of their spatial advantage to Uncle Wang's group would complicate matters, making it difficult to persuade them on how the four could retrieve the supplies unscathed. Rest assured, it will just be me accompanying you. Uncle Wang understood the gravity of the situation. No way, Uncle, I'm going with you. Xiao Huzi interjected anxiously. What will you do? Stay here and protect your mother. Uncle Wang reprimanded him with a stern face. I want tea. Xiao Huzi, if you refuse to listen to me, then don't call me your uncle. Uncle Wang threatened him directly. Hearing this, Xiao Huzi's eyes reddened instantly. Uncle, I'm worried about you. Such words from a young man would typically elicit discomfort, but now they were profoundly moving. Mo Qingling closed her eyes and turned away, not wishing to witness their debate over who should go. Why is Xiao Huzi insisting on going? Honestly, Uncle Wang shouldn't go either. Then how do you plan to explain to Uncle Wang and the others how we possess the capability to retrieve supplies from amidst so many zombies? Everyone knows the reasoning, but how to address the ensuing troubles? Upon hearing this, Ho Dong fell silent at once. He found himself at a loss to explain the situation. Uncle Wang exuded an uncommon shrewdness, and any deceit would likely be discerned swiftly. No matter, having a couple of people accompanying them would not pose a problem. Jin Jibei held no objections to whom might join them. There was an abundance of supplies. Did you intend to utilize your space in front of them? Mo Qingling regarded him thoughtfully. We shall see when the time comes. Consequently, he lifted his gaze towards Uncle Wang's direction, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. After a meal and a brief respite, They resolved to set off. Somehow, Xiao Huzi had managed to persuade Uncle Wang to join them. In truth, there were others in the group who wished to accompany Uncle Wang, but he had resolutely turned them down. Fortunately, Jin Jibei's group possessed a truck, and Uncle Wang, along with Xiao Huzi, would drive the vehicle they had used for their retreat. If that were the case, would the zombies in the village have departed? Lu Yin mused fancifully. You're overthinking it. The zombies might still be lurking about. Mo Qingling coldly interrupted his daydream. Is that so? Wait until you arrive, and you shall find out. The closer they drew to the village, the more numerous the zombies became, causing Lu Yan's expression to darken. Indeed, there were still so many zombies. Zombies lack consciousness. They merely wander aimlessly, unlike us, who have a specific destination. Mo Qingling calmly elucidated. Sister, you truly know a great deal. Lu Yan gave her a thumbs up. Mo Qingling, disinterested in his foolishness, shifted her attention to Jin Jibei. There are numerous zombies. How do we enter and exit safely? Uncle Wang has stored the supplies in a fortified house within the village. I inquired about it. That house has been reinforced by him. If we drive in swiftly, we should encounter no significant issues. I didn't expect Uncle Wang to be so resourceful, reinforcing the house for storage. However, this method is undeniably perilous. The thought of being surrounded by zombies left Mo Qingling feeling rather unsettled. Chapter 51. Departure. As they approached the village entrance, Mo Qingling suddenly conceived a brilliant idea and turned to Jin Jibei. Do you have an alarm clock? An alarm clock? Yes, the kind that makes a noise. I do. Jin Jibei promptly retrieved several alarm clocks from his space and handed them to her. She accepted the clocks, set each to ring in 2 minutes, and then tossed one out of the window. Soon, the shrill sound of the alarm resonated, drawing the zombies towards the noise, thereby alleviating their immediate pressure. If the alarm continues to ring, wouldn't it be quite simple for us to enter? Ho Dong observed the zombies with astonishment. This is precisely why you all were foolish just now. What use is a reckless charge? Being surrounded by zombies is the real predicament. Mo Qingling disdainfully critiqued their earlier plan. One by one, she threw the alarm clocks out, the jarring sounds luring the zombies relentlessly. By the time they entered the village, a significant number of zombies had been diverted. Following Uncle Wang, they arrived at the house designated for the supplies, the front door still secured, indicating that no one had visited. The group disembarked, shielding Uncle Wang as he opened the door, then swiftly drove the vehicle inside, paying no heed to the zombies outside, and quickly began transferring supplies onto the truck. Move faster. The noise will attract those zombies that have just wandered away, Mo Qingling urged, glancing at Jin Jibei. He nodded knowingly and discreetly employed his spatial abilities while transporting supplies. After enjoying a delightful dinner, Uncle Wang gathered his team to inventory the provisions. Jin Jibei harbored no secrets. He allocated precisely the amount of supplies required, considering that Uncle Wang and his team would face challenges ahead. Once the inventory was completed, Uncle Wang approached with Xiao Huzi to express their gratitude and conveyed that they would be able to set off the following day. The group voiced no objections, eager to leave this place as soon as possible. They continued driving the truck, intending to switch to another vehicle after parting ways with Uncle Wang. It was unclear what compelled their pursuers to follow them. Had they not learned from their previous lesson? Nevertheless, the inclement weather deterred them from further entanglements. If they wished to follow, so be it. They would feign ignorance. Before noon, they exited the city and parked in a secluded spot to bid farewell. From this point, a straightforward path led directly to City A, clearly marked by road signs. Uncle Wang pointed towards the road ahead, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Take care of yourselves. If you find it unbearable, you can always come to City A to find us. Mo Qingling expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Regardless of the circumstances, Uncle Wang had indeed aided them significantly. Otherwise, they might still be trapped, unaware of the route to City A. Just take care of yourselves. Each has their destiny. Perhaps we shall meet again. His words carried a weight that was somewhat disheartening. Now, as they parted ways, uncertainty loomed over the possibility of a future reunion. The time is getting late. You must leave quickly. Find a place to stay before nightfall, or the snowy weather will render it even more perilous, Uncle Wang urged, not waiting for their response as he began to usher them away. He nodded silently, merely observing as they boarded the vehicle and departed. One could only hope that Uncle Wong was faring well. Uncle Wong was aware of the situation and had no need for concern. Jean Jibei cast a glance at her, offering words of comfort. The journey back to city, it was fraught with challenges. Though there were few zombies, the snowy conditions rendered the ground treacherously slippery, compelling them to refrain from hastening their pace. However, they managed to reach a small town before nightfall. Without venturing too far, they found a modest house on the outskirts, intending to make do for the night. And Xiao was disinclined to spend the night there, but understood that Jean Jibei and the others would not heed her objections. So she begrudgingly acquiesced. As night fell, they deliberated on the matter of keeping watch. He directly canceled the method of alternating night watches, opting instead for a single individual to keep vigil throughout the night. Qingling was preparing dinner and did not express her opinion. She was capable of keeping watch, and that was not an issue. Ho Dong and Lu Yin exchanged glances, and then Lu Yin spoke first. "I will do it. I can endure it better." This was no mere pretense. For in the past, Lu Yin had often been chided by Ho Dong for staying up late, and now, being asked to do so was indeed his forte. "Very well. Sleep on the vehicle tomorrow," Jean Jibei readily agreed. After dinner, the group engaged in light conversation before retiring for the night. Ho Dong accompanied Lu Yin until midnight, only to be urged to rest thereafter. With no interruptions, Lu Yin picked up a substantial novel that Jean Jibei had slipped into the space at some point, engrossing himself in its pages while occasionally glancing at the sounds outside. The night passed quietly, and at 5 a.m, Jean Jibei opened his eyes to find Lu Yin looking weary yet alert, nodding slightly. "You should rest for a while. I'll call you when breakfast is ready." He walked over, patting Lu Yin's shoulder to exchange places. Seeing that he was awake, Lu Yin did not decline and lay down next to Ho Dong, pulling the blanket over himself. By 6 o'clock, Qingling also awoke and was not surprised to see Jean Jibei sitting by the fire. Silently, she got up to tidy the area before preparing breakfast, also organizing the supplies for the journey ahead. They had no intention of stopping for a lengthy rest at noon. They planned to eat a quick meal in the car and continue on their way. Thus, Qingling prepared some simple yet filling bento. By the time she finished, it was already past 7 and daylight was gradually breaking. She called Ho Dong and Lu Yin to wake them, and the four gathered around the fire to eat breakfast. Meanwhile, Xiao and her companions were stirred awake by the commotion, their expressions darkening upon seeing that breakfast had already commenced. In a hurried fashion, they prepared their own breakfast, only to find that the others had already finished and were packing up without waiting for them. Xiao gritted her teeth in frustration, her gaze towards Jean Jibei devoid of the usual warmth. Chapter 52. When Luoza, ignoring Xiao and her group, the four finished packing and promptly boarded the vehicle to depart. Witnessing their lack of consideration, Xiao and her companions darkened in countenance. Fortunately, due to weather conditions, the vehicle could not travel quickly. Even if they lagged behind slightly, they could still catch up. They truly were relentless, observing in the rearview mirror as they drew closer. Ho Dong fell silent. "Let us not bother. We'll just go on our own," Jean Jibei said with a glance, urging him to disregard them. Qingling looked at him in surprise, knowing that his cousin was among them. "What's wrong?" Jean Jibei turned to her upon sensing her gaze. "Aren't you worried about how to explain if Jean Yilin were to meet with misfortune?" she asked directly, voicing her thoughts without hesitation. He paused momentarily before speaking. "There is nothing to explain. Every outcome is a choice of one's own making, and besides, we will all meet our end one day." This statement held truth, yet one could only wonder how the Jean family might react upon hearing it. Regardless, Qingling's lips twitched involuntarily at the words. As they journeyed halfway, a sudden and fierce snowstorm descended, rendering their vehicle immobile in such dire weather. Just as despair began to settle in, they discovered an unusual structure ahead. Upon approaching, it appeared to resemble a school, but upon entering, they realized it was far from a mere educational institution. "What place is this?" Ho Dong gazed at the neatly arranged buildings, feeling somewhat bewildered. It resembled a school, yet lacked the ambience typically associated with one. Venturing further, They noticed a large building with its glass doors wide open. Cautiously, they drove in and disembarked, scanning their surroundings. To their surprise, there was no elevator, and the stairs leading to the second floor were locked. Feeling a temporary sense of safety on the first floor, they relaxed slightly, just as Inshiro and her companions arrived. "Why is the snow falling so heavily all of a sudden?" she lamented as she stepped out of the vehicle. Qingling glanced at her, but said nothing, following Jinjibe to prepare a fire for cooking. "This place feels oddly familiar," Jin Yilin remarked, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the area. "Brother Yilin, could this possibly belong to the Jin family?" And Shiro turned, her eyes wide with excitement. "It shouldn't be. While I'm not fully acquainted with all of the Jin family's holdings, I do know that there are no projects in this vicinity." Despite her words, Jin Yilin continued to scrutinize the surroundings with a furrowed brow. As they entered the hall, they settled on the opposite side of Qingling. And Shiro observed the harmonious atmosphere among the four and felt a surge of restlessness within. Unbeknownst to Qingling, who was oblivious to Inshiro's emotions, she instructed Jinjibe to set a pot over the fire, first boiling water to warm everyone before beginning to cook. Aware of the arduous journey they had undertaken, she prepared a thick porridge and even procured 2 plump chickens. Raising her gaze, she saw Qingling lifting a large chicken leg from the pot, placing it into a bowl before handing it to Jinjibe, causing her stomach to grumble in protest. Irritated, she shot a glare at Jin Yilin. Useless, she thought. They were all members of the Jin family. Yet while others feasted, he seemed utterly ineffectual, nothing more than a burden. Without Inshiro's prompting, Jin Yilin had also noticed the sumptuous meal Jinjibe was enjoying. Just the aroma alone made his mouth water involuntarily. His expression darkened as he watched Jinjibe devour the meat and sip the porridge, infuriated by the sight. "Where did they get those chickens?" he muttered. "Probably from the villagers," Chen Yuchuan interjected from the side. "Why do they have what we lack?" Jin Yilin asked incredulously. "We also fought against the zombies," he added. Chen Yuchuan shot him a glance. "How would I know? You should ask them. It is not unreasonable for them to think this way." Uncle Wang and his associates had indeed mentioned providing some supplies as compensation for Qingling and the others, but their offer was declined. Naturally, Jin Yilin and his group were unaware of this. From the moment Inshiro sought to eliminate Qingling, Uncle Wang and Jinjibe had already regarded them as outsiders. Having faced a setback with Chen Yuchuan, Jin Yilin dared not express his frustration towards him. Unable to contain his irritation, he could only direct his gaze towards Jinjibe. "Do you need something?" Jinjibe inquired, lifting his head to furrow his brow at him, his tone somewhat indifferent. "Give me a drumstick," Jin Yilin stated, fixing his eyes on the untouched chicken leg in Jinjibe's bowl. Jinjibe was taken aback. After all these years, Jin Yilin had long surpassed the age at which one would request a chicken leg. Hearing him ask for one nearly left him bewildered. He owes him nothing. Why should he give when asked? As if he were a fool. Jin Yilin's face flushed, unsure of how to respond. "You are the elder brother. Shouldn't you look after your younger siblings?" Qingling could not help but laugh at his shamelessness. "I must ask, dear giant baby CEO, how old are you?" She couldn't resist the urge to retort. "This matter between my brother and me is none of your concern." Jin Yilin shouted at her, flustered and angry. "Regardless of whether it is our business, the chicken was cooked by her, and she has a say in whether to give it to you. Moreover, is it not your upbringing that permits you to speak so to others?" Unable to tolerate his demeanor, Jinjibe furrowed his brow and reprimanded him. "You need not lecture me. If she chooses not to give it, so be it. Why say so much? Do not presume that your self-righteousness can mask your hypocrisy." While feeling heartache, he also harbored resentment towards Jinjibe and the others. It is merely a chicken leg. Once he arrives in City A, he can have as many as he desires. And Shiro quickly concealed her disappointment and went to comfort Jin Yilin. "I am fine." Before he could finish, a sudden rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The people inside halted their actions, raising their heads warily towards the door. Soon, a figure appeared outside, and as he approached, Shiro exclaimed with surprise, "Brother Luo Zhe." Chapter 53, The Last Male Lead. Luo Mose? Qingling gazed at the man in the black down jacket, somewhat incredulous. This is the seemingly inconsequential male lead in the original text. Yet he is also the most talented one, a renowned professor at a young age, overseeing numerous research projects and institutions. Although he may appear less impressive than the two giants, Chun Yuchuan and Jin Yilin, his true worth far surpasses theirs. How could he possibly be here? Luo Zhe, my brother. The moment Enshiro laid eyes on him, the grievances she had harbored within her erupted instantaneously. Xiaoro, when Luo Zhe's face radiated a gentle smile as he watched her rush into his embrace. I thought I would never see you in this lifetime. How could that be? Here we are, reunited. Luo Zhe, how is it that you are here? My laboratory is located here. When the apocalypse struck, I was unable to evacuate in time. Fortunately, fresh supplies had just arrived in the cafeteria, which spared me from starvation. He spoke lightly, yet Qingling sensed something amiss. Do you not feel that something is off? She nudged Jin Jibei beside her and whispered. In what way? Jin Jibei glanced at her. He too felt that something was not quite right, but he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Why were there no zombies here? Even in the absence of zombies, the lack of other people was perplexing, was it not? Gazing outside, where only the wind and snow danced, Qingling found the scene exceedingly strange. Before she could unravel the mystery, Enshiro had already ushered Luoja inside. Within Luoja's arrival, her attention shifted away from Jin Jibei, causing Chun Yuchuan and Jin Yilin to also focus on this newly emerged rival. Are you suggesting that this man poses a problem? Jin Jibei's gaze darkened as he regarded Luoja. It is possible, Qingling replied cautiously, unwilling to make any definitive claims. Upon hearing Enshiro's complaints about their scarce resources, Luoja promptly invited them to the cafeteria in the laboratory without hesitation. Although Chun Yuchuan and Jin Yilin were reluctant to go, they could not bring themselves to refuse, especially seeing Enshiro display such a rare smile. Before departing, she feigned enthusiasm as she approached Qingling, inviting her to join. As to why the invitation was directed at Qingling rather than Jin Jibei, she quickly understood upon meeting Luoja's gaze behind Enshiro. It appeared she was sought after due to this potential ally's presence. TSK. Enshiro truly seemed unwilling to let anyone slip by. No, thank you. We are fine here. We have a journey to continue tomorrow, and we have already eaten, she replied coldly, dismissing Enshiro's stiff expression and Luoja's probing gaze, turning instead to prepare her bedding. If they do not appreciate our company, let us not concern ourselves with them, Jin Yilin remarked, still smarting from Jin Jibei's earlier jibe and feeling indignant at Enshiro's treatment. Before their departure, Luoja suddenly scrutinized Qingling and her companions earnestly, causing Qingling to feel a chill run down her spine, her heart racing with anxiety. Once they left, the intense sensation of being observed diminished, and she exhaled in relief, albeit now wary of Luoja's presence. Captain, that individual was unsettling, she remarked. Not only she, but also Ho Dong and the others sensed the same unnerving gaze. Consequently, the atmosphere did not lighten. Rather, it grew more tense. Let us observe quietly. Avoiding any rash actions, Jin Jibei understood the situation but felt powerless to act, remaining vigilant. We should exercise caution. Perhaps two of us should keep watch tonight, Qingling asserted with a serious expression, to which he readily agreed. The night was bitterly cold, the wind howling against the shattered glass doors of the hall, causing them to shiver. Fortunately, Qingling had previously stored ample supplies behind the truck, including 10 thick blankets, which came in handy now. I suspect that group might be watching us from somewhere, Ho Dong remarked. The others paused, realizing who he was referring to. Indeed, when Luoja mentioned that his laboratory is here, and aside from him, it seems there may be no one else around. It would be quite normal for them to monitor us through surveillance. She glanced up at the camera directly facing them, unaware that her conjecture was accurate, as when Luoja was indeed observing them. Seeing that they were utilizing supplies taken from the truck, a flicker of disappointment crossed Luoja's face, though he masked it well. Luoja, brother. Just as he was lost in thought, and Xiaoyo's voice interrupted. Oh, is that not Emo's sister and her companions? The surveillance is still operational? In this power outage, Enshio only appreciated the convenience of electric lights after arriving at Wenloage's laboratory. "Who are those two men by you?" she inquired, her tone casual yet inquisitive. "Those two are merely friends of mine," Enshio replied, unfazed by the mention of Chun Yuchuan and Jin Jibei. She had known Wenloage the longest and was well aware of his charisma, having been surrounded by numerous men in the past. Wenloage had likely grown accustomed to it. "Why haven't I seen them before?" Wenloage lowered his gaze, clearly uninterested in such trivialities. "One is the heir of the Jin family, and the other is the current head of the Chen family." Upon hearing this, Wenloage understood. A satisfied smile spreading across his face as he looked at Enshio. "You have quite the talent, little you. Your friends are no ordinary individuals. I may just benefit from your connections." "Ah, what are you saying, Luaja?" "In my eyes, you are the most formidable," she retorted playfully. "But what about those four? They seem somewhat hostile towards you." Mentioning this caused Enshio's mood to sour, her smile fading. "They harbor some misunderstandings. Their captain is the cousin of the Jin family's heir, and since they are heading to City A, they decided to travel together." Enshio succinctly explained the situation regarding Jin Jibei and his companions. "Oh, is that so? How fortuitous," Wenloage mused, nodding thoughtfully, his intentions unclear. Chapter 54. Not returning home the night was eerily tranquil. Without the presence of zombies, one might almost believe the apocalypse was a mere dream, were it not for the relentless cold wind. After breakfast the following morning, as the four prepared to depart, they spotted Enshio's vehicle emerging from within, deliberately pausing at the entrance to wait for them. "Are they really planning to accompany us?" Qingling turned to Jin Jibei, bewildered. "If all goes well, we should reach City A today. Our destinations align, so it would be prudent to endure." "That is true. Whether we wait or proceed, we are on the same path, so there is no need to dwell on it." Before dusk fell, they finally arrived at City A. Upon entering the area, the difference was immediately palpable. The suburbs were overrun with zombies, as if they had been herded there, preventing their advance into the heart of the city. After navigating through the horde, they reached a towering electric fence where several soldiers stood armed, occasionally firing at the zombies. Upon sighting their vehicle, the soldiers increased the voltage of the fence, dispatching a few zombies before swiftly opening the gate. Seizing the opportunity, they drove through. However, they were soon halted just inside. "What is the meaning of this?" Qingling asked, perplexed. Although she was familiar with the original narrative, reality diverged significantly from the pages of a book. "Inspection," Jin Jibei stated, and as soon as he finished speaking, an external force opened the vehicle door, insisting they disembark for a check. Given the precautionary measures in place, Qingling complied without resistance. Upon exiting, she observed Enshio causing a commotion, reluctant to undergo the inspection. Glancing at the unyielding soldiers, Qingling found the situation amusing. "Do not assume that being accompanied by Chun Yuchuan and Jin Yilin exempts you from rules. The upper echelons of City A have undergone a significant reshuffling, now governed by those of considerable strength. It mattered not if they belonged to the Chun or Jin families. Even exceptional talent like Wenloage had to abide by the regulations. Due to Enshio's non-compliance, by the time Qingling and her companions completed their inspection, the others were still entangled in disputes. Ignoring them, she decided to drive ahead towards the safe base. After 20 minutes of travel, they encountered a long, imposing wall, reminiscent of the one in Uncle Wong's village, but significantly larger. "I never expected City A to have walls," Lu Yin remarked in surprise. "It can effectively deter zombies for a time. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks," Jin Jibei affirmed, his tone laced with approval. "Yet, the gates could easily be breached by zombies." Qingling interjected, pointing out the flaw. "Once breached, the people would have already evacuated." Following their inspection, the military provided them with a white card, which they were to present upon entering the city, simplifying the process. However, they were required to pay an entry fee, surrendering at least a third of their supplies from the truck. "This is outrageous. They are truly unscrupulous," Ho Dong exclaimed, his face reddening as he gritted his teeth, lamenting the extortion. "They demanded a third of our supplies, 3 blankets alone. It feels like we are being robbed." "Stop complaining. It is merely a third." Lu Yin remarked dismissively, clearly unimpressed by his outburst. The supplies in the truck were strategically placed by Qingling to obscure their true quantity. Thus, giving away a third was not a significant loss. Regardless, parting with such a substantial portion of their hard-earned supplies was undeniably disheartening. Why not consult Ho Dong and Lu Yin? After all, they are from the same compound and have been following Jin Jibei closely, she pondered. I am capable. I can go anywhere, Qingling retorted, her voice laced with sarcasm. What do you know? She snapped, turned to face him. Upon hearing her response, Jin Jibei's pupils contracted in disbelief. What do you mean? Forget it. It is too complicated to explain. Qingling sighed, attempting to suppress her rising anger. A heavy silence enveloped the vehicle, creating an atmosphere that felt distinctly unsettling. The captain fell silent for a moment, and then Lu Yin cautiously spoke up. I have a house nearby. Perhaps we could let Sister Mo stay there for the time being? This suggestion provided a much-needed escape route, and Jin Jibei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing my lack of opposition, Lu Yin quickly directed Ho Dong to drive to his apartment. Upon arrival, Lu Yin exited the vehicle to lead Qingling inside, while Jin Jibei remained seated in the car, either too embarrassed or too angry to follow. Unfazed, she instructed Lu Yin to take her upstairs. Fortunately, the residents of this building held respectable statuses, and after the apocalypse, no one dared to make trouble here, ensuring the safety of Lu Yin's residents. After expressing her gratitude to Lu Yin, Qingling finally relaxed once he left. Thankfully, he was not as deranged as she had feared. Otherwise, she might have lost her temper and created a scene. Once she composed herself, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Upon opening it, she found Lu Yin standing there. Sister Mo, I've brought you supplies, he said with a smile, showcasing the bag in his hands. Qingling. Qingling could not refuse such hospitality and stepped aside to let him in. To her astonishment, he continued to bring in bag after bag, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Wait, how did you manage to bring so much? Oh, these are some items the boss collected. And these were specifically gathered by the madam and the old lady knowing you were living outside, he explained. Madam? Old lady? She echoed, perplexed. Yes, is there a problem? Sister Mo? Oh, no. Please thank them for me, she replied, still feeling dazed as she sent Lu Yin off, turning back to the living room cluttered with items. She scratched her head in confusion. Chapter 55. Kidnapping the original owner had no way of knowing if her family received any news. All she was aware of was that Inchiro was indeed capable. That night, while she was out gathering information, she overheard a variety of gossip, including tales of two men vying for one woman. Qingling couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of it all. She could only imagine how Jin Jibei felt about having such a brother. Yet, this was none of her concern, and she merely listened, unaware that just 2 days later, she would be inexplicably kidnapped. So this is how it is, settling scores after the fact? Surprised, aren't you? One day, you would find yourself in my grasp, and Shiro smiled, looking at Qingling, who was bound tightly. With that appearance of yours, do you think your sycophants would rally to your aid? Qingling sensed that something was deeply amiss with her. It was only her first day in a city, and Inchiro was already making her move. Clearly, she did not possess the means to achieve this alone, and the only ally she could count on was Chun Yuchuan. What does it matter to you? Who else would see me? Qingling couldn't help but provoke her. You haven't successfully entered the Jin household, have you? If you had, you wouldn't have the time to bother me. Shut up. Sooner or later, I will get in, and you need not concern yourself with that, Inchiro retorted, her anger flaring. Don't be so agitated. I was merely inquiring, Qingling said innocently. Suddenly, a slap echoed through the air as Inchiro struck her. That's for the humiliation you caused me back then. Dragging this out until now is already lenient on you. Why am I slapping you? Surely you have some awareness. Qingling spat, then added, honestly, could you refrain from acting like a dog, pouncing on every man you see? What did you say? Inchiro shrieked. Ha tots laid bora. Brother Jibei doesn't belong to just you. Why should you deny me the chance to be near him? Well, it's not that I'm forbidding you. Do your brothers, Yuchuan and Yilin, know your true feelings? Ah, yes, your two brothers seem to accept one another, so adding another person shouldn't be an issue, right? The mockery on Mo Qingling's face was unmistakable, and Inshiro could no longer restrain herself. She drew a gun from one of her bodyguards, aiming it at Mo Qingling. I'll make you shut your mouth, do you hear me? Go ahead, shoot. Shoot. Montauk Qingling taunted. The gun fired, but the bullet merely grazed her cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. The atmosphere fell silent for a few moments before Inshiro regained her composure, tossing the gun back to her bodyguard, her gaze icy. Death won't come easily for you. I will make you wish for death, she declared, leaving behind a cadre of bodyguards to watch over Mo Qingling. Raising her chin, Montauk Qingling smirked. She had anticipated that this woman was merely posturing. Despite being armed, she was clearly reluctant to kill her. Thankfully, her life was still intact. Yet, being captured was undeniably unfortunate. She feared that her life might end here. In the following days, Inshiro visited daily to torment her. At first, Mo Qingling did not mind, but after numerous beatings, her clothes failed to keep her warm, and she trembled from the cold. Now, she endured both pain and chill, cursing Inshiro and lamenting her own predicament, as well as cursing Chen Yuchuan and Wenlaja for good measure. Until one day, chaos erupted outside. Mo Qingling, still dazed, wondered what was happening when the door swung open. It was Inshiro again, but this time, she appeared anxious and flustered. Confused, Mo Qingling watched as Inshiro ordered her bodyguards to take her outside. Having been deprived of sunlight for so long, the sudden brightness made her squint. Before she could adjust, she was shoved into a car. They sped off to an unknown destination, and soon, another vehicle began tailing them, causing Inshiro to panic. From what she overheard, it seemed that Chen Yuchuan had done something to provoke the higher-ups, resulting in a ban on him. Yet, despite Inshiro having backup in the form of Jin Yilin and Wenlaja, she was still uncharacteristically anxious. Inshiro, is your retribution upon you? Montauk Qingling taunted, eliciting a slap from Inshiro. What are you so smug about? If I'm suffering, you won't have it easy either. Dear sister, I'm genuinely curious. What have I done to deserve this from you? Mo Qingling was truly bewildered at how she had drawn the ire of this woman. I have never been looked down upon. Why should you earn Jin Jibei's favor while he treats me this way? Inshiro's expression was fierce, as though she bore a profound grudge. Is that really the issue? Montauk Qingling replied, exasperated. It's his fault. Why do you take it out on me? Inshiro chose to ignore her question, turning away instead. Fine, fine. You're just a scapegoat for me to fend off rotten luck from Jin Jibei. Aren't you? If he doesn't come to rescue me, I swear I won't let him off easily. As she grumbled internally, the car came to a halt, and Inshiro led her to a small hillside. Upon disembarking, Mo Qingling saw that the pursuers had caught up, led by none other than Jin Jibei. Well, this fellow has indeed come to save me, she thought, reluctantly giving him chance. Mo Qingling shot him a glance, unsure if he had understood her signal. As his expression remained unchanged, Inshiro, you are surrounded. I advise you to lay down your weapons and accept your punishment. We will deal with you leniently. The loudspeaker over there repeatedly urged them, leaving Mo Qingling utterly bewildered. She turned to Inshiro and asked, have you killed someone? Otherwise, how could you be surrounded while receiving such persuasion? Does killing you count? Inshiro replied with a sinister smile. One cannot foresee the future. You haven't killed anyone yet, and you're already about to be captured. Mo Qingling rolled her eyes. Regardless, even if I die, I shall drag you down with me. Who would have thought your feelings for me ran so deep? Mo Qingling shot her a complicated glance. Less chatter, she declared, then turned to Jin Jibei, shouting, everyone, step back, or I will kill her. Chapter 56. Inshiro's death pulling her back a couple of steps, stones tumbled down, startling whatever lay beneath. Should they fall, it would likely result in their bones being shattered by the zombies. You've managed to find such a place. It's impressive, Mo Qingling remarked, her gaze revealing her understanding that this must have been a location Inshiro had deliberately chosen for her. Do you like it? I prepared this especially for you. Inshiro laughed maniacally, entirely shedding her previous innocent appearance. What do you mean? Mo Qingling asked, perplexed, sensing a deeper implication in Inshiro's words. Inshiro, You're spreading the zombie virus in Basay City. We are officially issuing a warrant for your arrest. If you surrender immediately, we may show leniency." The loudspeaker clarified her confusion. Mo Qingling paused, glancing at the zombies below the slope, and then back at Inshiro. "Did you let the zombies in? So what if I did?" A flicker of delight danced in Inshiro's eyes. "Those useless people are just a waste of resources. I am merely helping us." "You have truly gone mad." Mo Qingling could hardly fathom her insanity, treating the lives of survivors so lightly. "If you wanted to let her go, come over here." She pointed at Jean Jibei. The group fell silent, momentarily paralyzed. "See? You are not that important." Inshiro mocked her. "Do you wish to see how mad you are?" Mo Qingling was too exhausted to roll her eyes again. "To put it nicely, I am a teammate of Jean Jibei. To put it bluntly, I'm merely hitching a ride. How could I possibly be significant?" Inshiro's expression flickered between green and white as she was about to speak when Jean Jibei interjected with a simple, "Good." "Good? What do you mean good?" Upon seeing Inshiro's gaze, Mo Qingling realized she had misunderstood again. It was not about her. It was about rescuing a hostage. Whatever demand she made would likely be met with agreement. She shot an annoyed look at Jean Jibei, feeling that he had put her in jeopardy. Perhaps understanding her expression, Jean Jibei smiled, then resolutely stepped forward. "Captain," the others called after him, but he gestured for them to stay back. Just as he was about to reach Inshiro, she suddenly burst into laughter. Mo Qingling felt an ominous premonition. Before she could formulate a countermeasure, a force pulled at her. "Watch out!" Jean Jibei's voice reached her ears just in time. Instinctively, she sidestepped and shouldered Inshiro. To her surprise, Inshiro, still possessing strength, momentarily froze before tumbling forward in terror. "Oh, help me!" Her scream echoed as she plummeted down the slope towards the awaiting zombies. Before anyone could react, the excited growls of the zombies mingled with her cries. Mo Qingling was still trying to comprehend the situation when she was pulled aside by Jean Jibei, away from the slope. "Are you all right?" he asked while untying her ropes and assessing her condition. "Can't you see? I'm nearly dead from that crazy woman's torment," Mo Qingling replied, her expression devoid of hope. That wretched Inshiro hadn't fed her for almost 2 days. She was already cold, and the emptiness in her stomach only deepened her discomfort. After receiving a military coat from someone and instructing his subordinates to clean up the area, Jean Jibei took Mo Qingling away in a vehicle. Upon entering the house, they were greeted warmly by Jean Jibei's mother and grandmother, who expressed both concern and affection upon seeing her state. Had it not been for Jean Jibei's timely intervention, she might have found herself utterly helpless. It had been quite some time since she had encountered such warm-hearted elder women, leaving her unsure of how to respond. After a quick wash, and with the help of a nurse, she tended to her injuries before heading downstairs. Downstairs, the Jean family had prepared easily digestible food for her. As she gratefully ate, the door swung open, revealing 2 men and a woman, causing her to nearly choke on her food. "What are my parents doing here?" she thought in shock, recalling that her original parents were not good people. The original character had decisively left the city precisely because she could no longer tolerate her family. They had always favored her younger brother, and from the moment she could comprehend, they subjected her to various forms of emotional abuse, which intensified after her brother's birth. In her desperation to sever ties, the original character worked tirelessly to earn money, hoping to buy her freedom from her biological family. Upon graduating, they had eagerly sought to trap her in a business marriage, but she had vehemently refused, leading to a fierce argument. Leaving a city with her accumulated savings, she had finally ended the relationship. "What scheme are you plotting now?" Mo Qingling slowly sipped her kanji, curious to see how shameless they could be. "Xiaoling," her mother said with an awkward smile. "Xiaoling? Who is Xiaoling?" Mo Qingling stared at her, bewildered. In her memories, her mother had never called her anything but her full name. It felt utterly bizarre for her to suddenly use a nickname. A shiver ran down her spine. It was simply too disgusting. Her mother's expression soured, likely taken aback by Mo Qingling's refusal to acknowledge their pretense, her anger causing veins to bulge on her neck. Mo Qingling ruthlessly tore off their hypocritical facade in front of the Jean family, leaving them speechless with rage. You. Her father stuttered, shaking a trembling finger at her, unable to articulate his anger. Stop with the UN nonsense, and don't call me a liar. You know the truth in your hearts. Qingling rolled her eyes, finished her kanji, and stood up. I don't care why you're here today. If it doesn't concern me, all the better. If it does, I'll make sure you regret it. Do you understand? Chapter 57. Chun Yuchuan's psychological issues. Qingling blatantly ignored her original parents, mercilessly humiliating them in front of the Jin family, leaving their faces pale with indignation as they seethed with anger. After exchanging a few harsh words, the three left in a huff. Following this debacle, Qingling felt it was best not to linger at the Jin residence any longer. After dinner, she sincerely thanked everyone in the Jin family, and despite their repeated invitations for her to stay, she remained resolute in her decision to leave. As night fell, the sounds of gunfire jolted her from sleep. Upon descending the stairs, she encountered Jin Jibei, who had come looking for her. Are you all right? What happened? They both asked simultaneously, their tones filled with concern and confusion. Jin Jibei fell silent for a brief moment before intoning gravely. The current situation remains unclear. However, Chen Yuchuan has yet to appear, and fearing that I might unduly burden you, I refrain from disclosing this matter. What burden? Qingling gazed at him incredulously. Surely you do not believe you would seek vengeance upon me? After a fleeting silence, Jin Jibei replied with a low voice. The circumstances are still ambiguous, and there has been no word from Chen Yuchuan. I initially wished to spare you any added pressure, hence my silence on the matter. Qingling regarded him with a flicker of confusion in her eyes, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Do you truly think Chen Yuchuan would come after me for revenge? That notion is utterly preposterous. It is difficult to say. He may have his eyes and ears everywhere, and with the death of Inchiro today, given his feelings for her, it is likely he might misplace his anger onto you. At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed from the distance. Both individuals instinctively looked up, their gazes drawn to the towering flames that illuminated half the sky. Soon after, thick smoke began to billow and disperse into the air. My heavens! We must hurry and see what has transpired. Qingling's voice was laced with urgency as she paid no heed to Jin Jibei's reaction, hastily urging him to accompany her. Upon their arrival at the scene, they were left utterly astounded by the sight before them. The very individual they had just mentioned stood ominously at the entrance of the blazing warehouse. He was bound with explosives, as if poised to detonate at any moment. Did he have a mental illness? Upon discerning his appearance, Qingling exclaimed in shock. No, he was already unwell. She quickly realized that this individual had always been deranged. Chen Yuchuan, what on earth are you doing? Jin Yilin's furious shout resonated like thunder amidst the crowd, capturing everyone's attention. People turned to look, astonished to discover it was indeed Jin Yilin. Seeing Jin Yilin's stance as though he intended to mediate, Qingling could not help but glance at Jin Jibei beside her. Surely this infatuated fool wouldn't extend his affection to include the lunatic Chen Yuchuan as well? Chen Yuchuan remained oblivious, his gaze sweeping slowly across the crowd until it settled upon Qingling and Jin Jibei. In that instant, his eyes glimmered with an intense hatred, as if he longed to consume them whole. You two, come here. His words were laced with an undeniable authority and fury. The two were ensnared by Chen Yuchuan's piercing gaze, their brows instinctively furrowing. In this delicate moment, they hesitated, uncertain whether to approach or maintain their distance. After all, Chen Yuchuan's demeanor suggested he was poised for vengeance on behalf of Inchiro, sending chills down their spines. Do not hesitate, or I shall not mind turning this place into ruins. Chen Yuchuan, growing impatient with their inaction, raised the remote control in his hand, his tone rife with menace. Senior personnel from the base quietly approached, engaging in hushed conversation with Jin Jibei. Qingling stood by, striving to listen, yet still unable to grasp the precise meaning of their words. However, when the senior official concluded their discussion, she noted with astonishment that Jin Jibei's previously furrowed brow had relaxed. This realization left Qingling bewildered. In her eyes, Jin Jibei had always been the composed, steady leader. Yet now, He seemed drawn by an unseen force, ready to step into a realm fraught with uncertainty and peril. Her expression grew complex. Did they instruct you to go? Upon hearing her inquiry, Jean Jibei turned to face her, responding, I have to. Though the warehouse behind Qinyuchuan was privately owned, the area beyond it was not. The power of the explosives he carried remained an enigma. Yet the greater concern lay in the potential presence of more bombs hidden within the warehouse. A careless detonation could lead to catastrophic repercussions for the base's storage facilities, presenting a truly daunting dilemma. Very well, I shall accompany you. Qingling finally sighed, a hint of resignation in her voice. Jean Jibei furrowed his brow slightly, gazing intently at her. You really do not need to come with me. He specifically summoned both of us. Do you believe he would relent if you went alone? Qingling replied with a playful smile, a touch of cunning in her words. Jean Jibei fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, he nodded, tacitly accepting Qingling's resolution. They exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding unspoken. Their brief dialogue concluded, just as Qinyuchuan prepared to speak again. They moved in unison toward him. Wait. However, after taking just a few steps, Qinyuchuan's voice rang out behind them, halting their advance. His gaze pierced through them as he slowly spoke, remove all your weapons. The two halted momentarily, acknowledging his astuteness in recognizing their armament. Exchanging glances, they complied and discarded their weapons at his feet. After confirming that they bore no armaments, Qinyuchuan urged them to approach swiftly. Without further hesitation, they advanced rapidly towards him. As they drew nearer, they realized the explosive device he bore was formidable. Qingling couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He had left himself no avenue for retreat. Should he press the remote, there would be nothing left, neither bones nor flesh. We have arrived. What do you intend to do? Jean Jibei's voice was calm and resolute, as if he held the reins of the situation entirely in his grasp. He cast a fleeting glance at Jean Jibei, yet his eyes were rife with an unquenchable hatred for Qingling. I demand that you accompany Xiaoro to her grave. His voice resonated with fury and coldness. Brother, she stumbled on her own. What business is it of ours? Qingling was utterly speechless. Then, observing his attire, she boldly remarked, Aren't you the one who adored her above all? If anyone is to accompany her, it should be you. Chapter 58. The death of Qinyuchuan. Qinyuchuan's eyes reddened at her words, glaring at Qingling with a look that could devour her whole. His gaze, ignited by her remarks, burned with a fury that seemed capable of consuming her alive. I shall follow Xiaoro into the afterlife, but before that, I will not spare those who have inflicted harm upon her. His words were as frigid as ice, sending a chill coursing through Qingling's heart. He had evidently come seeking vengeance for Xiaoro, yet strangely, Jean Yilin remained as silent as a specter, devoid of any response. In this moment of life and death, Qingling's thoughts inexplicably drifted elsewhere. She even furtively cast a glance at Jean Yilin amidst the crowd. Logically, Jean Yilin should also be captivated by Xiaoro's allure. Why was it only Qinyuchuan who was frenzied, while he seemed to harbor a hint of persuasion? Had he suddenly come to a realization? What, pray tell, is the essence of your obsession? Jean Jibei studied him, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his concealed emotions. How could you possibly fathom my profound affection for Xiaoro? A resolute light flickered in Qinyuchuan's eyes as he held Jean Jibei's gaze. Qingling found herself stifling laughter. No one could truly comprehend. Could they? I once deemed Jean Yilin as a love-struck fool, and you a madman. It now appears that you are both a lunatic and infatuated. No sooner had Qingling spoken than Jean Yilin's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. Yet, at this crucial moment, the crowd's attention was ensnared by Qingling, leaving him unnoticed. What is Jean Yilin, after all? Merely a trifling character. In Xiaoro's heart, he is even less significant than a dog. Qinyuchuan cast a scornful glance at Jean Jibei. Otherwise, how could she ever take a liking to him? I find that quite believable. Qingling nodded, then shifted the topic. But I am curious. Does it not bother you that she shows interest in so many men? Or do you possess some peculiar inclination? As she spoke, Her gaze lingered deliberately and inadvertently on the top of his head, as if to ascertain whether the green hat he wore was truly as verdant as rumored. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though a particular phrase had pierced Chun Yuchuan's heart with the precision of a sharp blade, silently striking at his most sensitive core. His expression darkened instantly, resembling a sky heavy with ominous clouds, as if on the verge of unleashing a tempest. In the dim light, the muscles of his face twitched with rage, akin to a venomous serpent concealed in the depths of the ocean, revealing its menacing fangs under the provocation of fury. Enough of this nonsense. Let us descend into hell together. With no desire left to engage in further trivialities, Qin Yuchuan roared, poised to press the remote control. In his eyes, madness and excitement intertwined, as if he had already foreseen their tragic fate of turning to ashes. However, just as he was about to press the remote, Jin Jibei's gaze suddenly shot towards him with piercing intensity, causing alarm bells to ring within him. In that instant, a bullet, whose origin was a mystery, pierced through his brow, and everything came to an abrupt standstill. Chun Yuchuan's facial expression froze, his eyes shimmering with incredulity. At the moment he collapsed, several armed soldiers swiftly approached, skillfully assessing whether he still exhibited any signs of life. Once they confirmed his complete stillness, they meticulously began to dismantle the explosives on his person, preparing to transfer them to a secure location for proper disposal. To Mo Qingling's astonishment, the unfolding events transpired with such ease that it felt as if she were ensconced in a dream. As Chun Yuchuan's lifeless body was gently lifted and vanished from sight, she remained rooted in place, her gaze involuntarily drawn to those fervently engaged in extinguishing the flames. Their figures appeared remarkably resolute amidst the flames. However, this could not dispel the bewilderment and confusion that clouded her heart. Mo Qingling felt as though her thoughts had been disrupted by this sudden upheaval, and as she endeavored to untangle the chaos within her mind, she discovered her reflections to be as elusive as smoke scattered by the wind. She could not help but begin to doubt whether all of this was merely a figment of her imagination, while reality loomed far more brutal and merciless. "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" he inquired softly, his tone laced with a subtle yet palpable tension. She slightly shook her head, attempting to quell the turmoil within. "It's nothing. Perhaps I was just too absorbed in my thoughts a moment ago," she casually explained, striving to conceal her earlier lapse. Yet, Jin Jibei was not easily swayed. His brow furrowed, seemingly unconvinced by her words. "Are you truly all right? Your complexion appears somewhat pallid." He pressed once more, his tone imbued with a firmer resolve. "I am genuinely fine. Thank you for your concern," she reiterated, shaking her head again while offering him a reassuring smile. Observing the steadfastness in her gaze and the warmth of her smile, Jin Jibei felt his worry somewhat alleviated. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, as if a certain memory had been awakened in the blink of an eye. "Jin Jibei." Her trembling voice was filled with exhilaration. He immediately sensed her unusual demeanor, halted his actions, and turned to her, his brow furrowed with concern. "What is wrong? I feel as though I'm about to come into some fortune." Jin Jibei was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether her words were mere ramblings born from her earlier fright or she had genuinely lost her bearings. Upon returning to Liu Yan's residence, Mo Qingling spoke candidly. "I know where Shioro and her supplies are hidden." "What?" Jin Jibei was stunned, his gaze fixated on Mo Qingling's face as he weighed the credibility of her statement. "What do you intend to do?" After a moment of silence, though he already had an inkling of the answer, he felt compelled to ask her to clarify her intentions. "I wish to retrieve her supplies, even if it means delivering them to the base," Mo Qingling stated forthrightly, her eyes locking onto Jin Jibei's. This was her way of soliciting his opinion and gauging whether he would assist her. After all, Inshiro's supplies were substantial and scattered across numerous cities. Seizing them all would require considerable effort. Chapter 59. The Expedition for Supplies Ultimately, under Mo Qingling's persuasive eloquence. Jin Jibei skillfully bypassed the question of how she had acquired knowledge of Inshiro's supply hideouts and agreed to set out with her to gather supplies in 2 days. However, prior to that, she needed to locate the supplies in city. Mo Qingling gazed intently at Jin Jibei, her expression imbued with depth. I have learned that supplies still remain in City A. What do you plan to do with them? Do you intend to keep them for yourself, or are you willing to contribute them to the base? Jin Jibei was slightly taken aback, subsequently falling into a brief silence. He raised his head, his gaze meeting that of Mo Qingling, his voice steady and resolute. These supplies are your discovery. It is only fitting that you determine their fate. Should we reserve some for the bases? Ultimately, Mo Qingling decided to allocate 60% of the supplies to the bases. This decision was not born of her generosity, but rather the sheer abundance of resources hidden by Shiro. The remaining 40% will be more than enough for her to sustain herself for a decade. The four gathered once again, and although Mo Qingling was unfamiliar with the terrain of City A, she possessed knowledge of a unique marker within Shiro's warehouse. To Jin Jibei, this information instantly transformed into a guiding light. After a brief contemplation, he distinctly outlined the location of the warehouse. Under his guidance, they swiftly arrived at the designated area. However, the dilapidated structure before them prompted Ho Dong and Lu Yin to question Mo Qingling's words. Why are you two staring at me? I am not mistaken. The warehouse is indeed here. Noticing their skepticism, Mo Qingling chuckled, confidently stepping forward to lead the group. Little did they know, Shiro was not the sort of fool to brazenly display her warehouse in plain sight. This dilapidated house merely served as a fade for her storage. Mo Qingling entered the abandoned villa without hesitation, her steps resolute and swift as she made her way directly to the basement. Ho Dong followed closely behind, his brow furrowed in confusion as he muttered, "Surely the basement has been thoroughly ransacked by now. What could possibly remain of value?" Yet, Mo Qingling seemed to inhabit an entirely different realm, completely disregarding his words. Upon reaching the basement, she overlooked the scattered remnants of discarded materials and proceeded straight towards a dim corner. There, she gently lifted a tattered carpet that lay on the ground, revealing a concealed passageway hidden beneath. The three behind her were taken aback, astonished by the unexpected presence of a secret door. As Mo Qingling was about to step into the narrow entryway, barely wide enough for one person, Jin Jibei seized her wrist in an instant. "Allow me," he stated succinctly before resolutely stepping through the small door. Once all four had entered the basement, they discovered that the hidden warehouse was far more extensive than they could have imagined. Gazing around, they could scarcely see the end of the towering stacks of supply crates. The sheer magnitude of this warehouse likely surpassed that of the entire villa itself. Lu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Goodness, hasn't Shiro excavated the entire underground of this villa? First, retrieve our share, then seek an opportunity to inform the higher-ups at the base." Mo Qingling instructed Jin Jibei as she turned to face him. Jin Jibei remained silent, stepping forward to begin his selection. Although his space contained a considerable amount of supplies, it was evidently inferior compared to what lay before him. Shiro's stockpile of resources could be described as comprehensive, from daily necessities to an array of unexpected items. Everything was meticulously arranged. It was likely that reporting to the base would rouse a stir among the higher-ups. Before long, Jin Jibei's figure reappeared before them. Disappeared? Mo Qingling momentarily froze, her gaze shifting towards him, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Hadn't he been captured by another research institute? How could he have gone missing? Upon their arrival in City A, when Loaza was promptly recruited by the research institute at the base, and thereafter, he was under constant protection, rendering any possibility of disappearance implausible. Following Shiro's demise, what was Jin Yilin's reaction? Mo Qingling suddenly recalled this individual. That lovesick fool would surely have succumbed to despair upon hearing the news of Shiro's death. Wouldn't he? Jin Jibei's eyes flickered with a complex emotion as he pondered how to articulate Jin Yilin's state. When the news of Shiro's passing reached him, Jin Yilin indeed lost control of his emotions for a fleeting moment. Subsequently, he isolated himself in his room, emerging only after the incident involving Chen Yuchuan. Now, as matters have settled, in the words of my mother, he has become more composed. More composed, indeed? Mo Qingling expressed surprise, casting a glance at him, contemplating a response. yet ultimately refraining. While she could speculate maliciously about others, she deemed it inappropriate to voice her conjectures in front of the family, for she was but an outsider. On the following morning, Jin Jibei and the two others appeared before Mo Qingling as scheduled, signaling it was time to depart. She had lost interest in probing the final outcome of the resource allocation, her focus already directed toward the uncollected supplies. The remaining resources were not something she would relinquish lightly, let alone hand over to the base. Had it not been for the fortunate positioning of these supplies within the sphere of influence of the City A base, she would likely have been unwilling to part with even 60% of them. And Shiro had cleverly concealed 5 resource points in total. The resource points in City A had been thoroughly scavenged, leaving 4 still undiscovered. Curiously, City S was absent from her list of hidden locations. Had she made provisions there? At least in her final moments, she could have savored a life of abundance, sparing them the anguish of yearning for a mere chicken meal during their protracted journey. Now, with the chasm of death separating them, every mention of her evokes profound sentiments. The 3 male protagonists, each endowed with remarkable talents, shone like dragons among men, resplendent and captivating. Had she been content with her lot, not greedily pursuing more, perhaps she would have long since embraced a life of happiness and fulfillment, relishing days of tranquility and satisfaction beyond that of anyone else. Chapter 60. The initial revelation of the apocalypse's reality. The second coordinate lies in Province L, the nearest to them at present. They raced through the journey, enduring 3 arduous days, finally arriving amidst the swirling snow. Had it not been for the fortuitous pause in the snowfall, their swift arrival would have remained uncertain. Yet, as they stood before the designated coordinates, Mo Qingling found herself lost in contemplation. Her knowledge was confined to the name of the city, while the specifics of the location eluded her completely. A city is vast, and searching for a particular place within the throngs of humanity is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Let us first find a place to rest and gather our thoughts, Jin Jibei suggested, his voice calm and resolute. He seemed untroubled by the prospect of locating their objective, for in this bustling metropolis, there would undoubtedly be other resources to gather. The 4 swiftly selected a spot and expertly kindled a fire. Without hesitation, Mo Qingling took on the task of preparing their meal. Amidst the flurry of their activities, Jin Jibei keenly noticed something unusual outside. Everyone stop, he commanded, striding to the window to gaze intently at the chaotic scene beyond. Outside, amidst the snow, the zombies appeared to be drawn by some unseen force, emerging from the drifts with grotesque visages, shuffling, yet resolutely moving in unison towards a singular direction. Good heavens, what on earth are these zombies up to? Hodong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Mo Qingling furrowed her brow in contemplation. They seemed as though they were being manipulated. Who possesses such power to control these terrifying creatures? Could it be that the legendary zombie king has truly emerged? Lu Yin scoffed, a hint of mockery in his tone. Have you been reading too many science fiction novels? A zombie king? How absurd. Humans don't revert to zombies. Where would such a king come from? It's preposterous. His words rang true. Mo Qingling realized she had momentarily lost her senses, uttering nonsense about a zombie king. So, where are they headed? Should we follow them? She inquired, glancing towards Jin Jibei. He paused in silence, then shook his head. The multitude of zombies outside rendered it unsafe for us to venture out. I will use the drone to scout the direction. The group ascended to the rooftop, where Jin Jibei retrieved a drone from his personal storage space. He adeptly maneuvered the drone, guiding it along the path traversed by the horde of zombies. The scene revealed streets overrun by these creatures, converging like a relentless tide towards a singular destination. From a lofty vantage point, the zombies appeared akin to a swarm of ants returning to their nest, densely carpeting the landscape within sight, evoking an unsettling chill. The memory of the last gathering of the undead in Uncle Wang's village remained vivid, and now, witnessing such a vast congregation again, doubt began to creep into the hearts of the onlookers. However, Jin Jibei abruptly shattered the silence. No, their objective is the hospital. At this declaration, everyone was momentarily taken aback, hastily lowering their gazes to scrutinize the images on the screen. The drone navigated through the throng of zombies, ultimately arriving at the end of the line, unveiling the truth. The zombies were streaming into a sprawling private hospital. Qingling couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. What could they possibly want at a hospital? Do they somehow know they are unwell and seek a doctor? It's inconceivable. Hodong immediately countered. This hospital may be far from ordinary. Jin Jibei released his grip on the drone's controls, his brow furrowed, and his expression more serious than ever before. What is the matter? Qingling, noticing his demeanor, felt a flicker of concern and softly inquired. We've lost contact with the drone. Jin Jibei took a deep breath and slowly replied. Someone has already detected our movements and has managed to interfere with the drone's signal. His words struck like a thunderclap, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere and rendering it instantly tense. They have control over the zombies? Qingling's voice trembled as she endeavored to comprehend the horrifying truth. Jin Jibei nodded gravely, as if affirming a cruel worldview. So this catastrophe, these zombies are all man-made? A fleeting sense of inexplicable dread flickered in Qingling's heart. Just as the thought emerged, it was abruptly interrupted by the harsh reality. Upon hearing this, a chill enveloped her heart. Could it truly be him? This notion swirled in my mind. Yet upon further reflection, it was not entirely beyond acceptance. Throughout the narrative, Wenluaza has consistently been a prominent star in the realm of scientific research, his talent and innovative prowess remarkably unparalleled. The research project he leads, which encompasses various fields, including medicine, raises a troubling question. If the zombie virus was indeed his creation, it is not entirely unfathomable. Yet, as this notion surfaces, she cannot help but scorn herself. Why should she seek to understand him? What compels him to engineer such a horrifying virus? Upon returning indoors, the group finds themselves disinterested in food, each lost in contemplation. The recent events and the truths unveiled weigh heavily on their hearts. Only when the external threat of zombies dissipates do their spirits begin to lift. As night falls, the vigil begins as scheduled, with Jin Jibei and Qingling once again assuming the watch for the first half of the night. After Hodong and the others drift into a peaceful slumber, Qingling can no longer suppress the question that plagues her mind. Do you truly believe that Wenluaza is the one pulling the strings? Her voice resonates distinctly in the tranquil night. The two engage in conversation, their thoughts intertwining as they delve deeper into contemplation with the encroaching darkness. Chapter 61. Encircled the following morning, the four prepare their gear, ready to explore the location where Inshiro concealed her supplies. However, as they step outside, an unsettling sensation washes over them. After traversing 2 blocks, the source of their unease becomes painfully clear: the absence of zombies. How could there be no zombies at all? Qingling's eyes widen as she surveys the eerily silent streets, as though the world has been paused. Aside from their quartet, not a single zombie can be found, rendering the city a desolate shell, leaving only the 4 survivors behind. Are you suggesting that all the zombies in the city have congregated at that hospital? Lu Yin gapes incredulously at him, incredulous at the absurdity of the notion. How could that hospital possibly accommodate such a multitude of zombies? The number of zombies in a city must be at least several 100,000. Is this merely conjecture? How do you explain the complete disappearance of zombies? Hodong retorts, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Qingling, seated in the back, is too engrossed in her thoughts to engage in their quarrel. Her mind captivated by the last scene captured by the drone yesterday. Wenluaza, what are you pondering? Jin Jibei glances over, catching her furrowed brow in deep thought, prompting him to inquire softly. Upon hearing that name, Jin Jibei falls into a brief silence. Those associated with Inshiro seem to harbor a touch of madness. Of course, Jin Yilin is no exception, yet he remains subdued under the weight of the Jin family's influence. But what are the other 2? Chen Yuchuan is no longer among the living, leaving only Wenluaza. Currently, too little is known about him. A vague sense of foreboding envelopes Qingling, and she furrows her brow, softly voicing her unease. I have an inexplicable premonition that compels me to flee from this place. What about the supplies? At her words, Hodong's heart sinks. He fears that Jin Jibei may be swayed by Mo Qingling's sentiments to make a decision to retreat. If that happens, the invaluable supplies concealed by Chioro would be relinquished without a second thought. The mere thought of the warehouse in City A, overflowing with provisions, pierces his heart with pain, akin to a needle's sting, rendering him unable to bear the loss. Abandoning those supplies feels like losing billions to him, an unbearable thought. Mo Qingling drifts into a moment of introspection. They journeyed thousands of miles to this place, driven by a singular ambition, to acquire those precious resources. However, the unexpected appearance of Wenloaza has ensnared them in a predicament, leaving them caught between a rock and a hard place. To retreat at this juncture would undoubtedly deliver a heavy blow to their morale, and the resources they seek may become even more elusive. Jin Jibai descend monta Qingling's hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed a compromise. Perhaps we could first endeavor to explore the area. If it proves to be devoid of significant peril, we shall proceed according to our plan. Should we uncover any ominous signs, a timely withdrawal would be a prudent course of action. His words took into account the urgency of the task, while simultaneously considering everyone's safety, which alleviated some of Mo Qingling's hesitation. Let's proceed as you suggest. The four wandered through the city, attempting to jog Mo Qingling's memory of the warehouse's location. To be honest, their exploration led to a surprising discovery. The zombies seemed to have vanished without a trace. Of course, they were skeptical of the notion that all these creatures had taken refuge in the hospital from the previous day. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Mo Qingling truly identified a distinctive marker near the warehouse, precisely the one mentioned in the original narrative. She was filled with excitement and quickly directed Ho Dong to head in that direction. As they approached, they realized that the warehouse was alarmingly close to the hospital from yesterday, almost directly behind it. In this place, the gazes of the four converged on the hospital ahead, an inexplicable chill creeping up their spines, causing them to shudder. Despite the blazing sun overhead, the hospital appeared shrouded in an eerie atmosphere that evoked trepidation. Ho Dong swallowed hard, cautiously glancing at Jin Jibei beside him, his voice laced with hesitation. Do we truly have to enter? This place feels wrong. I sense danger lurking within. Jin Jibei furrowed his brow, his gaze deep and penetrating, as if he could see through every corner of the hospital. Yet, even with his preparations, he had to concede that the ambience of the hospital was indeed peculiar. The four exchanged glances. The uncertainty and unease in their hearts reflected on their faces. Perhaps we should reconsider? Lu Yin suddenly broke the silence, voicing this thought with a hint of caution. At her words, the other three turned to her in surprise. Let us not take unnecessary risks. After all, this isn't the only supply point available. We can seek resources elsewhere. It's certainly not worth risking our lives for something so trivial, Mo Qingling asserted, her tone resolute and rational. Upon hearing her, the three felt her reasoning was sound and nodded in agreement. Very well, we. At that moment, a cacophony of zombie howls erupted, shattering the tranquility. Ho Dong abruptly lifted his head, his expression shifting dramatically, like a tranquil lake suddenly besieged by a fierce storm. Unbeknownst to them, they had been silently encircled by zombies from behind. Ho Dong, consumed by anxiety, yearned to start the car in search of an escape. However, the scene before him extinguished any glimmer of hope within him. Surrounding houses swayed ominously as more zombies emerged, shuffling forward with an unsettling determination, each step echoing like the inexorable advance of death itself. Inescapable. What are you hesitating for? Drive quickly, or we shall be trapped by the encroaching horde. Jin Jibei's urgent shout jolted the dazed Ho Dong back to reality. Ah yes, he stammered, his voice laced with panic, as he swiftly ignited the engine and propelled the vehicle forward. Chapter 62. The colossal zombie within the confines of the hospital. Wenloaza stood quietly before the computer, clad in a pristine white lab coat. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the screen, which displayed the scene of Mo Qingling and her companions besieged by zombies. In the footage, they were frantically attempting to drive their car, striving to break free from the relentless encirclement of the undead. Witnessing this unfolding drama, when Lawaja's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, she was no longer as easily manipulated as before, which greatly vexed him. In order to regain control of the situation, when Lawaja resolved to accept the base's overtures and entered the so-called research institute. Although it appeared glamorous on the surface, it was in reality a tightly monitored facility, leaving Lawaja exceedingly displeased. Reflecting on the past, had it not been for his discerning eye that recognized Inshiro's unique abilities, how could she have ever captured such significant subjects? Yet now, this once loyal hound fancied itself a master and began to defy him. If that were the case, then let everything descend into ruin. Subsequently, Inshiro brought her own demise upon herself. Chun Yuchuan's feelings for her might have been as profound as the ocean or as frenzied as a beast. When he emerged from the chaos, he still sought to stir the waters once more under the pretense of joining her in the grave. As for Qingling, he paid her little heed. Upon learning of Inshiro's passing, he fled the A City base in search of new horizons. To his surprise, upon arriving in L City, he chanced upon Qingling and her companions. Such fate is truly extraordinary. At this moment, he found himself in need of suitable subjects for his experiments. Thus, let them become the objects of his research. With a buoyant spirit, when Lawaja departed from the computer screen and stepped into his enigmatic laboratory, in his eyes sparkled a glimmer of anticipation, for he was on the verge of concocting an unparalleled elixir for his new experimental subject, promising them boundless joy. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets outside the hospital, the unsuspecting Qingling sat within a speeding vehicle, her fingers deftly pulling the trigger as she unleashed a frenzied barrage upon the relentless horde of zombies surging towards her. However, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming, making even their firearms seem insufficient for defense. Witnessing this chaos, Qingling resolved to retrieve a formidable weapon from his own arsenal. He handed the device to Qingling and Lu Yin, hoping they could forge a path for Hodong with it. Oh my, had I known earlier, I should have presented it sooner. If I delay now, I might truly miss the opportunity. Qingling took the cannon, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in her eyes. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, I would not have considered bringing it forth. Jinjibei slightly pressed his lips together, an air of helplessness evident in his tone. The power of this device is not to be underestimated. Once deployed, it would send ripples throughout the entire city. The east side could hear the cannon fire from the west side with crystal clarity. Lu Yin explained, pride evident in his voice regarding this weapon. Qingling nodded lightly in understanding. With practiced ease, Lu Yin positioned the cannon on his shoulder, adjusting its angle. With a resounding boom, the projectile soared forth, scattering the zombies ahead in a violent explosion, creating a vast crater that offered Hodong a precious opportunity. Everything around seemed to tremble under the force of this display, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. It was nothing short of breathtaking. Witnessing the potency of this enigmatic weapon filled Qingling with exhilaration. She mimicked Lu Yin, steadied the weapon upon her shoulder, and with unwavering focus on the horde of zombies, decisively pulled the trigger. However, in that instant, she realized that wielding such a device was no simple task. Her body jolted, yet at that very moment, another deafening explosion erupted within the throng of zombies, creating yet another gaping hole. Are you all right? Jinjibei inquired softly, concern etched upon his face as he observed her reaction. The two departed amidst laughter and cheer. Yet in stark contrast, when Lawaja in the laboratory bore a heavy heart. The moment Lu Yin fired the cannon, he had already sensed the tremor of its power. They were concealing weaponry. These individuals were indeed unruly. He murmured softly, and only those familiar with him could discern the fury underlying his succinct words. He slowly extended his hand, gently unfastening a protective cover on the surface of the table, his fingers delicately pressing down on the concealed red button within. This is a gift I have meticulously prepared for you. I hope you will cherish it, he murmured, a faintly sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. As if in that moment, his heart brimmed with a twisted sense of satisfaction. Just as Qingling and her companions were on the verge of successfully escaping the horde of zombies, The ground suddenly began to tremble, as if the very world were shaking. The three exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. Is this an earthquake? Ho Dong swiftly glanced in the rearview mirror, his eyes widening in shock as if witnessing something unfathomable. My heavens! Look behind you! Drawn by his terrified voice, Mo Qingling and the others instinctively turned to gaze out the back of the vehicle. There, not far away, two colossal zombies were rising slowly from the ground, resembling monsters clawing their way up from the depths of hell. These two zombies appear to be the amalgamation of countless nightmares, grotesque to the point of being unwatchable. Yet, even more astonishing was their height, towering as tall as 3 stories, like 2 moving mountains of flesh. She immediately discerned the coarse stitching on their bodies, clear evidence of humanity's attempt to manipulate life. Recalling the sight of Wen Luoza nearby, coupled with his enigmatic identity, Mo Qingling was certain that this was all part of his sinister scheme. Stop staring, let's go. Floor it. Jin Jibei's voice was urgent and resolute as he issued the command to Ho Dong. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ho Dong unhesitatingly pressed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle surged forward, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the stillness of the night. However, their speed seemed utterly insignificant before the two towering zombies, as if they were standing still, completely incomparable. Chapter 63. Escape. The 4 of them raced down the street in a frenzy, their minds consumed by a singular thought: to evade the massive zombies pursuing them. Their gaze was utterly consumed by the obstacles ahead, oblivious to the path before them. As they were relentlessly pursued by the 2 zombies, akin to a persistent affliction, closely trailing them and proving difficult to shake off. Why were these 2 creatures so relentless? Ho Dong's eyes widened, his face a canvas of helplessness. He could not help but curse under his breath, his heart brimming with an endless sense of irritation. At this moment, the 2 zombies resembled their shadows. No matter how they evaded or turned, the relentless pursuers remained glued to their trail. In the course of the chase, the colossal zombies trampled and kicked aside the lesser undead in their path, even careening into the buildings lining the streets, all in a desperate bid to seize them. The surrounding scene had descended into chaos, yet their minds were singularly focused on one objective: to escape the clutches of these monstrous fiends. Fortunately, they had wisely chosen the vehicle nestled within Jin Jibei's space prior to their departure. Otherwise, confronted by the immense strength of the towering zombies, they would have likely found themselves with no avenue of escape. Whether they would succeed in their flight remained an uncertainty. Before them lay a veritable sea of zombies, a formidable barrier that loomed like a terrifying gate of death. Had their vehicle not been specially reinforced, it would likely succumb to the burden after just a few collisions. The enormous, gnarled hands of the zombies swung through the air like ancient pendulums, perilously brushing against their vehicle multiple times. Fortunately, Ho Dong's driving skills were exceptional, as he deftly navigated these lethal assaults with extraordinary intuition and reflexes. He chose not to flee directly, but instead adeptly navigated through the narrow alleys, utilizing the towering edifices around him as natural barriers to thwart the relentless pursuit of the undead. Hood, hood, hood. As the sounds of consecutive impacts echoed, they burst forth like beasts escaping from their confines, sending the zombies sprawling and finally breaking free from the encirclement. However, before they could revel in their brief victory, a deafening wail erupted behind them, reminiscent of demons howling from the depths of hell. The 2 colossal zombies waved their arms, effortlessly tearing through the surrounding structures as if they were mere paper, reducing them to ruins. With heavy strides, they accelerated towards their quarry, each step resonating as if it could shake the very ground beneath them. This was dire. They were perilously close to being overtaken. Mo Qingling scanned the desolate streets, a wave of unease washing over her. With the zombies no longer obstructed, the 2 titanic creatures would charge forth like unbridled stallions, their speed escalating, thus presenting an even graver peril. Shall we attempt to bombard them? Liu Yin raised his weapon without hesitation, aiming at one of the zombies, and decisively squeezed the trigger. The projectile streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing violently into the massive zombie, erupting upon impact. The tremendous force carved a gaping, horrific cavity into the creature's decaying flesh, revealing grotesque patches of red and white. The scene unfolded before them like a gruesome tapestry. It was utterly intolerable, grotesquely repulsive. Qingling covered her mouth, sighing in disgust. Do not lose focus at this moment. Should it catch us, we would be reduced to nothing but ash. Lu Yin reminded her calmly, while swiftly reloading the cannon. In an instant, the ammunition was once again primed and ready for action. He targeted another colossal zombie that was steadily advancing and decisively pulled the trigger. The projectile whistled through the air, striking its mark with precision. Yet, what would have been a fatal blow for an ordinary zombie merely seemed to tickle this behemoth, causing it to pause momentarily before resuming its relentless march. Damn it! When Loaza is truly insane, Lu Yin silently cursed. Without hesitation, Qingling opened fire on the two massive zombies, with Jin Jibei quickly joining the fray. Under the onslaught of their fierce attacks, the two giant zombies began to stagger, granting them a precious opportunity to escape. Seizing this moment, Hodong swiftly located a passageway and pressed the accelerator, racing towards the outskirts of the city. With Qingling and the others distracting the giants, the distance between them and the colossal zombies gradually widened. Hodong drove at full speed on the unobstructed road, the vehicle hurtling forward like a wild stallion, charging towards the distant horizon. Beneath his feet, the accelerator seemed to connect directly to the gateway of freedom, each press sending the vehicle's speed soaring, approaching the daunting limit of 200 miles per hour. The colossal zombie before him continued to rage and howl, yet the distance between it and Hodong was steadily increasing. It was as if an invisible boundary existed. Once Hodong crossed it, the threat of the giant zombie began to wane. It roared in place, its voice filled with fury and resentment. Yet it could no longer reach the vehicle that was retreating into the distance. Goodness, what a narrow escape. Lu Yin reclined in his seat, exhaling deeply, as if he had just awakened from a harrowing nightmare. He cast a fleeting glance behind him, reassured that the colossal zombie had ceased its pursuit. And only then did the tension within him begin to abate slightly. Jin Jibei, however, wore an expression of grave seriousness, fully aware that this place was fraught with peril and not a suitable locale for lingering. He extracted a silver-gray notebook from his pocket, its dimensions akin to that of a tablet. This device, the latest innovation from Beisei City, was meticulously designed for swift communication among operatives. Qingling observed quietly from the side, familiar with this apparatus. She understood it was crafted by the base to enhance connectivity and collaboration among taskers. In this apocalyptic era, the transmission of information proved paramount, aiding individuals in navigating various crises more effectively. Jin Jibei swiftly engaged with the notebook, intent on promptly relaying the current circumstances to headquarters, ensuring they were apprised of the prevailing dangers, thereby enabling the formulation of appropriate countermeasures. Let us proceed to Y City, Qingling suggested, contemplating the remaining 2 supply points. Y City had become her next objective. Chapter 64. Journey to Y City. Upon completing the information upload, Jin Jibei finally turned his gaze toward Qingling, a trace of worry evident in his expression. Is Y City not a bit too far? Must we traverse from north to south? His words bore a hint of resignation. There seemed to be an underlying significance in her statement. Why hadn't Shiro orchestrated such a layout? Was it merely for local specialties? That seemed rather implausible. Jin Jibei cast a fleeting glance at her, refraining from inquiring how she had come to possess such insight. Very well, let us proceed to Y City as you wish. With his words, Hodong silently adjusted the vehicle's course, and they steadily moved toward Y City. Meanwhile, in a distant laboratory, when Loaza bore witness to their successful escape from the zombie onslaught, his countenance shrouded in a veil of unease, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. He fixated on the 2 furious yet futile giant zombies on the screen, a faint sneer curling at the corners of his mouth as he muttered under his breath. What utter incompetence! His fingers danced gracefully across the keyboard, deftly manipulating the computer as he switched between surveillance feeds. inadvertently capturing the moment when Mo Qingling and her companions altered their course. He fell into a brief reverie, a glimmer of contemplation shining in his eyes. Suddenly, a radiant smile blossomed upon his face, akin to the gentle caress of spring breezes that dispelled the earlier gloom. Judging by their trajectory, it was evident that they were headed towards the warehouse. Although Wenlaja was uncertain how they had discovered the whereabouts of Inchiro's concealed supplies, this presented him with a clue to track them down. Why City, once again, how eagerly I anticipate our reunion. With a profound gaze, Wenlaja watched the vehicles recede into the distance, murmuring softly to himself. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if everything were firmly within his grasp. A journey that was anticipated to yield bountiful rewards instead brought forth nothing but trepidation. Fortunately, all remained safe and sound. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic. The vehicle departed from the city, embarking upon a secondary road leading to Province Y. The sky was overcast, heavy with clouds, and the road conditions were rather dire. Traveling southward from the north, traversing half the nation, a sense of unease regarding the time of arrival in City Y began to take root. One could only wonder how long the journey would take. Fearing the difficulties that lay ahead, Mo Qingling sighed softly, her gaze laced with worry as she peered out at the world beyond the window. Just days after snowfall, delicate flakes began to drift down again, though fortunately, it was merely a fine, light snow. Various bases across the region maintained a close collaboration with the base in City, diligently uploading the latest information on road conditions and zombie movements into the system. This computer housed a detailed map. While certain areas remained incomplete, it was sufficient for our needs. Jean Jibei softly elucidated, raising the laptop to show her. Mo Qingling leaned in with curiosity, her face brightening with satisfaction. With a map in hand, it was akin to having a beacon illuminating the path ahead, far preferable to groping in the dark. She spoke softly, her tone imbued with a hint of reassurance. Suddenly, Ho Dong broke the silence, his voice tinged with fatigue as he inquired, "Which way should we go now? I'm feeling a bit hungry." The four had just endured a harrowing escape, and now, feeling their bodies and minds relax, they became acutely aware of their empty stomachs. Jean Jibei quickly scanned the map in his hands, his eyes searching among the intricate lines. He furrowed his brow slightly, and then his eyes brightened as he discovered a small village not far from them. "There lies a quaint village ahead." He pointed to a small dot on the map and suggested, "Let us go there and take a look. Apart from this village, there are no more suitable resting spots in the vicinity. As night was falling, we shall rest there for the night to recuperate our strength." Ho Dong said little, following Jean Jibei's lead, and drove towards the unknown destination. Before long, they arrived at the remote village. The entire village was enveloped in silence, devoid of any inhabitants, leaving them to ponder whether the villagers had evacuated or had tragically turned into the undead. Nevertheless, there was no sign of zombies here. At the entrance of the village, a small house had been tidied up, and Mo Qingling had prepared a sumptuous feast. Given the day's myriad of frights, she had deliberately prepared a lavish meal as a source of comfort. Chicken, duck, beef, and lamb, all of which she had scavenged from Jean Jibei's supplies, had now transformed into enticing dishes. Upon seeing this scene, the gloom in Ho Dong and Lu Yan's hearts dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy and satisfaction. Mo Qingling shot him a glance and playfully scolded, "Do refrain from exaggerating. With your culinary ignorance, only you would find my skills commendable." Though she spoke thus, her heart was filled with delight. Ho Dong chimed in to join the banter. "Oh, Mo's sister, do not be so modest. Shirtu does not speak falsehoods. If he claims it is delicious, it must indeed be so. As if you need to say that. Do you not find it delightful as well?" Lu Yan teased, rolling his eyes. The two resumed their playful bickering, a routine Mo Qingling had long grown accustomed to, choosing not to interject. She then noticed that Jean Jibei appeared somewhat distracted and curiously inquired, "What troubles you? Is the food not to your liking?" He paused for a moment before adding, "I was merely contemplating Wenlaza. What are you thinking about him for?" Mo Qingling inquired, somewhat taken aback, her brow furrowing as she gazed at him. Finally, He let out a gentle sigh and remarked, "I was just pondering whether he, as a person, is likely to relent. Now that he has unleashed a colossal zombie, could it potentially pose a threat to the base?" Upon hearing this, Qingling couldn't help but fall into a deep reverie. Indeed, when Loaza was a rather enigmatic figure. In the original narrative, he was scarcely depicted, leaving her with little understanding of him. However, after today's experience, she was certain that when Loaza was far from being an inconsequential character. Chapter 65 arriving at Y City as night receded and the dawn broke. The four of them busily organized their belongings, preparing to embark on a new journey. Yet, just as they stepped out of the door, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from above. They looked up and beheld a private jet slicing through the sky, akin to a majestic eagle soaring gracefully. This spectacle left the four of them in a state of astonishment, their hearts brimming with confusion. In an era where global signals are restricted and fuel is as precious as gold, which formidable figure would dare to flaunt such extravagance, allowing a private aircraft to glide across the azure expanse? Do you think flying a plane is merely a whimsical endeavor? Those who take to the skies undoubtedly possess comprehensive preparations. Hodong cast a disdainful glance at him, as if regarding an ignorant fool. Jin Jibei's gaze remained fixated on the jet's ascent, his countenance suddenly turning grave. Qingling fortuitously turned her head, catching the subtle shift in his expression, and a flicker of concern arose within her. "What troubles you?" she inquired softly. "Nothing." Jin Jibei paused, ultimately choosing to keep his suspicions to himself, hoping he was merely overthinking. After a few reflections, the four swiftly boarded their vehicle, embarking on their journey. The weather seemed to have improved slightly. The wind and snow had ceased, and faint rays of sunlight peeked through the clouds, bestowing a touch of warmth upon the frigid world. As they encountered no obstacles from zombies along the way, their pace noticeably quickened, yet caution remained paramount. After all, the snow on the road had yet to melt, rendering the surface slippery and treacherous. In such conditions, while speed was essential, safety was of utmost importance. Following 3 days and 2 nights of arduous travel, they finally reached the outskirts of City Y, poised to enter this new urban landscape. However, at that moment, a horde of zombies suddenly emerged before them, obstructing their passage. They were reluctant to squander their time battling these zombies, and thus began to evade them. However, it appeared that these zombies had not encountered the living in quite some time. Upon spotting them, they lunged forward like famished wolves, clinging on tenaciously. Faced with this dire situation, they had no choice but to arm themselves and engage in a fierce struggle against the horde of the undead. Amidst the uncertainties of their journey, Qingling, perhaps weary or lost in thought, inadvertently let her guard down at a critical moment. A cunning zombie seized the opportunity, lunging at her with its sharp fangs aimed directly at her vulnerable neck. Shaoling, Jin Jibei sensed the imminent danger with acute awareness. He swiftly turned his head, a flicker of terror crossing his features, yet quickly transformed into a resolute gleam in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and the gunshot shattered the silence. The zombie's skull burst apart under the force of the bullet, resembling a shattered watermelon, with dark crimson blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. The gory droplets mercilessly splashed onto Qingling's face. At that instant, her world seemed to freeze, leaving only the acrid scent of blood and the horrifying scene before her. Jin Jibei's timely intervention pulled her back from the brink of death. As she exhaled in relief, she became aware of the cold sweat that had drenched her. "Thank you. You saved my life once again." Qingling's breath gradually steadied as she turned towards Jin Jibei, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Jin Jibei took several deep breaths, momentarily suppressing the heart-pounding fear that lingered within him. He cast her a sidelong glance, his tone tinged with a hint of reproach, reminding her to remember this lesson. In moments of life and death, distraction is the greatest adversary. He extended his hand, securely grasping hers, before turning back to engage in the battle against the zombies. Qingling observed his silhouette, a peculiar sentiment blossoming within her. She clearly perceived the emotions in his eyes moments ago, and could no longer disregard the distinction he held for her. Once the zombies were systematically eradicated, they lingered not a moment longer, swiftly boarding their vehicle to escape the ravaged site before the distant horde could encroach upon them. Jinjibe promptly accessed the map of City Y on his computer, a conspicuous base marker catching his attention, and it was not far from their current location. "Shall we head to that base next?" he inquired, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the 3 occupants in the vehicle. Ho Dong furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat reluctant. "I believe heading to the base would be prudent. The zombies here, particularly those from the south, are truly unbearable." His words revealed a profound aversion to the undead. City Y, situated in the southern region, bore a humid and sweltering climate that exacerbated the decay of the zombies, rendering the nauseating stench and grotesque scenes of rot intolerable for most. Jinjibe nodded gently, acknowledging Ho Dong's sentiments. "Then, let us proceed." The vehicle gradually made its way toward the base in City Y, the process mirroring that of the base in City A, yet the inspections appeared markedly less arduous. They were filled with confusion. Upon entering the base, they approached an older brother to inquire about the reason. He cast a sidelong glance at them, a hint of curiosity flickering across his face. "Your accent doesn't seem to belong to the southern regions. Could it be that you hail from the north?" They nodded in affirmation, hailing from City A. Upon hearing this, the older gentleman's eyes flickered with surprise, as if he had encountered something extraordinary, and he inhaled sharply. As he scrutinized them once more, a hint of respect appeared in his gaze. "Upon your arrival here, you must have already sensed the presence of the zombies outside," he remarked with a tone that bore an air of gravity. "The zombies here are quite distinct from those in the north. Once an individual is infected with the zombie virus, they begin to emanate a putrid odor, which intensifies as they fully transform into zombies, becoming utterly nauseating." Mo Qingling and Jinjibe exchanged a glance, both reflecting a trace of astonishment in their eyes. They had never encountered such a phenomenon. The northern zombies, resembling desiccated corpses, emitted a faint odor of decay, albeit less pungent. In contrast, the southern zombies exuded an overwhelmingly intense stench, which they initially attributed to the oppressive humidity of the southern climate. However, upon hearing the elder's words, it became apparent that this was not the case. It seemed that the zombie virus was not singular in nature. A flicker of doubt crossed Mo Qingling's mind as she furrowed her brow. Turning to the loquacious elder beside her, her tone imbued with curiosity, "May I inquire if there is a St. Anne's Hospital in Y City?" A few moments later, he nodded and smiled, affirming, "Indeed, there is a St. Anne's Hospital in Y City." A chill ran through Mo Qingling. St. Anne's Hospital was located in L City, the very hospital where Loaza resided, and also the facility that the zombies had infiltrated. Chapter 66. The second warehouse supplies grateful for the elder's response. Once he departed, the expressions of the 4 of us turned grave. From the moment Mo Qingling mentioned St. Anne's Hospital, the image of Loaza lingered in our minds, persistent and haunting. The conjectures we had previously entertained now crystallized with alarming clarity, bolstered by a burgeoning sense of certainty. Loaza had undoubtedly accompanied them to Y City. If the dreadful events of that fateful day were to repeat, this base would surely be compromised. Ho Dong lowered his voice, cursing venomously. The recollection of that terrifying moment in L City resurfaced. Hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies surged toward the hospital like a relentless tide. The mere thought of it sent shivers down the spine, not to mention the subsequent encirclement by the horde and the emergence of 2 colossal zombies, leaving the 4 of us ashen-faced, despair evident in our countenances. We must urgently report to our superiors and ensure they alert the high command at the Y City base, Jinjibe asserted, his brow furrowed as he grasped the crux of the matter. But would they believe us? Mo Qingling glanced at him, concern evident in her eyes. They have yet to ascertain whether Loaza is indeed concealed within City Y. However, should they opt for silence and fail to take timely precautions, once Loaza truly commands the horde of zombies to besiege the base, how many innocent survivors would meet their untimely demise? Mo Qingling gazed at the innocent, carefree children passing by, and a wave of bitterness and inner turmoil surged within her. it is better to report first. The matter of those two colossal zombies will surely be taken seriously. Qingling, without a moment's hesitation, expressed his thoughts, his heart burdened with little concern. He had long captured images of the two colossal zombies and uploaded them to the base's database. Upon receiving his report, the high-ranking officials at base reacted with remarkable intensity, clearly taken aback by his discovery. After they successfully escaped the city teeming with terrifying zombies, the higher-ups at base reached out to him once more, urgently inquiring about the intricate details regarding the giant zombies. When he finally submitted his findings, intertwining his hypotheses with the footage captured by the drone, revealing a potential connection between the zombies and Wenloaza, the upper echelon of base was once again engulfed in astonishment. This revelation rippled through the ranks like a stone cast into a lake, stirring up waves of intrigue. They understood that this was not a trivial matter to be easily dismissed. Consequently, urgent warning messages were swiftly dispatched to the Y City base. The higher-ups at the Y City base regarded this issue with utmost seriousness. Upon receiving the information, they immediately contacted Qingling and others. The tension and significance of the situation were self-evident, as everyone recognized that each subsequent step could potentially impact the entire base and even the future of humanity. Upon learning that Wenloaza might be hiding in Satan Hospital, the person in charge of the Y City base resolutely ordered a bombing without mercy. Qingling was taken aback. She had assumed that Southerners were more gentle, only to find their actions so decisive. Satan Hospital may not necessarily. Qingling wished to express her thoughts, but was promptly interrupted by Qingling. Upon returning to their temporary residence, Qingling could not help but press Qingling. "Why did you not allow me to finish my sentence?" His words were calm, yet realistic, leaving Qingling unable to refute them. Now, Satan Hospital lay in ruins, yet deep within her heart, there lingered an inexplicable belief that Wenloaza had not perished. Thus, she yearned to convey to the leader at the Y City base that the destruction of Satan Hospital did not signify the end of Wenloaza's life. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Qingling. Once he had methodically analyzed the situation, she recognized the impulsiveness of her earlier thoughts. What evidence did she possess to substantiate that Wenloaza was still alive? If she uttered those words, she might find herself ensnared in a series of troubles. Cold sweat trickled down her brow, and Qingling felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. Deeply ashamed of her impulsiveness, she bit her lip, falling into a contemplative silence. Do not dwell on it. Our immediate priority is to locate the warehouse and gather the supplies before considering the matter of Wenloaza. Qingling spoke in a gentle yet resolute tone, attempting to soothe her inner turmoil. Lu Yin nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, we can collect the supplies while inquiring about Wenloaza's whereabouts. Once we find evidence of his survival, we shall promptly relay it to the A City base for assistance." Qingling took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She understood that this was not the time to wallow in regret and self-reproach. She had to rally herself to confront the challenges ahead. "Very well, it appears we have no other choice for now," she murmured softly, her tone still tinged with a hint of resignation, yet markedly more resolute than before. Setting aside thoughts of Wenloaza, they embarked on their quest for information regarding the warehouse the following day. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon them, and within a mere 2 days, they successfully pinpointed the location of Inchiro's warehouse. Qingling led them through the warehouse doors, and the sight before them elicited a collective gasp. Even with ample mental preparation, the sheer volume of supplies stacked high surpassed that of the A City warehouse. "Have you forgotten the background of the Chen family?" Qingling shot him a sharp glance, reminding him. Ho Dong scratched his head and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the Chen family is hardly virtuous. It is only reasonable that they could amass such a wealth of supplies." With that, he turned to inspect the goods. Qingling then directed her attention to Qingling, urging, "Hurry and store these supplies in the space before we encounter further complications." The three of them swiftly mobilized, collaborating seamlessly to facilitate Qingling's rapid collection. Chapter 67. Discovery, just as Jin Jibei was nearing the completion of filling the warehouse, a sudden clamor erupted outside. Mo Qingling sensed that something was amiss, slightly turning her head to utilize her unique perception abilities. The sound of footsteps grew dense, indicating that a group of individuals was approaching, seemingly targeting the very warehouse they occupied. Upon hearing this, the three who had been occupied revealed serious expressions, their movements quickening. Time was of the essence. They had to transfer the supplies into the space without allowing others to benefit from their efforts. At the precise moment the last item was successfully stored away, the warehouse door was violently thrust open, and a group of individuals armed with firearms stormed in, exuding an air of menace. Their weapons were aimed at the four individuals within the warehouse, clearly indicating that the newcomers harbored ill intentions. The abrupt turn of events instantly heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Before Mo Qingling and the others could utter a word, several more individuals entered from outside, the senior officials of the Y-City base. Jin Jibei's eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, scanned the newcomers with a steady gaze. His gaze instinctively swept over the firearms in the hands of those individuals, and a wave of perplexity surged within him. How did they come to know of this place? Could it be that the higher-ups at the Y-City base have long been aware of Inshiro's secret warehouse? Jin Jibei furrowed his brow, his thoughts swirling like the tide, still unable to comprehend the situation. Captain Jin, it has come to my attention that you privately transferred the grain from the Y-City warehouse. Is this true? The highest-ranking official posed this sharp inquiry with a smile that did not reach his eyes, his gaze piercing like a blade directed at Jin Jibei. Jin and his team exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Oh, is that so? The highest official squinted, his tone laced with skepticism, leaving one to wonder if he truly believed Jin Jibei's words. Then why are you here? Where has the material gone? His gaze sharpened, scrutinizing them, his tone laden with doubt. Leader, when we arrived, it was already like this, Mo Qingling replied, undaunted by his stare, her voice calm. Moreover, we chased a zombie here. Do you take me for a fool? How could there possibly be zombies in this base? The highest official's expression darkened, clearly skeptical of her claim. Mo Qingling's words carried an unwavering certainty that momentarily froze the official's gaze, plunging him into deep contemplation. She was not lying. There were indeed records within the narrative of individuals secretly taming zombies within the base, and the outcomes were invariably tragic. As for whether such a situation existed at the Y-City base, Mo Qingling was uncertain. However, observing the official's current demeanor, a flicker of doubt arose within her. Had she inadvertently spoken the truth? The eyes of the four once again met, this time imbued with a profound contemplation. It is impossible for there to be zombies in the base. Do not divert the topic. Quickly disclose where the materials have been transferred. The highest official's face bore an expression of impatience. We have stated that it was like this upon our arrival. If you doubt us, you must provide evidence. Was there truly material stored here before? Mo Qingling felt assured that he was testing them. After all, this was Inshiro's private warehouse, concealed so meticulously. If the Y-City base had indeed discovered this place, they would have surely laid a web of surveillance, leaving no room for them to search. Unless someone had secretly leaked information, they could not have known of this location. This thought deepened the complexity of Mo Qingling's gaze, hinting at an unspeakable concern. The highest official was momentarily taken aback by her demand for evidence. He had no concrete evidence at hand. He merely acted upon hearsay and rushed over in haste. Upon hearing that Jin Jibei and his associates intended to transfer a substantial amount of supplies to this location, he hurriedly made his way here, eager to uncover the truth. However, the faces of the four individuals before him did not coincide with the anticipated arrival of the materials. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as if reality had dealt him a stinging slap. The anger within him surged like an unrelenting tide, and the sensation of being toyed with was unbearable. Yet, the messengers seemed to vanish amidst the vast sea of humanity, leaving him with no outlet for his fury. Consequently, he redirected his ire towards Jin Jibei and his companions, seeking a means to vent his frustrations upon them. Leader, if we lack concrete evidence to suggest that supplies are concealed here, Have we not become pawns in someone else's game? We arrived here due to the traces of zombies. Who can assure us that this is not a meticulously orchestrated trap? The words of Mo Qingling echoed, yet a flicker of unease coursed through her mind. Upon reflection, it appeared they might indeed be ensnared in an unknown snare. Just as she prepared to turn and converse with Jinji-Bei, the cacophony and chaos outside reached her ears once more. Shortly thereafter, the chilling sound of a zombie's roar pierced through, as if heralding some ominous portent. Before long, a figure burst into the room in a state of panic, his face etched with terror and anxiety, evidently having just endured a harrowing experience. Base Commander, outside, something grave has occurred, he gasped. The highest-ranking leader of the base furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He gazed intently at the reporter, his tone imbued with an air of authority and gloom. What on earth is happening outside? Zombies. Countless zombies, we are surrounded by them, the individual stammered, his voice quaking with profound terror. This abrupt revelation rendered the atmosphere within the warehouse palpably tense. Many faces appeared ghostly pale beneath the harsh lighting, as fear, like an unseen shadow, quietly spread through each heart. How could this happen? The highest-ranking leader of the base was utterly taken aback, abandoning his post to hastily stride outside. Chapter 68. The emergence of the colossal zombie, Mo, Qingling, and the others followed closely behind, rushing out of the warehouse. The scene before them left them in utter disbelief. Chaos reigned within the base, as if an invisible hand of darkness had turned their world upside down. Clearly, the sudden onslaught of zombies had caught the base completely off guard, rendering their capacity for resistance painfully inadequate. Quickly, assemble all personnel and mount a full-scale defense against the zombies. After a brief moment of shock, the base leader swiftly regained his composure, issuing commands loudly in an effort to stabilize the situation and instill a sense of hope among the crowd. However, the unfolding events proved far more dire than he had anticipated. A soldier rushed in, his expression grave as he reported, "Base Commander, the outside is also besieged by zombies. We are critically understaffed and may struggle to hold them off." This unexpected news fell upon the base leader like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited within him. He furrowed his brow, a flicker of anxiety and helplessness crossing his gaze. He understood that this sudden calamity had far surpassed their expectations and preparations. It was the handiwork of Wenlaja. Mo Qingling cast a glance at the chaos before her, and her heart had already grasped the truth. Her expression darkened in an instant, her tone becoming icy and resolute. The head of the base also caught the essence of her words. He turned to her, a fleeting hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Now he realized that he had been manipulated by Wenlaja all along. The so-called transfer of supplies was merely an intricately crafted ruse aimed at diverting his attention, allowing the zombies to infiltrate the base and unleash a frenzied massacre. In this critical moment, there was no time to dwell on trivial matters. Whether the zombies were inside or outside the base, if not addressed promptly, it seemed that all would face utter devastation. Thus, he resolutely turned away, seeking counsel with Jinji-Bei. He is acutely aware that at this moment, unity and cooperation are essential to overcome the challenges ahead. He hoped that Jinji-Bei would report the current dire situation to Base A, seeking assistance. Despite their earlier confrontational exchange, in this critical moment of life and death, Jinji-Bei understood the gravity of the circumstances. He promptly reported the situation, emphasizing particularly that this matter was related to one Loaza, and predicted that he might make an appearance. He earnestly implored the base in City A to dispatch personnel to assist in the apprehension. The number of zombies was astonishingly high, and they were far more powerful and ferocious than any that Mo Qingling had previously encountered. Witnessing the innocent survivors being ruthlessly attacked by these monsters one by one, Mo Qingling and her companions could no longer remain indifferent. They swiftly unsheathed their weapons and resolutely joined the fray. As Jinji-Bei completed his message transmission, he raised his gaze to witness Mo Qingling and others fervently battling the undead. Observing this scene, he shook his head in resignation, then turned to seek out the base commander to report and discuss strategies. Just as their conversation was reaching a fervent peak, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. The highest leader of the base found himself momentarily at a loss, questioning whether an earthquake had struck. However, Jin Jibei quickly discerned that something was amiss. The tremors were too rhythmic, reminiscent of the footsteps of the two colossal zombies they had encountered in City L. His heart tightened, realizing that Wenloaza must have met with an unfortunate fate. Just as his thoughts drifted like ethereal wisps of smoke, the hurried footsteps of a soldier shattered the tranquility. The soldier burst into the temporary tent of the base leader, his face ashen and his voice trembling. "Commander, outside, there are enormous zombies." His words were steeped in fear and chaos, evidently shaken by the extraordinary stature of the zombie. Jin Jibei's suspicions were immediately confirmed. He had no time to soothe the panicked commander and dashed out of the tent. The sight before him made it abundantly clear that the colossal zombie was no mere illusion. In the distance, that massive figure appeared even more terrifying under the sunlight, resembling a moving mountain, threatening the very safety of the entire base. Damn it, I knew this creature had wreaked havoc for millennia. How could Wenloaza possibly meet his end so easily? Hodong cast a glance at the giant zombie not far away, his face betraying a hint of indignation and discontent. The enormous zombie loomed like a demon of the night, its vast form flickering in the darkness, instilling a sense of dread. Its presence undoubtedly added an element of uncertainty and difficulty to the battle. I always suspected that Wenloaza was still alive. Otherwise, how could these two enormous zombies have appeared here? Such a coincidence? Enough with the chatter. Qingling shot Hodong a glare, her tone laced with impatience. We must swiftly devise a plan to deal with these behemoths. If they charge into the base, it would spell real trouble. Cursing Wenloaza now serves no purpose. The pressing concern is how to confront these formidable giants. "Commander, do we still have artillery at the base?" he asked urgently. He was not being stingy. Rather, the base's arsenal had indeed dwindled to a mere fraction. Reflecting on the time when this base was established, they had repelled countless zombies with artillery, their weapon reserves then deemed sufficient. However, as time wore on, the number of zombies steadily escalated, and the depletion of weaponry intensified accordingly. Now, they had little ammunition left to squander. Before the leader could finish his sentence, Jin Jibei had already grasped his meaning, a heaviness settling in his heart. "Leader, only formidable weaponry can hope to eliminate the colossal zombies. With two such giants outside and insufficient firepower, I fear the base." Jin Jibei paused, his words trailing off, yet the palpable tension in the air conveyed his apprehensions clearly. The leader sighed deeply, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "I understand your concerns, but I fear our base's firepower reserves may not suffice for such a predicament." At that moment, someone interjected, "I wonder if the A-City base would consent to our request?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Jin Jibei's eyes, reminding him that he had indeed sought reinforcement from a city. However, the variables were numerous, and whether they would receive support remained uncertain. Even with aid, the question lingered whether they could survive long enough to welcome it. Chapter 69. Reinforcements from a city. The report interface sprang to life, revealing the A-City base's earnest commitment. They had resolved to extend a helping hand and dispatch a reinforcement team. Jin Jibei understood that it was imperative to emphasize the gravity of the situation at this moment. He swiftly reported the emergence of two colossal zombies in City Y once more, accompanied by images to ensure the authenticity of the information was vividly demonstrated. The base in City A pledged to provide additional warriors and weaponry support, their words imbued with unwavering resolve and determination. Expressing hope that the base in City Y could steadfastly hold its ground, he promptly conveyed the good news to the highest-ranking leader at the Y City base, whose excitement was palpable, as if he could see the glimmer of hope emerging. "Excellent, excellent. We shall spare no effort in awaiting the arrival of reinforcements," he declared, turning to instruct that all the weapons stored away in the warehouse be brought forth, ensuring that they would not succumb before aid arrived from the A-City base. Jin Jibei witnessed all of this, refusing to remain a mere spectator. He swiftly sprang into action, volunteering to venture into the outside world and confront the zombies. Given his previous connections with the upper echelons of the A City base, the leader of the Y City base harbored reservations about his departure, fearing that any unforeseen events might sever their link with the city. However, acknowledging Jean Jibei's exceptional capabilities, they could only urge him to prioritize his safety before allowing him to depart. As he stepped out of the tent, an inexplicable anxiety surged within Jean Jibei. All around him, countless zombies roamed, their howls rising and falling like the mocking laughter of death. In the distance, a colossal giant zombie loomed closer, each step seemingly trampling upon the collective hope of survival for all. He gazed around, yet the figures of Qingling and the others had vanished from sight. He was consumed by fear, apprehensive that, in that fleeting moment, they might lose their sanity and recklessly rush out to confront the colossal zombies, disregarding their own lives. Jean Jibei took a deep breath, striving to quell the turmoil within his heart. After a series of tribulations, he finally located them. It turned out they had ventured northward to engage in the battle against the zombies. Jean Jibei hastened to the scene, where he beheld the three of them fighting side by side, their movements synchronized, valiantly slaying the relentless tide of zombies. At that moment, he finally grasped the truth behind the zombie invasion of the base. In a corner of the northern wall, a concealed fissure suddenly came into view, wide enough for two individuals to pass through side by side. This very crack had become the unimpeded passage for the zombies to invade with abandon. He did not hesitate and immediately plunged into the fierce battle. Wielding his weapon with precision, each swing struck true, piercing the vital points of the zombies. The undead emitted chilling cries, collapsing at their feet. However, the horde seemed inexhaustible. They needed to swiftly discover a means to seal the breach and thoroughly halt the invasion. United in purpose, the four of them ultimately eradicated all the zombies in the vicinity of the fissure. Yet the gap remained wide open, and a solution was urgently required. At that moment, an experienced warrior put forth a suggestion. He proposed utilizing the available materials to construct a simple barrier to seal the fissure. Qingling and her companions swiftly sprang into action, assembling stones, wood, and earth to create a formidable barricade. Through their collective efforts, the breach was secured, momentarily preventing the zombies from invading the base and ensuring a temporary sense of safety. This hole must be the work of that scoundrel Wenloaza. Ho Dong gasped for breath, his tone rife with anger and dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Jean Jibei silently gazed at the opening, his eyes deep and contemplative, as if pondering something of great significance. What shall we do about those two colossal zombies outside? Monta Qingling apoachet Jin Jibei, softly in Qingling. She hoped he would provide a solution to combat those terrifying giants. Upon hearing the news of reinforcements, Qingling felt a wave of relief wash over her. The arrival of support was undoubtedly a significant boon. Although the four of them could manage ordinary zombies, they stood no chance against the enormous giants, even when united. With the prospect of assistance, perhaps the tide of the situation could turn. Just as they were conversing, a deafening roar erupted abruptly. They simultaneously raised their heads, witnessing countless ammunition glimmering like meteors, racing overhead and plummeting into the horde of zombies beyond the city walls. Each impact was accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The deafening roar and the tremors beneath their feet painted a vivid picture of the devastation outside among the undead. The fiery light from the detonations illuminated the walls, casting a flicker of brightness amidst the gloom in their hearts, stirring within them an inexplicable delight. Yes, it was high time we showed those zombies what we are capable of. Liu Yan's face was alight with fervor, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as if he could already envision the scene of zombies being blown away. However, Jean Jibei remained unperturbed by his enthusiasm, calmly interrupting Liu Yan's daydream with a resolute tone that brooked no dissent. That's enough, sure to. We must momentarily set aside the battle outside. Our mission is far from complete. There are still hordes of zombies wreaking havoc within the base, and we must address that immediately. Jean Jibei's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Liu Yan's fervor in an instant. Yet, he acknowledged the truth in Jean Jibei's statement. They could not afford to forget the greater threat amidst a fleeting victory. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he nodded. "You are right, Captain. We cannot allow ourselves to become complacent due to a temporary triumph. The zombies within the base are our true adversaries. Let us go and eliminate them." Witnessing their spirited demeanor, Qingling felt a twinge of helplessness, yet refrained from shattering their excitement. She chose silence, allowing them to bask in their fervor, unwilling to extinguish this spark of enthusiasm with her indifferent words. Before long, someone hurriedly approached, urgently requesting their assistance in the east. The number of zombies was overwhelming, surging like a tide, a sight that instilled dread. More concerning was the discovery of a passageway, seemingly an entrance for the zombies, akin to an open gate, luring these malevolent creatures to pour in incessantly. Chapter 70. When Luaja reappears, two colossal zombies, ensnared by the barrage of artillery, were unable to break free, leaving Qingling and her companions no time to spare as they swiftly turned towards the east. Upon reaching their destination, the scene before them was shocking. Each person was exerting every ounce of strength to confront 5 or 6 zombies. Yet it was evident that they were overwhelmed, the situation dire. Faced with this grim reality, Qingling and her comrades did not hesitate, plunging into the fray to share the burden of battling the undead. After a protracted struggle, their confrontation with the zombies seemed to reach an impasse. This location appeared to be the primary assault point for the undead, with a relentless tide of dark figures surging from all directions, seemingly endless. As time wore on, they gradually felt the weight of exhaustion. Each swing of their weapons grew slightly weaker. Lu Yan's expression darkened, a flicker of irritation and fury crossing his eyes. The surrounding comrades fell into silence, equally feeling the unprecedented pressure. "Calm, remain calm." Ho Dong panted wearily, striving to soothe Lu Yan. His voice resonated with a profound sense of helplessness and concern. As the crowd fell into a state of despondency, teetering on the brink of despair, the cannon fire outside suddenly intensified. They were taken aback, perplexed by the meaning behind it. Just as they were still wondering why the base commander had suddenly become so generous with the ammunition, someone exclaimed with joy, "Reinforcements have arrived." They looked up to see helicopters swiftly approaching from the distant sky. As Qingling soared above the horde of zombies, a rain of ammunition descended, the flashes of fire illuminating the countless severed limbs of the undead. This scene, which should have been hauntingly grotesque, instead became a symbol of hope for humanity, a beacon of impending victory. Exhausted yet fulfilled, Qingling finally found a moment to rest. Shortly thereafter, a valiant team of warriors arrived to provide support, appearing like a timely rain to those in need, bestowing boundless comfort and strength. Upon returning to the tent, I noticed Jin Jibei engaged in conversation with a man. Qingling, looking thoroughly drained, was being urged by Ho Dong to hydrate and replenish her energy. Upon seeing the food laid out on the table, she couldn't help but sigh in relief, finally able to enjoy a proper meal. Thus, she settled down to savor this rare moment of respite, choosing not to disturb Jin Jibei further. However, once she finished eating, she noticed that Jin Jibei was still in discussion with the man, causing her brows to furrow in concern. Everyone had gone a long time without nourishment, and having just battled the zombies, could they not allow a moment to eat before delving into further discussions? Before long, the other party ceased to press Jin Jibei for conversation. He approached Qingling, who was holding a sumptuous meal in her hands. "Hurry, eat quickly. There may not be time later," she urged, her voice tinged with anxiety. Though she was unaware of the conversation that had just transpired, the current situation hinted at an impending fierce battle. Jin Jibei accepted the bowl of rice, silently nodding, and then quickly began to devour the food before him. The bowl of rice vanished in an instant, and before he could utter a word, a hurried figure burst through the door. Jin Jibei's gaze instinctively shifted in that direction as he heard the soldiers report. "Base commander, 2 giant zombies have appeared, and it seems that when Luaza has also made his presence known." The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the tent stood up in astonishment, their faces etched with shock. "Are you serious?" The base commander's voice wavered with concern over the giant zombies and uncertainty regarding Wenloaza's appearance. Yes, Commander. Someone has seen him. He was with the two newly arrived giant zombies, the soldier reported, instantly tightening the atmosphere within the tent, causing the commander's expression to darken ominously. After a brief silence, the commander abruptly rose to his feet, declaring, "Lead the way. I must see for myself." The group exited the dim tent, their strides resolute as they made their way toward the outer wall. With the support from City A, the number of zombies within the base had significantly diminished, leaving only a few scattered remnants. To ensure the base's safety, specialized teams were patrolling diligently to prevent any further incursions. Upon reaching the wall, they were confronted by 4 massive zombies, causing the commander to gasp in shock. 2 of the zombies had been ravaged by artillery fire, while the other 2, despite lacking visible wounds, appeared utterly decrepit and lifeless. However, it was not the sight of the zombies that instilled such terror in the commander. Rather, it was the figure standing upon the shoulder of one of the zombies that filled him with dread. Draped in a pristine white coat, he exuded an air of elegance. Yet his identity plunged him into a chilling abyss. This was Wenloaza. How could it be that he had not already succumbed to the grave? The commander's countenance darkened like an ominous storm cloud as he pointed towards the figure, his voice tinged with incredulity. "We merely detonated St. Anne's Hospital, but we could not be entirely certain he was present at that moment." Qingling spoke with a calm detachment, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. Deep down, she had anticipated it. That cunning old fox, Wenloaza, would not easily meet his demise. To her astonishment, he had swiftly launched a counterattack, seemingly eager to drive them to their doom. Before her words faded, Qingling's gaze had already fixed upon the 2 colossal zombies, limp as discarded puppets. She turned to Jinjibei, her tone conveying an unmistakable resolve. "We must prioritize eliminating these 2. Otherwise, should they join forces with the other 2, we might find ourselves overwhelmed." Jinjibei's eyes mirrored her determination as he nodded slightly, then directed his attention to the captain from Base A City. The captain, having grasped Qingling's intent, swiftly issued orders for the team to concentrate their firepower against the 2 zombies. The soldiers executed the command with alacrity, their artillery raining down like a torrential downpour upon the 2 massive undead. Despite their imposing size, the relentless barrage proved overwhelming. They bellowed in defiance, attempting to evade the assault, yet ultimately fell victim to the fatal shots aimed at their heads. The shells exploded, obliterating their skulls and showering the ground with brain matter, their enormous forms collapsing with a thunderous crash, unintentionally crushing many ordinary zombies beneath their weight, thereby alleviating some of the burden on the base. Chapter 71. Zombie dogs at last. "We have vanquished these 2, Hodong remarked with a sense of relief. Yet, with their demise, greater threats loom ahead, Lu Yin interjected, rolling his eyes. "It is premature to celebrate. Just look at Wenloaza, lurking with predatory intent, and one realizes that this struggle is far from over." A sense of foreboding gripped Hodong as his gaze involuntarily shifted to the towering giants, standing sentinel at the rear of their ranks. He noticed that perched upon the shoulders of the 2 zombies was a figure, Wenloaza. The initial flicker of joy within Hodong was extinguished, as if doused by a frigid deluge, plunging him into an abyss of despair. He feared that an assault would soon be launched against them, necessitating immediate preparation. The man beside Jinjibei spoke with unwavering resolve, and before his words had fully settled in the air, he turned to swiftly organize their defenses. Qingling surveyed the unfolding battlefield. Although anxiety gripped her heart, an even deeper sense of unease lingered. Just as preparations were still underway, a sudden commotion arose from Wenloaza's direction, sending ripples of tension through the air. The 2 colossal zombies appeared to awaken from slumber, advancing towards them with astonishing speed. In the face of this unforeseen crisis, they hurriedly opened fire on the massive creatures. Despite their formidable size, the projectiles barely found their mark, inflicting negligible harm upon the zombies. Frustration swelled within the group as they helplessly watched Wenloaza remain poised atop the shoulders of the undead, utterly powerless to alter their fate. Their eyes blazed a fiery red with fury, as if they could unleash flames. Just as they were on the brink of losing control, when Loaza, exhibiting an air of nonchalance, deftly retrieved an exquisite whistle from his pocket. He gently placed it into his mouth, and an enchanting, unique whistle immediately resonated. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a horde of zombie dogs erupted into the chaotic battlefield, surging forth with wild abandon. Their figures were agile and fierce, resembling swirling black tempests, exacerbating the already perilous circumstances of the war-torn arena. The eyes of these undead canines glimmered with a bloodthirsty gleam, their fangs bared as they ferociously lunged at the surrounding creatures, instilling a sense of dread. The expressions of the onlookers turned grave, as they were compelled to divert their attention to confront these unexpected adversaries. Not only were the zombie dogs numerous, but their speed was astonishing, rendering them nearly impossible to evade. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with a cacophony of chaotic shouts and anguished cries, the situation growing ever more dire. However, in the face of this onslaught, the crowd did not waver. They collaborated harmoniously to confront these foes. Some diverted the attention of the zombie dogs, while others seized the opportunity to launch their attacks, striving to bring them down one by one. Though the battle was exceedingly fierce, the resolve of the group grew ever stronger. They firmly believed that they could vanquish these zombie dogs and emerge victorious in the struggle. Liu Yan, faced with the onslaught of the zombie dogs, furiously wielded his weapon, dispatching them with precision. His heart was filled with despair and fury. Unable to contain his expletives, these dogs trained by dogs are indeed as detestable as the dogs themselves. Ho Dong observed coldly from the side, nearly succumbing to the urge to directly berate Wen Luoza as a dog. However, Liu Yan's cursing was equally potent, and he joined in the tirade. Zombie dogs surged like a relentless tide, and giant zombies roared in the distance, adding to the chaos. We must devise a strategy. If this continues, we may struggle to endure, Mo Qingling remarked while engaged in battle, addressing Jin Jibei beside her. At that moment, the corner of her eye caught sight of a zombie dog stealthily emerging from behind Jin Jibei, its gaze fierce and evidently poised to launch an attack. Watch her back. Without hesitation, Mo Qingling turned and positioned herself in front of Jin Jibei. In the next instant, the zombie dog lunged viciously forward. Jin Jibei, with keen perception, instantly sensed the impending danger. He swiftly turned around, swapping positions with Mo Qingling. In that very instant, the zombie dog lunged at him, its sharp fangs sinking into his hand. Jin Jibei let out a muffled grunt, yet did not allow the zombie dog another opportunity to attack. A glimmer of steel flashed in his hand, and the severed head of the zombie dog tumbled to the ground, blood splattering in all directions. His anxious expression revealed a profound concern. "Are you injured?" "Don't worry, my clothing is quite thick," Jin Jibei gently reassured her. However, Mo Qingling was not easily pacified. She swiftly grasped his hand and delicately rolled up his sleeve, unveiling deep bite marks on his arm. Although the skin was intact, she still let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, the weather was cold and he was well clad. Otherwise, that blow might have not only broken the skin, but also taken a chunk of flesh. "You were exceedingly reckless just now. How could you have run behind me?" Jin Jibei's expression turned serious, admonishing Mo Qingling. She lowered her gaze slightly, her voice quivering. The situation was urgent. "I didn't have time to think. Next time, be careful not to act so rashly." Jin Jibei's tone softened a little as he gently patted her shoulder in an effort to comfort her. After a fierce struggle, the pack of zombie dogs was finally eradicated, yet a more formidable horde of zombies still loomed ominously. When Luoza silently observed, witnessing the entire scene unfold, his gaze lingered upon Jin Jibei, and upon seeing him unscathed, a faint trace of disappointment flickered through his heart. He gently shook his head, as if lamenting some unfulfilled expectation. Subsequently, he softly patted the enormous zombie beside him, which seemed to receive an unspoken command, throwing its head back and unleashing a deafening roar. This bellow appeared to possess an enchanting power, causing the zombies below to momentarily freeze before turning as one. Like awakened beasts, and launching a frenzied assault on the Y City base. Wen Luoza's action undoubtedly added fuel to the already raging flames of battle. The onlookers were left bewildered by his unexpected maneuver, increasingly convinced of his mysterious ability to control the undead. I knew this fellow would not easily concede. See, he indeed had a backup plan. Lu Yin muttered through clenched teeth, his dissatisfaction palpable. Enough with the chatter. Let us swiftly eliminate these zombies and provide assistance. Ho Dong impatiently interjected, urging them onward. Upon hearing this, the two hastened their movements, soon dispatching all the zombies in their vicinity. They were so preoccupied with the imminent threat of the encroaching zombies that they turned away to confront the colossal undead, preparing to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Wen Luoza manipulated the giant zombie, commanding the ordinary ones to launch a fervent assault on the base. Chapter 72. Zombie Rat Regaining Her Composure. Mo Qingling stood side by side with Jin Jibei, separating themselves from the main forces to face the towering giant zombie. The two positioned themselves at the forefront of the battlefield, resolute in their determination to unite against this formidable adversary. Yet, Wen Luoza's actions remained inscrutable. He merely commanded a colossal zombie to launch an assault on the base, while he himself sat atop another zombie, as though he were a spectator at a theatrical performance. Detached from the chaos of the battlefield. What was he up to? Mo Qingling observed for a moment, her brow furrowing in confusion as she inquired of Jin Jibei. Her voice betrayed her bewilderment regarding Wen Luoza's actions. The two exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared perplexity over Wen Luoza's behavior. At this critical juncture, his actions seemed to conceal some profound significance, yet they were unable to unveil its mystery. There is no need for concern. We must address them one by one. If those two colossal zombies join forces, our predicament will become even more precarious, Jin Jibei remarked after a brief contemplation, signaling to Mo Qingling not to be distracted. However, Mo Qingling's words remained unspoken. She did not believe that Wen Luoza would so readily alleviate their burden. She stealthily cast a glance in Wen Luoza's direction. Though she could not discern the expression on his face, the air of disdain emanating from him was palpable. After careful consideration, she chose silence, directing all her attention towards Wen Luoza. The two gigantic zombies, starkly different from those that had appeared earlier, seemed to herald an even more arduous battle. As time passed, Jin Jibei's brow furrowed deeper, his expression increasingly grave. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Wen Luoza, as if he were in search of some opportunity to break the deadlock. Captain, the defensive capabilities of this zombie are exceedingly formidable, aren't they? Ho Dong panted, passing his weapon to Lu Yin while voicing his grievances to Jin Jibei. His physical strength has nearly reached its limit, yet his eyes remained filled with unwavering determination and courage. His gaze was profound and resolute, as if contemplating how to shatter the impasse before him. This zombie, in stark contrast to the four preceding it, was a veritable behemoth. Mo Qingling's sharp eyes revealed a hint of gravity. Setting aside its toughened flesh, it seemed to possess a newfound level of intelligence. Behold, it even exhibited the ability to evade ammunition. Just as a whistling projectile was aimed at its head, the colossal zombie calmly tilted its head to the side with astonishing ease. The projectile whizzed past its ear, ultimately detonating not far behind, sending dust billowing and knocking surrounding ordinary zombies askew. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left speechless, struggling to fathom that such a massive creature could possess such cunning. Seeds of fear began to take root in their hearts. If these two gigantic zombies were so sly, humanity was undoubtedly at an extreme disadvantage. Compared to these fragile humans, the advantages of the zombies were simply overwhelming. They felt no pain, and their sheer size was enough to instill terror, not to mention their thick skin. In that instant, the once lively atmosphere abruptly turned somber, each face etched with disappointment and despair. The air was thick with a stifling tension, as if even breathing had become a challenge. Everyone, do not lose heart. Jin Jibei's voice shattered the silence. He stood resolutely before the crowd, his gaze unwavering. With so many of us and an abundance of weapons, can we not contend with these repulsive zombies? Lu Yin quickly echoed, indeed. The captain speaks wisely. We are many, equipped with ample resources. How could we possibly falter against those zombies? Their words flowed like a warm current, gradually dispelling the gloom that lingered in people's hearts. A renewed spirit began to take hold, rekindling the once dormant fervor within them. They exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. After all, these were merely slightly larger zombies. If they had not flinched at the smaller ones, how could they possibly cower before these colossal beasts? One person raised their arm in a rallying call, and the others echoed their enthusiasm in a chorus of agreement. In truth, they had no alternative. Should they fail to rise in defiance, their lives would surely be forfeited this day. Once the morale was ignited, this group seemed infused with an indomitable energy, launching a fierce and frenzied assault against the gigantic zombies, a scene so intense that even when Loaza, not far away, stood in stunned disbelief. This was indeed fascinating. Observing the fervor of the crowd, when Loaza felt a spark of interest ignited within himself. He pondered briefly, then retrieved a small vial from his pocket, uncapping it to pour out the white powder within. The powder dispersed in the wind, swiftly vanishing into the air. Before long, a faint squeaking sound emerged, but it was nearly drowned out by the roars of the zombies and the thunderous blasts of artillery. It was only when an innumerable swarm of small figures with red eyes and black-gray first surged onto the battlefield that the crowd awakened from their stupor, realizing they had been overrun by a multitude of rats. Rats everywhere. A terrified scream shattered the silence. Initially, Qingling did not pay much attention, but when her gaze swept across the battlefield, which appeared to be draped in a dense, dark gray carpet, her shock was palpable, causing her to stand upright in disbelief. So many rats. How could this be possible? Qingling's voice was laced with incredulity as she surveyed her surroundings, finally fixing her gaze upon Loaza, asserting with unwavering conviction, it must be him orchestrating this chaos. Before delving into the matter of culpability, the head of the Wise City base interrupted her with urgency and anger in his tone, exclaiming, "Look at these rats. They are even more formidable than the zombies." It was unfathomable that a grown man could be reduced to trembling legs by mere rodents. What a trivial dilemma. As long as we have fuel or alcohol, we can combat them with fire. Even if they're zombie rats, they cannot withstand the might of flames. Qingling remained undaunted by the presence of the rats, her voice imbued with confidence and determination. Simultaneously, she sensed the abnormality of these creatures. Their eyes shone as red as blood-stained jewels, a distinctive characteristic that convinced her these were no ordinary rats, but rather zombie rats, infected by the virus. Nevertheless, this posed little threat to her, for she had ample means to confront them. The head of the Wise City base paused momentarily, then contemplated the situation before promptly dispatching someone to fetch alcohol and fuel from the storeroom. Though it pained him to part with such resources, sacrificing a few supplies was a small price to pay for the extermination of these zombie rats. Chapter 73. Abilities of the zombie rats were distinctly different from ordinary zombies. Their speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of their shambling counterparts. As someone hurriedly brought forth alcohol and fuel, countless zombie rats had already scaled the walls, their sharp claws tearing at the defenses, launching a frenzied assault on the humans within. Quickly, pour the alcohol at the base of the city wall, someone urged, urgency and determination evident in their voice. At that moment, no one dared to show any signs of slackness. They gripped barrels of alcohol, pouring it recklessly onto the writhing mass of zombie rats below. Each drop of alcohol seemed to carry the spark of hope, illuminating the fervent desire for survival that flickered in their hearts. Soon, a vast expanse of alcohol pooled at the base of the wall, flames dancing and flickering within. Qingling's gaze was resolute as she commanded, "Ignite the flames." At her command, soldiers armed with flamethrowers sprang into action, their fiery tongues lashing out like dragons towards the horde of zombie rats. Instantly, a raging inferno engulfed the city wall, and the anguished shrieks of the zombie rats mingled with the stench of burning flesh, creating a harrowing tableau. Under the purifying blaze, the wall appeared to be reborn, while the zombie rats writhed and howled in the flames, ultimately reduced to ashes. Witnessing the significant effect, the crowd's joy was palpable, and they poured the alcohol with renewed vigor, igniting the flames further. The fire rapidly spread across the battlefield, engulfing the zombie rats in a fiery embrace, forcing the ordinary zombies into close contact with the flames. In an instant, the entire battlefield transformed into a vibrant sea of sparks. Observing this spectacle, when Loaza's expression finally shifted, his countenance was as dark as a stormy sky, seemingly on the verge of shedding tears, with a flicker of uncontrollable rage illuminating his eyes. His hands were clenched into fists, as if he yearned to charge forth and eliminate the mastermind behind this chaos. Just as the inferno of the zombie rat threatened to consume all, when Loaza finally made his move. In an instant, he unleashed his water-based powers, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, extinguishing the flames within a 3-kilometer radius, as if consumed by a sudden downpour. The onlookers atop the walls were momentarily stunned by this unforeseen turn of events, before awakening from their stupor and hastening to deploy their respective abilities to confront Loaza. Do not presume they lacked powers. They had merely relied on conventional weaponry, adhering to their established combat methods. However, with Loaza disrupting this equilibrium, they resolved to abandon their restraint and engage him in earnest. Flames intertwined with torrents of water, while thunder clashed against storms, as various powers wreaked havoc across the battlefield. Yet, Loaza remained unmoved, his gaze steadfast and profound, as if everything lay within his dominion. Suddenly, 3 colossal figures emerged within the crowd's view. More? How many giant zombies does this fellow possess? A look of despair crossed Liu Yan's face, as though he felt engulfed by encroaching darkness, on the verge of collapsing. With 2 giant zombies still unresolved and new foes appearing from behind, all avenues of retreat seemed to vanish. Qingling pressed her lips together, the turmoil of questions swirling within her like a relentless river. She found it incomprehensible how Loaza could possess such formidable power. To date, 9 giant zombies had manifested, a staggering number indeed. How many of these monstrosities had Loaza created? Was the process of their creation truly so effortless? Steady yourselves, comrades. Our ammunition reserves are ample. We need only remain calm and heed the command, and we shall surely triumph over them. Observing a wavering morale, Qingling swiftly stepped forward to bolster their spirits. Qingling cast a sidelong glance, attempting to discern the truth from his resolute countenance. However, despite his tense expression, there was no trace of panic in his eyes, which served to calm her own turbulent heart. Perhaps Qingling possessed an inherently persuasive charisma. Just before the 3 giant zombies could close in on Loaza, he decisively commanded the artillery to concentrate their fire on the foremost zombie. Whether it was due to the enhancement of their powers or the pressure from the impending assault of the 3 zombies, it was not long before that zombie succumbed to the relentless barrage. The onlookers atop the walls bore witness to yet another behemoth's fall, unable to restrain their jubilant cheers, their morale reaching a zenith in that moment. Indeed, comrades, let us unite our efforts. Ultimate victory shall surely belong to us. Qingling nearly succumbed to laughter at Liu Yan's words amidst such a grim atmosphere. Yet, the resolve and conviction embedded in his statement were impossible to overlook. Fueled by this belief, a more intense fighting spirit ignited within her gaze. She turned her attention to the opposing giant zombies and Loaza, the flames of determination within her growing ever fiercer. They will absolutely never yield. They would undoubtedly never succumb to failure. As the battle intensified, 3 colossal zombies abruptly entered the fray, compelling Qingling and his comrades to escalate their firepower and confront this unprecedented threat with unwavering determination. These grotesque creatures, while immense in stature, exhibited astonishing swiftness. Should they breach the perimeter of the base, the consequences would be dire. Shells whistled through the air, each explosion striving to thwart the advance of the zombies. Qingling's gaze remained resolute, acutely aware that any hint of complacency at this moment could prove catastrophic. His fellow warriors mirrored his tension and resolve, standing shoulder to shoulder in mutual defiance against this unparalleled menace. The zombies emitted deafening roars, as if mocking humanity's resistance. Yet, they remained oblivious to the indomitable spirit and steadfast conviction harbored by this seemingly insignificant group of humans. The battle raged on, with the cacophony of gunfire weaving a magnificent tapestry of conflict. Within this tableau, Jin Jibei and his comrades stood as an unyielding bastion, vowing to protect their homeland at all costs. With a command from Jin Jibei, yet another monstrous zombie fell with a thunderous crash, prompting a surge of jubilant cheers from those atop the walls, their elation palpable. When Laozi observed coldly, watching their exuberance with a flicker of sardonic amusement crossing his mind. Did they truly believe that the colossal zombie he created was merely intended to serve as a gigantic target? Soon, an unsettling realization dawned upon the crowd. Before they could delve deeper into the mystery, the giant zombie's hand began to accumulate a blue sphere the size of a basketball. Chapter 74. Utilizing the second ability. Could it possess supernatural powers? A gasp of disbelief resonated through the crowd. All eyes were fixated on the giant zombie's hand, where a luminous orb spun, blue lightning crackling within it, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of space apart. This spectacle rendered every face pale with fear. Should such a massive sphere of lightning descend, even those fortunate enough to survive would pay a grievous price. The impending threat was undeniable. Everyone within a 500-meter radius would be affected. Their terror was not unfounded. They understood the catastrophic consequences that would ensue once such power was unleashed. Qingling stole a glance at Jin Jibei, noting the dreadful pallor on his face, undoubtedly flustered by this sudden turn of events. She gently bit her lip, recalling her recently awakened second ability. Perhaps this power could serve as the key to turning the tide. Her gaze was fixed upon the enormous zombie on the battlefield, her mind racing as she contemplated the most effective way to wield her ability. Yet, she was acutely aware of her limitations. In her current state, she could manage only a single zombie. Approaching Jin Jibei quietly, her voice was low, as if sharing an unspeakable secret. I have a way to render that zombie powerless. Jin Jibei turned to her, surprise flickering in his eyes, followed by a furrowed brow as he weighed the credibility of her words. We have our own strategies. Do not take risks. How is this a risk? Qingling responded, urgency infusing her tone with undeniable conviction. I genuinely have a method to deal with that zombie, but it is limited to only that one. Beyond that, I am powerless. Are you serious? Jin Jibei's eyes reflected skepticism as he scrutinized Qingling. Do I have any reason to deceive you? Qingling frowned slightly, casting him a sidelong glance, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Jin Jibei fell silent, uncertain of Qingling's plan, yet it sounded fraught with peril. The mere thought of a woman confronting a colossal zombie alone sent shivers down one's spine. Do not hesitate any longer. Time waits for no one. Seeing his indecision, a wave of anxiety coursed through Qingling as she resolutely surged toward the impending danger. His heart raced uncontrollably, tightly gripped by apprehension. However, those around him reacted swiftly, grasping him tightly and halting his impulsive urge. Xiaoling, he struggled, calling out her name in a hoarse voice. Yet, Qingling had made her decision. Her gaze was resolute and piercing, locked onto the giant zombie not far away. Even in the face of peril, she could still clearly discern the figure of Wen Laozi. Their gazes met in the air, and Qingling bestowed upon him a smile brimming with disdain. She then closed her eyes, immersing herself entirely in the impending battle. When she reopened her eyes, a resolute light flickered within their depths, akin to the brightest star piercing the night sky, directed unwaveringly at the colossal zombie. Just as the creature intended to hurl the lightning sphere it held towards the Y-City base, its movements abruptly froze in midair. The surrounding space seemed ensnared by an invisible force, rendering it so still that it was suffocating. Wen Laozi, who had been standing effortlessly in the distance, sensed the unusual atmosphere. His arms, crossed over his chest, tightened slightly, and he straightened his posture, casting a piercing gaze in Qingling's direction. In that fleeting moment, the enormous zombie before Qingling erupted with a deafening roar, its entire form seemingly torn apart by an unseen force, scattering into chaos. Debris flew in all directions. Dust billowed, and the previously tense atmosphere reached its zenith. The onlookers appeared to awaken from a profound slumber, their astonishment palpable as they beheld the scene around them. They have yet to fully comprehend the events that have transpired. Flesh and blood rained down like a torrential downpour, crimson ripples spreading through the air, causing people to scream in terror. My goodness, what is this abomination? How revolting! What a disgusting sight! Look, look! Amidst the chaos and fear, someone suddenly noticed that the colossal zombie, which had once instilled dread in their hearts, had vanished without a trace. They gazed down at themselves, their bodies marred by the flesh and blood of the very zombie they had just vanquished. This revelation struck them with a profound shock, yet simultaneously bestowed an inexplicable sense of relief. Before Qingling, the zombie erupted into a grotesque mass of gore, and yet a faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. However, that smile was discordant with her pallid, bloodless visage, causing a pang of anxiety to seize Qingling, who had just arrived. "Xiaoling, are you all right?" he exclaimed, rushing forward to stabilize her precarious form. Qingling met his gaze, her eyes reflecting a flicker of helplessness. "I can only handle this one," she confessed. "The rest, I am powerless against." Qingling felt a sharp ache in his heart, yet he understood that she had exerted every ounce of her strength. He spoke softly. "You have performed remarkably well. Xiaoling, let us retreat to the back for a moment of rest." With that, he gently cradled her in his arms and proceeded steadily towards the rear. "You too." Wen Luojia's voice suddenly resonated from a distance, startling both Qingling and Qingling. Qingling halted, his brow furrowed, and his gaze towards Wen Luojia was imbued with vigilance. "Professor Wen, do you intend to oppose humanity?" Qingling's tone carried a hint of ire. Nevertheless, Wen Luojia disregarded him, directing his attention instead towards Qingling, who was nestled in Qingling's embrace. His gaze shimmered with an ineffable brilliance, as if he were contemplating an intriguing enigma. "I recall that Inshiro had an aversion to you." Wen Luojia suddenly spoke, uttering a remark that took both of them by surprise. Upon hearing this, Qingling slightly raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Chapter 75. The Truth of the Apocalypse. "You do not suppose I am merely one of her subservient followers, do you?" Wen Luojia's laughter gradually subsided, yet a faint smile lingered on his face, his gaze shifting between the two of them. Qingling and Qingling exchanged glances, both reflecting a hint of bewilderment. What could Wen Luojia possibly mean? They had always assumed that his relentless pursuit was solely for the purpose of avenging Inshiro. However, the situation appeared to be far more intricate than they had anticipated. If those zombies were indeed conjured by Wen Luojia, how could he have foreseen that one day she would meet such a tragic fate, even before any interaction had occurred between them and Inshiro? "She is ultimately but a mere pawn on my chessboard." Wen Luojia cast them a dispassionate glance, as if their astonishment bore no relevance to him. He continued to speak to himself. "I once believed that the one I crafted with my own hands would be as obedient and docile as I desired. Little did I know, this arrogant fool truly believed herself to be above others, buoyed by the affection of a few men." Wen Luojia's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Qingling was utterly perplexed, yet Qingling seemed to have an epiphany. She turned to Wen Luojia, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Did you bestow upon her the power to captivate hearts?" Wen Luojia glanced at her indifferently and slightly shook his head. "No, I merely was the first to recognize her extraordinary ability." This revelation left Qingling astonished. Could it be that before the apocalypse descended, Inshiro already possessed such powers? As if perceiving her inner turmoil, Wen Luojia once again donned an enigmatic smile. "Indeed, as you surmise, the very root of this cataclysm is Inshiro." Upon hearing this, Qingling was even more bewildered. She had no acquaintance with Inshiro, yet she had never imagined that this woman could be the architect of the world's downfall. When Luaja paid her no mind and continued his calm narration, years ago, I encountered her. In just a glance, I sensed her peculiarity. As we grew more acquainted, her unique abilities gradually came to light. Yet, she naively believed that it was all due to her charm. I artfully deceived her, claiming I could provide her with complimentary health examinations in my laboratory. In my words, I inadvertently revealed my ambition to research a potion for eternal youth. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of desire ignited in her eyes, and she eagerly volunteered to become my test subject. A mocking smile played at the corners of Luaja's mouth, as if ridiculing the folly and greed of this world. Subsequently, I ruthlessly exploited her, delving into the mysterious serum that could unlock human potential. However, the outcome was beyond my expectations. I failed. I was left in a state of confusion, pondering the reasons behind my failure. Luaja's voice carried a hint of despair as he scratched his head, seemingly attempting to unravel the enigma that had long plagued him. Listening to all this, Qingling and her companions gradually grasped the origins of the apocalypse. It turned out that this was indeed the source of the world's collapse. Their intricate gazes shifted towards Luaja, who at that moment was evidently ensnared in the depths of profound despair. His original intention was to awaken the latent potential within humanity. Should this research prove successful, it would undoubtedly stir a significant upheaval across the globe. However, behind Luaja's research, his selfish motives were evidently concealed. This selfishness ultimately culminated in the arrival of the apocalypse, resulting in the obliteration of countless lives. His crimes should not be underestimated. Although you may delve into the matter, no one possesses the authority to interject. However, you must not allow the world to descend into such a state. After a brief silence, Qingling finally spoke, her voice tinged with an indescribable sorrow. The reason Inshiro possesses such extraordinary abilities is solely because she is the protagonist of this narrative, the proverbial golden finger orchestrated by the author from behind the scenes. They, in contrast, are merely supporting characters. How could they ever hope to attain her stature or challenge her authority? Hence, Luaja's experiment is destined to fail. A predetermined conclusion. But what of it? Luaja retorted, his voice brimming with defiance and arrogance. The natural world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Look at you all now. You have awakened your powers, have you not? Does this not serve as the finest evidence of my experiment's success? His words were laced with provocation and hubris, as if in his eyes, every hardship and adversity were merely stepping stones to triumph. Luaja, your arrogance must know its bounds. Jinji furrowed his brow, fully grasping the unfolding situation and unable to tolerate the audacity of the instigator. Yet, Luaja seemed unaffected, chuckling lightly. All things in this world adhere to a certain equilibrium. Without the emergence of zombies, how could we awaken our powers? I do not deny your success, but who can claim you have no failures? Qingling's words were like a sharp blade, piercing the depths of Luaja's heart. Although her tone remained calm, it resonated with strength. Upon hearing her, Luaja's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by her directness. What do you know? His fury surged like a tempest, ruthlessly interrupting her. His voice resonated with an undeniable authority, asserting that without him, this group would likely languish at the very bottom of society. Now, endowed with extraordinary abilities, they owe it all to his grace. Each of you should harbor a sense of gratitude towards me. Ask those present, who among them does not long for the simplicity of being an ordinary person, living a life with sufficient sustenance, free from worries? Who wishes to endure the daily anxiety of securing the next meal, living precariously from day to day? And who would genuinely express gratitude towards you? Qingling's words dripped with indifference and disdain as she fixed her gaze upon Luaja. Jinji interjected, urging Luaja, it is high time for you to awaken to reality. He pointed at the zombie beneath Luaja's feet and continued, look at this. What assistance does it offer us? Apart from instilling fear and causing trouble, what purpose does it serve? When you bring them to confront humanity, it signifies that you have wandered into a fallacy. Qingling's voice was calm, yet resolute, as though each word carried an undeniable weight. This statement struck Wenloaza's heart like a heavy hammer. His eyes suddenly turned a fierce crimson, reminiscent of a wild beast, fixating on Qingling as if searching for a flaw in her words. Yet deeply aware that what she articulated was the very truth he most dreaded to confront. Chapter 76. Victory. You people are insatiably greedy. It is truly disheartening. Wen luotzes indifferent remarks renderet Montag Qingling momentarily speechless. Brother, you are the one who eagerly sought to develop your abilities. No one coerced you. Now that complications have arisen, rather than taking responsibility, you accuse others of greed? Your shamelessness is nothing short of astonishing. I truly cannot fathom your reasoning, which is utterly incomprehensible. Not only Qingling, but even those who listened to their exchanged glances, their hearts a tumult of emotions as they assessed Wenloaza. They found it incredibly challenging to comprehend this illustrious scientist, who, despite possessing extraordinary intellect, occasionally exhibited behavior that was utterly enigmatic, as if his mind were shrouded in an uncharted fog. Stop rambling and take action. This is simply who he is, Liu Yin muttered impatiently from the sidelines, his tone laced with disdain and repugnance. The others exchanged knowing glances. The implications of his words were unmistakable. Wenloaza had caused such chaos that even his surrender would not alter the inevitable outcome. Upon hearing this, Jin Jibei wasted no time. He swiftly embraced Qingling and turned to flee the scene. In that very moment of his departure, Wenloaza was suddenly besieged by a fierce barrage of gunfire. He was utterly unprepared for the other party's resolute stance, as they acted without hesitation and resorted to violence. In a moment of panic, he hurriedly urged the zombies under his command to retreat, but alas, it was far too late. The artillery rained down like a tempest, and the colossal zombie emitted mournful wails. Shell after shell struck their target with precision, obliterating its decaying form. Yet, amidst this relentless barrage, Wenloaza seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious force, as each menacing explosion whistled past him, leaving him unscathed. Unfortunately, the zombies at his feet were not as fortunate. Under Wenloaza's control, they could only endure the merciless assault, their bodies rapidly becoming riddled with wounds, blood, and decaying flesh splattering everywhere. Soon, this once ferocious zombie was reduced to ashes, merging seamlessly with the desolate landscape. However, Wenloaza's fate was far less fortunate, as the giant zombie finally collapsed. He too fell into the ocean of the undead. These ordinary zombies, devoid of intellect, could not heed his commands. Before he could summon another giant to his aid, countless ordinary zombies, with eyes wide open like hungry wolves, lunged towards him. No! No! His anguished and defiant roar was gradually drowned out by the surging tide of the undead. The onlookers atop the wall could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Witnessing the once arrogant Wenloaza, who had threatened them with zombies, now meeting such a fate, falling victim to their ravenous jaws, a transformation that felt rather ironic. When Jin Jibei hurried over upon receiving the news, he found Wenloaza's battered body had risen once more, but now he had transformed into a ferocious zombie. Jin Jibei's brow furrowed as he swiftly grabbed a sniper rifle, unhesitatingly aiming for Wenloaza's head and pulling the trigger twice. With the crosshairs locked on with precision, Wenloaza finally fell, no longer able to rise. The tension within Jin Jibei eased, allowing him a moment of relief. With Wenloaza's demise, the once formidable giant zombies were rendered chaotic, standing dazed, instinctively following the ordinary zombies towards the fleshy stronghold. A glimmer of decisiveness flashed in Jin Jibei's eyes as he commanded loudly, "Quickly, open fire with full force, focusing on those giant zombies. They have lost control. This is our perfect opportunity to turn the tide." The soldiers sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon the once mighty giants. Under this overwhelming assault, the giant zombies swayed like withered trees battered by a storm, on the verge of collapse. In an instant, one after another, the giant zombies fell under the relentless barrage. Those within the base witnessed this scene, and a surge of indescribable excitement filled their hearts, their eyes welling with tears. In that moment, They seemed to glimpse the light of hope. With the formidable adversaries eliminated, the remaining ordinary zombies appeared as insignificant as ants, posing no threat whatsoever. With unwavering confidence, they faced the ensuing battle, victory within their grasp. When Qingling learned of Wenluoza's demise, the ordinary zombies outside had already been nearly eradicated. City Y emerged victorious in this conflict, albeit at a heavy cost in manpower and resources. However, as long as the human spirit endured, the possibility of reconstruction remained. The most significant achievement was the near-total eradication of the zombies in City Y, allowing the base to seamlessly assume control over the entire city's management, paving the way for future order and restoration. Truly, this was a case of misfortune being a blessing in disguise, Qingling reflected with deep emotion. Before she could finish her thought, Jean Jibei stepped through the threshold, inquiring with concern about her condition. I have recovered quite well. I am not as fragile as you might think. Qingling's complexion had indeed improved significantly, clearly indicating her recovery. What brings you here so suddenly? Has the situation outside concluded? Qingling asked curiously. I feared you might be hungry, so I brought you some food. They are currently clearing the battlefield outside, Jean Jibei replied, producing an array of food from his storage, filling the entire table. Yes, please ensure when Luoza's body is found and confirmed. I do not wish to be toyed with by him again. That would be truly exasperating. Qingling's words revealed her deep apprehension. Her greatest fear was that when Luoza might employ some ruse of feigned death and then, when they were least prepared, reappear from a supply point, which would undoubtedly infuriate her. Therefore, this time, they had to leave no stone unturned to ensure when Luoza was truly dead, incapable of causing them any further trouble. I will stand guard there, closely monitoring their every move. You should focus on replenishing your strength with some food. I will head out now. Jean Jibei assured her without hesitation, gently advising her before turning to leave. Upon hearing his words, Qingling sighed in relief and unceremoniously began to eat the food on the table. Chapter 77. Clearing the battlefield under Jean Jibei's keen gaze. When Luoza's body was swiftly unearthed from the rubble. In his lifetime, he was once a figure of immense glory. However, in death, he was met with an undignified end. The merciless gnawing of the undead had nearly consumed his flesh, leaving only tattered remnants of skin clinging to his skeletal frame. The bullets from Jean Jibei had shattered much of his skull, yet even in that mangled state, traces of his former visage could still be discerned. Following a meticulous identification process, Jean Jibei commanded the cremation of the body before him, finally putting to rest a lingering concern. After the battle, the staggering number of the deceased and the undead alike left the survivors with an overwhelming task of clearing the battlefield. Qingling gradually regained her strength, but noticed that Jean Jibei remained tirelessly occupied. Therefore, she resolved to seek him out personally. What are you doing here? A flicker of surprise crossed Jean Jibei's eyes, quickly replaced by a hint of tension as he scrutinized Qingling. She smiled gently, her tone imbued with determination and confidence. I'm perfectly fine. I merely wish to see if there is anything I can assist with. She was not as fragile as they had imagined. It was merely an overexertion of her abilities, and with a brief rest, she would be restored to her former self. It was not a matter of being gravely wounded and incapacitated. No need, things are nearly in order here, Jean Jibei replied, his voice carrying a note of sincerity as he surveyed the surroundings, which indeed appeared well organized. Suddenly, Qingling recalled something, and her expression turned concerned. Have you eaten? Jean Jibei paused slightly and shook his head gently. Qingling smiled, her expression reminiscent of a warm spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Then I shall prepare some food for you. There were still plenty of supplies left from the provisions delivered by Lu Yin, and Jean Jibei, worried that she might go hungry, had thoughtfully organized a variety of items. Particularly, there was an abundance of food, a cornucopia of ingredients at her disposal. With a glance at the supplies, she formulated a plan. She decided to prepare several sumptuous meat dishes to reward them properly. After all, this battle had persisted for far too long, and their physical strength had been severely depleted, necessitating a substantial nutritional replenishment. Thus, she busied herself, her culinary skills on full display. In no time, dishes brimming with enticing aromas began to grace the table. In the kitchen, 8 plates of food were neatly arranged, 7 of which emanated a savory scent, while 1 plate of light vegetarian fare stood out like a refreshing stream amidst the surrounding richness, providing a respite from the heaviness. Just as she was about to serve these delicacies, a knock echoed from the front door. She quickly set down the dish in her hands and went to answer the door. Outside, Lu Yin was already entranced by the alluring aroma. Stepping over the threshold with a look of bliss, Ho Dong followed closely, hastily shutting the door behind him, wary of the tempting scent escaping and attracting unnecessary trouble. "Why are there only the 2 of you?" Mo Qingling inquired, a hint of surprise in her expression upon seeing just the pair. "Oh, the captain was called away for discussions. He'll be along later," Ho Dong replied nonchalantly, addressing her curiosity. "Let us eat first. He can manage on his own when he arrives." Mo Qingling felt it inappropriate for them to wait for one person to arrive, so she suggested they begin their meal. "No, let us wait for the captain. This little time is inconsequential." Seeing their resolution, Mo Qingling gracefully turned back toward the kitchen. Fetching 2 plump goose legs she had meticulously prepared, hoping to ease their hunger. After more than half an hour, Jin Jibei finally arrived, and as he stepped into the room, Mo Qingling warmly invited everyone to dine. The 4 of them gathered around the table, and without the need for excessive words, they delved straight into the enjoyment of the feast. Once they were satiated, Jin Jibei began to recount the matters discussed during his earlier meeting. The crisis at the Y City base appeared to have temporarily abated. However, they had made a request of us, hoping we could remain to assist in their reconstruction efforts. While this seemed a reasonable request, considering the grave losses at the Y City base, the undertaking of incorporating the entire city would necessitate substantial manpower and resources to establish protective measures against the encroaching undead from outside. Yet, the expression on Jin Jibei's face hinted that the matter was far from straightforward. "What's wrong?" Mo Qingling queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. "The commander of the Y City base wants us to hand over our supplies," Jin Jibei declared, shocking everyone. "What?" Lu Yin and Ho Dong exclaimed in unison, their faces awash with disbelief. Mo Qingling regarded him quietly, her eyes devoid of panic. "Did you agree?" Jin Jibei cast her a peculiar glance. "How could I?" He continued. "Not only is that warehouse privately owned by Inshiro, but when we were captured, the supplies had already been transferred to another location. The current commander of Y City may no longer believe in the existence of those supplies, yet he still seeks to test the waters, attempting to extract some advantage from us. Is he not being excessively greedy?" Ho Dong shook his head in disbelief. "Exactly. We are not part of their base. Why should we exert ourselves and relinquish our supplies? This is a ludicrous expectation." Lu Yin chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Mo Qingling observed Jin Jibei, who remained silent, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke decisively. "I believe we should consider this. There are indeed ample supplies outside the Y City base. Since they're so eager for resources, we could assist them in gathering some. However, our supplies are absolutely non-negotiable." Her voice was resolute and firm, as if she were facing the Y City commander himself. "Your suggestion is truly insightful," Jin Jibei remarked, casting her an appreciative glance. "I also find this idea quite clever. Gathering supplies is a task, well, within our capabilities." Lu Yin concurred, recognizing the practicality of the plan. "After all, we are not from the Y City base. They likely wouldn't dare to be overly demanding with us. We can be self-sufficient, and they will have no choice but to accept their fate." Ho Dong agreed. "I will later explain to them that these trivial matters are insignificant. Even those from a city base are being asked to remain here to assist with our reconstruction." Jin Jibei added, his tone slightly hesitant, perhaps tinged with a sense of sympathy, as he spoke with an indescribable nuance. Chapter 78. Assisting the Y City base the following day, Jin Jibei brought forth exhilarating news. The commander of the Y City base had surprisingly acquiesced to their proposal. What was even more delightful was that he had successfully secured the opportunity for the 4 of them to jointly search for supplies. Naturally, this operation would not involve only the 4 of them. Jean Jibei would serve as the captain of this mission, leading a team of 10 individuals. The 4 of them would be indispensable members of this team. This arrangement was both fair and reasonable, assuaging the concerns of the Y City commander. Among the 10-member team, in addition to Mo Qingling, there were 2 other women. One was relatively young, around 30 years of age, radiant and agile in her movements, while the other was noticeably older, likely in her 50s or 60s. It was easy to understand the younger woman's participation. After all, youth bestowed a wealth of energy and vigor, enabling her to cope with even the most demanding tasks. However, we found ourselves somewhat perplexed by the older woman. After all, gathering supplies is no small feat. It requires extensive walking, searching, and transporting. This may not pose a challenge for the youth, but for someone in their 50s or 60s, it is undoubtedly a monumental task. As we set off and engaged in casual conversation with Jean Jibei, I discovered that her actual age was far younger than her appearance suggested. Although everyone believed her to be in her 50s or 60s, she had only recently entered her 40s. Her aged visage was not without reason, as it was intimately connected to her experiences. She too was a person beset by fate's cruel hand. Before the apocalypse, she once enjoyed a happy and complete family. Yet, the onset of the end times descended upon her like a nightmare, ruthlessly obliterating all that she held dear. Her husband, the man she once loved deeply, became the very first zombie. By sheer luck, she escaped this fate due to her working late. In that moment, she rushed forward without hesitation, using every ounce of strength to protect her daughter, driven by a singular conviction: to safeguard her child at all costs. Upon realizing the world was ending, she resolutely embarked on the arduous journey of survival alongside her daughter. Enduring countless hardships, she kept her daughter close, shielding her from the storms of life with her own strength. Ultimately, after the establishment of the Y City base, she exerted every effort to bring her daughter to this relatively safe haven. These harrowing experiences caused her to gray prematurely, etching deep lines in her face, making her appear far older than her true age. Nevertheless, her eyes radiated determination and hope, for she understood that as long as she was with her daughter, any path, no matter how treacherous, was worth traversing. Mo Qingling's heart surged with profound emotion. In her past lives, the warmth of maternal love had always been a distant and unfamiliar concept. It was only in this moment, cradled in the embrace of another, that she glimpsed the essence of selfless maternal affection. She could not help but cast envious glances, as if her gaze transcended time and space. Landing upon the mother and her daughter, she envied that fortunate girl who could grow up carefree under the protection of maternal love. This envy sprouted like tender buds in early spring within Mo Qingling's heart, tinged with a bittersweet flavor. "What is the matter?" Jean Jibei furrowed his brow, noticing Mo Qingling's melancholic demeanor. He turned to look at her, his eyes filled with concern. "Nothing." Mo Qingling gently shook her head, attempting to conceal her inner turmoil. "Captain Jean." A sudden voice interrupted their conversation. Mo Qingling turned to see another female teammate. The way that female teammate looked at Jean Jibei made Mo Qingling feel uneasy, prompting her to frown in irritation. "Is there something you need?" Jean Jibei did not delve into assumptions, assuming she had something important to discuss. "I believe with our numbers, it is unwise to gather supplies all in one location. Splitting into smaller teams might increase our efficiency," the female teammate suggested, her gaze firmly fixed on Jean Jibei, as if he were her entire world. After a moment of contemplation, Jean Jibei deemed her suggestion plausible and nodded in agreement. "Your idea is commendable. And shall we pair up? Might I be fortunate enough to team up with you?" Her words were laced with anticipation. At this moment, Jean Jibei comprehended her intentions, his brow slightly furrowing, revealing a hint of impatience in his gaze. "Apologies, but I already have a team," he replied with a gentle smile, his eyes shifting to Mo Qingling. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingling felt a wave of relief wash over her, her gaze towards the female teammate softening. The female teammate's expression shifted slightly. She cast a furtive glance at Mo Qingling before silently turning away, departing without uttering a word. It seems our captain's charm remains undiminished, Ho Dong remarked after observing the entire exchange, unable to resist teasing. Hey, Mo, you tell me, am I right? Our captain is still as magnetic as ever? Ignoring Jin Jibei's protest, he turned to seek Mo Qingling's validation. Seeing this, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Ho Dong's eyes, and he could not help but chuckle softly. What, are you quite idle? Jin Jibei turned, his gaze tinged with dissatisfaction as he shot a glare at Ho Dong. Ho Dong's laughter abruptly ceased. He shrugged innocently, blinking. I merely saw you seem tense and thought to lighten the mood a bit. He understood that what lay ahead was an uncertain quest, and he must remain utterly vigilant, allowing no room for complacency. Soon, they arrived at their first destination, a bustling farmer's market. Liu Yan's gaze swept over the dilapidated market before him, revealing a flicker of astonishment. What could possibly remain here? He murmured softly, his tone laden with profound nostalgia for this once thriving locale. Chapter 79. Continuing to gather supplies once inside. The treasures would become apparent. In any case, the valuable items would be plentiful. Zombies do not require resources as we do, Mo Qingling remarked nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the impending peril. All right, everyone divide into 5 teams and exercise utmost caution, Jin Jibei commanded decisively, casting a brief glance around the environment before instructing the group to autonomously form their squads, preparing to delve into the unknown depths in search of supplies. The farmer's market was extraordinarily vast, and its expanse, while daunting, hinted at the prosperity of its vendors and the abundance of resources. Its periphery was largely open, offering them a semblance of safety. Who could guarantee that the zombies had been completely eradicated? Should a few elusive ones remain, this place might serve as their refuge. Jin Jibei naturally paired with Mo Qingling, a scene that did not escape the notice of the female team member who had suggested the formation of teams. A flicker of barely concealed resentment crossed her eyes, as if she felt betrayed. Mo Qingling inadvertently turned her head and caught this subtle moment. A wave of helplessness washed over her, silently praying that no teammate akin to Inshiro would emerge again. She truly wished to avoid such emotional entanglements, fearing she might be unable to suppress the urge to lash out. The farmer's market resembled a vast labyrinth, and like intrepid explorers, they split up to search, quickly uncovering a wealth of valuable supplies. Fortunately, within this expansive marketplace, they encountered no terrifying dangers. They worked in unison, diligently loading the discovered supplies onto the vehicles. Observing the abundant goods piled high, the expressions of those at the base were filled with envy and amazement. Who could predict whether fortune would smile upon them again tomorrow? A relaxed smile graced Liu Yan's lips as he casually uttered this thought. Upon hearing this, Ho Dong frowned slightly, sensing an ominous undertone in his words. He shot Liu Yan an irritated glance and replied with mild discontent. Can't you utter something more auspicious? You always seem to have that raven-esque tongue. Disregarding further argument, Ho Dong silently mused that spending too much time with his fellow might just squander his own luck. The following day, familiar teammates gathered once more. Yet this time their destination lay far afield, directed towards the desolate outskirts of Y City. The suburbs were often plagued by the presence of zombies, necessitating heightened vigilance. A moment's negligence could spell the end of life. Before their departure, Jin Jibei, with a serious tone, cautioned his teammates to remain alert. As the vehicles roared to life, their target gradually loomed closer in sight. There was no need for concern. They merely needed to focus on their mission. Jin Jibei cast a nonchalant glance, his inner thoughts remaining undisturbed. Upon reflection, he acknowledged the truth in that sentiment. They were merely stationed here temporarily to assist in the construction of the Y City base, rather than intending to settle permanently. Once the development reached a satisfactory stage, they would take their leave, and the supplies they had gathered might not be generously offered to them by the Y City base. Therefore, they only needed to diligently fulfill their responsibilities, leaving the rest to the passage of time. Soon after, they arrived at a factory specializing in sugar production. It was said that the warehouse within was still laden with considerable stock. Jin Jibei convened a meeting at the entrance of the sugar factory, stating that their mission was to clear out this inventory. He surveyed his surroundings and continued, considering the risks and uncertainties associated with this task. I believe we should refrain from dispersing into smaller teams. Collective action enables us to better support one another. What are your thoughts? As his words resonated, the crowd nodded in agreement. In the face of such unknown peril, unity undoubtedly represents the optimal choice for ensuring safety. Very well, everyone, please check your gear and weaponry. If all is in order, we shall depart. Qingling succinctly outlined the tasks before turning to Qingling, leaving no opportunity for the female team member who sought to engage him. Ever since he discerned that her feelings for him transcended the ordinary, Qingling had consciously sought to avoid any solitary contact or communication with her. His actions were clear and resolute, as if to delineate boundaries, yet also as if to safeguard something. Is there anything else you require? Qingling softly inquired of Qingling. The four of them relied upon the mysterious realm of Qingling as their private treasury. His inquiry stemmed from a concern regarding Qingling's potential inadequacies in weaponry and supplies. In the face of unknown perils, ample preparation is paramount for survival. Should an emergency arise and resources prove insufficient, the consequences could be dire. Fear not, for I lack nothing, Qingling replied, lifting her gaze towards him with a smile. She seldom utilized those firearms, thus the supplies Qingling had provided remained plentiful. Observing her shyness, Qingling offered a faint smile, opting for silence as he turned to assess the readiness of the others. Soon, everyone was prepared, and under Qingling's leadership, they ventured into the sugar factory. This place, like the outside world, was steeped in desolation. They approached the warehouse with utmost caution, each step taken with meticulous care. As they neared the dilapidated structure, an unsettling sound suddenly pierced the air, as if something within was stirring restlessly. Qingling's gaze sharpened instantly. He swiftly picked up a jagged stone from the ground and, without hesitation, hurled it towards the warehouse door. The moment the stone struck the door, a familiar howl erupted, chilling and horrific, echoing as if it were a summoning from the depths of hell. The group was startled by this abrupt noise, expressions of terror etched upon their faces. However, Qingling remained remarkably composed, his eyes betraying an unfathomable wisdom and courage. He spoke with a hint of disdain and resignation. Indeed, there are zombies here. Chapter 80. Departing from Y City, the existence of the undead had, in fact, been anticipated by them. After all, when humanity is faced with life and death decisions, they instinctively seek a sanctuary for refuge. In this factory on the outskirts, confronted by an unknown threat, they found themselves with no escape, left only with the choice to hide. As Qingling's words settled, the group's anxiety subsided slightly in the face of the unknown. They needed to maintain their composure and confront this unforeseen challenge together. Qingling forcefully pushed open the warehouse doors, revealing 3 zombies before him. Their tattered work uniforms unmistakably identified them as former workers of the sugar factory. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action, swiftly subduing the 3 zombies with astonishing speed. Subsequently, he led the group into the warehouse to assess the condition of the supplies within. The atmosphere was charged with tension and anticipation, as they fervently hoped that the provisions would remain unscathed. Fortunately, the supplies were intact, as they beheld the warehouse brimming with goods. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, and joyful smiles illuminated their faces. They understood that these supplies would be crucial for their survival. In this apocalyptic world, the serendipitous discovery of an intact warehouse was nothing short of extraordinary. While it may not hold the same significance for Qingling and his companions, those who had settled in the Y City base placed immense value on it. Nevertheless, even though Qingling and his team were not bound to reside in the Y City base, they would never exhibit the slightest negligence towards their mission. It was precisely this indomitable spirit that garnered profound respect and unwavering trust from every member of the team towards their captain. It was said that the stay-behinds at base often indulged in idleness, causing considerable vexation to their collaborators, who found themselves at a loss for words. In stark contrast, Jean Jibei's team was undoubtedly a breath of fresh air. Their resilience and discipline became the cornerstone of their survival in this apocalyptic world. Bursting with laughter and joy, they systematically loaded the supplies from the warehouse onto the trucks. Fortuitously, having heeded Jean Jibei's counsel to deploy additional trucks today, they ensured that all the provisions could indeed be accommodated. As they set forth, the sight of the fully laden vehicles elicited spontaneous laughter from many, who mistook their cargo for trivialities. Upon returning to the base, they discovered that the focus of attention had shifted away from them. A fortunate group had seemingly stumbled upon weapons, basking in newfound glory, yet Jean Jibei and his team remained unfazed. They are acutely aware that in this realm teeming with uncertainty and peril, each discovery constitutes a precious experience. Whether it be supplies or weaponry, these are indispensable for their survival. Today, they have similarly reaped a bountiful harvest, equipping them to confront various challenges with greater composure in the days to come. In the ensuing days, they embark on their journeys like intrepid explorers, bearing the weighty responsibility of seeking out resources. At times, these tasks are fraught with trepidation, laden with unknown dangers. At other times, they are as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. The materials they gathered varied greatly, fluctuating in quantity, yet, when amassed, they proved to be quite substantial. Day after day, Jean Jibei and his team persevered in the face of adversity, steadfast in their convictions and buoyed by an indomitable spirit. After a fortnight of diligent effort, the Y City base began to take shape, resembling a formidable fortress rising amidst the ruins. Every inch of brick and tile, every steel beam of this stronghold encapsulated their sweat and ingenuity. Now, with the gradual completion of the base, Jean Jibei and his team finally welcomed the long-anticipated liberation. After a brief respite, they are poised to embark on a new journey, ready to contribute their efforts towards the reconstruction of their homeland. This quest for supplies has encountered few significant obstacles, the sole troublesome issue being the multitude of zombies along the way. However, having weathered countless storms, they are now adept at handling the menace posed by the undead, navigating through the throngs of zombies with the ease of a leisurely stroll. They were acutely aware that, at this moment, Y City might be the city with the fewest zombies. This realization fortified their resolve to move forward. In the face of the zombie onslaught, they exhibited not the slightest fear, but rather an indescribable composure and confidence. Suddenly, Qingling posed a question within the confines of the carriage. Do you think the two giant zombies in L City are still there? Recalling the scene as they departed, they remembered that the two colossal zombies, manipulated by Wenloaja, indeed still roamed L City. Although Wenloaja was no longer among the living and could no longer exert control over them, it would be an exceedingly arduous task for the four of them to eliminate those massive creatures. Rest assured, with Wenloaja's demise, the A City base has dispatched personnel to hunt them down. Jean Jibei's voice was steady, seemingly providing them with a semblance of comfort. Qingling nodded, a flicker of understanding crossing her eyes. Indeed, if they did not resolve this matter promptly, escaping L City would eventually pose a threat to a city. It would be far better to eradicate them now. After successfully vanquishing the giant zombies, they finally shed the shadows that had clouded their minds and proceeded towards L City without incident. Just 2 days later, the familiar silhouette of the city came into view, evoking a sense of inexplicable nostalgia. They recalled that their last visit was filled with fear and anxiety. Now, as Ho Dong gazed at L City before him, his tone conveyed a sense of ease and relief. Returning now felt akin to embarking on a spontaneous journey. His words lingered in the air, caressed by a gentle breeze that brought a refreshing coolness to the skin. The scenery outside the car window flashed by in a blur, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually filling the air, as if recounting a long-forgotten tale. Come on, remember to take down a few more zombies later. Liu Yin interrupted, dispelling the atmosphere he had created with a hint of irritation. Chapter 81. Returning to City A, the four returned to the vicinity of St. N's hospital in City L, where once throngs of zombies had swarmed. In a recent operation to eliminate the giant zombies at the A City base, they had been thoroughly cleared away. However, Due to the adverse weather conditions that had preceded, the survivors of the El City base had evacuated in droves, allowing some zombies to begin wandering once more. Mo Qingling and her companions effortlessly located the last warehouse of Inshiro, encountering nearly no obstacles as they transferred all the items within into their space. This journey proved to be immensely rewarding, and they returned laden with bounty. A radiant joy adorned Lu Yan's face, his laughter revealing an uncontainable glee. As Ho Dong focused intently on driving, he engaged in a light-hearted banter with Lu Yan. Mo Qingling, seated beside them, watched their interaction with a smile. Yet, her gaze inevitably drifted towards Jin Jibei, who appeared lost in thought. As time passed, she found herself increasingly able to decipher the depths of his inner world. With just a glance, she could grasp his thoughts and emotions. This unspoken understanding may have stemmed from their prolonged companionship, or perhaps from an inexplicable bond that existed between them. We have so much stockpiled. Even several families could share enough provisions for a lifetime. Why not allocate some to the base? Mo Qingling's voice shattered the silence within the vehicle. Instantly, an eerie quiet enveloped the car, as if the very air had solidified. Lu Yan tentatively responded, a hint of hesitation in his tone. Sister Mo, what made you think of this all of a sudden? What is wrong? Is there anything inappropriate about my suggestion? Mo Qingling replied with a smile, her eyes radiating calm assurance. She understood that, deep down, they supported her idea, but their concerns stemmed from the differences in their status. Her initiative in proposing this notion undoubtedly paved a smoother path for communication among them, much to their delight. Lu Yan could not help but confirm again, Sister Mo, are you serious? Are you truly willing? Then, with a shift in tone, she added, however, we must discuss the specifics of the amounts first. She was not one to be taken advantage of, willingly sacrificing everything without regard. If the provisions had no bearing on her, she could perhaps be magnanimous. But if she had contributed even a fraction, she would ensure she received her due share. Jin Jibei immediately grasped her intent and spoke without hesitation. Then how much are you planning to take? Make sure to keep your share aside. Mo Qingling rolled her eyes at him playfully, feigning indignation. As if I'm so stingy. Let us reserve 1/3, and we can divide it among the four of us. Jin Jibei's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind racing with disbelief at her unexpected generosity. She pouted slightly, continuing her murmurs. What do I need so many supplies for? You can't take them with you after death. Don't utter such ominous words. It's bad luck. Jin Jibei frowned, casting a fleeting glance at her. At this point, do you still believe in such things? Mo Qingrong smiled lightly, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. The scene before them was astonishing. In just 2 months, the base had undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet, upon stepping through the threshold, she unexpectedly encountered the original owner's inept younger brother. Oh, look who it is. How come you haven't managed to get yourself killed out there? Mo Tianqi sneered at her, his face brimming with derision. Mo Qingling cast a fleeting glance at him, internally scornful, pretending not to notice. However, he clung to her like a leech, refusing to let go. Unable to contain herself, Mo Qingling's eyes twitched slightly, revealing a disdainful roll of her eyes. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Do you understand what that means? Mo Qingling shot him a half-smile, half-mocking glance. Mo Tianqi's expression darkened, as if he had struck a nerve, his eyes bulging in anger as he glared at her. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever fits the description, of course. Mo Qingling shrugged, a smirk gracing her lips as if she held all the cards. You. Mo Tianqi's finger was poised to point at Mo Qingrong when an urgent voice interrupted him. This voice, like thunder in a spring breeze, shattered the silence. Upon seeing He Ji's arrival, a fleeting smirk of scorn crossed Mo Qingrong's face. Simultaneously, the memories of the original owner surged in her mind, vivid as a series of animated tableaus. He Ji, this woman, appeared noble and elegant, akin to a lady of high society, yet behind closed doors. Her demeanor towards her biological daughter, the original owner, was far from gentle or caring. Within the grand residence of the Mo family, the original owner's father treated her with cold indifference, a well-established fact. However, The actions of the other two family members were even more shocking. They were not only equally indifferent, but also inflicted wounds upon her with sharp words, even resorting to verbal abuse and physical violence. Such behavior is hard to fathom, especially within a family of status and prestige. It resembled the chaos caused by a village shrew. She observed Mo Tianqi's expression, which was filled with fury, as if he might lose control at any moment. Clearly, he too was inclined to take action, but he restrained himself, likely due to the presence of Jin Jibei and others. This familial discord inevitably raised concerns for Mo Qingling's future. However, she would never succumb to fate. She would fight for her dignity and rights in her own way. Chapter 82. Encountering the unexpected yet. Mo Qingling did not spare them a glance and directly addressed Jin Jibei, saying, "Let us leave." With that, she turned and strode toward the Jin family's entrance. At that moment, He suddenly blocked her path. "Stop." He's tone was cold, her eyes brimming with disdain for Mo Qingling. "Who allowed you to come here?" Mo Qingling, however, was unfazed, a cold smile playing on her lips. "Is this courtyard your family's property? I can come and go as I please. What business is it of yours?" Her words were blunt, ruthlessly exposing He's hypocrisy. "Do not be unreasonable. This is not a place for you," He retorted, her expression darkening, her words equally harsh. Even though Mo Qingling had severed ties with the Mo family, this had once been her home. How could she be deemed unwelcome? Moreover, she had entered with Jin Jibei, who held a prominent position in the courtyard, certainly among the top three. If the Jin family did not object to her presence, He had no right to voice such claims. Just as Mo Qingling was about to speak again, Jin Jibei could no longer tolerate the situation. He stepped forward decisively and stated firmly, "And Xiaoling is with me. I believe there is nothing inappropriate about bringing her in, is there?" Upon seeing Jin Jibei, He's expression instantly became complicated, eventually contorting into a forced smile. "Jibei, where did you meet this girl? She is quite cunning. Do not let her appearance deceive you." In response, Mo Qingling smirked sarcastically and calmly countered, "And you say I am malicious? Pray tell, where have I displayed such malice? I am curious to hear your thoughts and see if I truly am as you claim." "What? How do you address me?" He was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Mo Qingling to refer to her as a. "Jibei, what are you all doing here?" Everyone turned to see Jin Jibei's grandmother. He and Mo Tianqi's faces immediately paled, and they dared not utter another word. "Grandma, why are you here?" Jin Jibei hurried forward to support her. "I merely came out for a stroll, from a distance. I saw you and wanted to take a closer look, and here you are." She then turned to Mo Qingling. "Xiaoling is here too." "Grandma." Mo Qingling greeted Jin grandma with a sweet voice that felt like a gentle spring breeze, displaying her charm. Moments ago, He had been disparaging Mo Qingling behind her back, yet Jin grandma praised her demeanor. This stark contrast made He feel a burning shame. She understood that the Jin family was not one she could easily offend, especially not this esteemed matriarch. If she dared show any hint of disrespect today, she feared that the Jin family would come knocking at her door tomorrow, demanding an explanation from her family. The thought of her family's situation extinguished her anger, leaving only resignation and compromise. "Grandma, it is freezing. Let us go inside," Jin Jibei suggested, his tone imbued with concern and helplessness as he gently urged Jin grandma. Jin grandma nodded in satisfaction, and with Jin Jibei's assistance, she slowly turned to head back to the Jin residence. Meanwhile, He and Mo Tianqi, completely disregarded, burned with indignation as they watched the retreating figures, filled with resentment and fury. "Mother, that little girl actually dared to defy us." Mo Tianqi seethed through gritted teeth after they left. He gazed intently in the direction of the Jin family, as if contemplating something. "Mother, do you think?" Mo Tianqi suddenly had a thought, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes as he leaned closer to He and whispered, "Stop talking nonsense." He shot him a glare, warning him. Mo Qingling, a woman of keen intellect, had crossed the threshold of the Jin family, yet remained blissfully unaware that she had become the target of others. Even if she were to realize it, she would likely dismiss it with a smile. For she was eager to find the right moment to teach them a lesson, and lo and behold, the opportunity had presented itself. "Xiaoling, did you enjoy the dishes I prepared last time?" Jean Grandma asked, her face beaming with warmth and concern. "Do not worry. The Jean family has not yet reached a point of desperation. We can certainly afford a meal. If we cannot even manage this, then everyone in this house would become a useless burden." Jean Grandma's words held authority, yet were laced with affection. Montag Qingling smiedet aufwartlich, knowing that Jean Grandma had the right to speak thus. As a junior, she could only listen in silence and refrain from interjecting. "Grandma, please go change into something warmer. We have a few matters to discuss." Jean Jibei gently guided Jean Grandma away. Soon, the living room was left with only the men of the Jean family and Mo Qingling, gathered to discuss resource allocation. Upon learning of Mo Qingling's intentions, the elders and younger members of the Jean family cast grateful glances her way. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, she felt as if she were seated on pins and needles, an overwhelming urge to flee rising within her. Yet her legs felt bound by invisible chains, forcing her to remain seated, her awkward smile masking her inner turmoil. Before long, they had agreed on how to deliver resources to the base, while ensuring the Jean family maximized their benefits. Of course, Mo Qingling's share was set aside, with the elders even taking a third of Jean Jibei's portion to allocate to her, leaving her at a loss for words on how to refuse. Chapter 83. Residing at the Jean family after dinner. Mo Qingling intended to leave the Jean residence, but Jean Grandma insisted she stay, adamant that she should spend the night. She understood this as an expression of concern and care, particularly knowing she was currently staying under Lu Yan's roof, which filled Jean Grandma's eyes with reluctance and sympathy. Mo Qingling glanced at Jean Jibei, who remained silent and showed no signs of opposition. Thus, she acquiesced to Jean Grandma's goodwill and temporarily settled in at the Jean residence. Though Jean Grandma feigned displeasure, her eyes radiated deep anticipation and care, as if hoping Mo Qingling could find a semblance of warmth and belonging in this place. Mo Qingling recognized this kindness as a rare warmth in this city that felt both familiar and foreign. Jean Grandma quietly observed the expressions of the two, a hidden smile flickering in her eyes. That evening, Mo Qingling was assigned to the room adjacent to Jean Jibei's. While she remained somewhat oblivious, others wore knowing smiles filled with meaning. Jean Jibei looked at Jean Grandma with a hint of helplessness, as if seeking to understand her intentions. In this delicate atmosphere, Jean Grandma's smile grew more pronounced, as if everything was under her control. As the night descended, elderly Mrs. Jean tightly clasped the hand of her grandson, Jean Jibei, and softly urged him, "Jibei, my dear, I have placed an opportunity in your hands this time. You must not let your grandmother down. Xiaoling is a wonderful girl, and you must treat her well, ensuring she faces no grievances." Her voice brimmed with hope and concern, as if she could envision her grandson's future filled with happiness and fulfillment. She continued, "Do not emulate Yilin, who, blinded in both sight and spirit, allows himself to be utterly captivated by a mere girl. He always harbors an inflated sense of self-worth, believing there is nothing in this world that can challenge him. But what has become of him?" At this point, she chuckled softly, tinged with a hint of helplessness and irony. She went on, "If it were not for your insistence on joining the military, this household would not have seen him rise to his current stature. Therefore, Jibei, you must cherish the opportunity before you and seize it with both hands." As Jean Jibei listened to his grandmother's words, a warm tide of emotion surged within him. He understood that his grandmother was urging him to cherish his feelings for Xiaoling and not to repeat the mistakes made by Jean Yilin. He took a deep breath, nodding resolutely to signify that he would remember his grandmother's admonition. Lady Jean did not favor her eldest grandson. Rather, it was Jean Yilin's lackluster performance that was evident, particularly in the matter concerning Inshiro. Each member of the Jean family was astute, easily discerning that Inshiro was not someone to be underestimated. However, out of consideration for Jean Yilin's reputation, they merely extended her polite hospitality. Who would have anticipated that this girl had ties to the Chun family? In this apocalyptic era, where conventions were cast aside. Had it been before the cataclysm, their association with the Chun family would have been unfathomably disastrous. Qingling's mediocrity compelled the Jin family to tread carefully in this conflict, necessitating various calculations and choices. Yilin, Jin Jibei's voice carried a hint of hesitation, as if he wished to express something but was at a loss for words. Lady Jin perceived his thoughts, smiling gently as she remarked, "He is fine. He has merely suffered a setback." After all, he approached her with genuine intentions, never anticipating the depths of her cunning. Yilin's innocence and kindness ultimately faltered against her ambitious designs, and Shiro's ambitions and true nature remained concealed until her very last moment. Jin Yilin, ensnared by her extraordinary abilities, regained his clarity the instant she departed from this world. Perhaps he never fathomed that he would be so deftly manipulated by a woman of such caliber. The sudden revelation struck him profoundly, leaving him in turmoil for an extended period. Lady Jin observed him and spoke softly. "I understand he once had conflicts with that girl and Qingling, but in his current state, he likely cannot spare concern for either of you. He is, after all, a member of the Jin family, and his heart is not so narrow." This statement implied that Jin Yilin would not direct his ire towards Qingling because of Inshiro, while simultaneously revealing his current disposition. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain's gaps, illuminating the Jin family's grand residence. As Qingling gradually awoke from her slumber, she was unexpectedly greeted by a group of uninvited guests, her predecessor's family. She inwardly mused, uncertain of their intentions this time. Qingling harbored no fondness for her predecessor's relatives. Thus, as she descended the stairs, she deliberately feigned ignorance of their presence, heading straight to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lady Jin was busily preparing breakfast, and upon seeing Qingling enter, her face broke into a warm smile. "Ah, little Ling, you are awake. Did you sleep well last night?" Lady Jin inquired with genuine concern, her voice imbued with warmth. Qingling nodded lightly, offering a faint smile. She knew that in this unfamiliar world, Lady Jin was one of the few who sincerely cared for her, although there existed intricate ties between the predecessor and this family. To her, they were mere strangers. The aroma of food wafted through the kitchen, and as Qingling observed Lady Jin's diligent figure, a wave of warmth surged within her. She realized that in this household, she would no longer be alone. That night had been blissfully sweet. The long-lost comfort enveloped her like a cloud, allowing her to sleep soundly until dawn. Yet, at the break of morning, she encountered some unpleasant and unsavory elements, which truly soured her mood. Qingling did not conceal her discontent towards her predecessor's family, expressing her feelings outright. However, Lady Jin appreciated her candidness, and, rather than reprimanding her, burst into hearty laughter. "No need to concern yourself with them. Let Jibei's mother handle these bothersome matters. Come, let us enjoy breakfast first." With that, Lady Jin warmly beckoned her to sit down and partake in a meal. In the cozy kitchen, they shared laughter and joy over breakfast, while in the living room, the atmosphere among the predecessor's family was far from pleasant. Qingling's disregard for them, treating them as if they were invisible, had brought about an undeniable awkwardness. This also led Jibei's mother to discern the true purpose of their visit, which was evidently not a mere social call. As for what they sought to achieve through Qingling, that remained uncertain. Suppressing her impatience, Jibei's mother engaged in pleasantries with them for short, while before they shifted to the main topic. Chapter 84. The family comes knocking. Had it not been for the fact that their recent scavenging for supplies had not yet circulated, she might have mistakenly believed they were after the resources Qingling possessed. However, even without a clear understanding of the family's true intentions, she would have likely thought it would be better if they were straightforward about their desire for supplies. Indeed, it was difficult to comprehend why this girl resided in another family's home, displaying behavior that seemed utterly unreasonable. He immediately chimed in, openly criticizing Qingling's actions. Yet, her presumptuous attitude only served to irritate Jibei's mother. Although they too felt some dissatisfaction with Qingling, the Jin family held her in deep affection. Now that they were aware of Jibei's feelings for her, they were even more supportive, embracing her as one of their own. The Jin family had always been protective of their own, and He Ji's remarks about Mo Qingling undoubtedly challenged their boundaries, provoking considerable displeasure. The unspoken words that lingered in the air were clear to all present, and the Mo family's expressions grew increasingly grim. That was merely an impulsive remark. After all, little Ling is still a child, speaking without thought. He Ji attempted to lighten the mood. However, Jibei's mother could not help but smile, retorting, still a child? She is a 20-year-old adult. Over the years, have I not kept track of Mo Qingling's actions? Yet, her words felt like a dismissal, urging them to retreat. Let us see what little Ling has to say. He Ji's smile faded. Before long, Mo Qingling finished her meal and emerged from the kitchen alongside Lady Jean. Noticing He Ji and the others still lingering, she furrowed her brow slightly. Little Ling, you are done eating? He Ji probed hesitantly. Little Ling. Jibei's mother chimed in as well. Their simultaneous inquiries perplexed Mo Qingling, who looked at He Ji, puzzled by her sudden shift in tone. Previously, He Ji would call her derogatory names or, on good days, refer to her by her full name. Today was a stark contrast. Mo Qingling chose to ignore He Ji and turned to Jibei's mother with a smile. Aunt, have you had your meal? Seeing Mo Qingling disregard her question, He Ji's long-simmering anger finally erupted. I'm speaking to you. Did you not hear me? Your attitude is utterly unacceptable. He Ji's voice brimmed with dissatisfaction and reproach. Mo Qingling rolled her eyes dismissively and gently patted Lady Jin's hand in consolation. You think I am uncouth? Indeed, you are correct. I am uncouth. Raised by a mother who gave birth but did not teach. So what do you intend to do about it? Her tone was laced with defiance and indifference. He Ji, attempting to adopt a maternal air before Mo Qingling, had clearly overstepped her bounds. Even her own mother had to tread carefully around Mo Qingling, striving for her favor. Who was He Ji to presume such authority? You. He Ji stammered in anger, momentarily speechless. It seems your years of wandering have led you to stray far from reality, daring to converse with your mother in such a manner. Mo Qingling's biological father, Mo Dong, glared at her darkly. He never anticipated that Mo Qingling would exhibit such an attitude, not only daring to openly refute him, but also displaying such arrogance in front of the elders of the Jin family, which was nothing short of a trampling of their dignity. If your eyes cannot discern the truth, then perhaps you should donate them to those in need and refrain from being an annoyance here. Her words, sharp as a blade, struck directly at Mo Tianqi's heart. The public mention of family scandals caught both of them off guard, especially before the Jin family members, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Who do you think you are? Mo Tianqi finally reached his limit. He abruptly stood up, his finger pointed accusingly at Mo Qingling, his rage evident. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Mo Qingling's eyes. Was this not the opportunity she had been waiting for? She swiftly seized Mo Tianqi's wrist, her grip so forceful it seemed capable of crushing his bones. With a sudden, anguished cry from Mo Tianqi, she raised her leg and kicked him out with lightning speed. The scene descended into chaos. He Ji, startled, screamed and rushed towards Mo Tianqi to check on his injuries. Mo Dong rose with a dark expression, his gaze fixed intently on Mo Qingling, seemingly searching for the right words. Yet, upon witnessing Mo Dong's demeanor, Mo Qingling merely smiled. With a hint of provocation in her tone, she remarked, "What is the matter? Do you wish to experience this as well? Mo Qingling, what on earth are you doing?" He Ji's voice was filled with astonishment and anger. Mo Qingling, however, shrugged dismissively, a smirk playing on her lips. I can hardly tolerate others pointing fingers at me, and yet he has committed my greatest taboo. He is your brother. Mo Dong's voice resonated with helplessness and fury. Brother? A look of contempt crossed Mo Qingling's face. Whoever desires such a burden may take him. You. Enough. The voice of old Madame Jean suddenly rang out, akin to cold water splashed upon the arrogant atmosphere, awakening the Mo family from their stupor. They instantly realized they were on the territory of the Jean family, prompting them to hastily temper their demeanor and adjust their posture. Your Mo family is indeed disappointing. Lady Jin's words were candid and piercing, striking like a heavy blow to Mo Dong's face. leaving him utterly humiliated. Chapter 85. The intentions of the Mo family. After the Mo family was unceremoniously expelled by Lady Jean, under the cover of night, Jean Jibei and his companions returned. And upon hearing of the incident, Jean Jibei's expression darkened immediately. He coldly uttered a remark. Should they dare to visit again, they shall be turned away at the threshold. This statement left Mo Qingling momentarily taken aback. She pondered whether Jean Jibei's words stemmed from disdain for the Mo family or a desire to protect her. Quickly shaking her head, she attempted to dispel this unrealistic notion. After dinner, Jean Jibei approached Mo Qingling, his expression tinged with gravity. Qingling, I have just learned that the Mo family circumstances are not as glamorous as they appear to the outside world. Their sudden visit likely harbors deeper intentions. Mo Qingling was slightly startled, a wave of inexplicable confusion washing over her. It was perplexing to her that a family that once disregarded her would suddenly seek her out. Did they truly believe she would unconditionally assist them as she once did? Jean Jibei seemed to sense her bewilderment. He paused for a moment before slowly continuing. I have heard whispers that someone has already made clandestine contact with the Mo family. Although I am unaware of the specific terms of the arrangement, they were eager to seek you out the very next day. Are you implying that they wish to use me as a bargaining chip? Mo Qingling's voice bore a hint of incredulity. Once a part of that family, she now desired nothing more than to distance herself from its web of interests and conflicts. Taking a deep breath, she felt a surge of complicated emotions. She understood that she could no longer afford to be naive. This family was no longer a safe haven for her. She had a plan for herself, to seek a genuine refuge. Indeterminate. Jean Jibei's gaze was as profound as the abyss, fixed upon her. Yet Mo Qingling had already grasped his intent. Would he not pay them heed? Should they dare to cast their ambitions upon me, they must be prepared to endure my fiery wrath, she stated calmly, devoid of fear. She was no longer the person she once was. She held no emotional ties to the Mo family. Her words exuded a sense of resolve and decisiveness, as if to warn those with ulterior motives that she was not a weak and pliable lamb. That wretched woman! Hiji suddenly slammed the table, causing the cups to rattle and shatter on the floor. Breathing heavily with anger, she exclaimed, I knew she was no good, bringing us such disgrace. It infuriates me. Mo Dong frowned as he regarded her, his tone laced with irritation. What purpose does your lament serve now? If not for you, things would not have deteriorated to this extent. Hiji's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. Are you placing all the blame on me now? When you turn a blind eye to everything, why did you not speak up? Now all of this is my fault. Mo Tianchi watched their quarrel with mounting frustration, his discontent with Mo Qingling swelling like a tide. Yet, at this moment, he felt utterly helpless, unable to devise an effective response to her. The image of Mo Qingling lingered in his mind, as though he were ensnared by an invisible torment, every fiber of his being seemingly in agony. While Mo Dong and others continued their heated debate, Mo Tianchi could no longer endure. Just as their argument reached a fever pitch, a commotion erupted outside the door, and a group burst in like a pack of wolves. The leader, with a face full of flesh and piercing eyes, was clearly a formidable adversary. Hiji's complexion turned pale in an instant. Her previous arrogance evaporated, replaced by an indescribable fear. Despite Mo Dong's efforts to maintain composure, the flicker of terror in his eyes was unmistakable. His lips quivered, as if he were about to utter something, but was abruptly interrupted by a coarse voice. Have you not yet repaid the borrowed goods, after all this time? In that case, it seems we must resort to using your son as collateral. Upon finishing his statement, he gestured to his subordinates to seek out Mo Tianchi. No, please. Hiji cried out in panic, rushing forward to obstruct them, only to be callously shoved aside, crashing heavily to the ground. She landed unceremoniously on the shards of glass from earlier, a sharp pain accompanied by a piercing scream. Stop! You cannot treat us this way. Mo Dong abruptly rose, attempting to thwart the actions of those men, yet they seemed deaf to his pleas, continuing their ascent upstairs to capture Mo Tianchi. Witnessing this scene, Hiji's heart twisted in anguish. Without a moment's hesitation, she blurted out, Do not harm my son. I have a daughter. She holds greater value than my son. Her words were resolute and defiant, as if challenging fate itself, yet also revealing her helpless acquiescence to reality. In this intricate world, the scales between familial bonds and self-interest often tilt painfully. Mo Qingling could hardly have imagined that her decision to remain docile at home would lead to such a fate. "You have a daughter?" The man seemed taken aback, having never heard of Heji's daughter. A subordinate leaned in, whispering, "Boss, the Mo family indeed has a young lady. But she hasn't been seen in City A for quite some time." A flicker of ruthlessness crossed the man's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Heji. "What do you suggest we do now? The situation outside is chaotic, and your daughter may have already fled." Heji's heart tightened, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, understanding that any display of panic could plunge her into a more perilous predicament. No. She's right here in City A, just a wall away. Go find her. Do not take my son." Her face was etched with terror as she fervently revealed Mo Qingling's whereabouts. "Next door?" The man's expression instantly hardened, turning a shade of ashen. "How dare you toy with me?" He glared menacingly at Heji, his voice laced with menace. "The next door is the Jin family. Do you want me to risk my life searching there? Hurry, go upstairs and bring Mo Tianqi down." In an instant, Mo Tianqi was unceremoniously dragged down from the second floor, his heart racing with terror as he screamed frantically, "Let go of me, please." The moment they reached the ground floor, his gaze locked onto Heji and Mo Dong, as if they were his only lifeline. Struggling desperately, he cried out for help. "Dad, Mom, save me, please." His voice resonated with despair and helplessness, impossible to overlook. "Tianqi." Heji was overwhelmed by an impulse to rush forward and grasp Mo Tianqi, but reality cruelly reminded her that as a fragile woman, she stood no chance against the brawny youths. Moments later, Mo Tianqi was roughly pulled outside, their raucous voices drawing the attention of those nearby. A crowd began to gather, their eyes fixated on this unexpected conflict, as if witnessing an unscheduled street performance. "Once again, the Mo family," murmured one onlooker. "I heard they borrowed food from outside and now can't repay it. Look, the creditors have come knocking. What a fitting retribution." Coincidentally, Mo Qingling and Jin Jibei emerged just in time to encounter this raucous spectacle, unable to resist stopping to observe the unfolding drama. To everyone's astonishment, Heji caught sight of Mo Qingling among the crowd. With a voice tinged with desperation, her finger trembled as she pointed toward Mo Qingling, commanding, "Look, my daughter is right there. Hurry, seize her immediately." This sudden outburst left those present momentarily stunned, their gazes shifting toward Mo Qingling, the atmosphere growing palpably tense. "Are you all mad? On what grounds would you seize me?" Mo Qingling questioned, bewildered, yet witnessing the nearly deranged expression on Heji's face. She felt an absurdity enveloping the situation. She could not fathom what Mo Tianqi had done to warrant such trouble. The intentions of these intruders were now glaringly apparent, and standing on the territory of the Jin family, she could almost ascertain their suspicions. Ling, you must save your brother. If they take him, he will surely perish." Heji wept, collapsing at Mo Qingling's feet, her hands clutching at her dress, her voice imbued with profound despair. Mo Qingling regarded her with an indescribable emotion swelling within her. Turning her gaze, she surveyed those encircling Mo Tianqi, her eyes narrowing. "Do you wish for his life?" she asked coldly, pointing a finger at Mo Tianqi. Casting a glance at Mo Tianqi, her lips curled into a sardonic smile. "He appears quite robust, if absolutely necessary. He can remain to work off the debt." Mo Qingling's heart was laced with derision as she listened to his words. These men, though seemingly brutish, wielded threats with their language. She looked at Mo Tianqi, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Yet, she was hardly troubled by the situation, for this family bore no significance to her. In a world steeped in desolation, life had lost its joys, and perhaps it was better to let him engage in something more entertaining. Unspoken knowledge passed between those who understood the truth of the matter. They were taken aback by Mo Qingling's stance, while the Mo family discerned the undercurrents in her words. "Mo Qingling, you shameless woman!" Heji exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief and rage, unable to fathom her sister's cold-heartedness. You would let your own brother suffer. Qingling regarded her with the expression of one observing an imbecile, a smirk playing on her lips. What concern is it of mine? I did not borrow the food, nor have I consumed a morsel. You expect me to shoulder your debts? What a farce! Have you no shame? Heji's voice rose sharply, evidently incensed by Qingling's indifference. No matter what, he is your brother. We are your parents. How can you treat us this way? Her words brimmed with fury and disappointment. Yet Qingling remained impassive, as if the matter were of no concern to her. Only now do you remember she is your mother? How laughable! You seek out Zhong Wuyin in times of need, but turn to Xia Chun when there's none. Qingling mocked with a smirk. Stop wasting time with them. The family's affairs are none of your concern. Jin Jibei's voice rang out, firmly aligning himself with her. Qingling's heart suddenly raced as she turned her head, inadvertently colliding with his profound gaze. This moment was keenly observed by Heji, whose eyes instantly sparkled with mischief as she cast a teasing glance at Jin Jibei. Jibei, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards our little Ling? If you could lend a hand to Tianqi, I might just consider marrying little Ling to you. What say you? Upon hearing these words, Qingling's face flushed even deeper, a mixture of embarrassment and anger, as if she were on the verge of striking someone. However, at that very moment, Jin Jibei gently grasped her hand. Aunt little Ling is not an object to be traded at will. I shall respect her choices, rather than coercing her into a decision. His words were calm, yet resolute, reflecting both respect for Qingling and a gentle refusal of Heji's proposal. To claim he was unaffected would be disingenuous. After all, Jin Jibei was not lacking in appeal, and his words bore the weight of a confession, one that would have left any other girl blushing. Yet, Qingling was not just any other girl. Her fortitude rendered her impervious to such flattery, though a hint of awkwardness lingered within her. It did not manifest on her face, and she met Heji's gaze with a chilling indifference. Chapter 87. The Residence. Ultimately, Qingling disregarded the presence of the family and followed Jin Jibei to the base's office. She surveyed the bustling hall, her expression one of perplexity. What purpose do you have in bringing me here? She inquired, confusion evident in her tone. Jin Jibei succinctly elucidated. I have formed a small team and need to register the members' information in person. Qingling offered an awkward smile, secretly speculating if they were to acquire some form of certification here. As her thoughts circled, clarity dawned upon her. Due to the throngs of people, they were obliged to spend a considerable amount of time waiting in line. In stark contrast to the efficient times of the pre-apocalyptic era, the office now seemed to lack its former luster. Fortunately, they ultimately succeeded in completing all necessary formalities. Qingling received an identification badge granting her access to the base, along with an unexpected allocation of a small residence. Surprisingly, they provide housing? Qingling mused, taken aback. For capable teams, the base typically offered a modest quarters. Our team is small, thus housing is readily available, he explained, glancing at Qingling. He added, I believe you would prefer not to linger too long at my home. Let there be no misunderstanding. Despite Jin Jibei's slight familiarity with her, she had no intention of overstaying her welcome at the Jin residence. Their relationship lacked any definitive commitment. She was merely a temporary guest, sheltered by her elders, which was acceptable for a brief stay, but unreasonable for an extended one. Contemplating this, she regarded Jin Jibei with an inexplicable glimmer of anticipation. In a city, she had yet to acquire her own property, although her resources were sufficient to purchase a residence. The prospect of an immediate solution was undeniably appealing. Under Jin Jibei's guidance, Qingling arrived at what appeared to be an ordinary small quarters, yet it was, in fact, a concealed office building nestled amidst the city's vibrancy. Within its walls, various teams occupied separate floors, akin to isolated realms, each engaged in their own endeavors. Perhaps due to the generous provisions submitted by their team or the Jin family's extensive connections, they had been assigned to the 13th floor, the highest level. While it may not scrape the heavens, ascending such heights posed a considerable challenge for those lacking stamina. This staircase is akin to climbing to the heavens. Mo Qingling gasped as she reached the rooftop, unable to suppress her complaints. Despite its inconveniences, this space served as a small refuge in their apocalyptic world, a place to regroup, train, and prepare for the battles that lay ahead. After all, in a realm fraught with uncertainty and peril, self-improvement was the only means of survival. Though residing on the top floor presented numerous challenges, it also bore unique advantages. The base generously granted rooftop access to its highest tenants, effectively affording them 2 levels of space. Viewed from this perspective, the rooftop transformed into an expansive canvas, waiting for its inhabitants to cultivate and enjoy. Once spring arrives, if we utilize this rooftop well, we shall feast upon fresh vegetables, Mo Qingling remarked, gazing out at the vast expanse, her eyes shimmering with hope and delight. Jin Jibei, observing her expression, raised an eyebrow in surprise and inquired, "Do you possess the ability to cultivate vegetables?" She hesitated briefly before responding with a light laugh. "While I have never planted them myself, I have certainly witnessed others doing so. Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I've never seen a pig run." Jin Jibei chose not to pursue the matter further. In this era, life was arduous, yet the past had not been devoid of intrigue. Mo Qingling had gleaned knowledge of various fascinating subjects, including the mundane act of gardening, through countless videos. The spring on the rooftop might indeed bestow upon them some unexpected joys. Ho Dong and Lu Yin each had their own residences. Thus, Mo Qingling was the sole occupant of the dormitory allocated to Jin Jibei's team, although Ho Dong and Lu Yan's houses remained vacant. Jin Jibei unexpectedly designated his own abode for Mo Qingling's use. "How can I possibly inhabit such a spacious residence?" Mo Qingling was astonished upon hearing this news. She pondered whether Jin Jibei's intentions were ulterior or merely coincidental. Interestingly, their residences were adjacent, separated by only a thin wall. This proximity meant that Jin Jibei would no longer need to concoct excuses to see her. His generosity left Mo Qingling both astonished and touched, and this serendipitous encounter seemed to silently add an indescribable hue to their relationship. Shortly thereafter, Mo Qingling moved from the Jin family to this place, and to her surprise, she unexpectedly reunited with Mo Qianqi. This man, strikingly handsome, appeared to have undergone a profound transformation since the moment that group of people took him away. He garnered the admiration of a certain team captain who happened to reside in the same building as them. When Mo Qianqi caught sight of Mo Qingling, his gaze instantly froze, soon to be replaced by a surge of deep-seated animosity. However, Mo Qingling paid little heed to his emotions, for in her eyes, the current Mo Qianqi posed no genuine threat. After tidying up her room, Mo Qingling took only some essential supplies from Jin Jibei, leaving the remainder of the resources in his space. "Aren't you afraid that I might change my mind and cease to provide for you?" Jin Jibei observed Mo Qingling's unwavering trust in him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, mingled with a hint of delight, prompting him to test the waters with his words. "It seems my status in grandmother's heart is about to become precarious," he mused gravely, feigning depth as he shook his head with a sigh, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from Mo Qingling. She merely found it bothersome, not genuinely concerned about his potential change of heart. The trust and understanding between them have long transcended the constraints of materialism. Fortunately, her laziness serves her well. Chapter 88. The support mission Mo Qingling's life gradually settled into a state of stability, her days becoming increasingly structured and orderly. Each day, she found herself either on the path to the Jin residence or diligently exercising at home, maintaining her robust health. Whenever Jin Jibei received a mission, she would stand by his side, confronting challenges together, unlike the mundane tasks undertaken by the ordinary teams downstairs. Every mission assigned to Jin Jibei was meticulously selected and specifically dispatched to him by the upper echelons of the base, thus ensuring him considerable rewards. This undoubtedly sparked a wave of jealousy and discontent among many. However, despite their grievances, all were acutely aware of the formidable power of the Jin family behind him and his close ties with the base's hierarchy. This awareness compelled them to suppress their dissatisfaction, relegating their whispers of discontent to private conversations, too fearful to voice their complaints openly. In this world, conflicts and turmoil are omnipresent. Wherever there are people, there will be endless strife. Within this building, numerous teams twinkle like stars, yet they often flicker due to friction. Among them, the presence of a leader shines like the full moon, illuminating the path forward and guiding the way. Qingling, a name steeped in profound heritage, stands as a towering peak in this realm, drawing attention from all. His presence undoubtedly adds a vibrant hue to this building, yet also attracts countless gazes and calculations. However, he remains utterly indifferent to all, preferring to immerse himself in his own world, disengaged from worldly conflicts. As fate would have it, while he is oblivious to the intrigues surrounding him, others exploit the opportunity. That individual happens to be the one who covets Tianqi with great fervor. This undeniably ignites further turmoil in the realm, intertwining the fates of Qingling and Tianqi once more, leading to increasingly frequent encounters. Each time Qingling partakes in the gatherings within the building, an inevitable wave of helplessness and irritation washes over her. Yet, despite her reluctance, she finds herself unable to decline these invitations. Tianqi, the once arrogant youth who had been by her side, has now seemingly undergone a transformation, exhibiting a remarkable restraint. His transformation astonished Qingling, yet it was accompanied more by bewilderment. Nevertheless, despite Tianqi's personality becoming more restrained, his flamboyance and arrogance remained unchanged. Qingling speculated that the individual who cared for him so deeply might indeed be fond of his distinctive character. Regarding the intricate web of interpersonal relationships, Qingling merely observed as a bystander, occasionally participating merely to witness the spectacle. She had never genuinely invested her emotions in these matters. During yet another gathering held in the building, Qingling took part once more as they planned to assemble a team to venture out in search of supplies. Furthermore, they had undertaken a long-term task assigned by the base to eliminate zombies. City A, once a bustling metropolis, had been irrevocably altered by the cataclysm. Although tranquility had returned to most areas after 6 months of cleaning, numerous zombies still lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. To prevent these zombies from coalescing into a more formidable horde, the base had issued this long-term assignment, naturally accompanied by enticing rewards. We have decided not to participate. Qingling raised his hand decisively after revealing the true purpose of the gathering. At this declaration, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned towards him. We have received an urgent mission from the base. We must proceed to City H for support, departing tomorrow. Qingling succinctly explained his decision. Upon hearing this news, a variety of reactions erupted among the crowd. Some envied his opportunity, others resented his fortune, and still, others expressed sympathy for his fate. Although the base's mission promised substantial rewards, it also bore immense peril. Much like their previous experience in City Y, support missions were often fraught with grave risks that could even threaten one's life. This reality was well understood by many, leading to a complex array of emotions regarding Qingling's choice. Upon learning that it was a support mission, the crowd exhibited the requisite understanding, and the subsequent matters no longer concerned them. Observing that the matter had been sufficiently clarified, Qingling was reluctant to linger further and promptly rose to bid farewell. Qingling followed closely behind, oblivious to the profound gaze of Tianqi that lingered upon her. Before long, the four of them embarked on their journey to City H. Once assured that Qingling had departed, Tianqi could no longer suppress the tumult within his heart. He casually concocted an excuse, opting to abstain from participating in this endeavor. His benefactor was acutely aware of his limited capabilities and exhibited little dissatisfaction regarding his absence. Rather, a sigh of relief escaped him when he expressed his intention not to participate. After all, every additional person to protect meant an increase in responsibility and risk. Confronted with this perilous and uncertain mission, the benefactor naturally wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. As the majority of individuals within the building hastily departed, only a few remained to guard the desolate abode. Once the crowd had dispersed, Mo Qianqi quietly ascended to the top floor, solitary in his endeavor. His breath came in quickened gasps as he fervently sought the residence of Mo Qingling. After a strenuous search, he finally managed to unlock the door. Expecting to uncover something of significance, he was instead met with a sight that plunged him into deep disappointment. The house could only be described as barren, its stark emptiness exceeding all imagination. Mo Qianqi furrowed his brow, unwilling to relent as he meticulously scoured every corner. Yet all he discovered were trivial household items, with any valuable possessions conspicuously absent. He vociferously cursed Mo Qingling, his voice brimming with resentment and dissatisfaction. Yet, even so, the fury within him remained unassuaged. With a countenance as dark as a stormy sea, he ultimately slammed the door shut, departing in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Mo Qingling remained blissfully unaware of the intrusion into her home by nefarious individuals. Even if she had known, she would likely have merely smiled faintly, relieved that she had already secured her precious supplies within Jin Jibei's space, thus averting a potential loss. Her state of mind resembled the tranquil depths of a lake, undisturbed by the tempests of life. She consistently maintained her composure and equanimity in the face of adversity. Upon awakening from her slumber, Mo Qingling found the leisure to inquire about the particulars of Jin Jibei's current mission. The situation appeared dire. Jin Jibei's brow was furrowed, his tone revealing an unusual gravity. They had encountered a formidable horde of zombies, and the ammunition reserves within the base were alarmingly insufficient. To confront this crisis, they were compelled to send out a distress signal to other bases. At this revelation, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Mo Qingling's eyes. Chapter 89, Assistance for City H. Jin Jibei's brow remained furrowed, seemingly contemplating the matter at hand. He fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Perhaps it is because the survivors outside have dwindled in number. For the sake of safety, they have chosen to congregate at the nearby base. Consequently, the zombies have lost their food source and will inevitably become restless, seeking new prey. Ho Dong suddenly interjected, his tone laced with speculation. I believe the captain has a point. Without food, the zombies will surely roam in search of targets, and we may be perceived as the most likely source of sustenance. Upon hearing their words, Mo Qingling felt an unsettling sensation rise within her. She gazed at Jin Jibei and Ho Dong, acutely aware that their statements held a significant truth. In this perilous world, tranquility seems perpetually elusive. The wheels of their vehicle rolled onward, racing along the path until they finally reached H City before nightfall. As the four arrived, the scene before them elicited an immediate gasp of horror. A dense throng of zombies surged like a tide, their numbers rivaling, if not surpassing, those they had encountered in Y City. The sheer quantity of the undead was staggering. Had there been no regular extermination efforts? Ho Dong furrowed his brow, the sight before him instilling a sense of doubt. They drove to the summit, where they could overlook the entirety of the H City base. A sea of zombies spread across the mountains, casting a heavy pall over everyone's spirits. In stark contrast to the relentless bombardment in Y City, the H City base appeared eerily tranquil, further substantiating the rumors of ammunition shortages. We must find a way to infiltrate the base. Otherwise, how can we extend our assistance? Liu Yan's face was shrouded in profound concern, while Jin Jibei remained relatively composed. The upper echelon of the H City base provided us with a map, revealing a secret escape route through which we could enter. Liu Yan could not help but click his tongue, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction and irritation. It was incomprehensible that when they supported Y City, helicopters had been readily available. Yet for us, there was no such privilege, and we had to drive ourselves. Truly exasperating. Well, we are not the same as them. We lack that formal identity and background. How can we casually use someone else's resources? Not to mention the fuel costs for that helicopter. Are you willing to cover that? Ho Dong calmly analyzed. Consider this. Those who aided the Y City base were all capable subordinates of the upper management of the city. It is only natural that they receive better treatment. As for us, we are merely a small personal team, Although we have the Jean family's name to support us, mobilizing a helicopter is not a simple task. Ho Dong's remarks left Liu Yin speechless. The four of them swiftly studied the map and, without a moment to lose, jumped into the vehicle, racing toward the H-City base. Upon entering the base, they had little time to comprehend the situation before being thrust into battle. The circumstances were dire. The residents of H-City had been engaged in a relentless struggle against the zombies for an extended period, utterly exhausted. Many had not rested for a long while, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. Without a moment's respite, their ability to sustain themselves was in jeopardy. Jean Jibei quickly scanned the overview of the H-City base and, without hesitation, reported the information to the H-City base. Given the current predicament, their scant manpower was evidently insufficient, and reinforcements were desperately needed. However, Jean Jibei remained oblivious to the person being overlooked, whose already dark expression was now even more dismal. Though their addition to the battle was but a drop in the ocean against the vast horde of zombies, their strength was formidable, with a single individual capable of matching two opponents, significantly alleviating the pressure on the others. Qingling fought fiercely amidst the zombies, her blade relentless. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. She wondered if Wenloa's laboratory had ever conducted in-depth research on an antidote to the zombie virus. This thought spiraled in her mind like an uncontrollable whirlwind, leaving her restless. When the main force from a city base arrived as scheduled, replacing the weary defenders, she finally found Jean Jibei and revealed her innermost thoughts. "Are you suggesting we should seek out Wenloa's laboratory?" Jean Jibei's response was far calmer than she had anticipated, though a profound contemplation flickered in his eyes. After all, if the zombie virus was indeed created by Wenloa, he must hold the key to combating this catastrophe. Even in the absence of a ready solution, the research materials within the laboratory would undoubtedly contain vital clues and insights. Having such invaluable information at their disposal would undeniably bolster humanity's fight for survival. Clearly, Jean Jibei and the others recognized this as well. He nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Once we resolve the issues at H-City base, we shall search for Wenloa's laboratory to see if we can uncover any clues." With Jean Jibei's support, Qingling felt an immediate sense of relief. Her concern was not that he would refuse, but rather that he would attempt to thwart her if he learned of her desire to act independently. Fortunately, Jean Jibei was not one to possess a narrow vision. He was acutely aware of the significance of this matter and thus readily agreed to accompany her. However, Wenloa's laboratory was, after all, a realm fraught with uncertainties and dangers. As Qingling recalled the tender care bestowed upon her by the elderly Madame Jean, a flicker of hesitation began to stir within her. This conflicting emotion resembled a tempest poised to unleash tumultuous waves upon a tranquil sea. She was also gripped by fear. Should any mishap occur during this venture, how would she explain it to the old lady? Chapter 90. Wenloa's laboratory before she could delve deeper in her thoughts. The situation on the battlefield had swiftly transformed, and they were urgently summoned back to the front lines. When the horde of zombies was finally repelled, 2 long days had elapsed. The relentless combat had left Qingling utterly exhausted, her heart yearning solely for a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening once more, a haze enveloped her, momentarily obscuring her sense of place. After a considerable time, her consciousness began to clarify, and she recalled that she was at the H-City base. "You're awake?" Just as Qingling stepped out of her room, she caught sight of Jean Jibei seated at the dining table, which was laden with steaming dishes. She approached the table and gently sat down, her eyes filled with curiosity. "How did you know I had awakened?" Jean Jibei smiled softly, his gaze warm. "I just woke up as well. We've both had quite the ordeal these past 2 days." "Indeed, we have." Qingling nodded, a glimmer of warmth crossing her eyes. The two fell into a comfortable silence, savoring the delectable spread before them. After 2 days of relentless toil, their hunger surged like a ravenous beast. Each morsel felt like a rejuvenating deluge. It was only after they reached a state of partial satiety that they gradually slowed their pace. Setting down his chopsticks, Jean Jibei's expression turned serious as he broached a matter of significance. I have investigated the saint and hospitals nationwide. Apart from the one in Y City that was destroyed, there are 5 others. Qingling was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated his swift action in uncovering the details of Wenloage's laboratory. Without pausing, Jean Jibei listed the names of the other cities. There is one in H City, as well as in a city, S City, G City, and C City. Qingling was astonished. She had not realized there were so many sane and hospitals across the country. She was only familiar with the one in L City and knew nothing of the other 4. This revelation piqued her curiosity about Wenloage's laboratory. What scale and organization could possibly link so many hospitals in different cities? Then why don't we head to H City first to gain a deeper understanding of the scene and situation before devising further plans? Qingling proposed, her gaze shifting to Jean Jibei. That is precisely my intention, Jean Jibei replied with a smile, his thoughts aligning with hers. Shall we proceed directly without notifying the higher-ups? Ho Dong inquired, slightly taken aback after gathering information during their journey. I have already reported to my grandfather. The situation at the top is intricate. We may not be able to manage it ourselves, so it would be best for him and others to find solution. Ordinarily, such matters should be escalated. But the senior ranks at the A City base were entangled in convoluted relationships, whether in times of peace or chaos. Power remained a coveted prize in the hearts of certain individuals, leading to the stark realization that there are no absolute good people in this world. What they had painstakingly sought was far from merely a pawn in a power struggle. With a profound understanding of this truth, Jean Jibei resolved to first consult with the elders of his family before taking decisive action. Fortunately, the Jean family had a solid foundation, and with the patriarch still in good health, he could shield the younger generation for several years without concern, thus granting Jean Jibei the courage to take a daring leap. As night fell, they arrived at St. Anne's Hospital. The scene before them was harrowing. The hospital lay in ruins, shadows of the undead lingered around, and the interior was engulfed in darkness. The 4 of them resolutely parked their vehicle within the hospital premises and then boldly stepped into this realm of death. They were unaware of the precise location of Wenloage's laboratory concealed within the hospital's myriad corners. Thus, they ventured forth with cautious exploration. Their initial destination was the office of the dean, where they hoped to unearth valuable clues. In the midst of chaos and darkness, they resembled wanderers seeking light, their hearts brimming with trepidation and anticipation. As if bestowed by divine providence, they indeed stumbled upon several leads regarding the laboratory within the confines of the office. In that moment, hope illuminated their hearts, akin to a dawn breaking on the horizon, guiding their path forward. When the power faltered, a wave of anxiety swept over them, fearing that the dean had stored all critical information within his computer, which could be irrevocably lost. Unexpectedly, the dean's actions defied their expectations. He had meticulously printed every precious experimental data from Wenloage, safeguarding it within a robust safe. Despite the convoluted process of unlocking the safe, they remained undeterred. After considerable effort, they finally discerned the whereabouts of Wenloage's laboratory. Following the guidance of the documents, they ultimately located the entrance to the hospital's basement, which led directly to the secret laboratory. Having breached several formidable doors through sheer determination, they finally stepped into the laboratory's interior. The space was brilliantly illuminated yet eerily devoid of life, exuding a profound silence that felt akin to a desolate realm. As they ventured deeper into the laboratory, the sight before them elicited an involuntary gasp. The specimens of zombies and human bodies lay quietly displayed, each telling a tale of Wenloage's heinous madness. Ho Dong's eyes widened in fury, his teeth clenched as he growled. This Wenloage is truly a deranged lunatic. Qingling surveyed her surroundings, a flicker of profound concern crossing her gaze. Every corner of this laboratory was steeped in an unsettling aura, as if concealing further secrets and horrors. Without hesitation, she approached the unguarded computer. Her fingers danced across the keyboard like ethereal sprites gliding upon ice, eagerly scouring for information. "What have you found?" Jean Jibei inquired softly as he joined her side. Qingling looked up, her eyes sparkling with the light of discovery. The data on this computer is all public. Not only is this laboratory's information accessible, but all data related to his laboratories are shared under his name. This revelation quickened her heartbeat. It signified that they need not visit each laboratory individually, for all requisite information resided within this very machine. Jean Jibei was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly retrieved his laptop, adeptly connecting their devices together. He skillfully tapped on the keyboard, and in silence, all the data from when Luo's computer was transferred to his own. As Qingling observed his focused profile, her anxiety gradually dissipated. Just moments ago, she had been troubled about how to transport the crucial information, but unexpectedly, Jean Jibei had resolved this dilemma for her. She glanced around, only to find no sign of Ho Dong or the others, sparking her curiosity. Where are Ho Dong and the others? She inquired softly, breaking the stillness of the room. Chapter 91. Scouring the laboratory, Jean Jibei glanced up, his brow furrowing instantly. They must have gone in to investigate, he said solemnly. If something seems amiss, they will undoubtedly retreat immediately. No sooner had he spoken than two figures hurriedly emerged from a corner, their expressions grave. Captain, you must come and see this. Ho Dong's voice was laced with tension. Qingling and Jean Jibei exchanged glances, both engulfed by a foreboding sense of unease. They hastened to follow Ho Dong, eager to uncover the mystery. The two swiftly traversed the threshold of a laboratory, their steps resolute and brisk. However, upon entering the interior of the lab, their momentum abruptly halted. The scene before them rendered them speechless, as if time had frozen in that very instant. Inside the laboratory, a series of meticulously aligned cylindrical containers came into view. These vessels were not devoid of contents. Rather, they were filled with a bizarre green liquid. Even more shocking was the revelation that each container imprisoned a zombie. Their gaze wandered among the containers, shifting from the ordinary zombies at first, to the later colossal ones, and finally to those that astonishingly resembled their former selves. Their hearts brimmed with doubt and dread. For what purpose were these zombies placed here? The answer seemed self-evident, yet it remained utterly unacceptable. They stood rooted to the spot, unable to move, as astonishment and fear swelled within them. We must eliminate these zombies. Otherwise, they may re-emerge at any moment, and it will be too late. Lu Yin stepped forward, determination gleaming in his eyes. Ho Dong seized him, urgency lacing his tone. Are you out of your mind? How can you expect to kill them all by rushing in like that? Lu Yin turned, confusion evident in his gaze. What are you doing? I merely wish to resolve this swiftly to avert greater peril. Ho Dong shot him a frustrated look, his voice tinged with exasperation. Are you foolish? Do you truly intend to confront zombies barehanded? We must first report the situation here to our superiors and allow professionals to handle it. Ideally, we should annihilate this place entirely, much like the Y City base. Ho Dong's words resonated with the group. In the face of uncertainty regarding the zombie situation inside the laboratory, reckless action would only invite greater trouble. Jean Jibei expressed his agreement, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. We should first secure the safe transfer of these documents. Qingling's voice shattered the brief silence as she turned to Jean Jibei, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Qingling appeared somewhat aimless, meandering through the laboratory. Her eyes wandered, seemingly searching for something to captivate her interest. Yet, in the tense atmosphere of the laboratory, nothing seemed capable of providing her with ease or joy. Time appeared to slow to a crawl, each second laden with uncertainty and peril. Just as the data was successfully downloaded, Qingling inadvertently caught sight of something unusual. She discovered an office concealed deep within the complex. Though its location was hidden, the windows were positioned to afford a panoramic view of the entire laboratory. A wave of inexplicable curiosity surged within her, as if an unseen force compelled her to explore the mysterious office. She attempted to push open the seemingly ordinary door, only to find it locked. Just as she prepared to seek tools to pry it open, Jean Jibei approached with Ho Dong and the others. What's the matter? Jean Jibei inquired, his gaze lingering on Qingling's face before shifting to the closed door. As her words fell, Jean Jibei's brow furrowed slightly. He glanced around, seemingly in search of a way to enter that office. He caught sight of the fire axe nearby and, without a moment's hesitation, approached it. With a swift motion, he wielded the axe, infusing it with a surge of raw strength. He struck the door lock with ferocity, the blade of the axe clashing against the metal, producing a piercing sound of impact. With each successive blow, infused with unwavering resolve and strength, the lock ultimately succumbed to the relentless assault, yielding with a resounding click. He pushed open the door, and an aura of the unknown enveloped him. The crowd filed in, momentarily stunned. This was an office that could be deemed utterly ordinary. However, its presence felt remarkably extraordinary. The desk was impeccably tidy, and behind it loomed a wall entirely composed of bookshelves. To their astonishment, the shelves bore no books, but were instead densely packed with an array of folders. They stood there silently, as if whispering secrets untold. Could this truly be Wenloa's office? Ho Dong, as if awakening from a dream, spoke with a hint of disbelief. The screen flickered to life, revealing passwords and permissions laid bare, silently affirming their suspicions. She paused in silence, seemingly processing this sudden revelation, then slowly turned her gaze to the wall cluttered with folders. We must remove all these files from the wall. As for the computer, Qingling furrowed her brow slightly. Though she possessed some hacking skills, she felt uncertain about this particular device. Don't worry, leave it to me. Jin Jibei discerned her apprehension at a glance and stepped forward, his tone calm yet resolute. Qingling looked up at him, her previously anxious heart gradually easing under his reassurance. Jin Jibei swiftly secured the entire wall of files and the computer into a mysterious space. They meticulously scoured the laboratory once more, gathering every movable object into their possession, including some intricate scientific instruments. These invaluable resources would undoubtedly allow them to procure greater advantages within the base. It is worth noting that, in this era, such instruments are not easily obtained. Even more exhilarating is the fact that they also packed away various reagents, whether comprehensible or not. For these substances might conceal enigmatic mysteries yet to be uncovered. They even discovered a warehouse within the laboratory, overflowing with rare medical supplies, resembling a veritable treasure trove that captivated their senses. A spark of excitement glimmered in Jin Jibei's eyes as he murmured to himself, "It seems that other laboratories yield equally bountiful rewards." Chapter 92. Farewell, Uncle Wong. After nearly emptying the laboratory of its contents, the four of them reluctantly departed from that haven of countless experiments and explorations. Seated in the vehicle, Jin Jibei promptly reported the latest developments of the laboratory to Elder Jin. As they approached the A-City base, a group of individuals on the road abruptly caught their attention. Qingling caught only a fleeting glimpse, yet she distinctly recognized one of the faces among them. Could that be Uncle Wong? She inquired, her voice tinged with surprise. Jin Jibei hesitated. He had not seen the individual, but he trusted Qingling's keen eyesight. Consequently, he swiftly instructed Ho Dong to pull over, and they resolved to wait a moment longer to discern the identity of the passerby. They patiently awaited the arrival of a dilapidated vehicle that slowly approached. The car had decayed to such an extent that its original form was nearly unrecognizable. Yet it bore the weight of anticipation and hope in the hearts of those within. The vehicle came to a gradual halt just 5 paces away from them, and Uncle Wong descended from the driver's seat, his face etched with astonishment, his gaze flitting between them, clearly taken aback by this unexpected reunion. In turn, Qingling and the others gazed at the once familiar figure of Uncle Wong, their hearts swelling with disbelief. He was gaunt, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, his hair a stark white, and his visage weary, embodying the passage of time. The disheveled garments he wore further accentuated his air of desolation. The 4 individuals exchanged glances, a wave of indescribable astonishment swelling within them. They could scarcely believe that, after such a brief period of absence, Uncle Wong had fallen into such a dire predicament. What exactly has he endured, and why has he met such a fate? These enigmas linger in their minds, yet no one can provide an answer. "Uncle Wong, what is this?" Qingling's voice shattered the silence, her words imbued with confusion. Uncle Wang offered a gentle, bitter smile, momentarily rendered speechless. His gaze appeared somewhat lost, as if in search of an appropriate explanation. At that moment, the car door swung open once more, and Xiao Huzi emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Qingling felt her anxiety ease slightly. Thankfully, he was unharmed. However, when she noticed the indifferent expression on Xiao Huzi's face, a pang of concern gripped her heart once again. In that instant, Qingling's gaze was fixated upon Xiao Huzi, with no one else emerging from the vehicle. She understood all too well that Xiao Huzi's mother had departed from this world. Her heart brimmed with compassion, yet she found herself a loss for words to offer solace. On the spacious road, they chose silence, for this was not a place for reminiscing, and lingering too long could attract those terrifying undead creatures. Consequently, Jin Jibei extended an invitation for them to accompany him to Base A City. With Jin Jibei's introduction, their entry into Base A City became effortless, eliciting envy from those queuing outside. When Mo Tianqi spotted Mo Qingling, he shot her a noticeable glare, his face etched with disdain and contempt. This left Mo Qingling utterly perplexed, as she had not engaged with Mo Tianqi since her arrival, let alone offended him. She chose not to dwell on the matter, and soon the six of them reached the top floor. Mo Qingling directly invited them to her abode, primarily for the sake of convenience in preparing meals. However, upon entering the room, they were taken aback by the chaotic scene that greeted them. The place was in disarray, as if ransacked. In that moment, Mo Qingling instantly comprehended the reason behind Mo Tianqi's scornful glance. Sister Mo, could it be that a thief has invaded our home? Mo Qingling's residence was a complete mess, leaving Lu Yin dumbfounded. Yet, Mo Qingling remained unfazed, a hint of sardonic amusement gracing her lips. Perhaps, but to pity there's little of value to steal here. Maybe the thief, upon witnessing my home as poverty, took out his frustration by tossing everything around. Lu Yin was bewildered, unable to grasp her meaning. However, Jin Jibei understood the underlying message in Mo Qingling's words. He furrowed his brow, but refrained from inquiring further at that moment. Mo Qingling tidied up briefly, gathered some ingredients from Jin Jibei, and retreated into the kitchen to commence her cooking. Meanwhile, in the living room, Uncle Wang and Xiao Huzi were recounting the events that transpired after their departure. Yet, the respite was short-lived, as the keenly perceptive zombies eventually tracked them down by the scent of humanity. Uncle Wang had initially been reluctant to accept them, but the kind-hearted elders of the village ultimately allowed them to join their ranks. Little did they know, this seemingly compassionate decision would lead to their undoing. The relentless roars of the zombies crescendoed, surging towards them like a merciless tide. In this life-or-death moment, that group shockingly chose betrayal once more, abandoning their companions to flee in their vehicle. They not only abandoned the villagers, but also took away the vehicles upon which everyone relied for escape. Faced with this desolate predicament, the elders of the village stepped forward. They were acutely aware that their age and frailty rendered them incapable of contending with the zombies. Yet they chose to rise, for the sake of the village's future and for the innocent lives at stake. They stood resolutely at the forefront, using their own bodies to construct a barrier for us, granting Uncle Wang the chance to escape. Seizing the moment, Uncle Wang swiftly evacuated the children, the future hope of the village. The elders' sacrifice afforded them the opportunity for survival. Uncle Wang, filled with remorse, tugged at his hair, his face streaked with tears. The anguish etched upon his features evoked a deep sense of compassion. He murmured to himself, if only I had insisted on keeping them out. Tears shimmered in Xiao Huzi's eyes as he struggled to compose himself, reassuring Uncle Wang, Uncle, it's not your fault. Blame those damn guys instead. Jin Jibei and the others remained silent, for they already understood the unspoken truth. Those who had escaped alongside Uncle Wang had likely long since perished. Otherwise, they would not have arrived in a city with only the two of them. Once they had calmed their emotions, Jin Jibei invited them to join his small team. Uncle Wang hesitated for a moment, glancing at Xiao Huzi beside him before agreeing. Even if not for himself, he had to consider this nephew, who had always been like a son to him. It was evident that Jin Jibei offered the best opportunity. Chapter 93. The Jin family rises after dinner. Jin Jibei led Uncle Wang and his companions to the two residences allocated to Ho Dong and Lu Yan. These accommodations have been arranged by the base, and since they would not be using them, they were welcome to settle in. He explained that it spared the base the trouble of redistributing the housing. Uncle Wang, upon hearing this, felt a pang of reluctance. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, they're their homes. Jin Jibei smiled gently, reassuring him, Uncle Wang, it's perfectly fine. This is merely a policy of the base, and can also be considered a benefit for our team. There is no need for formality. Seeing his team members nodding in agreement, Uncle Wang finally relaxed. Then, we shall graciously accept. Thus, the two of them settled into their new homes within the base, embarking on a fresh chapter of their lives. The following morning, Jin Jibei appeared promptly at Mo Qingling's door, and together they made their way to meet the old Master Jin, prepared to report in detail on the latest developments in the laboratory. Just as they descended the stairs, they unexpectedly encountered Mo Tianqi and his benefactor. Their eyes met, and Mo Tianqi's gaze was filled with disdain and fury, as if he were about to roll his eyes to the heavens. Mo Qingling found the scene rather amusing. After all, he had stealthily infiltrated her home while she was absent, yet he now presented himself as the victim. She smiled lightly, feeling little turmoil within. Though the timing of their encounter was indeed rather delicate, Jin Jibei, however, maintained his usual demeanor, appearing unfazed by such interruptions. The atmosphere among the four was tense and intricate, yet Mo Qingling and Jin Jibei did not falter in their stride. They continued forward, ready to face the impending meeting. Captain Liu, it seems there are some unscrupulous individuals in this building, Mo Qingling suddenly whispered, her words laden with deep implications, as she cast a meaningful glance at Mo Tianqi. Both he and his benefactor were momentarily taken aback, but their reactions differed vastly. Mo Tianqi was caught off guard by her boldness in exposing the matter, while Captain Liu pondered quietly who among them would dare engage in such underhanded dealings, especially one as troublesome as Mo Qingling. This surely cannot be a misunderstanding? Captain Liu tentatively inquired, striving to keep his tone ambiguous. When I left home, everything was in perfect order, yet upon my return, it was a scene of devastation, with many items smashed to pieces. Surely, I could not have done this myself. Mo Qingling's words dripped with sarcasm, and as she turned her gaze toward Mo Tianqi, she caught a flicker of guilt on his face. With a slight smirk, she continued, Fortunately, I had taken precautions and relocated valuable supplies. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic. She sighed softly, her expression betraying a hint of concern. Though the matter seemed trifling, it bore the potential for grave consequences. Even if no actual damage had been done, how could one feel secure with such a person lurking in the building? What if they were to commit an even more egregious act in the future? Mo Qingling's words fell like gentle rain, each one striking at the core of unspoken fears impossible to ignore. Her vigilance and apprehension revealed her deep desire for the safety and harmony of their residents. Mo Tianqi felt as if struck by lightning, watching helplessly as his patron nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The implications of this matter could range from trivial, merely Mo Tianqi's personal vendetta against Mo Qingling, to profound, aligning with her accusations, as no one could truly fathom the depths of Mo Tianqi's intentions. Your insights are astute. I will arrange for a thorough investigation immediately. We cannot allow such scoundrels to remain in this building, Captain Liu declared, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Mo Qingling smiled slightly, offering a few casual praises for Captain Liu before directing her gaze to the pale and distressed Mo Tianqi. After a brief moment of eye contact, she turned and gracefully departed. Are you certain it was Mo Tianqi? Upon stepping outside the building, Jin Jibei's voice carried a hint of doubt. Montauk Qingling schlugt nonchalantly, a dismissive smile gracing her lips. Even if it wasn't him, it's beneficial to alert others. They must be on guard. If such a petty individual goes unrecognized and unwarned, they will surely grow more audacious. She did not genuinely care whether Captain Liu could uncover evidence against Mo Tianqi. She simply loathed his arrogant demeanor. If she could inconvenience him and simultaneously issue a warning to him or others with ill intentions, why not? Upon their arrival at the Jean residence, there was no time for contemplation, and they were swiftly ushered into the study. The old Master Jean demanded a comprehensive report on their observations from the One Loaza laboratory. Without hesitation, Jean Jibei retrieved the meticulously organized materials from his personal space, including crucial information deciphered from a computer. The old Master Jean perused the documents page by page, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon reaching the final page, he exclaimed, "Good," 3 times in succession, as if the weight of the files bore down upon him, causing his fingers to tremble slightly. "This data, it brings new hope to us all," he remarked, his voice tinged with unmistakable enthusiasm and anticipation. Once his emotions stabilized, the old Master Jean turned to Jean Jibei, his gaze deep and inquisitive. "Jibei, what are your thoughts on this? How do you intend to leverage this information for our desired benefits?" Jean Jibei furrowed his brow slightly, acutely aware that his strengths did not lie in this arena. His words, though simple, are imbued with profound wisdom. He understood that rather than attempting to undertake tasks in which he lacked proficiency, it would be far more beneficial to place his trust in other family members, allowing them to leverage their strengths for the greater good of the entire clan. This exemplified a profound wisdom akin to the notion of great intelligence appearing foolish, as well as a testament to his deep affection for the Jean family. The elder Mr. Jean nodded, clearly pleased with him, stating, "Your father is indeed a commendable choice. However, I fear he may struggle to fully grasp the intricacies of City A on his own. I shall enlist the assistance of your third uncle to support him, and at that point, you should simply follow your father's lead." Chapter 94. Mo Tianqi's departure. The elder Mr. Jean, the pillar of the Jean family, possessed a remarkable acumen that was truly astonishing. He resembled a composed helmsman, deftly steering through the turbulent seas, effortlessly restoring order in an instant. To the ordinary observer, life appeared unchanged, a tranquil semblance of normalcy. Yet, for those perched atop the power hierarchy, the palpable scent of impending transformation lingered in the air. The shifting tides seemed to herald a monumental upheaval, with Jean Jibei's father and third uncle smoothly ascending to the upper echelons of the base. The Jean family's prestige soared to unprecedented heights. The once aloof elite now hastened to breach the threshold, clamoring for an audience. It was as if overnight, the Jean family had become the coveted focal point of their ambitions. Mo Qingling had witnessed this spectacle firsthand. She found solace in having distanced herself from the Jean family, for otherwise, the overly enthusiastic socialites would have overwhelmed her. Now, she stood apart, an observer of this capricious power play. After several days of turmoil, calm finally descended upon the base, a testament to the impact of the information provided by the Jean family. Yet beneath this veneer of tranquility lay the hopes of countless survivors. Upon entering the building, she immediately encountered Captain Liu, his expression dark as he loudly berated Mo Tianqi. He Ji and Mo Dong were also present, pleading from the sidelines, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Ah, what a lively scene this is," Mo Qingling mused, fully aware of the unfolding drama. It appeared that Mo Tianqi's venture to the top floor had been exposed by Captain Liu. "Captain Jean," Liu turned at the sound, his gaze landing on Jean Jibei and Mo Qingling, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. Mo Qingling discerned that he likely understood the nature of her relationship with Mo Tianqi. "Xiaoling, please assist your brother," He Ji implored eagerly. "Tianqi never intended to intrude upon your home, and he did not take anything from you. Could you not speak a kind word on his behalf? You truly are amusing." Mo Qingling replied, casting a sidelong glance at He Ji, a smirk playing on her lips. "Setting aside the fact that my relationship with him has long since ended, who can ascertain his true intentions for trespassing into my home?" She rolled her eyes lightly, continuing, "Although he may not have taken anything, he certainly left my home in disarray. How does one account for that?" She clenched her teeth and implored softly, "For the sake of the years I spent nurturing you, please help me. Do not misconstrue. The gratitude for your upbringing has been repaid long ago. Do not attempt to bind me with moral obligations. I regard such constraints with indifference, rejecting any form of coercion. Moreover, in this apocalyptic reality, survival is a matter of stark dichotomy. It is either you or me. He stared at Qingling in shock, never having anticipated such a callous response from her, his face draining of color. "Mother, please do not engage with her." Tianchi maintained his obstinate demeanor, inciting frustration in those who beheld him. He silently ground his teeth, his disappointment in his son mounting. Captain Liu, clearly taken aback by Tianchi's temperament, reflected on how this individual had previously presented himself as quite docile before him. It now appeared to be a mere fade. Liu's disdain for him deepened. "Enough with the idle chatter. Gather your belongings and leave," Liu commanded gruffly. "Considering you were relatively compliant before, I will allow you some supplies to take with you as a final act of charity." Before he finished speaking, he coldly added, "Do not test my patience. You are well aware of my temperament. Should you provoke me, you shall receive nothing from me." Originally intending to say more, He, upon hearing Captain Liu's harsh words, instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant and could only tightly shut his mouth. They are currently in a state of utter desolation. And one of the reasons they are reluctant to let Tianchi depart from Captain Liu is their lack of resources. Having worked alongside Captain Liu for an extended period, Tianchi has become intimately familiar with his temperament. He can always discern the truth from the falsehoods in Captain Liu's words. At this moment, although he is fully aware that he has been cast aside like a worthless object, his pride forbids him from displaying even a hint of vulnerability in public. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Despite the bitterness surging within him like a relentless tide, his silhouette remained as upright as a pine tree. His head held high, reminiscent of an indomitable warrior. He resolutely turned his back with He and the others, each step imbued with unwavering determination, as if to proclaim to the world, even if forsaken by it, Tianchi would never bow his head. As their figures receded into the distance, Qingling couldn't help but ponder what on earth was wrong with these individuals. Despite the imminent famine looming over them, they remained ensconced in an inexplicable sense of superiority, as if they were nobles perched atop a lofty pedestal. "Captain Jean, I sincerely apologize," he said swiftly to Jean Jibei after Captain Liu and the others departed. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face. "I never anticipated that such a person would be among my ranks. It must have startled you. I shall personally come to offer my apologies soon." The Jean family enjoyed a preeminent status in the base, and Captain Liu had long sought to cultivate a relationship with them. Yet now, those around him seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, obstructing his ambitions. He would not hesitate to act decisively. After all, in these times, fortune favors the prepared. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they bid farewell to Captain Liu. Upon returning to the rooftop, both felt a sense of helplessness. "Thankfully, we leave tomorrow. Otherwise, I feel Captain Liu would prattle on endlessly," Qingling remarked, her brows furrowed. Jean Jibei smiled reassuringly. "That one tea happened. How do you know?" Qingling looked at him with intrigue. "He possesses ambition and cunning. He would not engage in actions that would be met with disdain," Jean Jibei analyzed. Qingling, unable to restrain herself, rolled her eyes at him. "You speak as though you know him well. You could easily align yourself with your father, yet you choose to conceal your talents from your grandfather. I truly do not understand your motives." Jean Jibei merely smiled in response, gazing at her for a while without uttering a word. Chapter 95. The laboratory mission soon. They were to embark on a mission to the various laboratories in Wenluos. However, Uncle Wang, citing his age and recalling the state of affairs he had witnessed in Qingling's household, adamantly insisted on staying behind to look after the place. Faced with his resolute stance, they could no longer persuade him and reluctantly took Xiao Huzi along. Having weathered numerous storms, Xiao Huzi had grown considerably more composed. His gaze revealed a hint of maturity, yet his reticent demeanor became increasingly pronounced. Without waiting for Captain Liu's arrival, they had already prepared their belongings and embarked on their journey. Given that City L was the nearest to them, it was only natural for them to choose it as their initial destination. This route was one that Ho Dong had long since mastered, allowing him to drive with unrestrained confidence and unwavering determination. It was not until they departed the base that Jin Jibei disclosed the particulars of the mission to Xiao Huzi. This was not born out of distrust, but rather from their relentless busyness and urgency to undertake the task, which only afforded them this moment to provide a detailed explanation. Brother Jibei, rest assured, I am well aware of my responsibilities. Whatever you instruct me to do, I shall undertake without causing any disruption, Xiao Huzi declared resolutely after learning of the mission. He was acutely aware of the significance of this mission and dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. In the eyes of Xiao Huzi, Jin Jibei and his team were extraordinary figures, their capabilities far surpassing his own. Thus, he chose to comply obediently and give his utmost effort. Xiao Huzi, do not be so tense, Mo Qingling gently reassured him. In truth, our task is not particularly complex. You merely need to safeguard yourself and avoid being harmed by the zombies. She understood Xiao Huzi's anxious disposition and hoped he could relax his mindset to better accomplish the mission. Upon their safe arrival in City L, as they journeyed towards St. An hospital, they observed a marked increase in the number of zombies, instilling a sense of unease in everyone's hearts. Xiao Huzi sensed the tense atmosphere within the vehicle and opted for silence, striving to diminish his presence and avoid burdening the team further. At last, they successfully entered St. An hospital. Despite the rampant zombies surrounding them, they swiftly navigated through the chaotic throng with agility and unwavering resolve, making their way into the interior of the hospital. They first proceeded to the dean's office, hoping to uncover some valuable information. They absconded with all the documents and computers from the dean's office, stealthily infiltrating the underground laboratory, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in City H. They persistently searched for valuable items within. Suddenly, Mo Qingling posed a pivotal question to Jin Jibei. Did grandfather mention the higher-up stance on the handling of Shungen Hospital? Her heart brimmed with uncertainty, for if she reported the laboratory situation in H City, then other laboratories would presumably face corresponding actions. Yet, now there was only silence, as if nothing had transpired. It seemed they were indeed fixated on the possessions within the laboratory. Mo Qingling cast him a sidelong glance, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. This was to be expected. Jin Jibei furrowed his brow slightly, feeling helpless, at present, aside from these few laboratories. They truly had no other means of procuring such precious instruments. Were it not for grandfather's intervention, this task might not have even fallen to them. In this era of scarcity, where anxiety prevailed, everyone was racking their brains to acquire more resources for survival. The laboratory's mission resembled an alluring mountain of gold, captivating the gaze of countless individuals, fiercely contested, with people willing to bleed for it. The Jin family, flourishing amidst this chaotic world, had also attracted numerous adversaries. However, they remained undaunted, for they held steadfast beliefs and determination. For the honor and survival of their clan, they would spare no effort. A shrill scream shattered the tranquility, quickening their hearts. Yet, before the two could reach the source of the sound, another bout of reckless laughter erupted, seemingly mocking the surrounding tension. They swiftly exited Wenlua's office, only to find Lu Yin doubled over in laughter at the sight of the pale, terrified Xiao Huzi, as if relishing his own handiwork. Xiao Huzi's eyes were filled with fear and confusion, as though he had just emerged from a nightmarish ordeal. Ho Dong stood nearby, his expression dark, clearly displeased with Lu Yan's antics. He reprimanded in a deep voice, "Sure to, you have gone too far this time." Mo Qingling appeared utterly bewildered, completely at a loss as to what had transpired. Ho Dong sighed and clarified, this rascal sure to lured Xiao Huzi to the back, and as a result, Xiao Huzi was quite frightened by the zombies there. Upon hearing this explanation, Mo Qingling furrowed her brow, although she was aware that Lu Yin occasionally enjoyed playing pranks. This particular episode indeed seemed excessive, especially considering Xiao Huzi was still a child, not resilient enough to endure such a fright. Sure to. Jin Jibei's voice turned serious, his expression stern as he admonished. Lu Yin's laughter abruptly ceased. He scanned the expressions of those around him and realized he may have overstepped. Feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his head and softly apologized. "I'm sorry. Xiao Huzi, I didn't expect you to be so timid. Xiao Huzi took a deep breath. Although his face was still pale, he looked much better than before. He shook his head and replied softly, I'm fine. It's just that I've never seen such a zombie, and was startled. Mo Qingling slightly furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment before asking, Didn't you and Uncle Wang encounter any giant zombies on your way here? Xiao Huzi shook his head in confusion, clearly perplexed by the question. It appeared that creating such giant zombies was no simple task. Aside from the few we encountered earlier, it was likely that when Loaza had not fully controlled a considerable number of zombies in his laboratory. Mo Qingling's thoughts gradually clarified as she calmly analyzed the situation before her. These zombies could either be experimental subjects that when Loaza had not yet succeeded with, or potential threats he had yet to unleash. Regardless of the scenario, it left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Chapter 96, Return to City S. Perhaps viewing this matter from a different perspective might offer some solace. After all, the general populace had not faced those giant zombies alone. If they truly did encounter them, based on their nature, it was likely that no one would escape unscathed. Jean Jibei's voice was like a gentle spring breeze, attempting to ease the unease within Mo Qingling. You are right. Mo Qingling's expression gradually softened, like dark clouds parting to reveal a glimmer of brightness. She gently nodded, temporarily setting aside her worries, no longer entangled in those terrifying visions. They swiftly scavenged all available resources from the laboratory, and the four of them immediately embarked on their journey to the next destination. Shall we not take a moment's rest? Little Tiger gazed out at the fleeting scenery beyond the car window, somewhat taken aback. His words cast a fleeting silence over the atmosphere within the vehicle. The mention of a new year stirred a sense of inexplicable nostalgia within each heart. Time slips by so swiftly, and before one realizes, another year has passed. The zombies continue their relentless rampage, their footsteps never ceasing, as if silently reminding humanity that the world has irrevocably transformed. When will this existence find its conclusion? Lu Yin could not help but sigh, his eyes filled with a blend of resignation and hope. Ho Dong nodded in agreement, affirming the captain's sentiment. Xiao Huzi scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. So where are we headed next? Without a moment's hesitation, Ho Dong replied, to City S. There is another saint and hospital there. I believe it is also one of Wen Loaza's laboratories. As the name of City S resonated in Xiao Huzi's ears, his gaze instantly deepened and trembled. Montauk King, keenly perceptive, sensed the shift in his emotions and, after a moment's contemplation, grasped the underlying significance. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder, intending to offer comfort, only to be preempted by Xiao Huzi's voice. Mo Jia. His tone trembled with uncertainty. When we go to City S, can we also pay respects to my mother? A surge of indescribable emotion welled up within Mo Qing. She understood the weight of this request for Xiao Huzi. She tenderly nodded and replied softly, Of course, we shall go together. In the village, Xiao Huzi's mother had always cared for them with warmth. Even though he had never mentioned it, they had always cherished this kindness deep within, yearning for an opportunity to express their gratitude and remembrance. Though now it could only be manifested in another form. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the vehicle grew heavy with melancholy. Throughout the journey, their spirits remained profoundly subdued, and upon reaching City S, this weight surged like a tide within their hearts. They did not hasten to St. and hospital, but instead drove to the location where Uncle Wang and the others had taken refuge after their escape. Time flies, and the accumulated snow lay thick upon the ground. Yet, faint traces of life remained discernible. Xiao Huzi led them up a small earthen rise, where several mounds stood, evidently the resting places of the departed villagers. You have done enough, Mo Qing approached, offering gentle solace. It is all my fault, Xiao Huzi cried out, covering his face. Squatting down with his hands clasped atop his head, consumed by guilt and anguish. They did not restrain him, allowing him to release his emotions freely, letting the sorrow transform into tears. Only after he had thoroughly wept could he choose to be resilient without excuse. As night descended, an unspoken tranquility enveloped the land. The following morning, after a reluctant farewell, They set forth on the road to Saint and Hospital. City S stood eerily silent, resembling a ghost town. Aside from the wandering zombies, traces of the living were nearly non-existent. Due to its unique geographical position, City S, despite its large population, had never established a proper survival base. Perhaps before the zombie onslaught, there had been scattered refuges akin to the village where Uncle Wong resided, small and concealed. However, when the zombie frenzy erupted, these havens were either utterly destroyed or abandoned by the hastily fleeing survivors. Now, City S echoed only with the howls of the undead and the cold winds sweeping through the ruins, as if narrating the desolation and despair of this forsaken city. They successfully arrived at the Research Institute of Saint and Hospital, despite encountering a multitude of zombies along the way. After a fierce battle, they ultimately broke through the encirclement. Upon entering the laboratory, they immediately commenced their scavenging efforts, collecting all valuable research materials. Subsequently, they swiftly departed from this perilous locale, driving towards the next city. They chose to forego the supplies in City S, as the sheer number of zombies there posed an insurmountable risk, and obtaining resources would likely incur a tremendous cost. As they left City S, they couldn't help but reflect on the hardships and dangers of this adventurous journey. Nevertheless, they had taken a significant step forward, drawing ever closer to their goal. After departing City S, Jean Jibei suddenly posed a question to Mo Qingling. Did you acquire property in City S? Before Jean could elaborate, Ho Dong interjected. Isn't it such a pity that the house is uninhabitable now? Mo Qingling chuckled nonchalantly, responding, It matters little to me. I am far wealthier now than I was then. What house could I not acquire? Why should I concern myself with this one? Chapter 97. Would you like to come home with me? After half a month, they traversed several cities and reached each saint and hospital. Along this journey, danger and adventure coexisted, yet they were seasoned veterans, well acquainted with the vicissitudes of life. They adeptly navigated through the bizarre occurrences they encountered. Xiao Huzi experienced remarkable growth during this expedition. Perhaps due to Uncle Wong's previous overprotection, he had not fully grasped the brutal realities of the apocalypse. However, this journey broadened his horizons and yielded substantial rewards. Though he spoke little, his expressions and demeanor conveyed the joy and pride he felt within. Throughout their journey, they continuously overcame numerous challenges, with the growth of the young tiger being but one aspect. Confronted with unknown dangers and bizarre encounters, they maintained their composure and resolve, showcasing the resilience and wisdom of survivors in a post-apocalyptic world. All of this would become invaluable treasures on their future path. After completing the search of the final laboratory, Jean Jibei swiftly sent a message to Old Master Jean, stating, We must leave immediately. The base will soon bombard all the laboratories. Once the message was dispatched, he urged everyone to depart. Is the bombing area extensive? Asked Mo Qingling. Jean Jibei nodded, his tone grave as he replied. They intend to eliminate the zombies as thoroughly as possible, thus employing heavy weaponry. The news caused the others to involuntarily gasp in shock. In that tense moment, each person felt the imminent danger and uncertainty approaching. Yet they understood that only by departing swiftly could they avoid being ensnared in this catastrophic bombardment. As they hesitated over the potential bombing zone they would need to traverse on their way back, Jean Jibei decisively shook his head and stated with conviction, There is no need for concern. Grandfather has already arranged for someone to pick us up. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. However, Jean Jibei offered no further explanation and simply awaited their arrival. During the wait, he found a relatively safe spot for everyone to rest temporarily while they anticipated their rescuer's arrival. As dusk approached, the distant roar of a helicopter grew louder. Drawing their attention, they looked up to see a green helicopter swiftly approaching them. Jean Jibei quickly retracted their vehicle into the spatial realm and then led everyone to the rooftop. He ignited a signal flare, and soon the helicopter, as if drawn by an invisible magnet, hovered precisely above their heads. The massive rotor blades stirred the air, generating a fierce wind that tousled the clothing and hair of those below. Yet amidst this tempest, their hearts brimmed with anticipation and exhilaration. One by one, They ascended the helicopter's soft ladder in an orderly fashion and took their seats. Once it was confirmed that everyone was safely aboard, the helicopter gradually turned and soared towards City A. Qingling gently turned her head, her gaze penetrating the window to the outside world. As the helicopter ascended, the cityscape below gradually came into focus. She beheld collapsed buildings, scattered like shattered blocks. She observed wandering zombies, akin to headless flies, blindly traversing this post-apocalyptic realm. A complex emotion surged within Qingling. In her eyes, these zombies appeared as insignificant as the ants beneath her feet. However, she also grasped that in the eyes of the zombies, the survivors, were likely equally trivial, as fragile as ants. This reciprocal sense of powerlessness plunged her into contemplation. In this desolate world, all beings suffered, whether human or zombie, each grappling with their own fate. Qingling quietly gazed at the trajectories of the missiles until they vanished from sight. Before long, a deep explosion echoed in the distance, reverberating through the air and resonating within her heart. Her mind was a chaotic whirl, uncertain of what to think, simply feeling that everything was too surreal. Jin had been attentively observing her reactions. When he saw her glance skyward, only to then fall into deep thought, his heart tightened sharply. He immediately approached her and softly inquired, "What is troubling you?" She offered a gentle smile and replied nonchalantly, "I am fine." Observing Qingling's expression, Jin instinctively pressed his lips together, an inner turmoil swelling within him like an unrelenting tide. Just moments ago, he had been gripped by the irrational fear that Qingling might vanish from his sight, a notion that he found unbearable, prompting him to impulsively interrupt her reverie. "If you were to," he began, yet hesitated, the words caught in his throat, unsure of how to proceed. Noticing his reluctance, Qingling couldn't help but chuckle softly, her gaze laced with a hint of teasing and confusion. "What is it? When did you become so hesitant?" she teased, a stark contrast to Jin Jibei's usual forthright demeanor. In his past, he had always been direct and incisive, yet today he exhibited an unusual display of indecision. Jin Jibei gently pressed his lips together, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized Qingling, as if seeking to unravel the depths of her soul. Under his intense scrutiny, her smile gradually faded, replaced by an ineffable discomfort. "You." They both began simultaneously, the air thick with subtle tension. Qingling found herself momentarily bewildered by the question, blinking in an attempt to decipher his meaning. Jin Jibei lowered his head slightly, clearing his throat as if in search of the right words. "Ahem, your grandmother must be missing you dearly." His words, though simple, conveyed a subtle hint of anticipation and anxiety. "Yeah, I perceive that the captain is merely boasting. He hasn't even met Grandmother Jean. How could he possibly know what she thinks of you? Perhaps it is he himself who secretly yearns for you, too shy to voice it, thus using Grandmother Jean as a shield." Ho Dong, listening intently, stepped forward with a playful grin, undermining Jin Jibei's stance. Jin Jibei shot him a glare, forcing the words through clenched teeth. "If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." His expression, a mix of embarrassment and anger, clearly indicated that Ho Dong had hit the nail on the head. Observing Jin Jibei's demeanor, Qingling quickly grasped his sentiments. She hesitated for a moment, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks, her emotions rippling within her like gentle waves. Before a man like Jin Jibei, it was difficult for any woman to resist his charm, and Qingling was no exception. Deep down, she knew she should guard her emotional boundaries. However, feelings have never been bound by reason. "In truth, I miss Grandmother Jean as well." Qingling's voice was soft as a whisper, revealing a hint of tenderness. Jin Jibei was momentarily taken aback, his eyes sparkling with delight, as if stars in the night sky had been ignited. After dinner, Jin Jibei entered the study, meticulously reporting the outcomes of their journey to the elders of the Jin family. Meanwhile, Qingling found herself surrounded by the women of the Jin household, who were relentless in their curiosity. These women, astute in discerning the dynamics of relationships, immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere between Qingling and Jin Jibei. pressing her to explain her sudden acceptance of him. He is so exceptional. It must be hard not to be moved. Qingling mused for a moment before candidly sharing her thoughts. Jin Jibei's aunts exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly in tacit approval of his fortune in winning Qingling's favor. Only you, girl, could find something worthy in my boy. Jin Jibei's mother beamed, her eyes nearly closing with joy. She grasped Qingling's hand warmly, saying, "If he dares to treat you poorly, come directly to me, and I shall have his father set him straight." Qingling smiled, but remained silent. If Jin Jibei were to mistreat her, why would she bother with such complications? She could simply kick him to the curb and find someone more obedient, or even choose to remain single, for no rule dictates that one must be with a man. The gathering, unaware of her true thoughts, mistook her silence for shyness, playfully teasing her before deftly changing the subject. The saint and hospital lay in ruins amidst the echoes of the explosion, and the gloom that had enveloped those in the know finally dissipated. With the tacit approval of old Master Jin, Jin Jibei handed over the precious resources salvaged from Wenluoza's laboratory to his father and third uncle for management. Shortly thereafter, a highly confidential research institute was established within the base, dedicated to the development of an antidote for the zombie virus. The experimental data from Wenluoza provided invaluable guidance, steering them away from aimless wandering in their quest. However, the research did not progress as smoothly as anticipated. The nature of viruses is inherently unpredictable, and the zombie virus, particularly complex, soon brought the experiments to a standstill, confounding the researchers. Despite the myriad challenges faced, the members of the institute remained undeterred. They are acutely aware that with each attempt and advancement, they draw closer to unraveling the enigma of the zombie virus. Yet, she recognizes her own impotence, for she is not a professional researcher and is powerless against the threat of the zombie virus. In the portrayal of the original narrative, this apocalyptic world seems interminable, with Wenluoza's survival allowing Inchiro to thrive under the protagonist's halo. This, without a doubt, exacerbates the hardships faced by the survivors. As the story unfolds, Qingling discovers that many zombies later exhibit astonishing evolutionary capabilities. She once believed this to be the result of the zombie's own evolution. Such transformations may indeed be the driving force behind countless tragedies in this desolate world. The existence of Wenluoza may not be a mere coincidence, but rather a complex link in the intricate wheel of fate in this apocalypse. After deep contemplation, Qingling realizes that allowing Wenluoza to perish so easily was an egregious mistake. He should have been made to endure the trials of humanity to truly grasp the suffering of the people. However, with lives now lost, reduced to ashes, reflecting on these matters serves no purpose. In the enduring conflict between humans and zombies, Qingling and Jin Jibei resolutely reject the base's proposal of capitulation, favoring instead a life of freedom. Their team consists of 6 individuals, each endowed with exceptional abilities, and their synergy is nothing short of remarkable. Consequently, they frequently succeed in accomplishing the myriad tasks assigned by the base, swiftly earning a resounding reputation among their peers. As their fame burgeoned, an increasing number of individuals yearned to join their ranks, hoping to partake in their triumphs and glory. However, Jin Jibei felt that an influx of members would lead to complications. Thus, they declined the requests of all aspiring recruits. Following a thrilling laboratory mission, Xiao Huzai garnered high praise from Uncle Wang, who recognized his growth and potential. Consequently, Uncle Wang decided to step back and no longer accompany them on their ventures. He chose to remain at the base, devotedly safeguarding his homeland, while Xiao Huzi inherited his position, becoming an indispensable member of the team. Xiao Huzi proved himself, bringing much pride to his uncle, to the point where he no longer referred to Xiao Huzi as his nephew, but rather as his own son. As the year drew to a close, despite the rampant zombies outside, nothing could deter the inhabitants of the base from celebrating the new year. Qingling walked alongside Jin Jibei on the paths of the base, observing the undeniable smiles on everyone's faces, which stirred a sense of reflection within her. Yet, amid the survivors' faces, she detected a glimmer of hope a dawn of optimism that caused ripples in her heart. The days to come would surely improve. Jean Jibei noticed the faint trace of melancholy on her face. Understanding her thoughts, he gently took her cool hand, whispering words of comfort. This fertile land harbored the dreams and hopes of countless souls. Time swiftly passed, and years slipped by unnoticed. Mo Qingling and Jean Jibei finally came together. Although their roles had transformed, their interactions remained warm and natural, just as before. Look at those in love, all sweetness and intimacy. Why do you two seem like an old married couple, devoid of any passion? Ho Dong could not help but lament during a casual conversation one day. Hearing this, Ho Dong chuckled, yet he felt a sense of solace for their happiness. In this land filled with hope, everyone had their own story, and the tale of Mo Qingling and Jean Jibei was undoubtedly one of the warmest and most genuine pages. Chapter 99. Conclusion in the 5th year of the apocalypse. The joint efforts of Jean Jibei and Mo Qingling propelled the construction of the A-City base to remarkable heights, gradually restoring the prosperity reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era. Witnessed by friends and family, they held a simple yet heartwarming wedding. Though the environment of the apocalypse forbade extravagance, the unwavering love and determination reflected in their eyes sufficed to compensate for any deficiencies. This year marked a significant breakthrough in the research on the zombie virus. The news spread like a gentle spring breeze, bringing unprecedented hope and joy to the people of the base. Many were moved to tears, as if they could envision humanity triumphing over zombies and rebuilding their homeland. In every corner of the A-City base, an atmosphere of hope and joy pervaded. The shadows of the apocalypse seemed to be gradually dissipating, while a new future beckoned to them. Deep within the Research Institute, the secret laboratory was brightly lit. There, researchers not only delved into the terrifying mysteries of the zombie virus, but also dedicated themselves to the exploration of the boundless potential of humanity, a subject fervently pursued by Wen in his lifetime. The research on the zombie virus had now achieved groundbreaking progress. While a complete antidote had yet to be unveiled, the newly developed suppressants emerged like the first light of dawn, bringing a glimmer of hope to this dark world. Survivors, in this desperate epoch, glimpsed the possibility of survival, alleviating some of their fear and helplessness. Researchers worked tirelessly, hoping to soon discover the key to ending this calamity. The study of human potential also revealed unprecedented significance during this extraordinary period. Perhaps it was this steadfast exploration of the unknown that would prove crucial in humanity's battle against the zombie virus. Those individuals are like wild dogs scenting flesh. Our news has barely surfaced, and the public hasn't even had time to digest it before they eagerly rush out. Ho Dong expressed his discontent and indignation while facing Jean Jibei and Mo Qingling in the living room of their new home. This was regarding the matter of the zombie virus suppressants. The recently restored international communications had opened Pandora's box, with a flurry of information descending upon the A-City base like snowflakes. From where did they acquire this information? Even more infuriating is the fact that they did not come to discuss cooperation or engage in trade. Instead, they resorted to moral extortion, demanding that we disclose our experimental data and even insisting that we share the formula for our inhibitors. It is utterly absurd. One cannot guarantee that among their populace there are no survivors or lurking spies. Mo Qingling spoke with a calm demeanor, her understanding remarkably profound. Prior to the apocalypse, the presence of spies was commonplace. Now that the world has fallen into chaos, how could one expect all those spies to vanish without a trace? Were the higher-ups contemplating at this moment? Lu Yin furrowed his brow tightly, his tone tinged with urgency. The higher-ups are currently maneuvering with them, while simultaneously investigating how the information was leaked. Jean Jibei was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, and a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. His views aligned perfectly with Mo Qingling's. Apart from spies, he could conceive of no other explanation. This situation had transcended the boundaries of their control. The information was tightly sealed, leaving the public entirely oblivious. Should it be leaked, the repercussions would be unimaginable, likely triggering an uproar. Everyone longed for the widespread distribution of the suppressant. Yet at this critical moment, there were those attempting to seize it. To them, this was tantamount to stripping away their hope for survival. In a bid to maintain social stability and avert the spread of panic, the higher-ups resolved to remain silent on the matter. After thorough investigation, the source of the leak finally came to light. Just as Mo Qingling had suspected, it was indeed spies, and not merely one. Upon learning of Mo Tianqi's involvement, Mo Qingling was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently find it entirely expected. This family, truly an assortment of the extraordinary. Aside from the original owner, scarcely any of them could be deemed normal. The family in question is steeped in selfishness, their self-serving nature deeply ingrained within them. Mo Tianqi, having inherited the insidious teachings of Mo Dong and He Ji, embodies this malevolence to an even greater extent. In the sprawling metropolis of City Ye, their notoriety is well known, and their situation is dire. With the current path proving fruitless, they're compelled to seek alternative routes. In the struggle for survival, one is capable of resorting to any measure. For Mo Tianqi, a single piece of information could translate into an opportunity for sustenance, rendering such dealings exceedingly advantageous. Thus, his involvement in this affair was hardly a surprise to Mo Qingling. However, to her astonishment, He Ji dared to approach her, attempting to leverage the influence of the Jin family to salvage Mo Tianqi's fate. In response, Mo Qingling vehemently chastised her, expelling her from the premises. As for Mo Tianqi's subsequent fate, she no longer felt inclined to concern herself, as she suddenly became aware of an unsettling truth within herself. In a flurry, she rushed to the hospital for an examination, only to be left speechless by the revelation. She was pregnant. This news struck her like a bolt from the blue, rendering her momentarily incapable of comprehension. She had previously secured a solemn promise from Jin Jibei that she would never bear a child in this lifetime. Now, as the world seemed to languish in uncertainty, she found herself unexpectedly expecting. The turmoil of emotions left her feeling utterly disoriented and perplexed. How was she to confront this abrupt transformation? She did not conceal her condition. The Jin family convened in response to the news of her pregnancy. No one dared to dissuade her from her decision to not carry the child, although the elder Jin and matriarch expressed their profound reluctance. They ultimately chose to respect her choice. Observing the understanding and acceptance in their eyes, Mo Qingling felt a wave of relief, intertwined with a hint of bitterness. She recognized that this decision transcended her individual desires and posed a significant challenge to the Jin family. Yet, she understood that sometimes following one's inner voice necessitates making difficult choices. In this inopportune moment, the impending arrival of the child plunged Mo Qingling into profound confusion, a dilemma perceptibly noted by Jin Jibei. The following day, he ventured to the hospital alone, arriving at a shocking conclusion. He would undergo a vasectomy. Upon learning this news, Mo Qingling's astonishment was palpable. Nevertheless, Jin Jibei, with his characteristic composure and calmness, sought to reassure her. Children, though regarded as the continuation of life, do not encompass our entire existence. As long as we both are well, that is the most beautiful state. There is no need to burden ourselves further. His words reveal a profound appreciation for the relationship between the two, as well as an unwavering faith in the future. He understood that only by advancing hand in hand could they collectively confront the myriad challenges of life. While a child may not be an essential necessity in their existence, it could potentially become a stumbling block to their happiness. Thus, he opted for sterilization, all for the sake of their future and their joy. Mo Qingling was deeply moved. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to bring the child into the world. A year later, the resonant cry of a newborn echoed through the hospital, marking the birth of their daughter. Simultaneously, the Research Institute announced the mass production of the zombie suppressant to be distributed freely to the populace. As they gazed at the sleeping bundle in the stroller, Mo Qingling and Jin Jibei exchanged a knowing smile. The end.